Huh, the old man froze again. You want all of them? Is there a problem? The white-haired elder's face twisted with pain as though heartache had seized him. Take out your spirit stones first, and let me see. What if you don't have that many? Chuan casually produced 50 medium-grade spirit stones. Seeing this black line seemed to form across the white-haired elder's face as he let out a helpless sigh. Enough. You have gained the advantage this time, Taoist friend. Chuan was speechless. He did not expect to obtain anything of real value. It was the extraordinary restriction on the wooden boxes that interested him, something Su Mingxian could study. If it could be thoroughly studied, then even 5,000 spirit stones would be worth the price. Chuan stored the wooden boxes in his storage pouch and turned to leave. The white-haired elder flicked his sleeve, and everything on the stall vanished in an instant. Watching Chuan's departing back, the elder muttered, a mere foundation establishment youngster, yet so wealthy and bold, handing over 5,000 spirit stones without batting an eye. Not even most golden core cultivators are as extravagant as he is. I've taken a huge loss this time. In such obvious schemes, ordinary people could easily guess that most boxes were empty. Even if there were items inside, they were usually trivial trinkets. At a price of 1,000 spirit stones per box, naturally no fool would buy them. Golden core cultivators were rarely seen on these streets, so the chance of anyone noticing the unusual nature of those wooden boxes was truly slim. Foundation establishment at perfection, spiritual sense, having stepped into the golden core realm and vitality as vigorous as a golden core cultivator. He truly has the makings of a top-tier genius. He must have come to participate in the grand gathering of Heaven's Chosen. I shall watch how you perform at the Heaven's Chosen gathering. Stroking his beard with a faint smile, the elder stepped into the flow of people, and after a short while his figure vanished without a trace. Chuan found an alchemy shop and made a circuit inside asking about prices. Medicinal pills for recovering mana, healing injuries, and detoxification were all priced much higher than he remembered. It was likely due to the Heaven's Chosen gathering. Otherwise, even if prices in Xianyu City were higher than in the various cities under Tiansong Prefecture, they should not be this outrageous. Afterward, he visited several more alchemy shops, and the situation was much the same. Then he moved on to spiritual herb stores which held few rare herbs, and were not even as rich as his own medicine garden. He also visited artifact workshops and talisman shops. There were indeed fine items, such as low-grade magic treasures or third-tier talismans, but they were treated as guardian treasures of the shops, and not for sale. Such higher-tier cultivation resources were usually seen only at auctions or in private trades among advanced cultivators. It was unrealistic to place second- or third-tier resources openly on shop shelves for casual sale. After all, there was no large, steady supply of such items that could be sold continuously over time. Artifact grandmasters, talisman grandmasters, or formation grandmasters usually traded their magic treasures, talismans, or third-tier formation tools for favors or for materials they themselves needed. Xianyu City was vast. Chuan had explored less than a tenth of it before the sky began to grow dark. When he returned to the Tiansong Prefecture's residence for participants, Yifan and Su Due were already back, cultivating quietly in their rooms. Su Mingxian returned even later. He had spent most of the day at the Formation Plaza comprehending and deducing a large-scale teleportation array. Although Su Mingxian could not possibly master such a large teleportation array, at present parts of its formation patterns were connected to small-scale teleportation arrays. As the grand teleportation array activated again and again, he observed and deduced with great care and truly grasped a few insights, breaking through some difficult points in teleportation formations. After returning, he went to see Chuan. Judging by your expression, it seems you've gained something. A modest harvest, Su Mingxian replied with a slight smile at the corner of it. I have also obtained a few good items. You can study them. With a flick of his sleeve, 5 purple sandalwood boxes appeared on the desk. Su Mingxian immediately noticed their unusual nature. These restrictions are truly profound. Whoever set them has a mastery of formations no weaker than mine, perhaps even greater. That is precisely why I spent 5,000 spirit stones to buy them, and bring them back for you to study. As long as you can understand them thoroughly, the spirit stones will not have been spent in vain. As for what's inside, I suspect there isn't anything particularly valuable. For me, it's not difficult. With a month of effort, I can crack and fully understand them, deducing the method by which the restrictions were laid. The true focus, of course, was deducing the method of setting such restrictions. Simply breaking them would take Su Mingxian less than a day. Simply breaking them would not take Su Mingxian even a day in his current state. Then let me open one and see. Su Mingxian casually selected one purple sandalwood box and opened it. Oh, there is something inside. Formation notes. He flipped through a few pages, and his pupils suddenly contracted. He looked sharply at Chuan. Father, this box truly holds something extraordinary. These formation notes must be the work of a formation grandmaster. The insights recorded here are incredibly valuable to any formation cultivator. Its worth definitely exceeds tens of thousands of spirit stones. Just now I caught a glimpse of the author's comprehension regarding teleportation arrays. It will be of immense. Chuan was stunned. It is truly genuine. A foundation establishment latest-stage cultivator running such a blind box stall, yet actually placing a treasure of this level inside. Father, are you certain he was only at Foundation establishment late stage? I probed with my spiritual sense and detected nothing unusual, unless he was a nascent soul. Su Chuan's expression grew solemn. Let us examine the other boxes first. When I bought all 5 at once, his face showed some pain. Perhaps each box holds something valuable. Su Mingxian flicked his sleeve, and the 4 remaining boxes opened one after another. Inside lay respectively a deep blue spirit stone the size of a fist, a hexagonal jade talisman of pale green, a porcelain bottle, and a small crystal vial containing a single drop of milky white liquid. This is a high-grade water element spirit stone. Sensing the dense spiritual energy emanating from the deep blue stone, Su Chuan spoke without thinking. The Su family had traded for many years, yet had never acquired a high-grade spirit stone. The best they had seen were medium-grade. Could the jade talisman be the 1,000-mile talisman that Elder mentioned earlier? A third-tier talisman, a life-saving item. Su Chuan then opened the porcelain bottle. This time his expression was calmer, though his eyes still flashed with surprise. High-grade celestial spirit pill. And this last one, spiritual liquid. It looks somewhat familiar, Su Chuan murmured to himself as he removed the stopper from the crystal vial. At once a rich, unusual fragrance spilled out, making his spirit shake. It is high-grade moonlight spirit liquid. What is moonlight spirit liquid? Su Mingxian asked. When the light of the lunar moon gathers over a certain unique place and accumulates for countless years, it condenses into this sort of spirit liquid. For cultivators who practice Yin and Cold-type arts, it is of tremendous benefit. It is considered a rather precious third-tier cultivation resource. Of course, it can also be collected through special methods by those with the appropriate means, at the very least a nascent soul cultivator. Even then it would take decades or centuries to gather just a few drops. I learned of it because this spirit liquid has another special effect. It can help spirit beasts awaken intelligence. Its effect is second only to the legendary Emperor's Flow Dew. However, Emperor's Flow Dew is a blessing from the heavens, and even in 1,000 years it might not appear one. Su Mingxian was slightly taken aback. He turned to Su Chuan and said, Father, could that senior perhaps be an ancestor of our Su family? Otherwise, why would he be so? He is most certainly a nascent soul cultivator. Even latest-stage golden core cultivators would be hard-pressed to produce these items easily, let alone be generous enough to give them away. In Su Mingxian's view, a mere 5,000 spirit stones were insignificant compared to the value of these items. It was practically a gift. An ancestor of the Su family. Su Chuan's mouth twitched slightly. You are overthinking it. This was simply a stroke of chance for me, buying by insistence. He originally meant for me to choose just one box. He probably never imagined that a Foundation establishment cultivator would carry so many spirit stones. Then who is this senior, and why would he for no reason grant you such an opportunity? Why not calculate it, Father? Su Chuan shook his head. Matters involving nascent soul cultivators cannot be divined. Moreover, even without divination, I have a rough idea of who he is. Who is he? Su Mingxian asked, greatly intrigued. Do not ask further. The methods of nascent soul cultivators are unimaginable. If you speak his true name and it reaches his awareness, he might in anger take all these items back. If that is the case, then let's leave it be. Su Mingxian said. Father, about these formation notes. Take them. Aside from you, who else in our Su family can comprehend? Thank you, Father. I shall take my leave now. Su Mingxian cupped his hands in salute and departed, returning to his room to comprehend the formation notes. Su Chuan fixed his gaze on the moonlight spirit liquid in the last box and murmured, with this the descendant of the ancient locust tree king should truly be able to awaken intelligence and become a proper spirit beast. He closed all the boxes aside from the one Su Mingxian had taken to study. The rest were sent into his storage ring. Afterward, he sat cross-legged on the bed and immersed himself in creating new divine arts. Meanwhile, participants from other prefectures also arrived one after another. To avoid conflict, disciples of Xianyu sect arranged them separately. By the very next day, forces within Xianyu city had already opened betting ledgers. They listed the names of all participants from each prefecture along with their cultivation realm strength and areas of expertise, and set odds for every single one. For 10 days anyone could place bets. After those 10 days, the Heaven's Chosen Gatherings preliminary matches would officially begin. Su Chuan heard of this several days later. With Su Mingxian and the others all in close cultivation, he purposely went to take a look. Information on some participants was quite detailed, but for most their signature techniques and trump cards were not described. After noting down information on the other prefectures, he focused his attention on that of Tianshan Prefecture. Seats for Tianxing, Song Dowling, and Xinfeiyu had no odds listed. Upon asking, Su Chuan learned that Xianyu sect, which hosted the Heaven's Chosen Gathering, always divided the event into arena battles and a secret realm points contest. Arena battles were random, unknown matches used to eliminate half the participants first. Those remaining would enter Xianyu sect's modified secret realm 3 days later to compete for points tokens. To avoid clashes between top contenders, Xianyu sect allocated seed slots for each prefecture based on the number of nascent soul forces they possessed in multiples of 3. Each nascent soul level force was granted 3 seed positions, allowing direct entry into the secret realm points contest. Of the top 10 in Tianshan Prefecture, the remaining 7 all had odds of 1 to 1.5. So long as their luck was not poor, they were highly likely to enter the secret realm points contest. Starting from Yi Fan, the odds rose sharply. Yi Fan at 1 to 2. Su Mingxian was at 1 to 3. Though ranked 36th in Tiansong Prefecture when his artifacts and true strength were accounted for, he was effectively 21st. As for those ranked lowest in Tiansong Prefecture, their odds were mostly around 1 to 5 or 1 to 6. From outsiders' perspective, unless luck favored them, those from Tiansong Prefecture ranked outside the top 10 had little hope of entering the secret realm contest. Shen Tianlius odds are 1 to 4. I wonder how his luck will be. Su Chuan made a quick calculation. The result was slightly favorable. After some thought, he placed 3,000 spirit stones, each on Su Mingxian and Shen Tianlai. Bets on Tiansong Prefecture participants were particularly numerous. Everyone knew Tiansong Prefecture had long been weak. Thus many people placed bets on them, but most wagers were only tens or hundreds of spirit stones. Su Chuan, who had just staked 3,000, was the first to bet such a lot. After placing his bets and receiving a proof slip, Su Chuan left. Many who saw this began to talk among themselves. Who was that? Could he be a scion of some top-tier Golden Core clan to bet so boldly? Su Mingxian and Shen Tianlai do not seem particularly remarkable. One relies on artifacts and external items to prop up his strength. The other has strong defense, but lacks powerful offensive techniques. Arena battles did not allow the use of items beyond one's own crafted artifacts. Still, betting 50 spirit stones to test the waters is not unreasonable. In the blink of an eye, the day of the Heaven's Chosen Gatherings opening arrived. On a vast plaza in Xianyu City spanning hundreds of acres, 3 round greenstone arenas, each 100 meters in diameter, and a few zhang high, rose from the ground in a triangular pattern. 8 prefectures each occupied a sector around the arenas, taking up 8 positions. There were numerous tables and cushions arranged there for elders leading the delegations, participating disciples, and accompanying followers to sit. Outside spectators packed the area shoulder to shoulder, the sea of heads surging as constant murmurs rose and fell. All hoped to witness the bearing of Heaven's Chosen. At the same time, the wins and losses of these 8 prefectures' disciples were tied to their own betting returns. After a short while, a streak of light flew rapidly from the sky. In a flash of spiritual radiance, an old man in a moon-white robe descended onto the eastern arena. The old man's features were lean and clear, a snow-white beard hung from his chin, and around him radiated the pressure of a golden core cultivator at perfection. He was none other than Elder Qingshuan, the Xianyu sect elder presiding over these preliminary matches. He was a golden core cultivator whose divine arts had reached great completion, widely renowned, and titled Qingxian True Lord. Qingxian True Lord swept his gaze across the entire plaza, his voice carried by spiritual power throughout. The preliminary matches of the Heaven's Chosen Gathering begin today. First will be the arena battles, 2 participants facing each other, eliminating half the field. 3 days later, the remaining will enter the secret realm. Through competing for points, 72 final positions will be decided. Does anyone have any objections? If so, raise them now. After a short silence, seeing no response, Qingxian True Lord continued. Then let us begin the grouping. As there are a total of 363 participants in the arena battles, there will be one fortunate individual who, like a seed contestant, will directly obtain qualification to enter the secret realm points contest. As his words fell, Elder Qingxian waved his hand and hundreds of tokens glowing with spiritual light flew from his storage pouch, hovering above the arena. These tokens had been submitted by each prefecture, inscribed with their participating disciples' names and affiliations. He formed a seal with his fingers, with spiritual power flowing. The tokens spun rapidly in the air like stars. After a moment, one token inscribed with the words Tiansong Prefecture Yi Fan emerged from the cluster, hanging alone in midair. The fortunate cultivator this time is Yi Fan of Tiansong Prefecture. Then he continued, controlling the tokens to form the battle pairings. At this moment, a voice rose from the side of Greedy Wolf sect. Qingmu Daoist friend, your Tiansong Prefecture's luck is truly good. One more person entering the secret realm points contest. I truly feared that aside from those 3 gifted seed slots, your Tiansong Prefecture would not have a single participant enter. Songlong True Lord, why be so sarcastic? Those with strength will naturally advance if those without it cannot enter, no matter what you say. Rather than worry about my Tiansong cultivators, tend more to your own sect's disciples. Last time when your sects Li Yang and He Jiao brought disciples to my Tiansong sect to seize slots, they all perished. Surely you have not forgotten. Elder Mu replied in an indifferent tone. For the Greedy Wolf sect, this matter was the greatest humiliation it had suffered in centuries. Songlong Jinjuan let out a cold snort, his oppressive aura making others fall silent. Elder Mu in the late Golden Core stage was also a true lord whose divine abilities had reached completion. Among the 5 elements elders of the Tiansong sect, he ranked first. The other 4 elders had yet to cultivate their divine abilities to perfection. Only those whose divine abilities were perfected were qualified to assault the nascent soul realm. The rest, unless they encountered extraordinary fortune, had no hope of breaking through that bottleneck. Thus, cultivators at the Golden Core True Lord level were also called nascent soul seeds. Yet among these so-called seeds, fewer than 1 in 10 could truly step into the nascent soul realm. In the blink of an eye, 181 pairs of combatants were arranged in the air like a long list. A deacon of the Xianyue sect recorded every name carefully. The arena battles will begin in 1/4 of an hour. Disciples whose names are called must ascend to the platforms at once. During the arena battles you may not use any items other than your own artifacts unless they are personally refined by you. If any life-threatening danger arises, this true Lord will intervene. However, whoever requires such intervention will be eliminated. Having spoken, Qing Xianjinjuan sat cross-legged in midair, waiting quietly for the quarter hour to pass. A Xianyue sect deacon called out in a clear voice, "Look, Xuanfeng of the Xianyue residence, GMO of the Greedy Wolf residence, ascend to platform A at once. Zheng Tao of the Xianyue residence, Wang Ming of the Tsongshan residence, ascend to platform B at once. Wang Chuan of the Tiansong residence, Yun Fan of the Tsongshan residence, ascend to platform C at once." Those whose names were called rose into the air one after another, flying toward their designated platforms. As soon as they took their positions, Qing Xianjinjuan swept his sleeve, and 3 shimmering barrier screens of formation light rose around the platforms, sealing off the battles so their force would not spread beyond. The one from the Tiansong residence is in trouble. Yun Fan ranks 8th among the 72 disciples of the Tsongshan residence, the same ranking as that disciple in the Tiansong list, but the gap in their true strength is sizable. Indeed, that Wang Chuan is probably only comparable to the 17th or 18th disciple of Tiansong at best. Wang Chuan's face was extremely solemn as he heard the murmured assessments around him. He silently lamented his poor luck, yet he refused to concede before the battle even began. He gripped the long saber in his hand more tightly. When the contest officially started, the battles on all 3 platforms instantly turned fierce. First-tier spells were cast in rapid succession. Swordlight and saberlight clashed, and spiritual force surged across the stone. On Wang Chuan's platform, the struggle lasted the longest. On the other 2 platforms, the disparity in strength was so great that the winners were decided within the span of 100 bri. Group 33 Su Diyue of the Tiansong residence, Mo Sheng of the Greedy Wolf sect, ascend to platform A at once. As the Xianyue sect deacon's announcement fell, 2 figures moved at the same instant. On the Tiansong side, Su Diyue stepped lightly, the hem of her plain white dress fluttering, toes brushing the ground as she rose into the air like a swift swallow gliding toward platform A. The Tianshui sword rested in her hand, her expression calm and composed. From the direction of the Greedy Wolf sect, Mo Sheng, clad in fitted dark garments, arrived with clean, decisive movements, striding through the air. The blue steel sword in his hand gleamed with a cold light. When his gaze swept over Su Diyue, it carried a hint of contempt. "I heard that the one who shamed my sect last time, Su Mingshan, is your father, is that right?" Su Diyue's brows drew together slightly at his words. "Then I'll send you down first," Mo Sheng declared. "It's Mo Sheng from the Greedy Wolf resid. He ranks 9th on the Greedy Wolf residence's prodigy list. Though his position is not at the very top, the overall strength of the Greedy Wolf residence is formidable. The top 10, they're likely possess power comparable to the top 5 of the Tiansong residence. I've heard his parting grief sword art follows a harsh and ruthless demonic path. To cross blades with him is to risk being crippled or worse. Su Diyue is not weak either. Rumor says that when she crossed swords with Zishanking first on the Tiansong residence's rankings, she only fell slightly short. That must be because Zishanking did not go all out." Mo Sheng chose not to speak further. His fingertips formed a sword seal, and the blade in his hand began to emit a faint black radiance. As his sword art unfolded, the strike carried a biting, murderous intent, thrusting straight towards Su Diyue's heart. Su Diyue's expression did not change. With a smooth turn of her wrist, her sword shimmered with rippling waterlight as, before Mo Sheng could fully recover, Su Diyue urged her sword momentum once more. The Tianshui sword vibrated with a low hum, layers of water waves surging up along the blade. With the force of waves crashing against the shore, she cleaved toward Mo Sheng. The sword wind carried the sound of tides pounding so strongly that Mo Sheng's ears rang. Mo Sheng did not dare be careless. He activated his sword art, turning his black sword chi into a churning torrent in an attempt to counter the water's force. Yet the might of the Tianshui sword art was superior. The rushing water overwhelmed the black glow. Mo Sheng's arm went numb, and the sword in his hand almost slipped from his grasp. Disbelief surfaced on his face. Even as he struggled, the third form of the Tianshui sword art was already descending. Seeing the vast oceanic phantom forming above him, he forcibly burned his own essence blood, unleashing the strongest strike of his sword art. Several Zhanglong's sword rays tinged black, and Qing Xianjinjuan nodded slightly, clearly approving of Su Diyue's strength. The expressions of the onlookers also shifted in shock. They had not expected Su Diyue to be so formidable. Her sword art seemed even a step stronger than the parting grief sword art. Mo Sheng, by burning his essence blood, had only barely managed to stand against her. Yet as the residual energy still roiled across the platform, Su Diyue had already formed a hand seal, condensing the cold heaven seal and sending it streaking toward Mo Sheng. Mo Sheng, battered by the aftermath of the collision and suffering the backlash of burning his own essence blood, found his spiritual power obstructed. The cold heaven seal struck him directly, and he fell lifeless where he stood. No one had expected Su Diyue to strike with such uncompromising decisiveness. Of course she did so, because he had dared to threaten members of her Su family. Her rapid progress in cultivating the Cold Heaven Seal was due not only to he. After stepping down from the platform, Su Due was followed by new disciples ascending to fight. Songlong Jinjuan, however, spoke in displeasure. Xing Xian Jinjuan, why did you not intervene, watching with your own eyes as a disciple of my sect fell to that woman's hand? Xing Xian Jinjuan glanced at him. Accidents are part of the arena. The two were similar in strength, and neither had the slightest intent to concede. As this true lord, I naturally wished to see the match through. Moreover, that girl from the Tiansong residence unleashed a powerful cold seal in the end, but given your disciple's strength, he should have been able to withstand it. It was only because he had already been struck by the collision's aftermath and suffered the backlash from burning his own essence blood that he was fully exposed to the seal's force and perished on the spot. If Yu Songlong had reminded your disciple earlier to admit defeat, he would not have lost his life. Thus this matter does know. Were it not for the command of the Grand Elder, the greedy wolf sect would already have been stripped away. How could you still stand here today, eh? Xing Xian Jinjuan thought coldly to himself. Before long, it was Su Mingshan's turn to fight. His luck was good. His opponent was a disciple from the Liyue residence, ranked at the very bottom. Relying chiefly on his artifact, he secured victory. Shun Tianlei faced a disciple of the Xianyue sect whose strength among the Xianyue residence's participants was middling. Almost no one thought Chen Tianlei stood a chance. Yet he had obtained the gluttonous shield that Su Chuan sold to him, greatly increasing his power, a fact known to no one. After a difficult battle, he defeated his opponent, delivering an unexpected upset. Chen Chang'e burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Good," 3 times in a row. A golden core cultivator of the Tiansong residence cupped his hands and remarked, "Shun Daoyo, your clan's disciple, is impressive." Last. Luck is also part of strength. Take Wang Chuan for instance. With his abilities he had a fair chance of winning a main selection spot, but his luck was somewhat poor, and he was eliminated in the arena bout. Soon it was Yin Quangtu's turn. He likewise defeated his opponent, and entered the second round. The golden crow sank in the western sky. With the conclusion of the final group's battles, the arena contests came to an end. Xingmu Jinjuan's expression was gentle. In this arena, all 7 top-ranked participants had advanced to the second round along with Su Mingshan, Yi Fanshan, Tianlei Yanfengwu, Wen Renjia, and Shang Wanhong. 13 people in total, far exceeding previous gatherings. Among the 8 residences they now placed 4th, just behind the Greedy Wolf sect. The Greedy Wolf sect had 18 advancing disciples this time. In past years the Greedy Wolf sect would have 24 or 25. This year they had performed far below their usual standard, and Songlong Jinjuan's face was as black as charcoal. Those who have entered the second round go back and rest well. In 3 days gather here again to enter the secret realm. Yes, Qingmu Jinjuan. That night members of the Su clan gathered in Su Chuan's room. I've inquired, though the secret realm battles do not formally restrict life and death, the Xianyue sect will issue each entrant a jade token. Crushing it will transport you out of the secret realm within 3 breaths. If the 3 of you manage to meet and fight side by side, you will have little to fear from anyone. But entry to the secret realm is random. So before Mingshan finds you too, if you lack sufficient certainty of victory, avoid conflict whenever possible. If you cannot escape, you may abandon your identity tablets, or simply crush the jade token and withdraw. Losing is of no consequence, it is only one gathering of prodigies. The important thing is to preserve your lives. You are all prodigies, but only those who live to grow truly become prodigies. Su Due contacted Murong Yun. Master, is there any way for me to quickly increase my strength? Your current strength at Foundation Establishment is already top tier. Your sword art and seal techniques are both excellent, and your spiritual power is more abundant than that of ordinary cultivators at your level. With the addition of your physique, the power of cold path spells is further enhanced. Then in your view, Master, among those who fought in the arena today, how many could defeat your disciple? None could defeat you with complete certainty, but in terms of raw strength there are probably 1 or 2 dozen who would have a high chance of winning. Counting the 33 seeded participants, even if you enter the top 7 title, your rank would likely be in the middle to lower tiers. That sounds about right. My time under Master's guidance has been short. Given another 5 or 6 years, I would certainly be able to contend with those prodigies who have grasped Demo. Murong Yun was silent for a while before replying. Due, you have no need to measure yourself against others. With my guidance you will one day become a peerless prodigy. It seems I cannot surpass him. Su Due sighed softly. In that moment avoidance was an answer. Those who cultivate both body and Tao and truly grow to maturity were rare. Even in ancient times, they became true wielders of great divine abilities. In those days, anything below the divine transformation realm was considered unremarkable. Most body cultivators could not reach nascent soul. Not every cultivator is suited to walk that path. She paused, then continued, however, your husband is indeed suited to it in certain respects. His spiritual power has a special quality. Do you know why? Su Due answered. I've heard that when my husband was born he was bound by a withered wood seed restriction. Though his aptitude is that of a heavenly spiritual root, he could not cultivate normally, remaining stuck at the first layer of chi refinement and unable to retain spiritual power. Any spiritual power he cultivated was devoured by the withered wood seed. Later he turned to martial cultivation, opening acupoints, and unblocking meridians stepping into the innate realm. Yet the true chi he cultivated could not remain either. Day and night, he honed his body, tempering flesh and bone, pushing himself to the level of a peak martial grandmaster. The spiritual power of a cultivator and the true chi of the martial path were both absorbed by the withered wood seed, blended and transformed into a special kind of force. It seems that my grandfather had a hand in guiding this. In the end, grandfather helped him undo the withered wood seed. That condensed energy remade his bow. So that is how it was. To have experienced such a unique path truly makes him a promising candidate for cultivating both body and Tao. However, the resources required for body cultivation are rare, even more so than those for ordinary cultivation. At Foundation Establishment it is still manageable, but attempting to break through to Golden Core and cultivating at the Golden Core level will be difficult. Without great opportunities, even with a heavenly spiritual root, he would fall short of your potential. Wait, I suddenly recall a secret technique that might help you now. It could push your spiritual sense to the limits of Foundation Establishment. Then by relying on a nourishing spirit pill, you could break into the Golden Core level. The transformation of spiritual sense from Foundation Establishment to Golden Core is itself a great opportunity. It would allow your soul to transform and your comprehension to deepen. With the remaining 2 days, you could continue to ask. The yin-yang harmonious joy secret art, Morong Yun replied. Master, is this technique legitimate? Upon hearing the name of the technique, Sudiwa couldn't help but ask. Morong Yun said this was something I obtained after defeating a demon from the Joyous Union sect. Initially I just glanced at it, and then left it aside. After all, my disciple, you know that I primarily cultivate the Sunu Tain scripture, which requires maintaining a purine body. Master, you don't need to explain so much. Time is of the essence. Just teach me the secret technique directly. Alright. Morong Yun immediately conveyed her divine sense, then continued. While this technique may not be the most top-tier secret in the Joyous Union sect, it is certainly of upper grade. It emphasizes the fusion of spirit and flesh, the harmony of yin and yang, and attains the ultimate joy of truth. By using special postures during moments of emotional connection supplemented by the secret techniques, incantations, one can rapidly enhance their cultivation and divine sense. Especially during the first enhancement, the effect is maximized. Of course, it is also possible to absorb yin to supplement yang, or vice versa. One only needs to conceal the corresponding key parts. Master, how do you know this so well? Ahem. Morong Yun coughed twice, while I naturally overheard it from fellow disciples back then. Sudiwa quickly comprehended the entirety of the yin-yang harmony great joy secret technique. Although she was already a married woman, she still felt her face flush at some of the postures described within, as 2 blushes rose on her cheeks. Speaking of which, your 2 physiques are perfectly suited for the yin-yang path. If you cultivate before breaking the pure yin and pure yang, perhaps your divine sense could directly break through to the Golden Core level, allowing you to advance 1 or 2 small realms. It's all my fault for not thinking of this back then. Su Diu's mouth twitched slightly as she glanced at Yi Fan, then walked over and said, Husband, I will teach you a secret technique. Let's practice together tonight. What secret technique? Yi Fan opened his eyes and looked at her with a gentle smile. Close your eyes and concentrate. Yi Fan complied. Su Diu raised her delicate hand and pointed it at his brow. After a while Yi Fan felt himself blush slightly, even feeling a bit dry in the mouth. Isn't this the dual cultivation technique? Su Diu briefly explained the effects and origins of this technique to Yi Fan. To think there is such a marvelous technique, let's try it quickly. It's perfect for enhancing our abilities before entering the secret realm. Su Diu nodded slightly, her cheeks still lightly flushed. She raised her hand to gently undo her clothing. As her delicate fingers moved, the light blue hem of her dress slipped down, revealing skin as white as jade. Yi Fan also removed all his clothing, and the faint golden spiritual light flowing over his bronze skin accentuated his tall and robust figure. The 2 began to try the technique. They performed the secret technique, reciting the incantations as the utmost yin and utmost cold powers fused with the utmost yang and utmost firm powers continually merging together. The power of yin-yang flowed through both their limbs and dantians. Su Diu's spiritual power surprisingly became even more refined and pure, while Yi Fan's spiritual power also continually increased. Eventually their souls began to merge, nourished by mysterious powers constantly growing stronger, and the power of their divine sense rapidly enhanced. An hour later both were drenched in fragrant sweat. Indeed, I have reached the limit of Foundation Establishment for my divine sense, Su Diu exclaimed in delight. My divine sense has also reached the completion of Foundation Establishment, and my realm has achieved the late stage of Foundation Establishment 7th layer with solid and abundant spiritual power, showing no signs of weakness. Yi Fan had previously experienced a transformation of divine sense ahead of time, thus his divine sense exceeded that of others in the same realm, comparable to the 9th layer of Foundation Establishment. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to perfectly harness the powerful physical strength. Afterwards Su Diu took out 3 spirit nourishing pills that Su Chuan had long given her. As long as she reached the completion of foundation establishment, he would provide them even if there were no opportunities for her divine sense to break through to the golden core. It could at least allow her divine sense to reach the limit of foundation establishment. Such a breakthrough to the golden core level could make her somewhat stronger than cultivators of the same realm. Naturally, she would not be able to compete with those who had transformed ahead of time like Su Chuan and Su Delying, who broke through to the golden core, whose divine sense power could directly rival that of the mid-stage golden core. According to Ling Jie's experience in breaking through, those who reach the limit of divine sense only need to take 2 pills simultaneously. Su Diyue immediately complied. Until the next morning, their souls successfully transformed. Afterwards, Su Diyue devoted herself to practicing the Cold Sky Seal, 9 seals into 3. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was focusing on increasing his cultivation level. It was not very appropriate to practice fist techniques at this moment, especially since he had already mastered the first form of the celestial fist to perfection, which was quite fast. It would be somewhat difficult to cultivate to perfection in a short time. This could only depend on his own comprehension, as external forces were almost useless. The two began to taste the benefits brought by the Yin-Yang Harmony Great Joy secret technique, as if they had experienced a delightful flavor. At night they would practice for half an hour to an hour. Although the improvements brought were not as significant as the first time, they were still effective. At least after 2 days, Yi Fan's cultivation broke through to the 8th layer of foundation establishment. Su Chuan was quite surprised by this, and then learned about the existence of the secret technique from them. With a serious expression, Su Chuan said, "With such a good thing, why didn't you bring it out to share? This technique needs to be practiced in pairs to be effective." Yi Fan scratched his head, and then informed Su Chuan of the complete secret technique. Upon receiving it, Su Chuan smiled, and said, "Can't we familiarize ourselves with it in advance, and use it later?" "Indeed, master, you are right." Yi Fan's mouth twitched slightly. "All right." Su Chuan patted his shoulder, and said, "We should go participate in the secret realm competition. Since everyone has made breakthroughs, let's perform well." "Yes, master grandfather." The group went together with the people from Tiansong Mansion to the arena square. The entrance to the secret realm was also here. This secret realm was initially a natural one. After its opportunities were exhausted, it was transformed into the trial secret realm of the Xianyu sect. At the hour of Chun, as the morning light broke and the clouds were painted, the 8 mansions gathered once more, and the onlookers surrounded them. In the last arena battle, Su Chuan had made a fortune of over 21,000 spirit stones. As for this secret realm competition, it concerned the competition for 72 spots on the young talents list, so the stakes were naturally enormous. Not only were there bets on who could secure the 72 spots, but also on who could become the champion. Su Chuan glanced around, and participated only in the former betting that Yi Fan, Su Mingxian, and Su Diyue could enter the 72 spots. Each bet was still 3,000 spirit stones. Su Diyu's odds of entering the 72 were 1 to 1.5. Su Mingxian's odds were 1 to 5. Yi Fan's odds were also 1 to 5. The reason for such high odds was that basically no one believed they could break into the top 72. At the moment of Chunxin, Xianjinjuan arrived again from afar and stopped in midair above the square. This competition is for the secret realm, and the rules are as follows: seize the identity tokens of others. 1 token earns 1 point. Tokens cannot be exchanged among the same mansion's forces, but can be exchanged among different mansions. Aside from that, there are no other rules. Life and death are not restricted, and any means are allowed. Alliances can be formed, and ambushes and assassinations are also. Until only 72 people are left in the secret realm, the trial will end. The trial range is 100 miles, and outside this range will be shrouded in mist. Once one enters the mist, they will be considered eliminated. Every day the mist will gradually shrink. After 10 days the range will only be a square mile. The last 72 people will be ranked according to their points. The ranking determines the different rewards that can be obtained. The top 36 can request opportunities to maximize their own strength. Of course, the size of the opportunities depends on the rankings. The champion can grant the highest opportunity of 3rd grade high quality, including pills, magical treasures, talismans, formation tools, secret techniques, divine abilities, materials, spiritual herbs, and spirit stones. Among these, the highest magical treasure is of low quality, the talismans are 3rd grade low quality, the formation tools are 2nd grade top tier, and the materials and spiritual herbs can go up to 3rd grade high quality, with spirit stones being of a certain high quality. From 2nd to 10th place, the highest opportunity is of 3rd grade middle quality, with the magical treasures, talismans, and formation tools reduced by 1 grade, while the materials and spiritual herbs can reach 3rd grade middle quality. From 11th to 36th place, the highest opportunity is of 3rd grade low quality, with magical treasures, talismans, and formation tools the same as above, while materials and spiritual herbs are reduced by 1 grade. Before entering, each person will receive a life-saving jade token. If one actively crushes the jade token, they can be transported back to the square after 3 breaths. How to survive those 3 breaths relies entirely on one's own means. From 11th to 36th place, the highest opportunity is of 3rd grade low quality, with magical treasures, talismans, and formation tools the same as above, while materials and spiritual herbs are reduced by 1 grade. And cultivate. Within the secret realm, life and death are disregarded. Remember, only the young talents who survive to the end are the true young talents. With one more reminder, Qing Xianjinjuan took out a token from his sleeve using his tremendous spiritual power to open a secret realm entrance with a diameter of 3 zhang in midair above the square. Everyone enter. At his command, one by one Foundation establishment cultivators soared into the air, transforming into streams of colorful light and rushing into the secret realm. The last to enter was Qing Xianjinjuan himself. As the host of this trial, he needed to stop the Foundation establishment geniuses' bloody battles once only the last 72 remained in the secret realm. Otherwise, if they became too bloodthirsty, they might continue fighting endlessly. The onlookers surrounding the square were buzzing with discussions. It's a pity that there is no Xianguang mirror to reveal this time, otherwise it would definitely be much more interesting, someone lamented. Do you think this is a game? If various young talents' hidden trump cards are leaked, they would definitely be targeted during the competition for the young talents list. Besides, no one wants to expose their bloodthirsty side in public. If they encounter each other in the outside world, very few would spare the onlookers. What you said makes sense. Many people agreed. That Song Wolfjinjuan looked towards the Tian Song mansion camp, and provocatively said, Qing Mu Dao, you, the number of our two sects entering the secret realm is not very different this time. Do you want to bet with me, and see which of our two mansions has more people among the last 72? I don't have that kind of leisure. Qing Mujinjuan said indifferently. Are you afraid to bet Dao Yu? After all, in the last few times, which time did your Tian Song mansion not come in last? Upon hearing this, Qing Mujinjuan frowned, but did not speak. How about this? As long as you participate, my sect will return the corpses of the sect members from your sect that fell in the secret realm. What do you think? Rest assured, this won't count as part of the wager. Regardless of winning or losing, my sect will abide by the agreement, especially with so many forces as witnesses. Qing Muzinjin's heart stirred. Although presenting the corpses was of little use, many members had fallen last time, and bringing them back could stabilize people's hearts and enhance cohesion. What do you want to bet? My sect will exchange 2 third-grade spiritual veins for a piece of territory of 100 miles in Tiansong Mansion. The other gold core cultivators felt a shiver in their hearts. The Greed Wolf sect is trying to scheme for the entire Tiansong Mansion. The Greed Wolf sect borders on the Tiansong Mansion. The Tiansong Mansion is the weakest of the 8 mansions, while the Greed Wolf sect is a demonic sect with highly aggressive tendencies. The gold core realms of the Xianyu sect frowned, but ultimately did not say anything. Qing Mujinjuan took a long time to respond. Song Wolfjinjuan smiled again, saying, Qing Mujinjuan, there is no agreement between the mansions that forbids attacks on each other. It's just that the strength of each nascent soul faction is almost equal. If both sides suffer heavy losses, they might be taken advantage of by others, which is why they have maintained peace for so long. 1,000 years ago this kind of event occurred, didn't it? The various factions fell silent. Regardless of whether they agreed or not, it seemed that the Greed Wolf sect was determined to take over Tiansong Mansion. They were also curious about what confidence the Greed Wolf sect had to speak so boldly. Whether we bet or not, the conflict between the Greed Wolf sect and my Tiansong sect is inevitable. After this secret realm competition ends, we need to send news back and be on high alert. As for the young talent spots, if luck is on our side, perhaps we can surpass them this time. Alright, this true monarch will bet with you, but the conditions need to be amended. If our 2 mansions have an equal number of young talent spots, it counts as my Tiansong mansion win. Agreed. Song Wolfjinjuan grinned, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Do you really think your Tiansong sect can compare with my Greed Wolf sect? This time our Greed Wolf sect has the strongest lineup in history. Even the champion can compete. The various forces of Tiansong Mansion felt immense pressure. Once the 2 mansions go to war, it will involve a wide range of consequences, and the gold core families will also be in danger. Seeing the solemn expressions of the crowd, Qing Mujinjuan said, the sects or families that make significant contributions to this young talent event, even if they cannot defeat the Greed Wolf sect, my sect will grant them a 3rd-grade spiritual vein as a reward. Su Chuan's eyes brightened upon hearing this, but he was also worried about the changes in Tiansong Mansion. Having just arrived for over a decade, I haven't even experienced the great calamity in the prison land, and now I have to experience the clash of nascent soul-level forces outside. It's somewhat unfortunate. However, having a 3rd-grade spiritual vein as compensation is also a kind of consolation. Su Chuan still felt at ease regarding the 3 of them. After all, he had prepared Su Mingxian well. Inside the secret realm, the crowd was immediately transported to a certain forest surrounded by dense fog within a Xianqing Jinjuan sat cross-legged in the high sky, his divine sense enveloping the entire 100-mile area. Ordinary gold core divine senses naturally could not cover such a vast range. Only Xianqing Jinjuan, having reached the completion of gold core, could do so. Su Mingxian, Su Diyue, and Yi Fan were not in the same place. Fortunately, Su Diyue had broken through to gold core divine sense. The moment she and Su Mingxian entered the forest, she released her divine sense. After a while, both sensed each other's divine sense just on the eastern and western edges of the forest, while Yi Fan, fortunate enough, was roughly in the middle position. If the mist shrinks evenly, then Yi Fan is indeed the chosen one. Su Mingxian and Su Diyue immediately withdrew their divine senses and moved towards Yi Fan's location. However, not long after flying he encountered a rival from the other faction. The two naturally did not hold back. Su Diyue struck first with a type of cold sky seal, instantly shattering the defenses of the Xianyue sect cultivator. The man's face changed drastically. Without a second thought, he slapped his storage bag and pulled out an escape talisman, fleeing over 10 miles. Su Diyue dispersed the seal in her hand and continued to fly forward. Of course, if the opponent still wished to fight, he wouldn't mind seizing an identity token. After this Xianyue sect disciple fled, he felt a lingering fear and said, Su Diyue's strength is indeed formidable, but I am ranked 15th among the participating disciples of Xianyue sect this time. She has concealed her true strength. I feel like my power is already on par with the top 5 prodigies of the Xianyue sect. Indeed, as soon as we reach this final secret realm competition, all sorts of unsettling characters begin to emerge. High in the sky, the Qingxian true monarch stroked his beard and smiled faintly. This girl from the Su family has even managed to deceive me. He did not believe Su Diyue could improve so significantly in such a short span of 3 days. Su Diyue and Su Mingxian both possessing divine senses at the golden core level, the Su family truly has some merit. As the host of this grand event, even if a prodigy from the Xianyue sect falls, he would not intervene. Only those who survive are the true prodigies. In just a brief moment, battles erupted all over a 100-mile radius. Anyone who faced defeat immediately fled. Initially, they had ample hidden cards, and with at least top-tier defensive artifacts, even prodigies wielding divine powers could block a strike or two before escaping. Just like that Xianyue sect cultivator from earlier. Thus, after a stick of incense passed, no one was eliminated. Su Diyue and Su Mingxian fought their way through, taking nearly 2 hours to cover a distance of several dozen miles. Not just the 3 of them were gathering, most others were the same. However, they could only scout around 8 to 9 miles with their basic foundation establishment divine senses, and since they shared the same level of divine sense, they couldn't hide from others and were easily targeted by enemies. Thus, unless luck favored them, it would not be easy for the others to converge. Among those from the Tiansong sect who qualified for the secret realm battle, they were divided into 3 groups: 5 from the Tiansong sect, 3 from the Su family, and 4 from Yin Quangti, Yin Fengwu Sheng Wanhong, and Wenrenjia. Finally, there was Chun Tianlei from the Chun family, who had connections with all 3 factions. If he encountered the Su family, he could ally with them thanks to the relationship between Su Chuan and Chinchanga. If he met the aristocratic group as a newly emerged golden core aristocrat, he could band together for warmth. When encountering the Tiansong sect, he could also integrate in. Su Mingxian was the first to arrive near Yi Fan, making quite a commotion. The Qingye sect cultivator engaged in battle with Yi Fan, sensed Su Mingxian's approach, and immediately repelled Yi Fan, flying southward. Yi Fan did not want to expose his strength too early, and was too lazy to pursue, allowing him to leave. Su Mingxian landed. Yi Fan approached with a smile, calling out father-in-law. Su Mingxian nodded slightly, and then dispersed his divine sense, quickly sensing Su Diyue's location. Diyue is 6 or 7 miles to the east, engaged in battle with a member of the Tanlang sect, reportedly the 4th-ranked, named Ding Ming. Let's go, we should head over. The two immediately set off, but given the escape method seen during their previous battles, Su Mingxian decided to quietly set up an array. Yi Fan agreed. Half a tea's time later, the two quietly arrived nearby, where Su Diyue was fiercely battling Ding Ming. Su Diyue was in a tough spot. She had deployed the Cold Sky 3 seals, but was unable to defeat him. Ding Ming, also astonished, said, while fending off Su Diyue, I didn't expect Su Diyue to hide her strength. You are now strong enough to contend for the title of number 1 in the Tiansong sect, right? Aren't you the same? Ranked 4th, yet you have grasped divine powers. Logically, the Tanlang sect should have designated you as a seed candidate. What do you know? If it weren't for those 2 suddenly emerging characters, I would have ranked 2nd among this year's Tanlang sect disciples. Ding Ming said, I won't waste more words with you. Su Diyue, your strength is commendable, but you previously killed our Tanlang sect's Mo Sheng in the arena, angering our sect's Songlong true monarch. He has given orders that if we encounter any members of the Su family in the secret realm, we must ensure your deaths in the most painful way possible. Ding Ming formed hand seals and unleashed a demonic secret technique, his aura soaring significantly. Su Diyue's expression turned serious, and she even contemplated using the Taiyin flying sword. At that moment, a rays of light rose around them. Following that, a chilling voice echoed, if you wish to kill members of the Su family, you are not qualified. The 6 Harmonies absolute sealing array enveloped the area, cutting off all fluctuations of battle. Su Mingxian and Yi Fan shot in from hundreds of meters away, reaching Su Diyue's side. Father, husband. Su Diyue's eyes lit up with joy, and her heart instantly calmed. Now that everyone is here, it's just in time to send you 3 on your way together. Golden lights swirled around him as his scarlet gold armor flew out of his storage bag, instantly covering his body. His fists were also clad in gauntlets shimmering with scarlet gold light, his stature increasing by half a foot. Muscle. Golden lights swirled around him as his scarlet gold armor flew out of his storage bag, instantly covering his body. His fists were also clad in gauntlets shimmering with scarlet gold light, his stature increasing by half a foot, muscles bulging, exuding a terrible pressure like a humanoid beast. Bang! Yi Fan stomped the ground violently, leaving a deep pit. Using the momentum, he shot out like a cannonball, arriving in front of Ding Ming in the blink of an eye. Ding Ming's blood-colored warblade was surrounded by a chilling aura just as he was about to strike Su Diyue. Upon seeing Yi Fan's sudden attack, he hurriedly turned his blade to block. Yi Fan's eyes turned crimson as he unleashed the first form of the Brahma Heavenly Fist, crashing down. With immense power, the punch infused with a pale golden glow, colliding with the blood-colored warblade. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was deafening. Ding Ming felt his arm go numb, a mix of shock and anger swelling within him. This Yi Fan had actually hidden his strength. His aura was comparable to a peak second-tier demonic beast. Before he could react, Yi Fan was already entangled in close combat, his fists raining down like a tempest, each strike of the Brahma Heavenly Fist carrying tremendous force akin to a small mountain crashing down. Yi Fan restrained Ding Ming tightly, making it difficult for him to escape. Originally, his demonic techniques combined with this second-tier magic blade were nearly unstoppable, but now he was being blocked by an 8th-layer Foundation establishment cultivator with just his fists. Even though the gauntlet armor was also a second-tier artifact, the residual force from their clashes was enough to shatter bones. But Ding Ming saw that Yi Fan remained unharmed and actually grew more ferocious in battle. What terrifying fist techniques, what powerful physique. Moreover, wasn't he only at the 7th layer of Foundation establishment a few days ago? Even Ding Ming had to admit that Yi Fan now had the qualifications to battle him, especially with Su Diyue and Su Mingxian on his side. A vague feeling of unease began to brew within him. Taking advantage of the moment, Su Diyue retreated to a distance, her fingertips forming seals, as she shot clear watery spells like arrows toward Ding Ming, simultaneously forming seals to cast the Cold Sky Seal down upon him. Su Mingxian was also casting the Tai-Bai sword technique from afar, several strands of golden sword light transforming into rainbow beams, coordinating with Su Diyue's spells to launch a pincer attack. Under their combined assault, Ding Ming felt the pressure mount, his blood-colored war blade struggling to defend. He glanced at the surrounding array, light occasionally slashing at the array's barrier, but it only caused ripples. What level of array is this? Then he attempted to use his escape technique, transforming his body into a streak of black light, but crashed against the array's barrier, unable to break free. How can this be? Su Mingxian said this array isolates space and is specifically designed to counter escape techniques and talismans. You have no way to escape. This grand array was set up by you, right? Then I'll kill you first. Ding Ming shot towards Su Mingxian, but midway he was blocked by Yi Fan, while Su Diyue also struck with the Cold Sky 3 seals. If you want to kill me, then at the very least I'll take one of you down with me. Ding Ming began to fight for his life. But Yi Fan's physique and power were truly terrifying, plus he had second-tier defensive armor. Even those who grasped 4 or 5 portions of divine power found it hard to take his life. Furthermore, Su Diyue was not to be underestimated, her Cold Sky 3 seals rivaling the power of 2 portions of divine power. Seeing him go mad, Su Mingxian immediately set up a battle array. Over this time, he had managed to compress the casting time of the battle array to 3 breaths and could deploy 3 types of battle arrays simultaneously. One after another, the arrays coalesced. In the 5 elements battle array, the powers of the 5 elements transformed into several chains extending from the void, binding Ding Ming tightly. With the binding power of 5 second-tier arrays, Ding Ming could not break free instantly. Su Diyue's Cold Sky Seal landed on him, quickly freezing him, and finally, Yi Fan rushed in, smashing his body with a punch. Boom! Ice shards flew everywhere. Yi Fan reached out and took the fallen storage bag, scanning it with his divine sense, smiling faintly. There's quite a lot here, and even 2 identity tokens, just right for each of us. Yi Fan took out the tokens, handing 2 to Su Diyue and Su Mingxian. Then he added, "Father-in-law, you can transfer the remaining items to your storage bag." Su Mingxian nodded, and after transferring the items, the mid-tier storage bag was also left behind. "By the way, father, there's something that feels a bit strange to me." Su Diyue recounted what Ding Ming had mentioned about her initially being ranked 2nd in the Tanlang sect, only to be pushed out of the top 3 by 2 suddenly emerging individuals. Su Mingxian's gaze flickered as he pondered. With Ding Ming's strength, ordinarily he would definitely help the Tanlang sect secure a prodigy spot, but clearly he places more importance on those 2 who suddenly appeared. This only indicates that the 2 of them are of great use to the Tanlang sect, and are indeed stronger than Ding Ming. Yi Fan exclaimed, "Does that mean there are 4 prodigies in the Tanlang sect who have grasped divine powers this time?" "Currently there are 3. Su Diyue glanced at the ice shards scattered around, saying lightly, "But this level is probably only second to the Xianyue sect, right? I have a slight bad feeling. Combining with my father's warnings before we set off this morning, the danger might come from those 2 of the Tanling sect. Perhaps we might encounter old friends." After that, Su Mingxian did not speak further, but communicated through divine sense. Yi Fan instantly thought, could it be related to the significant losses suffered during the last Tiansong sect secret realm expedition? The sudden emergence of those 2 combined with the timing and Ding Ming's words indeed seems quite likely. Regardless, the 3 of us must not separate. We have witnessed their methods before. Last time the Su family had fully encircled the ancient demon Yulao Mo, and while their chances of winning were not small, they nearly lost Su Chuan to possession at the last moment. Yi Fan and Su Diyue exchanged glances, both slightly nodding. The three then began searching for other participants earning points. Relying on Yi Fan's close combat skills, Su Du's long-range ice control, and Su Mingxian setting up arrays to isolate space. Anyone who encountered the three of them and did not flee immediately was stripped of their token. However, they were not bloodthirsty. Some individuals battered and coerced into surrendering their storage bags, and tokens were allowed to shatter their jade tokens and leave. But anyone who felt the murderous intent was not spared. I didn't expect that the most troublesome part of this Tiansong sect prodigy event would come from the Foundation establishment family disciples of the Tiansong sect. Qingxian, true monarch, stroked his beard and sighed gently. If those three team up, even against the Xianyue sect, it would be difficult to predict a victory. What the ancestor said, the winds of change in Tiansong, seemed to hold truth. Then his gaze fell upon the two demonic cultivators of the Tanlang sect. They're both at the peak of Foundation establishment, with divine senses reaching the limit of Foundation establishment, and their use of divine powers is very proficient. Even a casual strike can unleash 5 or 6 portions of divine power. Moreover, they comprehend more than one type of divine power. Without the use of artifacts, they can suppress over 90% of cultivators. Their movement, combat, and all aspects are nearly impeccable. Such disciples are more than capable of competing for the top position. How could the Tanlang sect possibly have two of them? He sensed that something was off, but he couldn't intervene. Even if there were problems, he could only investigate their backgrounds thoroughly after the secret realm competition. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The mist circle began to shrink. Battles among various factions intensified, with scenes of pursuit unfolding everywhere. Many who sought to form alliances encountered each other. Some circumstances reversed, leading to counterpursuit, while others directly killed to obtain tokens. There were also cases where 2 or 3 people teamed up, but were still killed, fleeing like frightened mice, ultimately eliminated or slain. The people from the Tiansong sect seemed to have good luck. Yin Fengwu, Yin Kuangtu, and Wen Renjia encountered each other and formed an alliance. Lu Yuetsong Dowling and Lei Chaojian acted together. Shen Feiyu faced the first prodigy of the Xianyue sect, Zhang Xian, and seeing that escape was impossible, decisively abandoned his token, shattering his jade plate to forcibly extend his survival to the end of 3 breaths, and was teleported away. Meanwhile, Shang Wanhong faced the Tanlang sect and was killed, his corpse still being teleported out. Shen Tianlei was also eliminated, but relying on his Taotai shield, he managed to last until the end of 3 breaths in front of a Tiansong sect prodigy and was teleported away. The Tanlang sect's Su Mingxian trio killed 4 people, eliminated 5 more by their sex prodigies, and only 9 remained in the secret realm, fewer than the Tiansong. Soon Shi Tianqing encountered a special demonic cultivator from the Tanlang sect, fighting fiercely, but ultimately unable to win, being toyed with, even having his escape talisman interrupted. In a moment of crisis, Song Dowling, Lu Yue, and Lei Chaojin arrived. The 4 teamed up, managing to escape. They were left with lingering fears and acted together after. Not long after, they encountered a team of 6 from the Tsongshan sect, eliminating 3 of the other side, while the rest fled. However, Lei Chaojian was gravely injured. Given the increasing frequency of encounters with various enemies, Lei Chaojian reluctantly shattered his jade plate and chose to leave actively. This was better than being treated as a discarded pawn later on, where he might not even ensure his life. In just 2 days, more than 50 of those teleported out were eliminated. As for those who died in the secret realm, there were over 30. On the 3rd day, the number of people in the secret realm had dwindled to under 100, and the area for combat had shrunk to 80 miles. The battles grew increasingly arduous, with many forming alliances if victories were hard to come by, and individuals could only retreat for the time being. The only exception was Su Mingxian and his group. Anyone enveloped by the formation had no chance to escape. They were either slain or forcibly teleported away. Yi Fan's defense was terrifying. He had withstood the full force of 3 who were no less powerful than Lu Yu and Yin Kuangtu. Su Diyue was also holding back 2 opponents, allowing Su Mingxian to deploy the formation with ease. If it were merely the 6 Harmonies absolute ceiling formation, they would find it challenging to capture the people from Tsongshan Prefecture. However, Su Mingxian also had the Cloud Heaven illusion formation at his disposal. The second-tier top-tier illusion formation was not something they could see through. The most feared person suddenly appeared, and the most dreaded scenario unfolded once again. Even though they realized it was an illusion, it was difficult to overcome in a short time. Moreover, with Su Mingxian personally controlling the formation, blending reality with illusion to manipulate minds, it became unpredictable. They even mistook their allies for phantoms, leading to infighting. In the end, all 5 members of Tsongshan sect were killed, unable to even crush their jade tokens to escape. Even Qing Xinjinjuan felt this was somewhat beyond the scope of normality. Where did so many top-tier formations come from? Yet he also discerned that Su Mingxian's mastery of formations was quite high, at least a second-tier top-tier formation master. From the 5 members of Tsongshan sect, Su Mingxian and his group acquired 8 tokens, making a small profit. The tokens were evenly distributed, yet could also be concentrated on one person in critical moments. On the 4th day, Su Mingxian and his group finally encountered one of the unique demonic cultivators from the Greedy Wolf sect, Zhongli. Su Diyue from Tiansong Prefecture, Yi Fan, Su Mingxian. Su Mingxian and the others turned to look in the direction of the voice. The figure stood in the shadows of the trees clad in a black robe with the greedy wolf sect emblem embroidered on the hem, surrounded by dense demonic energy. The black-robed demonic cultivator was slender, who despite his young voice his eyes conveyed an incongruous sense of weariness, as if he had lived for millennia. When his gaze swept over the three, it carried a chilling indifference towards life. He seemed to be employing some secret technique as they could not perceive him with their golden core divine sense. Yi Fan and the others speculated that Zhong Li and another named Wenjiu were ancient demons with their consciousnesses possessing others. Now that they saw him, their suspicions grew stronger. Without a word, Yi Fan's body erupted with crimson golden light, his golden armor enveloping him as he shot towards the black-robed demonic cultivator like an arrow released from a bow. His iron fists infused with the overwhelming might of the holy body of the celestial reached the demonic cultivator in an instant. Bully heaven fist, he struck. Zhong Li let out a cold snort, his voice still hoarse. He did not dodge, instead he raised his right hand, condensing demonic energy into claws, meeting Yi Fan's fist with the demonic abyss claw infused with 70% of his divine power. Bang! The fist and claw collided, sending shockwaves in all directions. Yi Fan felt a chilling force spreading up his arm, and he was pushed back 3 steps. At this moment the cold heaven 3 seals also struck from another side. Su Mingxian snapped open his storage bag, sending 6 formation flags flying to stand in the 6 harmonies covering the area around them. A formation. Zhong Li's eyes turned cold. He raised his hand to conjure 2 demonic flame lotus flowers. One incinerated the cold heaven seal, while the other sped towards Su Mingxian. Yi Fan suddenly leaped out, delivering several punches that shattered the demonic flame lotus. Zhong Li remained calm, sizing Yi Fan up. In the next moment, the 6 harmonies absolute sealing formation closed in. However, Su Mingxian did not intend to end it there. He set up the cloud heaven illusion formation once more. Your fleshly body is somewhat special. I seem to have some impression of you. After capturing you, we'll have to interrogate you thoroughly before killing you. As for now, Zhong Li's figure flickered, approaching Su Mingxian like a phantom. Numerous cold water sword lights blocked his path. He raised his claws again, tearing through the water curtain, while Su Mingxian had retreated to a distance at the edge of the great formation. Yi Fan once more closed in, but was easily repelled, sustaining some injuries. You brat, relying on your strong, fleshly body, do you think no one can break through it? Since you seek death, then I shall first render you immobile. Zhong Li's claw tore through Yi Fan's head. Yet in the next moment, he sensed something was amiss. An illusion, Zhong Li sneered. A surge of mysterious power erupted from his body, directly shattering the illusion. Then he saw Yi Fan approaching with Su Diu's sword light descending from above. A mere trick. He unleashed a surge of black, demonic flames that blocked Yi Fan's authority and began to burn his magical artifacts in retaliation. Su Diu's sword light also could not shake him. In the next moment, Zhong Li prepared to counterattack. However, dense clouds and mist surged around him, obscuring his vision and momentarily halting his movement. Yet after a moment, he determined the positions of the two and acted decisively. At this moment, countless flying swords suddenly coalesced from within the clouds, launching a deadly assault. Zhong Li furrowed his brow, raising a demonic flame light curtain to defend against the cloud-encased flying swords. At this moment, Su Mingxian was simultaneously controlling the cloud heaven illusion formation while setting up the 3rd major formation, the 7 stars sealing demon formation. Formation completed. 7 stars sealing demon. Another light curtain rose. Zhong Li instantly felt an invisible force compressing the entire space, pressing down on his body and divine soul. His strength was immediately affected. For an ordinary foundation establishment demonic cultivator, it would be reduced to less than half. Yet Zhong Li could still unleash 70 to 80% of his power. Sealing demon formation. I didn't expect you to be so well prepared. Zhong Li's mocking voice echoed. The clouds then dispersed, coalescing at the formation's edge. Since Yi Fan and Su Diu would also be affected by the cloud, Su Mingxian had opted for a different approach, only condensing the cloud energy into tangible attacks. As he divided his divine sense to control the 7 stars sealing demon formation and the cloud heaven illusion formation. The 7 stars demon binding chains coalesced from the void, wrapping around Zhong Li. At the same time, Yi Fan closed in once more. Su Diu at a distance cast cold elemental techniques, the cold heaven seal and the cold water sword technique, replenishing her slightly insufficient mana with pills. As for the Taiyin flying sword, it was a guaranteed kill technique. Normally, it wouldn't necessarily slay the opponent, only when unleashing the full might of Taiyin. However, Su Diu could only use this technique once, as it required nearly 80% of her mana. Now that her divine sense had transformed to the golden core level, she found it manageable. Earlier, Su Mingxian had transmitted to her to wait until he set up the final killing formation, then find the right moment to execute it. The Xianxing Jinjuan was very curious about this battle. However, due to the cloud cover created by the Su family, he was unable to observe, unless he forcibly broke through with his divine sense. However, the formation was the key for Su Mingxian and the others to contend with Zhong Li. Any interference would disrupt the Secret Realms competition. Thus, he could only wait quietly for the outcome of this battle. In the formation space upon seeing the 7 stars demon binding chains, Zhongli felt a surge of inexplicable anger reminiscent of the initial encounter with the Blood Clan Patriarch and Yellow Mo. After all, under the formation suppression, if he were to be bound, it would once again restrict his strength. Yi Fan relied on his strong fleshly body, so he wouldn't suffer a devastating blow. Some minor injuries could be healed with healing pills after the fight. At this moment, Zhongli finally felt the pressure, particularly since Su Mingxian seemed to be setting up another formation. The binding formation, the illusion formation, and the sealing demon formation. The last one must be a killing formation, right? A second-tier top-tier killing formation posed a significant danger to him now. Although it wasn't likely to slay him in a few moves, the troublesome aspect of formations lay in their ability to draw upon the power of heaven and earth endlessly. With time, if he couldn't break the formation, he would be annihilated within it. Zhongli finally resorted to using magical artifacts. He had refrained from using them earlier, but now every little bit mattered. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Unless he could severely injure Yi Fan with a single strike with that meat shield present, Zhongli couldn't break the situation. Moreover, Su Diyue and Su Mingxian would never give him that chance. 4 symbols, absolute killing formation. The final killing formation finally coalesced. With the spirits of the 4 symbols materializing, Zhongli's expression changed. It truly was a second-tier top-tier killing formation. Having already been at a disadvantage with the addition of the 4 symbols spirits, Zhongli felt the threat of death once more. The last time he had come to this world as a foot soldier of the true demon realm, he had faced attacks from Golden Core cultivators. At that time, he had felt certain he would die. Yet in the end, he survived. However, their captain and stronger leaders had perished in the battle. Ultimately, can I not escape death? Then you all shall accompany me down. Zhongli appeared almost deranged, willing to self-destruct to kill Su Mingxian, and meanwhile Su Diyue, who was behind Zhongli, unleashed a fatal strike. A beam of moonlight instantly shattered the demonic flames, piercing Zhongli's dantian, with a faint white light spreading up and down from it. In the next moment, his entire body split in two. How is this possible? Zhongli's breath faded, yet countless demonic energies surged from his body. The Tian flying sword flew automatically above him, radiating a chilling moonlight. No, spare me. A scream rang out as a strand of divine sense was severed and then absorbed by the Tian. Su Diyue consumed a high-grade true condensation pill to restore her mana. Until she and Yi Fan had mostly recovered, they finally retracted the formation. Zhongli had at least 12 tokens on him, indicating his formidable strength. In the secret realm, there were a total of 182 tokens with only 72 people remaining. That meant an average of less than 3 tokens per person. Of course, the gap between the top-tier individuals and the bottom was significant. Most would likely only manage to keep the token they had. However, it was normal for someone like Zhongli to possess a dozen or so. After distributing the tokens, Su Mingxian and his companions each ended up with 8 tokens. This quantity undoubtedly placed them in the top 5, and they might even be in the top 3. With the accumulation from the storage bags of those, Zhongli had killed Su Mingxian, and his group had made a considerable profit comparable to what they had obtained previously. At this time, dozens of miles away, Zhang Xian was also confronting another ancient demon possessing someone, Wenjiu. In terms of divine technique, Zhang Xian was at a disadvantage. However, he had his own sealing formation, named the Small 5 Elements Sealing Demon Formation, which was even more restraining than the 7 Stars Sealing Demon Formation. Once the 5 Elements Sealing Demon Formation was established, Wenjiu's strength quickly decreased by 30 to 40%, leaving him suppressed by Zhang Xian. Unable to escape the Small 5 Elements Sealing Demon Formation, he was ultimately killed by Zhang Xian. However, Zhang Xian was unaware that there was still a nascent soul ancient demon's divine sense within Wenjiu. After taking the spoils, the divine sense fled, seemingly heading toward the other side of the forest. As a result, it encountered Su Mingxian and the others. Before they could engage in battle, the Tian flying sword flew out, automatically shattering its divine sense and allowing Murong Yun to enjoy a feast once more. Murong Yun said, "Not bad. If we can get 7 or 8 more, the Tian might just have a chance to revive its spiritual restrictions and return to the grade of a low-grade spiritual treasure. Master, don't think too much about it. If we get another one like this, we might not survive. Unknown, we are no match for him." I was just saying casually, but from the divine sense fragments of this ancient demon, it seems it was single-handedly killed by someone named Zhang Xian. Isn't that the #1 prodigy of the Xianyu sect? Su Diyue exclaimed, is his strength really this formidable? This demon also seemed to have its strength suppressed by the sealing formation, which was why it was defeated. Otherwise Zhang Xian would not have been a match for either of them. Su Diyue nodded slightly and transmitted this information to Yi Fan and Su Mingxian. Both were astonished by Zhang Xian's strength. They both qualified to confront Zhang Xian, but neither was his match. In front of him, Yi Fan could only withstand it. Although Su Mingxian's formation was strong, unless he could deploy it within an instant during the competition for rankings among prodigies, he would be easily targeted. With over 90 people remaining aside from a few exceptions, the rest had relatively similar strength. Moreover, most had already formed alliances, making it quite difficult to eliminate everyone. Only the lone Zhang Xian Su Mingxian and his companions along with the recently deceased Zhong Li and Wen Jiao could accomplish that. Thus on the fourth day, only 6 to 7 people were killed or teleported away. The remaining number stood at 88. On the fifth day, Yan Fengwu and Wenren Jia from Tiansong Prefecture chose to leave due to severe injuries, while Yan Kuangtu. On the sixth day, Shi Tianqing Song Daoling and Lu Yu encountered 4 from the Xian Yu sect, 2 of whom were in the top 5 wielding divine powers. Shi Tianqing and the others were unable to withstand them and retreated in defeat. Lu Yu was severely injured and forced to leave, but soon after Shi Tianqing and Song Daoling crossed paths with Yan Kuangtu, and the 3 joined forces. Tiansong Prefecture was left with only 6 people. On this day, Su Mingxian and his companions encountered 4 from the Greedy Wolf sect and eliminated them all. The remaining 2 from the Greedy Wolf sect were the 1st rank Ji Du and the 5th rank Ji Yan, who acted together. Although Ji Du was ranked first on the surface, his strength was still inferior to Zhong Li and Wen Jiao. He was only placed above them due to their peculiarities. Nevertheless, Ji Du indeed possessed formidable power, wielding 60% of divine abilities. In terms of personal strength, excluding Zhong Li and Wen Jiao, he could rank among the top 5 in the secret realm, comparable to the 2nd of the Xian Yu sect and the 1st of Tsongshan sect. On the 7th day, the mist once again shrank, leaving only 40 miles, and clashes intensified. Some from the Xian Yu sect and Tsongshan sect suffered severe injuries and were eliminated, leaving only the final 72. The final 72 have been determined. How everyone cease hostilities. The voice echoed across the area, and everyone felt the pressure of the golden cord descend, startling them into an involuntary halt. Is it over? Finally over. Ah. Many let out roars of excitement. Yan Kuangta laughed heartily, shouting, I can go to the real prodigy conference now. Shi Tianqing and Song Daoling glanced at Yan Kuangtu, feeling emotional. They hadn't expected Lu Yu and the others to not make it to the end. Instead, it was an ordinary golden core family disciple who secured the prodigy slot. I wonder how others fared. It can't just be the 3 of us left, right? If that's the case, Tiansong Prefecture's luck is truly dismal. Song Daoling remarked. In a certain part of the forest, Zhang Xian encountered Su Mingxian and the others. However, before they could engage, the voice of Qing Xian Jinjuan sounded. Daoist Zhang. Su Mingxian clasped his fists and spoke. Zhang Xuanji nodded, slightly, a hint of peculiarity flashing in his eyes. Mainly, this combination was simply too bizarre. One of them was the lowest ranked participant in this round of the talented pre-selection, while the other was an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator who barely passed the arena battle, relying solely on his magical artifacts. Only Su Diyue could be somewhat assessed, but her strength was merely above average among all. Even more bizarre was that they were a family of 3, father-in-law, daughter, and this was probably the first time such a combination had appeared in the history of the talent convention. Yet despite their oddity, they successfully secured a spot among the 72 talents of the southern and northern regions. Everyone crush your jade tokens simultaneously in 15 minutes to be teleported out. Some who were more fatigued immediately sat down to recover. Su Mingxian looked at Zhang Xuanji and asked, how many tokens did you obtain, Dao friend Zhang? Zhang Xuanji smiled faintly, just 21 pieces, nothing more. No wonder you are Dao friend Zhang. Su Mingxian cupped his hands and then called Su Diyue and her husband to leave. Is that it? Zhang Xuanji was momentarily stunned. After the 3 left, they decided to hand over 22 tokens to Su Mingxian, keeping 6 pieces for themselves, 3 for Su Diyue, and 3 for Yi Fan. Having obtained so many tokens, they naturally aimed for the first place. Not for the fame, but to acquire the water and fire dual cultivation technique. As for Su Diyue and Yi Fan, even with just 3 tokens, there was still a glimmer of hope for the top 10. It was estimated that other factions would also concentrate their tokens on a single person. At the arena square, the crowd was abuzz with discussion. The main reason was that the variables this time were indeed significant. The top talents from Qingye Mansion, Baiwa Mansion, Hingyang Mansion, and Luyu Mansion were all eliminated, all defeated by disciples of the Greedy Wolf sect. Lord Songlong secretly felt pleased. My Greedy Wolf sect has been planning for a long time, bringing those few from the secret realm, and they certainly did not let us down. Now, seeing that few have been teleported out, it seems we have won the bet with Tiansong Mansion. He looked at Lord Qingmu and said, Lord Qingmu, don't forget the wager. Oomph. Lord Songlong was exceedingly furious, yet he gritted his teeth and restrained himself. Just 2 trifling 3rd-rank spirit veins will be delivered to you in a month. Then thank you, Dao friend Songlong, haha. Lord Songlong was puzzled, wondering how they could lose with Zhongli and Wen Jiao present. What could they possibly lose with? He turned to Lord Qingxian and asked, may I ask Dao friend Qingshuan, may I ask about my sect? Dao friend Songlong, if you ask further, you will overstep. In the secret realm, life and death are indifferent. Once you enter, you must be prepared to die inside. Could it be that you still wish to take revenge afterward? I spoke too much. Lord Songlong was drenched in cold sweat. Then Lord Qingxian said, this round of the Northwest talent pre-selection concludes here. Before you stand the 72 talents of our Northwest. As for those who did not come out, they have already been buried in the secret realm. The path to claiming the title of talent has always been accompanied by blood and bones. If one does not have the courage to fight to the end, they should not step forward. Now we will begin counting the number of tokens each talent holds. Only those that belong to oneself will be counted in the statistics. This counting was personally conducted by Lord Chuan, kept from the knowledge of outsiders. Half a stick of incense later. Now this true lord announces the rankings of the 8 mansions. First is Tiansong Mansion, second is Xianyu Mansion, followed by Songshan Mansion, Greedy Wolf Mansion, Qingya Mansion, Baiwa Mansion, Hingyang Mansion, and Lu. Upon hearing this ranking, everyone displayed expressions of disbelief. The Tiansong Mansion, usually at the bottom, had actually topped the list. Silence. Lord Qingxian declared, "This true lord can assure you that this ranking is indeed accurate." Next is the individual points ranking. First is Su Mingxian from Tiansong Mansion with 22 points. Second is Zhang Xuanji from Xianyu Mansion with 21 points. Upon hearing that Su Mingxian was only 1 point ahead of him, Zhang Xuanji looked at him incredulously. Could it be that he previously asked me just for this? Fifth is Ji Du from Greedy Wolf Mansion with 10 points. Sixth is Shi Tianqing from Tiansong Mansion with 6 points. Tied for 10th are Su Diyue and Yi Fan from Tiansong Mansion, each with 3 points. Everyone was in an uproar over this result. Su Mingxian, as the top scorer of this talent pre-selection, you may request the opportunity you desire, as long as it is within a reasonable range. Xianyu sect will fulfill it. If you do not wish for others to know, you may send me a voice transmission. Su Mingxian decisively sent a voice transmission. Senior, I wish to request a golden core technique for water and fire dual cultivation. Lord Qingxian slightly frowned and replied through voice transmission, "Are you certain you want the technique? This type of technique is extremely rare. Even this true lord has never." Suddenly a voice of an elder sounded in his ear. "Promise him I have this technique in my possession." "Yes, Master Ancestor." Lord Qingxian paused for a moment and continued, "I suddenly remembered that our Xianyu sect indeed possesses such a technique, but due to its special nature, no one has practiced it. Someone will be sent to fetch it shortly and deliver it to you." "Thank you, true lord." Su Mingxian felt somewhat excited. As the first top-tier earth spirit root talent of the Su family, if he were to be hindered by the conflict of water and fire spiritual powers and unable to cultivate, it would be too regrettable. Moreover, he was also her grandson. Next was Zhang Xuanji. Zhang Xuanji also did not disclose his thoughts. He sent a voice transmission asking, "Uncle Qingxuan, how did Su Mingxian surpass my score? What is his strength?" "I cannot say much. You will naturally know his strength when you encounter him in the future. In the secret realm, killing relies on comprehensive strength. Their high scores naturally have their reasons. However, you, when others ask about your gains, you foolishly divulged, 'I thought they were merely curious, so I satisfied their curiosity a little, but I didn't expect them to be so despicable as to set me up.' Enough. Your sect has already prepared for you, and with 3 months until the official competition, if you can improve further, you still have a great hope of entering the top 10. These are the exact words of the Master Ancestor. Zhang Xuanji mused. "I comprehended a divine ability gaining 70% of its power, yet it is still difficult to enter the top 10. Is it possible that the Ancestor is deliberately trying to provoke me? Do not underestimate the other 4 major top sects, and the nascent soul forces that have thrived for over 3 or 4,000 years. Our Xianyu sect primarily relies on the support of the Ancestor. If we cannot continuously produce formidable nascent soul cultivators, we may find it difficult to avoid the path of the previous top sects. In any case, the Ancestor's words likely hold no error." "Understood." Zhang Xuanji cupped his hands and left. In the blink of an eye, the first 36 people had all proposed their desired opportunities. Those who have gained the title of talents in our northwest may leave Xianyu City after obtaining what they desire. They may return in 3 months or choose to stay in the city. Thus, the Northwest talent pre-selection officially concludes here. Those who remain can stay, and those who wish to leave may do so. Some suffered tremendous losses while others struck great fortune, gaining several times the spirit stones. Su Chuanfei, concealed by a mask, gathered 34,500 spirit stones, causing envy in others. As for those who wished to follow Su Chuanfei, at a corner, the young man turned into an old man, and his aura did not match at all, making it impossible to follow him. 3 days later, Su Mingxian, Su Diyue, and Yi Fan received the opportunities they requested. Having obtained the technique for water and fire dual cultivation, Su Diyue and Yi Fan sought opportunities for themselves. Su Diyue wanted a bottle of 3rd rank mid-grade extreme cold spiritual liquid to assist in cultivating the 9 seals unity. Yi Fan sought a spirit liquid to enhance his cultivation, and Xianyu sect provided the 1,000-year empty blue spiritual liquid, which is useful for cultivators below the golden core stage. For Yi Fan, whose strength was at the early stage of foundation establishment, fully refining it could elevate him by a small realm. This was a precious treasure for cultivation, and Xianyu sect had it in limited supply. They truly did not expect that a foundation establishment cultivator at the 8th layer would become one of the 72 talents of the Northwest. However, the 3 were most concerned about that technique. This technique was called Yanhan's 9 Heavens, an ancient technique specifically created for the Yanhan's spiritual body. Cultivating it to perfection in 9 layers would allow one to reach the golden. It could achieve the state of water and fire complementing each other, with the water and fire originating from the same source. In the future, when breaking through to the nascent soul stage and transitioning to other techniques, it would not trigger conflicts between water and fire spiritual powers. Additionally, the technique mentioned that those practicing the Yanhan's spiritual body would increase their chances of breaking through to the golden core by 30% upon reaching perfection in 6 layers. Cultivating it to perfection in 9 layers would increase the chances of breaking through to the nascent soul stage by 10%. As for foundation establishment, a top-tier earth spirit root practitioner cultivating this rare ancient technique specifically created for this spiritual body could directly break through without needing external assistance. Of course, if one is not of the Yanhan's spiritual body, practicing this technique may allow them to grasp the powers of water and fire, but it would not aid in overcoming significant bottlenecks in cultivation. Once the talent convention concludes, we can have Fayer start cultivating after returning home, Su Chuan said with a faint smile. He will surely become another top figure of our Su family in the future. Su Mingxian and the others shared knowing smiles. A few days later, Lord Qingmu summoned Su Chuan and inquired about their plans. Su Chuan clasped his fists and said, I plan to stay in Xianyu City until the talent convention officially ends before returning to Tiansong Mansion. That is good. This true lord will return in a month and will bring the spirit vein that has been awarded to your Su family. Thank you, true lord. Su Chuan clasped his fists again. Originally, your Su family gained first place in this talent event, and with Tiansong Mansion becoming the first among the 8 mansions, my Tiansong sect should have rewarded you more. However, without sufficient strength, being too conspicuous may also bring calamity. Su Chuan nodded, slightly agreeing. Your Su family has potential, but to continue advancing you need to grow quickly. Surely you have noticed that a storm is brewing for Tiansong Mansion. If it comes to a fight with the greedy wolf sect, my Tiansong sect will not have the resources to protect you. Understood. Alright, this true lord has said enough, you may return now. After Su Chuan departed, he reflected, there are no everlasting families nor eternal sects. I have observed countless families and clans rise and fall within Tiansong Mansion, and now it is finally our Tiansong sect's turn. If I can break through to nascent soul, perhaps I can extend the duration of the sect. Either that or rely on external forces. However, which force would be willing to take the field personally? Such matters are often viewed as entertainment unless they affect oneself. The Su family has the potential to become a top golden core family, but it will take at least 200 to 300 years to mature. Time is running out. Su Chuan also felt a sense of crisis and began seclusion to develop new techniques. Su Mingxian and the others also entered seclusion to cultivate, striving to enhance their strength within 3 months. During these 3 months, all 72 talents were diligently improving themselves. Time passed quietly. 2 months later, Lord Qingmu returned to Xianyu City with Shi Tianxing Tsang Dowling and Yin Kuangtu. He brought the spirit veins and handed them to Su Chuan. Su Chuan stored the sealed spirit veins in his storage ring and once again entered seclusion. Before long, the day for their gathering and departure arrived. The foundation establishment cultivators who gained the talent spots and accompanying golden core elders gathered at the teleportation square. This talent convention is hosted in southern Qingyun City by the top sect of the south, the Qingyun sect. Leading their entire team was one of the supreme elders of Xianyu sect, Tian Yishangren, a mid-nascent soul cultivator, along with Lord Qingshuan, who was responsible for handling various matters. Tian Yishangren and Lord Qingxian arrived from the direction of Xianyu sect, landing on the teleportation array platform. Lord Qingxian said calmly, everyone come to the teleportation array platform. We will set off for Qingyun City shortly. Everyone moved. The large teleportation array could transmit up to 100 people at once. As the cultivators in charge of the teleportation array activated it, light illuminated the area. In an instant they disappeared without a trace. Following this, many cultivators wishing to witness the true talent convention in Qingyun City also paid their spirit stones and teleported over. For most cultivators, they may only witness a talent convention once in their lifetimes. Meanwhile, in the southern region, near Tianzhu sect in Tianzhu City. This was also a large cultivation city equipped with a teleportation array. At this time, many disciples of Tianzhu sect were present at the teleportation square. Some were going to participate in the talent convention, some were accompanying to cheer, and there were also golden core elders and the nascent soul supreme elder, Yin Longzi, leading the team. Little Shirshu, you seem particularly happy today, a female foundation establishment disciple asked. The one referred to as Little Shirshu was the dashing Su Deling. Su Deling's bright eyes lit up as she turned and smiled slightly. It's because I haven't seen my family for a long time. Little Shirshu has been out for quite a while now. Indeed, I have been traveling outside for nearly 2 years. The female disciple was slightly taken aback, but was it my hearing, or did Little Shirshu make a mistake? It should be 20 years, right? 2 years. Isn't it just a closed-door training session that has passed? At this moment, Master Liang said, everyone go to the teleportation platform and set off for Qingyun City. Yes, Master. Qingyun City. Many noble families take pride in swordsmanship, mostly being cultivators who practice sword techniques. They all aspire to join in the southern sword cultivation. The best are all from Qingyun, unmatched in battle power. The champion of the last Genius Conference was a disciple of the Qingyun sect. Hence this Genius Conference is held in Qingyun City. 5 areas have already been arranged in the city for the participants of the Genius Conference from the 5 major regions to reside. Bai Loyu is a genius of the Yuhua sect. I've heard that their disciples are very few, but all are exceptional. A friend of mine who is a loose cultivator from the central region said this. This time the top 7 geniuses from the central region are all disciples of the Yuhua sect, known as the 7 Sons of Yuhua. Last time they lost the top spot to the Qinyan sect, and it seems they want to wash away the humiliation this time. The top 7 geniuses are all from there. No way, there are many powerful nascent soul forces in the central region. How can their top talents not even make it into the top 7? My friend, you are unaware. Disciples of the Yuhua sect seldom travel outside, but when they do they are bound to be geniuses. What a glaring bald head. Should be careful. That is a disciple of the Thunder Sound Temple known for their exceptional demon-suppressing techniques. Be cautious, or you might get caught and subjected to transformation. The Thunder Sound Temple is located in the southwestern region of Tiannan. Its disciples wear yellow robes adorned with beads and walk with their palms together, murmuring softly as they go. The Golden Core elders wear cassocks, mostly having gentle and kind expressions. Because of the Thunder Sound Temple, there are many monasteries and hermitages. They're practicing rigorous cultivation. Look at someone from the Tianzhu sect. The one leading is surely the Phoenix Celestial Maiden, a top genius hidden by the Tianzhu sect, competing for one of the 72 genius spots, nearly seizing the first place. Only slightly inferior to Lu Qingshu and known as the Qingyun Sword Immortal. TSK Tisk being overshadowed by 2 female cultivators. How can those male geniuses hold their heads up? Looking at the smile at the corner of your mouth, I can see that you are quite pleased, my friend. Haha, the Phoenix Celestial Maiden is awe-inspiring and unapproachable, while the Qingyun Sword Immortal is as cold as ice with sword energy, piercing the skies. They're simply too appealing. If anyone could exchange a word with them, they'd probably be so elated they'd die on the spot. The person who heard this twitched slightly at the corner of their mouth. It turns out this is an old pervert. It's better to keep a respectful distance. At this moment, Su Delying spotted a figure ahead, instantly transforming into a streak of rainbow light and flashing in front of that person. The person was about to enter a pill shop when they noticed someone appearing, in an instant turning around with a look of astonishment. Looking at this familiar yet slightly unfamiliar fairy before him, the person smiled faintly. Linger, what a surprise to encounter you here. You seem different, radiating an air of unattainability. Chuan naturally understood this change. That aura was emitted by the Yin Feng spiritual body and the Yin Feng spiritual eyes. He raised his hand and patted her head. You haven't suffered too much, have you? Not at all. Upon witnessing this scene, the disciples of the Tianzhu sect and a group of onlookers were all stunned. Is this still the Phoenix Celestial Maiden, who is so high? My goddess. The previous old man felt his heart shatter slightly. There are too many people here. Let's go to the sect's residence to talk. Sect. They'll explain this matter to you in detail later. Chuan nodded, slightly glanced at Su Delying, and then at a group of people not far away, deep in thought. At the Tianzhu sect's residence in Qingyun City. You must be Linger's grandfather. Yin Longzi suddenly spoke. Even though he did not emit any aura, Chuan knew that the other party was likely a nascent soul cultivator, and he immediately cupped his hands and said, I have met the elder. There were only Chuan, Su Delying, Yin Longzi, and Master Liang present. Master Liang was slightly taken aback. A grandfather so young. Could it be that he also took a beauty-preserving pill? Grandfather, this is my second master, one of the nascent soul elders of the Tianzhu sect, Yin Longzi. Second master. Grandfather, I recently took 2 new masters, both are nascent soul elders of the Tianzhu sect. My first master is Zenyangzi at the mid-nascent. He is currently the most top-notch master craftsman in Tiannan, capable of refining 9-pattern magical treasures. And my master Yin Longzi is at the early nascent soul stage, skilled in combat, with the true spirit bloodline of the Yin Long, and now I also possess a trace of the true spirit bloodline of the Yin Feng. Thus he has also become my master, teaching me how to utilize my bloodline power. Linger, you really don't hold back at all, exposing all my old secrets. Forgive me, second master, I never hide anything from my grandfather. Alright then. Yin Longzi waved his hand, sizing up Chuan. Your foundation is not weak. You're also here to compete for the genius rankings. Elder, you're joking. With these old bones of mine, it's best for the younger generation to compete. I just came to watch their competition and broaden my horizons. Yin Longzi was taken aback for a moment. This is the first time I've heard someone refer to themselves in such a way before they even hit 200 years. You are already old, though I have lived for over 800 years. Does that make me a living dead crawled out of the grave? Second master, don't take it too seriously. My grandfather just enjoys joking around. Your heart is really skewed to an extreme. Yin Longzi glanced at him. What a waste of my efforts to teach you these past few months. Su Delying smiled faintly, and then said, by the way, Uncle Wu did Due and Yefan passed the preliminary round. Of course, they have also gained quite a bit of fortune and have improved significantly in the past 2 years. When you see them, don't be too surprised. Since grandfather said this, they must have a hope of making their names on the genius rankings. Yin Longzi chuckled. It's not so easy to get on the genius rankings. Do you know how many nascent soul forces participate in the genius conference? There are only 108 spots on the genius rankings among dozens of nascent soul forces. With 5 top-tier nascent soul forces, the competition is fierce, and only the top 1 or 2 disciples from each nascent soul force have a chance. The number of top-tier nascent soul forces might have a few more spots. You come from the Tiannan Southwest region, right? Last time the Xianyu sect only had 3 people enter the genius rankings, with the best ranking 9th, the other 2 were middle and low ranking. Among the entire Northwest 72 geniuses, only 12 made it onto the list, which is less than half compared to the other region's ranked geniuses. Thank you for the clarification, Elder, Su Chuan replied respectfully. Su Delying said, how about this second master? Let's make a bet. If anyone from my Su family besides me makes it onto the rankings, you will give me a second-grade spiritual vein. You little girl, you are truly generous. A second-grade spiritual vein isn't much, but it is the foundation of a force, the more the better. Is it something that can simply be given? You're stingy, Su Delying pouted. Fine, even if I'm willing to bet, what can the Su family offer that is of equal value? Just as Su Delying was about to say something, Su Chuan smiled lightly. Not long ago my Su family received a reward from the Tiansong sect, and has a second-grade spiritual vein. I'm willing to use this as the wager. Good, then I'll see what kind of people your Su family has. How can a small foundation establishment family compare with a nascent soul force? Su Chuan smiled slightly. Elder, just wait and see. Then Su Chuan took his leave. Su Delying also wanted to meet Su Mingxian and the others, so she told Yan Longzi, and went out with Su Chuan. It seems that Linger's heart is still with her family. To completely keep her, he'll have to trouble Yu Liang. Disciples understand. Linger possesses great fortune, and will have a significant opportunity to step into the realm of the great nascent soul cultivator in the future. Moreover, with her potential in artifact crafting, she may even surpass Master Jinyang. She is someone who can lead our Tianzhu sect back to its peak. I am willing to become her protector. But rest assured the sect will not treat you unfairly, and will continue to support your foundation establishment efforts. Foundation establishment is manageable, but the most challenging hurdle is the inner demon tribulation. Unfortunately, the tribulation pill is hard to find now. It only appeared at an auction in the East a few hundred years ago. With its assistance, you would have a 20% chance of successfully forming a core. Having come this far, regardless of the success rate, I must attempt it, even if it costs my life. At the Tiansong Prefecture's residence, Su Mingxian and others were naturally delighted to see Su Delying. Su Delying spoke of joining the Tianzhu sect, becoming the top foundation establishment disciple, and now being the second genius in the southern part of Tian, and showing some pride on her face. The competition for geniuses in the south differs from that in the northwest, as it relies solely on individual strength to fight through. Sister Ling, your father is now officially recognized as the first genius in the northwest. Yefan said with a smile. Su Delying was shocked. Yefan then explained the rules of the genius competition in the northwest, and the encounters in the secret. While I was not in the Su family, you actually killed 3 ancient demons. Su Delying sighed. Even a wisp of divine sense of an ancient demon is so troublesome. How would we cope if one with a physical body appears in the future? Perhaps even great nascent soul cultivators would have to show some respect. Su Chuan smiled faintly. Things of the future will be discussed later. Ancient demons are both a crisis and an opportunity. Last time I obtained a top-tier body refinement technique, though only half of it, but it is indeed extraordinary. Otherwise Yefan would have no hope of obtaining a genius spot. Su Delying chuckled. Grandfather participating in the genius rankings at the mid-8th level of foundation establishment is a historical precedent. I dare bet that if Yefan participates in the next genius rankings, he will definitely secure the top spot. Yefan smiled and said, let's not. I don't want to wait for so long in foundation establishment. Everyone laughed heartily upon hearing this. By the way, Linger, since you've joined the Tianzhu sect, you must know more about the genius rankings. Why do so many forces go to such lengths to get their disciples onto the genius rankings? Su Delying put away her smile and said seriously, this granddaughter indeed asked my 2 masters. The genius rankings seem to be an extremely powerful ancient cave treasure. In ancient times, those who made it onto the genius rankings could enter the cave to gain opportunities. Now it seems to be broken, and the cave cannot be opened by external. Are the various forces seeking opportunities inside? Su Chuan pondered. Exactly, the genius conference is held because perhaps some of the ranked geniuses will have the chance to enter and obtain items within. Master Jinyang once said that everyone recorded as having entered has eventually stepped into the mid-nascent soul realm. The most recent one was the ancestor of the Xianyu sect. This seems unrelated to the ranking on the list, but rather connected to luck. Master Jinyang speculated that to awaken the spirit of the genius rankings, a massive amount of luck. This truly is a shocking secret. Joining a major force is indeed beneficial, but Yefan hesitated and said, Sister Ling, since you've joined the Tianzhu sect, will you still be able to return to the Su family in the future? Su Delying smiled faintly. Rest assured, do you think I am someone who betrays my family? Back then, to allow me to join the Tianzhu sect, Master Jinyang personally promised to create a branch of the Tianzhu sect in Tiansong Prefecture for me. When I ascend to the Golden Core stage, I will be allowed to become the sect master, and before that a fully realized Golden Core cultivator will manage it, and I estimate it will be Master Liang who has come with me this time. Su Chuan was taken aback, feeling that there must be some hidden scheme behind this. Su Mingxian and the others felt the same way. Grandfather Linger can roughly guess this matter. The Tianzhu sect wants to bind me completely to their ship. Given my talent in artifact crafting, once I grow, establishing an artifact force will inevitably impact the Tianzhu sect. It might even lead to the beginning of their... Moreover, by entering the Yin Feng blood pool of the Tianzhu sect, I have gained opportunities within obtaining Yin Feng essence blood and the Nirvana secret technique, and I have succeeded in Nirvana. They believe I possess great fortune and may have a chance to step into the mid-nascent soul realm in the future. That indeed makes some sense. Su Chuan nodded after analyzing. What are your thoughts on this? Linger will always be a member of the Su family, and that will never change. Now that I have joined the Tianzhu sect and have the support of a nascent soul, it is a good thing for my Su family. After this news spreads, no golden core forces would dare to trouble us, allowing my Su family time to develop steadily. Both of my masters have genuinely invested in me. As long as the Tianzhu sect does not fail me, I won't fail them either. If I have the ability in the future, I will surely help the Tianzhu sect return to its peak. To repay this kindness. Su Chuan smiled and nodded. Just do as you see fit. However, the Tiansong prefecture hasn't been peaceful lately. The Tanlang sect's nascent soul force wants to seize the Tiansong prefecture, so what you said may not come to pass. But if possible, the Tiansong prefecture should still maintain a period of peace. Is there really such a matter? Su Delying was slightly surprised. Yefan chuckled bitterly. Not only that, our Su family also has conflicts with the Tanlang sect. He also mentioned the incident where Su Mingxian had killed Tanlang sect disciples, causing them to lose face. Su Delying furrowed her brows. The Genius Conference lasts for 10 years, divided into the first 7 years before and 3 years after the event. All forces have agreed not to engage in conflict. This is also to give the geniuses time to grow. After that, geniuses no longer receive protection. There have been instances where geniuses were besieged and killed by rival sects while traveling. Grandfather, rest assured. Even if the masters know about this matter, I will persuade them to stir up troubles in Tiansong prefecture to buy time for my Su family. Not long after, Su Delying returned to the Tianzhu sect's residence. After all, she was representing the Tianzhu sect in the Genius Conference and could not stay here all the time. Before leaving, she handed over the prepared gift to Su Chuan. Su Chuan scanned it with his divine sense. A low-grade magical treasure, the Fan Tian seal. Stronger than the Bagua alchemy furnace. Linger's artifact crafting skills have improved again. Chuan's lips involuntarily curled upward. Soon news spread through Qingyun City that the Phoenix Fairy of the Tianzhezong had found someone she liked, triggering various tales of tragic love. As Su Chuan was about to head out, he overheard the disciples from the northwest discussing this matter. Is it true what they say outside? The second among the southern talents, the Phoenix Fairy, has actually found someone she likes, and it's a stunningly handsome man. I've heard that apart from his looks, he has nothing else going for him. Su Chuan was at a loss whether to feel pleased or angry. His own face could hardly be considered handsome, merely average at best, but still pleasant to look at. What of it? Someone like him must be a free-spirited person. Don't we in the northwest also have a cold moon fairy? She has long been a Tao partner with someone, and the couple even brought her father-in-law to the gathering of talents. If others were to find out, they'd surely be laughing their heads off. How could such a thing be kept secret? It will probably spread within a day or two. News from various factions' talents is everywhere now. Before discussing lofty matters, you should first consider your own rankings. Zhang Xuanji happened to pass by and coldly remarked, their family of 3 is indeed peculiar, yet they all rank in the top 10. Perhaps it was just luck encountering a lot of weaker opponents, someone retorted. 28 tokens. What kind of luck could bring about such a result? Do you really think they only faced 3 against 1? Even so, if it were you 3 against 1, would you guarantee to seize the opponent's token? Anyone who enters the secret realm has their own trump cards. Zhang Xuanji himself had had several instances where opponents had escaped, and if it weren't for the tokens he obtained by defeating Wen Jiao, he wouldn't have reached 21 tokens. After the secret realm, he had inquired with the eliminated disciples from the Xianyu sect, and after receiving information from them, he began to treat the 3 with caution. He once wondered how he would fare against the 3 of them if they teamed up. The answer was simply that there was no answer. Without a real battle, it was hard to know. As the few talented individuals chatting dispersed, Zhang Xuanji walked a few steps and saw Su Chuan. He nodded slightly, and then headed toward the residence of the Xianyu sect. It seems he already knows the general details of the Mingxian trio and considers them true opponents. Su Chuan shook his head slightly, left the residence, and went for a stroll. After all, this gathering only happens once every 60 years. Who knows what opportunities may arise? I have deduced that it will take about 3 to 4 years to successfully create my own technique based on the current progress of the Heaven's Way rewards diligence. However, if there are opportunities, it could take only a few months or even half a year. At this moment, there are still 7 days remaining until the gathering of talents begins. Su Chuan walked through the streets of Qingyun City, disguised as an old man. All he could see were cultivators, and most of them were at the foundation establishment stage, densely packed. Every time he saw this scene, Su Chuan would reminisce about his time in Dawei, where in a single region there were at most a dozen foundation establishment cultivators, or even just 1 or 2. Time quickly passed to the 3rd day. Chuan used the little star divination technique combined with daily divination to deduce his own fortune. Initially he was just testing his luck, but to his surprise there was indeed a response. There is a fortune for me in the east. Chuan immediately stood up and left heading eastward. In the center of the city he heard discussions about an auction. The Tianjiao auction held by the Tian Merchant Association is about to start. They always hold auctions before the gathering of talents, and it is said that rare treasures can be. What a pity that we have no connection to it, only the talented can enter. Chuan's heart stirred upon hearing this, and began searching for the so-called Tianjiao auction venue which indeed was located along the eastern axis. He quietly deduced again, but everything was hazy as if obscured. Is it the concealment of heavenly secrets? It seems the Tian Merchant Association is not. Chuan approached to enter, but was blocked by a black-robed guard at the gate who said, only the 5 regional talents may enter. How do you know I'm not a talent? The black-robed guard sneered, the appearances of the 5 regional talents are etched in my mind, and you are not among them. Moreover, at your age, how could you possibly be a talent? Hurry and leave, or don't blame me for being rude. Shallow-minded, take another look. Chuan flicked his sleeve brushing past his face, and when the black-robed guard looked again, he saw a youthful appearance instead. He was momentarily speechless, but another guard said, even if you had disguised your appearance before among the 5 regional talents, you shouldn't be present. I indeed haven't participated, but that doesn't mean I am not a talent, or perhaps I am just low-key and don't want to participate in the gathering of talents. I believe I am a talent, why am I not allowed to enter? The 2 guards frowned. At that moment a middle-aged man accompanied a young nobleman out, and the middle-aged man said, what is all this noise about? The black-robed guard reported the situation. The young nobleman opened his paper fan curious and laughing. This is my first time seeing someone daring to cause a scene in front of our Tian Merchant Association's auction house. You say you are a talent, but there is a general consensus on what constitutes a talent. Within 60 years one must be at the peak of foundation establishment, with formidable strength. Do you think you meet those criteria? I believe I do meet those criteria, Chuan replied calmly. Words alone are not enough, let's measure your bone age, determine your realm, and verify your strength. If you pass I can let you in. Young master, the young nobleman raised his hand. But if you do not meet the criteria, the consequence of deceiving our Tian Merchant Association will be the loss of your cultivation. Are you willing? Then let's give it a try. If there is truly an opportunity here, Chuan cannot afford to miss it. Moreover, with the current turmoil in the Tsang mansion, he needed to quickly reach the golden core stage. Manager Yao, please conduct the tests for him. Yes, young master. The test for bone age and realm quickly concluded, and Chuan met all the criteria. Next was the strength test. The young nobleman took off a jade pendant from his waist and tossed it to the black-robed guard, saying, activate this jade pendant for defense. The black-robed guard cupped his fists and complied. A faint blue light screen rose before him. Then he said to Chuan, friend, you may attack. As long as you can create a crack, I will acknowledge you as a talent. Seeing the crowd gathering, Chuan wanted to finish quickly. He pointed out, concentrating all his tenfold withering power into a single point. The faint blue light screen did not crack, but under the strange force it disintegrated, as if being corroded, soon revealing a gap. Is that enough? The movement was so swift that everyone could barely catch a glimpse. The young nobleman's pupils constricted, and then he folded his paper fan and burst into hearty laughter. I didn't expect there to be such a low-key supreme talent uninterested in fame and fortune. What do you call yourself, friend? Sanshu Daoren. Sanshu Daoren, please come in. Chuan immediately followed the young nobleman into the auction venue. However, after just a few steps the young nobleman looked back and found that he had transformed into a hunchbacked old man. Interesting. This secret technique of yours is truly exquisite. I wonder if you would be willing to sell it to our Tian Merchant Association. It's a means of self-preservation. Young master, please do not press me on this. The young nobleman was not angered by his words. Outside, upon seeing Chuan break through the blue light screen so effortlessly, more people immediately expressed their desire to give it a try. But the result was that the light screen remained unmoved, and that person was truly stripped of their cultivation. The onlookers sighed and lamented. After the young nobleman and the manager led Chuan inside, they left. More than an hour later, the Tianjiao auction began. At this point, only a little over 200 talents from the 5 regions had arrived. Chuan was not interested in ordinary items, even high-grade spirit pills, high-grade purifying spirit pills, secret skills, rare materials, top-tier, second-grade talismans, or second-grade superior array flags. He even began to wonder if he had come to the wrong place. It was not until the host introduced an item for auction that Chuan suddenly opened his eyes wide. Next we have for auction a root from a spirit wood. This spirit wood is the ancient spirit tree known as the withering and flourishing tree, which grows for 1,000 years and bears a spirit fruit called the withering and flourishing fruit every 60 years. This spirit fruit is the primary material for the 3rd grade superior withering pill, and it can also be used to refine the ancient rare pill life and death pill. The effect of the withering pill is to purify the spiritual power of golden core stage cultivators, expanding their spiritual sea in the Dantian. It is effective for any realm at the golden core stage. As for the life and death pill, its function is to repair damaged dantians. It is effective for all below the transformation stage. Additionally, there are also the Lifebone pill and the Year Withering pill, which can also use it. Upon hearing this, many talents began to discuss amongst themselves. Su Chuan's eyes shone with excitement. Although this is just a piece of tree root, if there is special spiritual liquid, it could still sprout again and be planted. However, one must note that the withering and flourishing tree is very special, withering and flourishing once a year, growing like ordinary wood, and cannot be accelerated in growth by normal means, even with rare spiritual soil. Only those skilled in the way of withering and flourishing can accomplish this. The way of withering and flourishing is considered a rare path, unlike the more common elemental paths like wind, thunder, sword, etc. Let alone whether it can be revived. Planting it requires 1,000 years, which is too long. One talent spoke up. Ordinary spirit woods and herbs under a rich spirit energy environment can grow several times faster with the aid of spiritual soil. Moreover, very few people cultivate the withering and flourishing techniques. The opportunities needed by talents are not ordinary, and our Su Tian Merchant Association can only try to gather them. It is impossible for every item to be in demand. If no one is interested, it can also be left unsold. This root from the withering and flourishing tree starts at a price of 3,000 spirit stones, with each bid increasing by no less than 50 spirit stones. The auction begins now. As the words fell, few people spoke up. Half a teacup later, the bids only rose to 3,600 spirit stones. Is there anyone else willing to raise their bid? Su Chuan felt it was about time, so he immediately said, I bid 3,650 spirit stones. The person who bid 3,600 spirit stones thought for a moment and raised it by 50 spirit stones. Su Chuan also hesitated for a moment before adding 50. When Su Chuan's bid reached 4,000 spirit stones, that person thought for a moment and finally gave up, shaking his head. Forget it, 4,000 spirit stones are not worth it compared to a handy second-grade defensive artifact. Ultimately, this item fell into Su Chuan's hands. After settling the payment, the young nobleman curiously asked Su Chuan, who casually replied, a senior I know enjoys collecting and planting ancient spirit woods. As for why, young master, you should understand. The young nobleman laughed heartily. I understand. Who hasn't had to please their elders at some point? My surname is Ji Yu. I hope to meet you again, Sanshu Dao Rin, in the future. Young Master Ji, are you not staying to watch the gathering of talents? There's an urgent matter at home that I must return to. It seems I won't be able to wait. I see. Su Chuan cupped his fists and said, then we shall meet again by fate. He then turned and left the Su Tian Merchant Association's auction house, blending into the crowd. After a short while, he transformed back into a youthful appearance. After returning to his room at the residence, Su Chuan soaked the tree root in a bowl filled with vitality spiritual liquid, and then used the power of withering and flourishing to wash and refine it to activate its special characteristics. The Danjing records that the withering and flourishing tree withers and flourishes annually, cycling through life and death without truly dying. Even a root that has been dead for countless years can be revived using the power of withering and flourishing. 3 days later, the tree root sprouted and grew tender leaves. Su Chuan transferred it to a pot, injecting it with withering and flourishing power to accelerate its transformation. Another day later, he was delighted to discover that his current withering and flourishing power could enhance its growth speed by tenfold. Soon the gathering of talents was about in the largest square of Qingyun City, known as Yunjing Square, covering 1,000 acres. The ground was paved with square slabs of Qingming stone, each piece refined through thousands of forges, smooth as a mirror, yet imbued with an ancient heavy aura. Yunjing Square was the designated location for the gathering of talents by the Qingyun sect. At the hour of Chuan, as the golden crow cried out for the first time, the clouds blushed with color. Talents from 5 factions gathered at Yunjing Square. Xianjin Dao, friend, it's time to present the talent rankings, isn't it? An old Taoist in a gray robe from the Qingsu sect waved his whisk, smiling lightly. Suddenly a figure stepped out from the Qingyun sect's camp. This person was dressed in blue, with frosted white hair at his temples, yet his face did not show signs of aging. His eyes were bright and his aura was calm, devoid of the sharpness typical of sword cultivators. He walked to the center of the square, turned to face the Qingyun sect's mountain gate, and said calmly, please present the talent rankings. As the 3 words fell, the square fell into instant silence. Whether it was the participating talents or the onlooking cultivators, all held their breath, gazing toward. Suddenly a golden light flickered in the distant sky. In an instant, a golden rainbow streaked across the sky like a meteor, scattering the clouds in its wake, carrying overwhelming celestial might as it swiftly approached the square. In a moment, the faint golden rainbow light arrived in Xianzhen's palm. The light converged, revealing a slightly tattered scroll over a foot wide, its surface shimmering faintly, with countless tiny symbols swirling about. It was indeed such a scroll, yet it emanated an oppressive force that no one could ignore. Su Chuan stood among the crowd, gazing from afar. Is this the ancient spiritual treasure? Even if it's damaged, just a hint of its pressure feels like it could crush a peak foundation establishment cultivator. Friends, let us work together to activate the talent rankings. The old Taoist in a gray robe from the Qingsu sect, the Tianya master from the Xian Yu sect, the white-browed monk from Leiyin Temple, and the white-haired youth from the Yuhua sect all stepped forward. The crowd felt a flash before their eyes, and they found themselves beside Xianjun. However, just as they were about to join forces, a voice called out from the sky, "Wait a moment." To the west, black clouds surged and demonic energy billowed, causing the world to change color. The surging demonic clouds enveloped the entire Yunjing Square. This person was a middle-aged man with black hair dressed in a dark brocade robe adorned with dark golden demonic patterns, his loose hair cascading over his shoulders. His handsome face bore a hint of menace, and his eyes were like deep pools, sending chills down one's spine. He hovered several dozen feet above the square, exuding no trace of demonic energy, yet a pressure far beyond that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator suddenly expanded, enveloping the entire Yunjing Square like an invisible giant hand. The pressure was as heavy as a mountain, carrying the unique grandeur of a latest-stage nascent soul master, causing the blue stones of Yunjing Square to crack with fire. The faces of the golden core cultivators changed drastically, their weaker bodies trembling slightly. The young talents from various factions were also forced to tremble, as if they were about to kneel on the spot. The onlookers outside fared even worse. Many Foundation establishment cultivators collapsed directly to the ground, their faces pale, blood spilling from their mouths, their eyes filled with terror. A latest-stage nascent soul master. Xianjun said gravely, "Are you the Great Master from the Blackwater region?" "I am Ba Dao, a newly promoted Great Master from the Blackwater region." Xianjun and the old Taoist in gray revealed grim expressions, not expecting that the Blackwater region actually had a newly promoted Great Master. Given that he was newly promoted, it must have happened in the past 100 or 200 years. Meanwhile, the Tianan region had not produced a nascent soul Great Master in nearly 500 years. The last one was the ancestor of the Xinyu sect. "You have great courage, daring to venture alone into the depths of Tianan." A steady voice came from the eastern horizon, though not loud. It pierced through the nascent soul pressure and clearly reached the ears of everyone in the square. Upon hearing the voice, Elder Xianjun's eyes suddenly brightened. It was the voice of his senior brother Qingfeng, who was also a latest-stage nascent soul master. "Receive my..." Suddenly, a brilliant sword light broke through the sky from the eastern horizon. The sword light was a pale blue, over 10 feet long, carrying tremendous pressure as it descended upon the black-haired middle-aged man. "I was just hoping to witness the might of the Tianan sword cultivators to see how it compares to my demonic blade." Ba Dao laughed wildly, showing no fear. He raised his hand and waved. His dark brocade robe moved without wind, and the demonic energy that had been retracted surged forth wildly. At the same time, a white-bone demonic blade appeared in his right hand, exuding tremendous demonic might as it met the blue sword light. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing echoed through the skies, the shockwave rippling outwards, causing the blue stones in the square to crack under the pressure. Xianjun and the others hurriedly activated their spiritual power to protect everyone in the square. The aftermath of a great master's clash could easily kill Foundation establishment cultivators. They remained in a stalemate for a moment. The blue sword light suddenly surged violently. The black-haired middle-aged man was directly sent flying several dozen feet, a trickle of black blood spilling from his mouth. He raised his gaze and saw a figure approaching on a sword, a young Taoist dressed in blue. "Senior brother," Xianjun said with cupped fists. "I pay my respects to Sword Master Qingfeng." The others, including the old Taoist in gray and Tianya, also cupped their fists in salute. "The sword cultivators of the Qingyun sect live up to their name, but you merely have the advantage of having practiced longer," Ba Dao said, staring at Qingfeng, his fighting. "What brings you to Tianan, disturbing our gathering of talents?" Qingfeng said lightly. "I have long heard of your gathering of talents in Tian, and naturally I, from the Blackwater region, want to join the excitement, so today, I bring my Blackwater region's Foundation establishment talents." He flicked his sleeve, and a scroll flew out. It unfolded in the wind, revealing a landscape painting. The painting shimmered with light, and black figures rushed out, standing behind Ba Dao. There were a total of 113 people, including 108 Foundation establishment cultivators and 5 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. Xianjun and the others' expressions slightly changed. The Blackwater region has actually used a treasure of the cave world this time. It seems they are determined to disrupt this talent conference. The old Taoist in gray revealed a worried expression. "Let's see how my senior brother handles this," Xianjun sighed. With the Great Master appearing, they could only wait for their... Qingfeng glanced at the people behind him and said lightly, "On what grounds do you claim the right to participate? Do you think I cannot deal with you? My status alone is not enough, but what about them?" Qingfeng glanced at the people behind him and said lightly, "On what grounds do you claim the right to participate? Do you think I cannot deal with you? My status alone is not enough." Qingfeng glanced at the people behind him and said lightly, "On what grounds do you claim the right to participate? Do you think I cannot deal with you? Every talent token worn by a talent contains a power of fortune. You have been collecting these talent tokens to restore some of the prestige of the talent rankings. However, to date, you have only gathered 27. If you add my 9 reaching 36, it may bring some changes to the talent rankings." "Qingfeng, my friend, are you sure you want to miss out? Are you threatening me?" "Not at all, but while I may not be your match right now, if you wish to kill me, it won't be that easy. With the treasure of the cave world, I can easily take them and leave. But how long will it take you to gather 9 more ancient talent tokens? Xing Feng fell silent for a moment, and said lightly, to all the talents from Tian Nan, are you willing to compete with the talents from the Blackwater region? We are willing. We are willing. We are willing. Good. Xing Feng's tone remained calm. In this competition for the talent rankings, those who make it onto the list will receive an additional opportunity as a reward. Cultivation pills, magical treasures, third-tier formation devices, rare materials, etc. can all be proposed. My 5 great sects will gather these for you. He then looked at the old Taoist in gray Tianya, the white-browed old monk, and the white-haired young man. What do you think, fellow Taoists? Great merit. Seeing this, Xing Feng looked at Ba Dao and said, I agree to let your Blackwater Region's Foundation establishment cultivators participate in this talent contest. Hand over the ancient talent tokens. Ba Dao lightly waved, and the 9 ancient talent tokens appeared before Xing Feng, who then handed them to Xianjun. The talent ranking trembled slightly, emitting a faint golden glow. The 9 ancient talent tokens were absorbed by the golden light and merged into the talent ranking. The aura of the talent ranking became even stronger. Open the talent conference. Xianjun shouted, first activating his mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, and a vast green spiritual power surged from his palm, flowing into the suspended talent ranking like a stream. Tianya and the other 3 cultivators followed closely, their 5 streams of spiritual power intertwining with the golden light of the talent ranking. As the powerful spiritual power continued to surge and the golden light of the talent ranking became increasingly dazzling, and the previously dim patterns on the ranking suddenly brightened with the ancient script for talent shining brilliantly. The magnificent aura of heaven spread out, surpassing even the latest nascent soul pressure previously emitted by Ba Dao. Suddenly a clear ringing sound echoed from the talent ranking, resounding through the skies. Everyone turned to look, and they saw layers of radiant light suddenly appearing in the high sky, within which a misty fairy palace slowly emerged. The fairy palace was tiled with glazed tiles, and had white jade walls with colorful bells hanging from the eaves. As the gentle breeze blew, the bells chimed lightly, as if celestial music entered their ears. The palace walls were engraved with reliefs of celestial maidens and spiritual beasts shrouded in clouds and mist, appearing ethereal, as if a fairyland had descended into the mortal realm, grand and mysterious. Before the crowd could recover from the shock of the fairy palace's emergence, a series of white jade stairs suddenly descended from below the palace. The stairs were entirely made of warm jade, each step glowing with a soft white light, over 20 feet wide, extending from the palace gate to more than 10 feet above the square, totaling 990 steps. Upon closer inspection, the first 330 steps were solid, as jade, appearing clear and tangible. The remaining 666 steps were shrouded in a faint mist, seeming both real and illusory, as if merging with the horizon, exuding an indescribable mystery. Ba Dao said lightly to the people behind him, you may all go down. Yes, Master Ba Dao. The 5 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators and 108 foundation establishment talents from the Blackwater region all cupped their hands, and then landed on Yunjing Square, faintly opposing the Tiannan side. Xing Feng, my friend, who do you think will have more people listed this time? Our 2 regions. Care for a bet? Not interested, Xing Feng coldly replied. In Yunjing Square, Xianjun's voice thundered, echoing throughout the entire square. This talent conference is hosted by my Qingyun sect, and I now announce that the talent conference officially begins. The first challenge, the Heavenly Ladder to test potential. This Heavenly Ladder has 333 steps. Any cultivator below the golden core level who steps on it will face pressure that will weigh on their body, soul, and disposition. The pressure varies based on your cultivation level and age. Every 100 steps counts, as a level below 100 is low-tier talent potential, below 200 is mid-tier talent potential, and below 300 is high-tier talent potential. As for those who reach the final 33 steps, they are top-tier talents. Potential encompasses not only spiritual root qualifications, bloodlines, and innate talent, but also disposition, perseverance, and Tao heart. Every 100 steps has 2 thresholds. The first 33 steps test physical pressure, the middle 33 steps add soul pressure, and the last 33 steps present an illusion trial. Any contestant who cannot reach 66 steps will be eliminated directly. This is because some talents might have advantages due to others bringing them into the talent conference, hence the elimination mechanism. Xianjun surveyed the foundation establishment talents from Tiannan and Blackwater, then said, now all talents please ascend the heavenly ladder. As soon as the talents from the Blackwater and Tiannan regions rushed towards the white, jade heavenly ladder in the sky. Some tried to rush to a high point immediately, but upon landing they were blasted away by an unimaginable force, their bones shattered. They were directly eliminated. Is this person foolish, or did their elders not inform them? The heavenly ladder must be ascended step by step. Forcing a leap will double the pressure. They think they can reach the 10th step directly. What a dream. I'm off first. Yin Quanta laughed loudly and rushed out. Shi Tianqing and the others also followed suit, while Su Mingxian, Su Diyue, and Yi Fan moved at a more measured pace. On the heavenly ladder, some moved swiftly, while others were slow. Look, in a short time someone has already reached the 33rd step. That's Jin Chuan, the current Buddha son of the Thunder Sound Temple. It is rumored that he practices the secret technique of the Thunder Sound Temple, the Golden Body Technique, enabling him to contend with ferocious beasts physically. No wonder he is far ahead on the first 33 steps. The first talent of the Qingyun sect is not to be underestimated either. It is said that she possesses the qualities of a sword immortal. While her physical strength may not match Jin Chan's, her sinews and bones are not far behind. Following behind is the first of the 7 from the Feather Transformation sect, Luo Yu. The Phoenix Celestial Maiden is said to have the bloodline of the Flame Phoenix, and her physique is also extremely strong, comparable to second-tier demon beasts. It seems this is indeed the case. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to match Lin Qingfeng from the Clear Void sect and Zhang Xian from the Xinyu sect. The demonic cultivators from the Blackwater region are surprisingly strong, as well, with several able to compete with the Buddha Sun and Qingyun Sword Immortal. Not only that, it seems that all the talents from the Blackwater region are truly outstanding, their average standard is even higher than our 5 Tiannan talents. At this moment, Qing Mu Jinjuan from Tiansong sect focused on Su Dang, his pupils narrowing. Isn't she the one? Only a few have seen Su Dang from Tiansong house, probably only Qing Mu Jinjuan and Yin Quanto have. Sister Ling, your speed is incredible. We cannot fall behind. Yi Fan looked up. Su Mingxian said, there's no need to wait for me and Dua, though our physical bodies are about the same, and we won't be much faster than others. Go ahead, husband, and I will catch up with my father later. Yi Fan thought of their spiritual senses and no longer insisted, slightly nodding. Father-in-law, you are, I will go up first. Yi Fan quickly ascended the steps. Given his age and cultivation, the pressure he bore was the lightest among those present. Therefore he moved extremely swiftly, quickly surpassing everyone. Brother Quangtu will take the lead, he said with a faint smile as he passed by Yin Quangtu. Shortly after, he also surpassed Song Daoling, and Shi Tianqing, his speed climbing the ladder rivaling that of the first team. Look at that foundation establishment 8th layer kid, his speed is actually not slower than that of the first team talents. Could it be that his low cultivation is why he is so relaxed? Foolish. Anyone who comes here is naturally a talent, and even an 8th layer foundation establishment cultivator can compete with others. Besides his lower realm, he must be quite young. I know this person, he is Yi Fan, one of the top 10 talents from the Northwest. I heard his physical strength is not weak. No wonder. Ordinary talents took a long time, with each step ascending the ladder slowly, and the pressure increased as they climbed higher, slowing down their pace. Meanwhile, the first team of talents had already entered the area of soul pressure. Each of them had reached the limit of foundation establishment with their souls, and under the dual pressure of body and soul their speed slowed somewhat. However, 2 individual speeds were increasing, Su Dang and Luo Yu. The 2 surged ahead, taking the lead, and were the first to enter the illusion area. The illusion area posed numerous tests, evoking deep-seated fears and past experiences that one does not wish to face. Lin Qingfeng used the special mental methods of the Clear Void sect to minimize the impact of the illusion, quickly overtaking everyone and reaching the front. The few talents from the Blackwater region were also impressive, balanced in all aspects. Although none stood out particularly when taken together, Jin Chuan, Luo Yu, Lu Qingxue, Su Dang, and the others could not pull away from them. Yi Fan closely followed and surpassed the second team, swiftly entering the illusion area. At that moment, Su Mingxian and Su Diyue had just stepped into the soul pressure area. His divine sense and soul were exceptionally powerful. In no time he closed in on the second-tier prodigies, matching those who had mastered half of a celestial art's power. Upon entering the illusory realm, each adopted their own method to withstand its influence. Su Mingxian embodied a formation with his body to resist illusion, while Su Diyue employed the secret art taught by Murong Yun, rendering this level of illusion nearly negligible. In an instant, they stood shoulder to shoulder with the vanguard of the second-tier prodigies, even showing signs of surpassing them. Look! The first-tier prodigies have already entered the mid-tier potential trial zone. The Buddha Sun Jinshan once again surged ahead. Behind him came Lu Qingxue, and 2 demon cultivators followed closely by Su Delying. Their pace was no longer as swift as before, yet they advanced steadily. Meanwhile, some southern prodigies halted before the 33rd step, collapsing to their knees with hands braced against the ground, unable to rise. Others remained trapped within the soul pressure zone, as if stepping forward would shatter their very soul and spirit. Of course, there were also those whose innate potential was modest, but whose Tao heart and indomitable will were extraordinary. Yin Quangtu, for instance, advanced slowly through the physical pressure zone, yet endured excruciating pain, without pause, climbing ever upward. The same held true in the soul pressure zone. His physique and soul alike were merely average, unremarkable, and among prodigies he was notably advanced in age, having surpassed 100 years. Yet he forced his way up to the 122nd step, achieving mid-tier prodigy potential. Many prodigies from the southern region and the Blackwater territory faltered. Logically, Su Diyue and Su Mingxian should not have passed the second-tier physical pressure trial. Yet both had cultivated martial cultivation as their foundation, granting them naturally robust physiques, and possessed formidable souls, enhancing their tolerance for agony. Moreover, enveloping themselves in golden core-level divine sense further mitigated part of the physical pressure. Thus they barely cleared this trial. then successively overcame the soul pressure and illusion trials, ascending into the high-tier prodigy potential assessment zone. Only the dozen or so first-tier prodigies, Yi-Fan, and select second-tier prodigies had reached this stage. Unbelievable. 4 members of the Su family possess high-tier prodigy potential. True Immortal Qingmu stared in disbelief. Their Tiansong sect had only one Xie Tianqing. Look, the Northwest prodigies now boast 4 high-tier prodigy potentials standing equal with those from the southern and central regions. Onlookers murmured in astonishment. Yet here Su Mingxian and Su Diyue could advance only another dozen steps before exhausting their strength. A powerful soul enhanced endurance, but did not render the body immune to crushing force. The other second-tier prodigies fared similarly. Some lagged behind Su Mingxian and his daughter, others slightly outpaced them, yet none surpassed the 33rd step. In the Blackwater territory, some halted within the soul pressure zone, others fell in the illusion trial. Among the southern prodigies, Lin Qingfeng and Zhang Xuanyi stopped at the physical pressure zone. Wu Jingchan stalled in the soul pressure zone, while Su Delying, Lu Qingxue, and Luo Yu, more balanced in cultivation, halted within the illusion zone. Yi-Fan too ceased within the soul pressure zone. Thus concluded the latter trial. Our southern region gains 3 more high-tier prodigy potentials. Spectators erupted in jubilation. Even the golden core and nascent soul elders of the southern region relaxed visibly. After all, 60 of their 360 prodigies had been eliminated in this round. Some barely scraped past qualification, possessing only modest potential. Shortly thereafter, Xianzhen and 4 other nascent soul mid-cultivators reignited the prodigy ranking scroll. The white jade ladder vanished, replaced by a towering Tinzhong black obelisk emerging from the prodigy ranking scroll and hovering midair. Xianzhen declared, second trial, combat strength assessment. This is the prodigy combat steel. Strike it, and your combat rank shall appear above, 10 tiers in total. Ranks 1 to 3 denote low-tier prodigy strength, 4 to 6 mid-tier, 7 to 9 high-tier, 10 signifies supreme-tier prodigy strength. Those who passed the first trial now approached the steel in orderly sequence, each granted 3 strikes. They might employ artifacts or secret arts, but no the highest recorded strength counted. Any failing to reach rank 3 would be disqualified outright. Begin now. Instantly, a Blackwater demon cultivator lunged toward the steel, his demonic aura surging, delivering a full-force palm strike that registered only a 2. He drew mocking laughter, yet activating a 2-stripe artifact raised his score to 3. One after another attempted the test, most scoring around rank 3. The first and second-tier prodigies, however, withheld their attempts deliberately. Father-in-law, I've observed carefully. I can likely achieve rank 5 at full power, Yi-Fan said. Su Diyue replied, my peak output approaches rank 6. Both had made considerable progress over the past 3 months. Yi-Fan had perfected the first form of the Brahma Heaven Sacred Fist and entered the second form. His raw physical might amplified by artifacts rivaled the explosive force of half-mastery over a celestial art. Su Diyue meanwhile had fused 2 of her final 3 seals, producing an explosion equivalent to 6.5 mastery over a celestial art. Do not worry about me. This trial indeed suits me poorly, yet I possess means to pass. You need not draw attention. Rank 3 suffices. The final trial will likely be arena combat, a perilous affair. With the Blackwater territory now involved, reaching the prodigy ranking scroll is ideal, but should danger arise, withdraw without hesitation. Understood. Thereafter, Su Diyue and Yi-Fan underwent their strength assessments in turn, drawing close scrutiny from first and second-tier prodigies alike. After seeing both receive rank 3 evaluations, Su Delying realized they were concealing their true capabilities. Good. Though their strength remains formidable, the Blackwater forces arrive with overwhelming momentum. Feigning weakness now is indeed the wisest strategy. As for Su Mingxian, even wielding a 2-stripe artifact, he could muster only rank 2. Thus he resorted to formation artistry, summoning a colossal 5-element sword to crash upon the steel. Result rank 3. Su Mingxian's talents leaned toward support. His personal combat strength truly ranked among the lowest. Yan Kuangtu, exerting himself fully, also attained rank 3, barely qualifying for the final trial. Xie Tianqing scored rank 5. Then came the first and second-tier prodigies, one by one all achieving ranks 5 or 6. First-tier prodigies averaged rank 8. Luo Yu, Lu Qingxue, Su Delying, and a Blackwater prodigy each achieved rank 9. Lu Qingxue combined her innate sword root aptitude with 90% mastery over a celestial art. Su Delying augmented his 90% mastery with the Flame Phoenix bloodline. The Blackwater prodigy and Luo Yu employed similar synergies. Jinshan and Lin Qingfeng scored rank 8, Zhang Xuanyi rank 7. In this second trial, the Blackwater territory gained 2 additional high-tier combat strengths, an alarming development. Not a single Blackwater cultivator was eliminated, while the southern region lost another 100. Of the original 360 prodigies, only 200 remained. Soon Xianzhen summoned the prodigy combat arena. 108 hexagonal battle platforms, each 100 zhang in diameter, suspended in midair. These 108 platforms were divided into 2 tiers. 36 heavenly constellation platforms floated above, while 72 earthly fiend platforms hovered 10 zhang below. not directly beneath, but encircling the upper tier. Each platform admits 2 combatants, then seals itself with a luminous barrier, preventing further entry until one dies or surrenders. Each participant receives 3 challenges. Once no further challenges are issued to any platform, the Prodigy Steel ascends. Only names inscribed upon it earn placement on the Prodigy ranking scroll. Upon the Steel's ascent, entry is forever barred, until inscription concludes. Now the Prodigy ranking scroll shall autonomously appoint 108 platform champions, 36 from the heavenly constellation tier, 72 from the earthly fiend tier. Xianjun wove hand seals, channeling spiritual energy into the Prodigy ranking scroll. It hovered aloft as golden beams shot forth, striking the foundation establishment-level prodigies present. They rose involuntarily, landing atop the 108 platforms. The Azure Cloud Sword Immortal is truly the peerless prodigy of this age. The Prodigy ranking scroll itself affirms it. Second is that Blackwater Prodigy, who scored rank 9. Our young master ranks 3rd. Disciples of the Heaven-Forging sect cried out in awe. Brother Zhurong claims the 18th platform. Luo Yu places only 4th. 5th and 6th are both Blackwater prodigies. The Buddha son of Lane Temple ranks 7th, Lin Qingfeng of Qingshu sect 8th, Zhang Xuani of Xianyue sect 12th. The top 10 are tied. How ineffectual is Xianyue sect's foremost prodigy, claiming only 12th? Outrageous. Of 108 platforms, Blackwater prodigies occupy 58. Onlookers buzzed with speculation. Ba Dao grinned broadly. I expected a wider gap, yet they lead by only 8 platforms. This ranking reflects only the scroll's autonomous selection based on the first 2 trials. Wait until names are inscribed on the Prodigy Steel before passing judgment. Indeed. Yet in life or death combat, I contend our Blackwater prodigies hold greater mastery, having clawed their way upward through harsh, unforgiving environments. Even prodigies from nascent soul-level sects and clans follow this path. Qingfeng fell silent, his gaze sweeping across the combat platforms. Though Su Mingxian and his companions possessed high-tier prodigy potential, their combat strength remained low-tier. Hence none were selected as champions. Yet all 3 retained vast room for growth. Su Mingxian could refine his battle formations, grasp the true essence of formation arts, comprehend celestial arts, and master arcane techniques. Yi Fan could elevate his cultivation realm, strengthen his divine sense, perfect the Brahma Heaven's sacred fist, and deepen his comprehension of celestial arts. Su Diyue, however, had yet to grasp the cold Dao celestial art. Among the remaining prodigies, 90% had reached the apex of foundation establishment. Few indeed walked the rare path toward golden core formation through celestial art mastery. The final arena combat would inevitably be the most ferocious, no quarter given. Encounters with foreign region prodigies would provoke immediate lethal intent. Within a single incensestic's time, several southern prodigies perished challenging Blackwater platform champions, struck down without mercy even after surrendering. This spectacle ignited fury among Golden Core elders, prodigies, and spectators alike. Ba Dao smiled faintly. Senior Brother Qingfeng, arena combat permits no restraint. Harshness prevents hidden countermeasures. Surely you understand. Should one truly wish to yield, fleeing the arena suffices. The barrier bars entry, not exit, does it not? Xianjun and others echoed this warning to those daring to challenge Blackwater champions. Yet some lacked even the strength to escape the arena. An hour passed. No champion had yet been dethroned. The top 20 champions appeared bound by unspoken accord. None challenged one another. Their targets lay exclusively upward. With Blackwater's entry, the Prodigy ranking scroll's baseline surged. Its lowest-ranked Blackwater prodigy had already grasped a celestial art to threaten's mastery. Thus challengers required at least rank 4 strength. Several southern prodigies died attempting to dethrone the last earthly fiend platform champion. Observing this, Xianjun cautioned, unless you possess methods to elevate your combat strength beyond rank 4, do not ascend the platform in vain. The scroll selections reflect optimal outcomes. Is there truly no one capable of subduing these Blackwater demon cultivators? Indeed, we've lost several of our own prodigies while theirs remain unscathed. 2 of our lower-ranked platform champions have already fallen to their challenges. Though Su Mingxian and his companions wished to remain inconspicuous, in action offered no path to resolution. Father-in-law Yuer, I'll seize the 72nd earthly fiend platform first. Go ahead. Be cautious. Do not underestimate them. Yi Fan soared from the crowd, streaking directly toward the 72nd earthly fiend platform. Foundation establishment level 8 high-tier potential prodigy, low-tier combat strength. So eager to die? Then I shall grant your wish. The challenger mid-lieged cultivated the slaughter demon Dao and wielded a saber technique. Before his words faded, murderous aura exploded around him. Gripping his blade with both hands, its edge shimmered with obsidian luster, infused with soul-devouring malevolence, as a crescent-shaped saber light cleaved toward Yi Fan. Yi Fan armored his fists and torso, twisted his waist, and unleashed a thunderous punch. Boom. The saber light shattered instantly. Yi Fan shot forward like a crimson lightning bolt, aiming straight for his opponent's face. Though the saber deflected the blow, the middle-aged cultivator was hurled backward airborne. He felt as though struck by a colossal humanoid beast. Yifan's fists rained down like stormwind and torrential rain, forcing his foe to erect defensive barriers. Yet after barely a dozen impacts, the luminous shield collapsed inward violently. This transpired in mere seconds. The cultivator's face paled. You concealed your true strength during the assessment. Perhaps I simply dislike your face, and spontaneously surged beyond limits. Escape now. You're near the platform's edge, you still have a chance. Damn you, die. Refusing retreat, the cultivator immediately activated a blood-burning secret. Yifan remained unmoved, launching the second form of the Brahma Heaven Sacred Fist, Absolute Heaven Fist. The saber light, now amplified, shattered anew, while the fist's residual momentum pierced forward, crushing the cultivator's skull in a single blow. Excellent. Spectators roared in acclaim. Yifan did not remain to defend the platform. He flew instead toward the 36th Earthly Fiend platform, targeting another Blackwater cultivator. This opponent had previously scored rank 5. Yifan judged them evenly matched. Indeed, he proved correct, a blood demon Dao cultivator, elusive and nearly impossible to kill. Yifan unleashed multiple fire element spells in rapid succession, constricting his foe's mobility, exposing vulnerabilities, and inflicting wounds. Only then did he gradually widen his advantage, finally slaying him after over an hour. I shall kill you. From the 40th Earthly Fiend platform, a crimson blur tore through the air, hurtling straight toward Yifan's arena. The newcomer is a young man with red hair dressed in a crimson robe. Seeing Yifan just slay a member of the Blackwater region, he assumes Yifan's fighting strength has waned and directly abandons the platform to attack, his long sword shimmering with a ghostly blue light as it thrusts towards Yifan's heart. Despicable. The talents of the Tiannan region shouted angrily. The talents of the Blackwater region on the square snorted coldly. It's a life-and-death battle. What is despicable about it? If he is afraid of death, he could easily escape from the battle platform. Exactly, if he is truly a talent, he should be able to hold his ground on the talent battle platform. Yifan raised his gaze, showing no signs of fatigue. Only his magical power was slightly depleted, but his physical strength remained undiminished. Facing the incoming long sword, he did not dodge or evade. His right fist, enveloped in a faint golden spiritual light, collided directly with the long sword. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was piercing. The red-haired youth felt a violent shock in his palm, and the long sword nearly slipped from his grip. He was filled with doubt. How can he possess such strength? Before he could regain his senses, Yifan had already closed in his fist, striking out like thunder. The red-haired youth gritted his teeth, repeatedly unleashing sword techniques, engaging Yifan in a fierce exchange. Confident in his fierce techniques, he aimed to suppress Yifan with rapid attacks, not realizing that Yifan was a body cultivator best suited for prolonged battles. Each clash between fist and sword had Yifan's body standing firm like an unyielding rock, while the red-haired youth was sent reeling from the impact. In mere moments, golden light and watery shadows intertwined on the battle platform, with sounds of fierce clashes echoing continuously. Yifan's breath remained steady, and his punch strength showed no signs of waning. Impossible! The red-haired youth roared, burning his essence blood to unleash a killing move, the long sword aiming directly for Yifan's head. A glint of cold light flashed in Yifan's eyes. His golden light surged violently, his left fist deflecting the long sword, while his right fist gathered all his strength, striking fiercely at the red-haired youth's chest. Boom! With a loud crash, the red-haired youth's body exploded like a rag torn apart, instantly transforming into a mist of blood that dissipated within the protective barrier of the battle platform. Yifan stood with his fists withdrawn, his clothes stained with blood, yet his expression remained unchanged. He then brushed past his storage bag and swallowed a pill to recover his magical power. Yifan had slain 3 people with the platform. He was on the Earthsha 36 battle platform, being the only one remaining, while the Earthsha 40 battle platform was occupied by Su Diyue, and the Earthsha 72 battle platform by Su Mingxian. Su Dang, witnessing Yifan's consecutive victories on the Tiangang 3rd battle platform, revealed a faint smile. Yin Longzi sighed slightly. They actually allowed the Su family members to ascend to the talent battle platform even amidst the chaos of the Blackwater region. If not for this, wouldn't they all have the chance to reach the Tiangang battle platform? The madman Yin challenged the Earthsha 71 battle platform, being a talent of the Tiannan region. After a fierce battle, he ultimately suffered defeat. His current strength could only be compared to someone who has grasped the essence of entry-level divine abilities to a certain degree, still far from reaching the talent battle platform. If he were to focus on comprehending in the future, he might grasp entry-level divine abilities to a level of 4 or 5 points. Song Dowling approached the 4th level combat power, but faced 2 consecutive defeats, and this was already among the last few talent battle platforms. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of the talents from the Blackwater region, he would have had a chance to secure a rank on the talent board. 3 talents from the Blackwater region challenged Su Mingxian in succession, but Su Mingxian had long set up illusion formations and fog formations, using the path of virtual and real transformations to toy with them. Then, with a 5-element battle formation restraining them, she easily slaughtered them. When Su Mingxian killed, she used clouds and mist to obscure her actions, setting up spiritual sense restrictions. Foundation establishment cultivators could not perceive anything, but cultivators above the Golden Core stage had a general idea of how she killed the talents from the Blackwater region. The Master Tian Yi was slightly surprised. Our northwestern talents actually hid such a talent in formations. I have never seen him use any formation tools. Could it be that he is forming formations out of thin air? But without a formation, forming a formation in such haste would be easily broken by the other party, right? And what about that restriction technique? Why does it have a flavor reminiscent of senior brother Zhang Fan? Ba Dao also noticed Yi Fan and Su Mingxian pondering. One is a body cultivator of the 8th level of foundation establishment. The other is a formation cultivator who has long been extinct. Sword cultivators rely on their swords for battle. Formation cultivators also depend on formations to fight. Not like ordinary formation masters who can only set up formations or lure their opponents into them to trap and kill. However, it is somewhat shallow, akin to someone just beginning in the path of formations. A glimmer of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Formation cultivators once grown can be far more terrifying than sword cultivators. Of course, they are also much rarer. Su Diyue occupied the 40th talent battle platform, and when Blackwater region talents challenged her, they were killed in just a few moves, as were the masters of the adjacent Blackwater region battle platforms. This girl possesses at least 5th level combat power. After that, no one dared to challenge Su Diyue. A moment later, Su Diyue challenged the top talent of the Blackwater region on the Earth Sha first battle platform. Taking advantage of the moment, Su Mingxian occupied the 40th talent battle platform and immediately secretly set up formations waiting for others to jump in. On one side, sword lights were crisscrossing the night, cool as water. On the other, crimson-black flames were burning fiercely. Then the cold path sealing technique and demonic flame palm technique collided. Half of the battle platform was engulfed in flames while the other half was covered in frost. After a stick of incense, Su Diyue had the upper hand. Although the Blackwater talent was not killed, he was heavily injured and fled the battle platform. This fairy is a dark horse. With her strength, she is likely to ascend to the Tian Gang battle platform. Not necessarily. Having a tough battle against the top of the Earth Sha indicates that the strength of the Tian Gang 36 is definitely not weak, and the hope may be slim. Someone is challenging the Earth Sha 40 battle platform again. Another mist. Is it a formation? When the mist dissipated, only Su Mingxian remained standing, while the Blackwater region's demon cultivator had already fallen. Those who had attacked Su Mingxian, Su Diyue, and Yi Fan after abandoning the platform were almost all killed, and their positions were replaced by talents from Tian Nan. However, soon after, more Blackwater talents challenged them. The Earth Sha battle platform instantly became lively. Yi Fan still had one last opportunity to challenge, and he intended to test the standard of the Tian Gang 36. Upon seeing Yi Fan arrive, the purple-haired demon cultivator coldly said, "You overestimate yourself." However, after several exchanges, he realized Yi Fan's strength was not to be underestimated. Although his attack power was only at the level of 5 points in entry-level divine abilities, he was particularly resilient. He thought it was due to the armor artifact. Since you seek death, don't blame me. I was planning to reserve my strength for a surprise attack on the top 30 of the battle platform. The purple-haired demon cultivator's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Suddenly, a crescent-shaped demonic blade appeared in his hand, glowing with a dark purple light. The demonic blade unleashed several long waves of demonic flame blade energy, sweeping towards Yi Fan like a tide. The pressure was far beyond any attack he had faced before, reaching 70% of entry-level divine abilities combat power. Many onlookers were astonished. That Yi Fan is too arrogant. It seems his life or death is uncertain now, someone remarked. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and met the attack with his fists. However, the power of the demonic flame blade energy was too strong, and Yi Fan's fists were directly shattered. He could only rely on the artifact and his own body to defend. Though he managed to block it, his armored arms were covered in cracks. Once your armor shatters, let's see what you use to defend. After a few moments, Yi Fan's armor gradually disintegrated, and his gauntlets were also damaged, exposing the palms underneath. Yi Fan. Husband. Su Mingxian and Su Diyue exclaimed. Su Dang also frowned, worry etched across his features. Su Chuan kept calculating, but he couldn't discern any information, whether due to the multitude of powerful beings present or the energy fluctuations of the talent board. Cracks spread across the crimson gold armor. After a while, with a loud bang, it shattered, and fragments of the gauntlets scattered across the battle platform, revealing the ancient copper-colored skin underneath. That skin glimmered with a cold, hard sheen, while faint golden spiritual light flowed between the textures. This body. The onlookers displayed unusual expression. The purple-haired demon cultivator, deep in thought, immediately slashed out several blade lights, which Yi Fan crossed his arms to block. The blade lights only left shallow cuts on his arms. You truly cultivated a body-refining technique. The purple-haired demon cultivator's pupils constricted. Moreover, your physical body has reached an exceptionally strong level, likely not inferior to a second-tier peak demon beast. Jin Chan compared to him, who has the stronger physical body. Lin Qingfeng inquired curiously. I haven't compared, so I don't know, Jin Chan replied. Chuan joined his hands together reciting a Buddhist chant, yet his eyes remained fixed on Yi Fan, his pupils narrowing slightly. To have cultivated the physical body to such an extent, I imagine the body refining technique he practiced is not inferior to our temple's secret golden body scripture. The onlookers also gasped in surprise. To achieve such a small degree of dual cultivation of law and body, it has been many years since I've seen it. Friend Qingmu, your Tiansong prefecture truly produces outstanding talents, Qing Xian said, looking at true monarch Qingmu. True monarch Qing Xian, you flatter me. There are countless opportunities in the world, and not everyone can grasp them. Otherwise would our nascent soul forces not be able to endure forever? You're right. My ancestor Xian Yu also rose from humble beginnings, established a sect, and reached this point. Yi Fan, his combat strength has reached 70% of entry-level divine abilities, and you are already injured. Retreat for now. However, Su Mingxian frowned deeply and transmitted, Father-in-law, I have confidence in preserving my life, but let me act recklessly this time. Su Mingxian seized her persuasion upon hearing this. Su Due, well aware of Yi Fan's thoughts, said nothing more, merely revealing a hint of concern in her eyes. Yi Fan's strength was rising quickly, yet he had never encountered an opponent worthy of exhausting all his effort. The other party's murderous intent was palpable, and so was his. This was a true life-and-death struggle. For someone with 70% mastery of entry-level divine abilities, killing someone at 50% is not difficult. However, killing a body cultivator with combat strength comparable to 50% mastery of entry-level divine abilities is quite challenging. His body is very tough, but his bones are even tougher. It seems you indeed possess the potential of a top talent, but it's a pity you have yet to truly grow. Killing you would surely make the people of Tian-Nan lament for a while. Yi Fan said little, closing in his fists, pounding out continuously, each punch accompanied by the sound of air breaking. You overestimate yourself. The purple-haired demon cultivator coldly laughed, slashing the crescent blade in several arcs. Though he did not shatter Yi Fan's fists, he made them bleed profusely, exposing white bone. Yi Fan remained unfazed. After being knocked back, he continued to press forward, seemingly unfazed by any pain. In just a moment, his arms and hands were covered in wounds, looking as if he was being flayed alive. Yi Fan's eyes showed not a hint of fear, instead they grew increasingly bright, as if he had gained some insight. Ancient body cultivators battling against heaven and earth created body-refining techniques precisely to make their bodies strong enough to fight against demon beasts. Although the armor's defense was strong, it also constrained the potential of the body cultivator. At this moment, with each collision of his body, he felt his physique being tempered, his fighting spirit rising. His fists swung with increasing might, and the power of the venerable Heaven Saint Fist grew stronger. Everyone watching Yi Fan's plight assumed he could last at most half a stick of incense. Yet half an hour and an hour passed, and he still stood firm on the talent battle platform. Is this the terror of ancient body cultivators? Hey, it is said that in terms of endurance no one can surpass them. Witnessing it today truly lives up to the on the Tiangang battle platform. Golden light and demonic energy intertwined. Though Yi Fan appeared bloodied, he grew braver with each battle, his momentum gradually leveling with the purple-haired demon cultivator. Conversely, the demon cultivator's eyes were filled with trepidation and even a hint of fear and anxiety. Impossible. I cannot lose. The purple-haired demon cultivator unleashed a secret technique, burning his essence blood. Even if there was no further opportunity for advancement, he must kill this person. Upon seeing the purple-haired demon cultivator's aura surge, Yi Fan's fighting spirit also began to rise. Come at me. He laughed madly and clashed again with the crescent demonic blade in the demon cultivator's hand. After dozens of exchanges, why haven't you lost yet? Why haven't you lost? Defeat now. The purple-haired demon cultivator roared incessantly. Yi Fan fought on, undeterred, his momentum climbing again, and so did his fighting spirit. As long as he did not die, he could continue fighting. In the next moment, he felt an epiphany, as if he had understood something. In an instant, he fused his fighting spirit, momentum, and intent into the venerable Heaven Saint Fist, causing it to leap to the second form's great perfection. Heaven's End. Yi Fan shouted loudly, gathering all his strength and fighting spirit into his fist, the golden fist light swelling several times as he struck fiercely at the purple-haired demon cultivator. With the first punch, the crescent blade was sent flying. With the second punch, he shattered the magical protective barrier, and the golden light penetrated the demon cultivator's body, heavily injuring him and sending him flying as he coughed up blood. With the third punch, before the purple-haired demon cultivator had even landed, Yi Fan closed in and smashed him into a cloud of blood mist. Good. The crowd gasped in astonishment. But Yi Fan appeared weak after his outburst, kneeling on one knee, the faint golden glow on his skin dimming to the point of near invisibility. After all, the injuries caused by the purple-haired demon cultivator were not to be overlooked. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely been dead by now. Kill him. A Blackwater region demon cultivator shouted loudly. Someone on the Earth-Sha battle platform seemed to receive a signal and immediately left the platform, flying towards the Tiangang 36 battle platform. Despicable. Shameless. Vile. The chorus of insults was unending. Isn't it only common sense to take advantage of someone's illness to seek their life? The demon cultivator laughed heartily, knowing that to slay such a talent, even if it was just taking advantage of someone in danger, he could still make a name for himself. Everyone thought Yi Fan was doomed this time. But then something astonishing happened that left everyone, including many golden core and nascent soul cultivators, utterly shocked. The demon cultivator was actually blocked by the barrier of the talent battle platform. How can this be? Isn't it only when there are two individuals that one cannot enter the platform? The demon cultivator was furious. The golden core and nascent soul cultivators were equally astonished. Boom. With a sound in the center of the Tian Gang 36 battle platform, a golden stone tablet rose. The talent tablet. The nascent soul cultivators gasped in surprise. Everyone was dumbfounded. The talent conference had not yet concluded, and the talent tablet actually appeared ahead of time. Was it because of the ancient talent token that had merged earlier? The surface of the talent tablet displayed several lines of golden ancient text. With a foundation establishment level 8 body, unyielding in battle, surpassing one's limits, gaining insight into fighting intent in battle, one shall be deemed a talent. This has been recognized by the talent battle platform. The first prodigy has appeared. Several powerful Yuaning experts from top forces smiled at this change. It surely indicates that the prodigy ranking is gradually reviving and the ancient prodigy decree is indeed effective. Su Chuan, Su Mingxian, Su Diyue, and Su Delying all displayed faint smiles. The demonic cultivator, seeing no opportunity, turned to return to his own Dishan 9th battle platform, only to find he had been robbed. The thief was none other than Su Mingxian. You seek death. In his rage, he charged into the Dishan 9th battle platform. A thick fog began to swirl. After a short while, only Su Mingxian's figure and the fallen demonic cultivator remained, with his storage bag also vanished without a trace. Su Mingxian flicked his fingers, incinerating the body. What kind of strength does this person possess? I don't know. He always shrouds his battles in thick fog, blocking divine sense from probing. The Golden Core and Yuaning seniors must know. A mid-stage Yuaning cultivator from the Blackwater region warned those prodigies on the battle platform not to challenge Su Mingxian, as his platform was already set with like his nest, though not powerful unless the top prodigies broke, and others had little chance of survival. Life and death were but a thought away for him. The prodigies of the Blackwater region felt a chill in their hearts. Indeed, the world is never short of geniuses. Yi Fan gained recognition from the prodigy battle platform, securing a spot, prompting many to stir and challenge upward. However, Yi Fan was ultimately an exception. Some perished while others fled in panic from the battle platform, and some achieved difficult victories only to be killed by those who followed. Several from the Tian Song mansion, who once occupied the Disha prodigy battle platform, were injured in the chaos, and had to temporarily leave the platform, waiting for an opportunity to reclaim it later. The Tian Gang battle platform remained largely unchanged, still employing a strategy of stillness to counter movement. As long as they maintained this until the end, they would certainly secure their place on the prodigy ranking. After recovering, Su Diyue challenged the Tian Gang 35th battle platform. Just as he left, Su Mingxian entered the Disha 1st battle platform. A Blackwater region prodigy initially tried to enter, but immediately reconsidered upon seeing Su Mingxian. This individual was also a demonic cultivator from the Blackwater region, but unlike the one who challenged Yi Fan, he concealed his strength. His divine abilities were on par with Su Diyue, both at the sixteenth mastery level. Yet Su Diyue could control her divine sense with 7 thoughts, and her divine sense was unified. With one hand performing sword techniques, and the other casting the Cold Heaven Seal, she could even draw upon defensive artifacts. Although it consumed her mana and divine sense, her divine sense was inherently powerful, making it quite effortless. Under her tempestuous assault, the opponent could only endure for a quarter of an hour before being slain. Originally intending to retreat, Su Diyue revealed this trump card, and certainly wouldn't allow the Blackwater region prodigy to escape as before. She used a defensive shield to block his path, forcing him to engage Su Diyue in a desperate fight, ultimately falling to her hand. What a marvelous technique. Many praised. To control one's mind to such an extent is not something everyone can accomplish. In the high sky, Qing Feng lightly stated, I have said before, it is too early to discuss victory or defeat until the end. Daoist Badao, look at how little time has passed, and the situation has already reversed. If not for those 3 juniors causing trouble with other mediocre talents, reversing this situation would be nothing but a dream. Every generation has its prodigies. After all, they are the prodigies of Tian Nan. It's a pity that although these 3 have potential, their foundations are ultimately too shallow. In the world of cultivation, only those standing at the peak have a say. A top-tier prodigy is worth more than dozens of ordinary prodigies. It all depends on which side can claim the title of the first prodigy in this prodigy conference. Seeing no one come to challenge, Su Mingxian turned his gaze toward the Tian Gang battle platform. The 33rd and 34th were both prodigies of the Tian Nan. Unless necessary, he did not wish to challenge. In the end, his gaze fell upon the Blackwater region prodigy on the Tian Gang 30 battle platform. After contemplating, he flew toward that battle platform. However, as soon as Su Mingxian entered, the opponent immediately unleashed a terrifying palm strike, filled with demonic energy and entwined with azure flames. Su Mingxian narrowly avoided it, realizing that his secrets had surely been exposed. Yet he had anticipated this, and while dodging brushed past his storage bag, sending a two-patterned demonic artifact flying toward the opponent. What can this unrefined demonic artifact do to me? But more than 10 breaths had already passed. Su Mingxian's formations had been fully set up. Upon entering, the prodigy saw fog rolling in and immediately exclaimed, as if wanting to obliterate the entire prodigy battle platform. The middle-aged man with black hair was caught off guard, and even with a protective mana shield, he suffered heavy injuries and was sent flying out of the Tian Gang battle platform. Though Su Mingxian had prepared for it, he was also injured by the explosion shockwave. He immediately consumed a pill and began setting up formations at his stronghold. Is this even possible? A two-patterned artifact is worth at least several thousand spirit stones, or did he just self-destruct it like that? It seems even more reckless than that group from the Blackwater region. This is called using evil to counter evil. However, such self-detonation would also harm one's own divine sense, right? The Blackwater region prodigy on the Tian Gang 32 battle platform seemed to have also realized this and rushed into the 30th battle platform, while Su Mingxian was injured. But more than 10 breaths had already passed. Su Mingxian's formations had been fully set up. Upon entering, the prodigy saw fog rolling in and immediately exclaimed, but by now escape was impossible. Not understanding formations, escaping from a secondary low-grade fog formation was not something that could be accomplished in a breath or two. 5-element chains rushed toward him. Though he had the ability to shatter them, the chains were relentless. Additionally, there were illusory forces constantly trying to pull his divine sense and forcing him to remain vigilant. He could not find Su Mingxian's figure and could only curse. But Su Mingxian would not care, slowly wearing him down. Fool. Amidst a Chuan cultivator from the Blackwater region secretly cursed. Haha, advancing a position for free, thank you this Tao friend. The Tian prodigies on the Tian Gang 33 and 34 battle platforms took the opportunity to advance a position. They were not rigid, and advancing a position with Su Diyue was indifferent. As long as she maintained her position on the Tian Gang battle platform, it was sufficient. Advancing further was dangerous and unnecessary. Others who knew Su Mingxian's tactics did not dare to imitate. Not only would they waste a top-tier artifact, but if they failed to kill the opponent could recuperate and return to strike again. There had never been a precedent where Su Mingxian occupied a battle platform, and it was later reclaimed. Originally a Blackwater region prodigy on the Tian Gang 30 battle platform thought that with his 17th mastery level strength, even if he could not win, he could escape after recuperating. However, half an hour later he became a cold corpse, ultimately burned to ashes. Even those from the top 30 battle platforms were slightly shocked. Su Mingxian glanced at the prodigies ahead and silently thought, let it end here. Soon after, at the Tian Gang 3rd battle platform, Su Delying left the platform, her entire body engulfed in faint golden flames, charging into the Tian Gang 2nd battle platform. You all stay put, let me take the lead. The pressure of the flame phoenix emanated from her, and her pupils turned entirely into faint golden phoenix eyes. With her palm raised, a cluster of flames shot into the sky, expanding to several zhang in size, as a flame phoenix letting out a loud cry as it dove toward the young demonic cultivator. The top prodigy has begun battle. Someone shouted, and all eyes shifted from the Disha battle platform to this fight. Even the Golden Core and Yuan cultivators were. The other Tian Gang battle platforms were also incredibly focused. The top 3, or rather the top 8 prodigies, were nearly equal in strength, and only through actual combat could one discern who was strong and who was weak. The young demonic cultivator was extremely arrogant, his gaze always cold. Yet his attacks were undoubtedly formidable, matching Su Deling's phoenix flame. The black demonic dragon and the golden flame phoenix clashed continuously in the air, their power far surpassing any previous skirmish. They could easily defeat those ranked 30 or lower. Both were of similar strength. Su Delying possessed a 3-patterned artifact, the 6-flame fan, while the young demonic cultivator wielded a battle knife of the same rank. They fought fiercely, clashing repeatedly. The Blackwater region prodigies of the Tian Gang 9th and 10th battle platforms finally challenged the Buddha's Son and Lin Qingfeng, ranked 7th and 8th. However, the two were indeed somewhat weaker. Yet it was not so easy for Buddha's Son Jinshan and Lin Qingfeng to kill them, as they managed to escape from the battle platform. It is truly unfortunate that I could not help the benefactor attain liberation and be reborn in the Pure Land. Stupid bald donkey, don't get too smug. The two returned to their battle platform. Zhang Xian charged into the 9th battle platform. You rank 12th dare to challenge me. However, Zhang Xian cultivated ceiling-type demonic arts, trapping him on the prodigy battle platform and leveraging the secret art to suppress him. After an intense battle, he actually killed him. The crowd was in an uproar. Zhang benefactor's means are remarkable. This poor monk admires you. Zhang Xian replied lightly. Jinshan, Dao friend, you flatter me. If you two had fought to the death earlier, I believe you would have won. Buddha's Son Jinshan smiled slightly, reciting a Buddhist phrase without directly answering. Upon witnessing Zhang Xian's prowess, the Blackwater region prodigies ranked behind him were wary and did not dare to act rashly. At this moment, a Blackwater region prodigy from the 5th battle platform leaped to the 3rd battle platform. Others looked on. The top 3 are not for you Blackwater region folks to occupy. Before the words fell, Luo Yu transformed into a white shadow and also entered the third battle platform. The two sides engaged in battle. This poor monk will also test the means of this Blackwater region benefactor ahead. Jinshan leaped into the sixth battle platform. The fifth battle platform belongs to me, Lin. Lin Qingfeng jumped into the fifth battle platform. The vacated seventh and eighth battle platforms remained unclaimed. There is indeed a significant gap in strength between the top 10 prodigies and those behind them. Even if they temporarily occupy a position, it will not yield any benefits unless they encounter severely injured or deceased opponents. The battles among these factions were intense, with combat fluctuations evenly matched. Su Delying and the young demonic cultivator fought for a long time. Though their artifact powers were comparable, their divine abilities were also equal, but the young demonic cultivator's sword skills were domineering and exceptionally fierce, gradually overpowering Su Delying. How could this be? Is the Phoenix Celestial Maiden about to lose? Is that young demonic cultivator truly so terrifying? A wandering cultivator from the southern region murmured, his eyes filled with disbelief. That young man is your disciple, right? I can see a hint of you in his sword skills, Qingfeng remarked lightly. He is merely an unworthy disciple. Forgive me for the embarrassment, Dao friend Qingfeng. Ba Dao smiled faintly. Once he defeats that girl, I will have Wu Feng challenge the female disciple of your Qingyan sect. Let's see how her swordsmanship compares to my disciple's knife techniques. After half a cup of tea's time, Su Delying suddenly closed her eyes slightly, her surrounding spiritual light abruptly retracting, while her divine sense power, a faint silver glow appeared at her brow and an intangible divine sense detached, coalescing in the air into a hammer glowing with silver light. The silver hammer was only semi-ethereal but emanated a sharp divine soul pressure. This was the divine sense transformation secret technique. Su Delying had to bring out her ace in the hole, the divine sense transformation technique. By the time Wu Feng noticed, the ethereal silver hammer had already slammed into his sea of consciousness. Having already reached the divine sense golden core level, Su Delying's divine soul was powerful, allowing her condensed divine sense technique to match the attacks of golden core cultivators. Wu Feng grunted, his eyes suddenly losing focus. Due to Su Delying's strike, his sea of consciousness fluctuated and his divine soul suffered injury. Su Delying seized the opportunity, raising her right hand. The six-flame fan unfolded, and the fan's surface ignited with raging flames, fiercely sweeping toward Wu Feng. A faint blue light flickered around her. Boom. In the next moment, the light screen shattered, and the flames, accompanied by the residual fierce wind, violently struck Wu Feng, sweeping him out of the second battle platform. The sudden turn of events left everyone astonished. What just happened? How did the Phoenix Celestial Maiden turn defeat into victory? It seems she cast some technique. Just now I saw a silver light flickering at her brow. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Wu Feng's divine soul was also exceptionally strong, not much inferior to those who had just entered the golden core realm. The moment he flew out of the prodigy battle platform, he regained awareness, his body halting in midair, gazing at Su Delying on the second battle platform. If you are unwilling to concede, why not come back and receive another hammer from me? Let's see if you still have an artifact that can withstand my attack this time. Wu Feng's expression grew serious. Had it not been for the artifact gifted by his master activating on its own to block the six-flame fan, he would now be severely injured and forced to withdraw from this prodigy battle. Wait a moment. Ba Dao suddenly communicated with his divine sense. This girl is indeed outstanding. Her body, artifact, and bloodline are all top tier, and her divine soul is stronger by a notch. Though your divine soul is also comparable to the golden core, it has not yet undergone transformation, and your divine sense has not advanced to the golden core divine sense. Compared to hers, you are inferior. Her divine sense techniques at the golden core level are still relatively shallow, if not relying solely on her powerful golden core divine sense, and this divine sense technique could easily slay you. With various foundations, there are no compatible techniques with the artifact. She must want to compete with the female disciple of the Qingyan sect. Just watch from the side. Yes, master. Wu Feng replied. Su Delying consumed a pill to restore her mana while observing the battles on other platforms. At the third battle platform, Luo, you still had a slight advantage over the Blackwater region prodigy, but found it difficult to kill. At the sixth battle platform, Buddha's son Jinshan's techniques had a restraining effect on the demonic path, and his body was stronger, thus suppressing the opponent. Yet the latter seemed to possess a special bloodline, not much weaker than Jinshan, even when suppressed. Once Su Delying's mana was fully restored, her gaze turned to the first prodigy battle platform. Lu Qingxue sensed Su Delying's gaze and looked over as well. In our last battle I barely lost because I did not want to use my trump card so soon. This time let us battle again and see who is stronger. Su Delying resolutely charged into the first prodigy battle platform. Yi Fan watched somewhat excited. Su Chuan smiled and shook his head, but his eyes were filled with satisfaction. That's a bit too ostentatious. As you wish. Lu Qingxue, dressed in a moon-white sword robe, had a long sword shimmering, with lightning hanging at her waist with purple arcs of lightning flickering around her. The innate sword bones carried a sharp sword intent, and even from a distance one could feel the chilling sword energy emanating from her. Su Delying, enveloped in faint golden phoenix flames, charged into the first top talent battle stage, wielding a six-flame fan, and fanned it towards Lu Qingxue. Clang! The long sword at Lu Qingsu's waist unsheathed itself, automatically falling into her right hand. With a light wave, a sword light about 10 feet long and entwined with purple lightning cleaved towards the rushing fire phoenix. The fire phoenix was directly sliced in half, and the sword light continued to fly towards Su Delying. Su Delying seemed to anticipate this, deftly dodging by shifting her body, and then formed a hand seal, causing the fire phoenix to merge again and plunge towards Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue changed her sword technique, transforming the long sword into multiple lightning shadows stabbing towards the fire phoenix like a torrential rain. The fire phoenix was riddled with countless holes, unable to maintain its shape, dispersing into tiny flickering flames. Su Delying approached swiftly, her forehead shimmering with silver light. A massive divine sense power surged, and a silver hammer manifested once more, attacking towards Lu Qingsu's sea of consciousness. Lu Qingsu's attacks were unparalleled, and her soul and divine sense were certainly not weak. After all, she was nurtured by the Qingyun sect. However, like Wu Feng, she ultimately did not attain the chance for transformation. Fortunately, she had seen Su Delying use this technique against Wu Feng before, so she was prepared. Under the strike, she did not lose consciousness. Again, Su Delying initiated again. This divine sense secret technique of the golden core level could only be used 3 times by Su Delying in a short. Yet Lu Qingsu's soul ultimately could not withstand the second divine sense silver hammer. Her consciousness momentarily blurred, giving Su Delying the opportunity. Her surrounding spiritual power surged violently, and the 6-flame fan swung fiercely towards Lu Qingxue. Puff! The flames, accompanied by a fierce wind, struck the faint azure barrier that appeared around Lu Qingxue, shattering it. She, like Wu Feng, was thrown off the first battle stage. Su Delying gasped heavily, but her eyes shone brightly. Junior Martial Uncle is magnificent. Phoenix Heavenly Maiden, the first top talent. Cheers erupted. At that moment, the top talent monument rose again, locking in the first top talent battle stage. Fighting all the way to seize first place, destined to be the first top talent. Many nascent souls changed slightly, although this time the first top talent did not fall into the hands of the 5 major top sects. At least it was not from the Blackwater region. Friend Yin Longzi, congratulations. Your Tianzhu sect has indeed produced an extraordinary top talent this time. Congratulations, Yin Longzi. Yin Longzi, your disciple is truly remarkable. Yin Longzi laughed heartily. You all flatter me. My disciple is still quite immature. It's a pity I have only taught for a few months. If I could teach for several years and impart suitable combat techniques, I believe these 2 battles would not have been so arduous. The corners of many nascent souls' mouths, while praising the disciple, they also praised themselves. Not a low level indeed. Only taught for a few months. Xianjun asked in surprise. Indeed, a rough gem is inherently perfect. Why bother to polish it? Yin Longzi stroked his beard and looked at him calmly. Could it be that a disciple like your sect's Lu Qingxue was slowly taught after birth? That's true. Diligence is certainly important, but those with talent and self-discipline who are also hardworking do not need much teaching. Just a little guidance will suffice. Many also nodded, secretly lamenting. Those with talent indeed still have hope to catch up, but those like Phoenix Heavenly Maiden and Qinyun's Sword Immortal with extraordinary talent and self-discipline are truly hard to look up to. What this friend says is correct. Talent. Maida Ling has never had any extraordinary talent, just a pair of innate spiritual eyes that are passable. But it is not in vain for my guidance and cultivation. Su Chuan thought secretly, the corners of his mouth curving upward. Su Mingxian smiled. Su Diyue and Yi Fan exchanged glances, both with indescribable excitement in their eyes. My Su family has produced 2 top talents of both domains. The true Lord Qingmu was also in disbelief, his eyes flickering. A mere foundation establishment family could actually give birth to such extraordinary talents. The future of the Su family is immeasurable. If they can continue smoothly, perhaps in a few hundred years another top-tier nascent soul force like the Xianyu sect will emerge. Perhaps this is the turning point against the Greed Wolf sect. However, what is the origin of the Su family? I have only heard that it was a certain Su family Golden Core clan that was destroyed. There are indeed families with the surname Su in other prefectures of the Northwest, but they have not been destroyed. Could it be that it is not from the Northwest, but from another region? The southern sky is so vast that even just the Northwest region cannot be thoroughly investigated in a short time. Outside the first top talent battle stage, Lu Qingxue and Wu Feng exchanged a glance and simultaneously dashed into the second top talent battle stage. The clash of sword and blade. Stunning sword energy and domineering blade aura filled the entire battle stage, even more intense than their battles with Su Delying. However, the 2 were truly evenly matched opponents. Both sides' foundations were closely matched. Shortly after the 2 began to engage in battle, the third battle stage determined a winner. Luoyu gained the upper hand, defeating the opponent, and the Blackwater region top talent retreated to recuperate in the 4th battle stage. Lin Qingfeng smiled faintly at this, rushing into the 4th battle stage. Once again, Lin has picked up a bargain. I wonder if the friends would grant me a place. The Blackwater region top talents naturally would not retreat so easily. The pride of top talents knows no regional bounds. After a fierce battle, this Blackwater region top talent was once again defeated, returning to the 5th top talent battle stage. Zhang Xian had an impulse to strike. However, he was indeed somewhat inferior in strength compared to his opponent. After the Northwest preliminary round, he had made a breakthrough comprehending 80% of the entry-level divine ability. He just did not expect that this year's top talent conference was filled with fierce competition. The other 4 top sects each had top talents mastering 90% of entry-level divine abilities, and a couple even possessed special bloodlines, making him feel inferior. Moreover, the sudden arrival of the Blackwater region top talents. Forget it, the demon suppression secret technique can only be used a few times. Placing 9th this time is not bad. The top 8 are all those who have comprehended 90% of entry-level divine abilities. After all, I have only recently comprehended 80%. The last 30% of entry-level divine abilities grows increasingly difficult to grasp, and the disparity in combat power is akin to that between mid and late foundation establishment. In the second battle stage, Lu Qingxue battled fiercely, with Wu Feng ultimately gaining a slight edge. Wu Feng voluntarily left the second battle stage to recuperate, entering the third battle stage, where Liu exerted all her strength, but still suffered a narrow defeat. The gap was not too large. However, Liu did not rush into the fourth battle stage immediately, instead taking half an hour to recover before challenging the current fourth battle stage's Lin Qingfeng. She forced him back. Lin Qingfeng also pushed back the previous 5th Blackwater region top talent. In the 6th battle stage, Jin Shang determined a victor, defeating the opponent. Originally the 5th and 6th Blackwater region top talents now occupied the 7th and 8th top talent battle stages. After that, no further challenges or changes occurred among the top 8. The later battle stages champions changed, but the changes were minimal. However, it soon stabilized. The Earth Fiend battle stage also gradually saw no one to fight, with only the last few positions still facing challenges. An hour later, the dust settled. Friend Badeo, the results are clear. In the Tian Gang battle stage, among my Tian Nans 22 and your Blackwater regions 14. In the Earth Fiend battle stage, among my Tian Nans 40 and your Blackwater regions 32. I underestimated Tian Nan domain. Badeo said indifferently, but this is merely a battle stage competition. It does not count as real life and death. In another 20 years, it will be the 500-year clash between the two domains. I wonder how many of these foundation establishment top talents will survive. There is no need for you to worry about that. Won't you be leaving? It's not too late to leave after it truly concludes. Qingfeng understood that the other party wanted to see whether with the integration of the 9 ancient top talent orders, anyone could gain opportunities from the top talent rankings this time. Judging by the previous top talent monument rising on its own, there indeed seemed to be some chance. All the top talent champions sat cross-legged on the battle stage, quietly waiting. An hour later, the top talent monument rose at the center of each battle stage. It is finally coming to an end, someone spoke. Looking at those who would soon be inscribed on the top talent monument, the unchosen top talents all revealed envious expression. What a pity. The top talent conference only provides each cultivator with one opportunity to participate. Their youth belongs to them, but it is now at an end. Xianzhen stroked his beard and smiled faintly, his voice resonating across the entire square, spreading as far as possible. Esteemed top talents, inscribe your names on the top talent monument. Both real names or titles are acceptable. In ancient times, the top talent rankings would project across various regions, allowing all cultivators to spread the names of the top talents. Although such divine abilities are absent now, if fate allows, you all may enter the top talent cave and gain ancient opportunities and fortunes. Now begin to inscribe your names. Everyone used their fingers as pens, with their powers as ink, writing their names. Su Delying wrote the characters Feng Ling. Su Mingxian wrote her real name. Su Diyue continued to use the title Cold Moon. Yi Fan pondered for a moment and still wrote the characters Yi Fan. All past events had long since faded away. Henceforth he would only be called Yi Fan. Just as everyone thought the top talent conference would conclude at this point. Su Delying, Lu Qingxue, Wu Feng, and Yi Fan's top talent monument suddenly emitted a faint glow, and in the next moment, with a flash of light, their figures vanished. Su Delying, Lu Qingxue, Wu Feng, and Yi Fan's top talent monument suddenly emitted a faint glow, and in the next moment, with a flash, Xianzhenzi, let us work together to activate the top talent rankings, and see if we can forcibly open the top talent cave. Qingfeng also revealed a smile, as it was not in vain for him to agree to the Blackwater region cultivators joining this top talent event. With a shift of his form, he landed on the ground. Raising his hand, a surge of powerful magic surged into the top talent rankings, causing it to vibrate. With a buzz. Other nascent soul cultivators followed suit. Qingfeng, this matter involves everyone present. Badeo laughed heartily, joining forces with 5 mid-nascent soul cultivators from the Blackwater region. The onlookers swallowed their saliva. Someone said, it is rumored that the top talent cave contains countless opportunities, all arranged by the major forces of Tian Nan, as well as ancient great divine beings. This is undoubtedly the greatest opportunity for us in Tian Nan. If this cave opens, I wonder if we can share in the spoils. Another person spoke up. Do you think those nascent soul forces will let you in? An old rogue cultivator retorted disdainfully. That is not necessarily the case. Perhaps it is like some secret realms only allowing golden core and below cultivators to enter. After all, this is the top talent rankings. Ignorance is truly frightening. The top talent rankings are an ancient artifact. Do you know what level the ancient top talent conferences were? Only those above Golden Core qualify to be called top talents. The contest of foundation establishment is merely a contest of potential dragons. Time passed bit by bit. The top talent rankings buzzed continuously, but regardless of how the dozens of nascent soul cultivators infused their magic, they did not sense where the cave was, let alone manifest it. Senior brother Qingjuan, please take action. And what about the other friends watching? Are you just going to watch in silence? Then one after another cultivators appeared stepping into the void. Qingfeng, are you not enough with so many of you? Xianyue, this is the ancient top talent rankings. If it were truly simple, would I need to call you all out? Indeed. The speaker was the founder of Xianyue sect known as Xianyue with the real name Zhang Fan. In the crowd, Chuan saw this old man and muttered to himself, it really is him. Zhang Fan sensed something locked onto Chuan and turned to smile slightly at, the ancestor Xianyue smiled at me. Could it be that he wishes to take me as a disciple? Why are you daydreaming in broad daylight? Zhang Fan then looked at the other four, one each from the Qing Su sect, Yuhua sect, and Lei Yin temple, and the last was the first of Qingyun sect, Qingjun. With the arrival of the great cultivators from the Blackwater region and the unveiling of the 9 ancient top talent orders, the news quickly spread back to the major top sects. They all sensed that something was amiss thus coming here. But they did not reveal themselves hiding in the void. Only those with the senses of great cultivators could detect them. The 5 great cultivators looked at each other and started infusing their magic into the top talent rankings. A moment later, Su Delying and the others reappeared on the top talent battle stage. We're back. The 4 top talents have returned. Just then, the top talent rankings suddenly burst into myriad golden lights soaring into the sky, flying above the top talent battle stage. A group of nascent soul cultivators chased after it. Roar! A thunderous dragon roar suddenly emanated from the top talent rankings, shaking the heavens and earth. The foundation establishment cultivators below were all shaken, their blood surging. Following this, a golden dragon shadow burst forth from the top talent rankings, the dragon body, winding for hundreds of feet, its 5 claws sharp as blades, its scales glittering, with brilliant golden light coiling in the high sky and overshadowing the entire sky. What is that? Even the nascent soul cultivators watching were filled with dread, and the others were so frightened that they forgot to breathe. The pressure emitted by the golden dragon far exceeded that of a typical late nascent soul, even carrying a trace of the majestic might of an ancient divine beast, causing even a few great cultivators present to feel awe. The enormous golden vertical pupils of the 5-clawed golden dragon swept across all present, and suddenly it spoke. You are too noisy. Buzzing, disturbing this top talent's sleep. Before it could finish a sentence, an abnormal change occurred. The 5-clawed golden dragon in the high sky suddenly flashed with light, its form rapidly shrinking. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of feet-long dragon body transformed into a small child less than 2 feet tall. This child wore a golden dragon cloud red belly band, had 3 hair buns sticking up bare little feet, a golden bracelet on his right foot, and each hand adorned with silver patterns, looking exquisitely carved, with an impatient expression as he rubbed his ears. Then the little child placed his hands on his hips, scanning the surrounding nascent soul cultivators with a mature demeanor. The ground opened its mouth. A bunch of old fools, are you all just idly bored? With your meager capabilities, do you think you can forcibly open the Heaven's Pride cave? Qingjun respectfully cupped his hands and said, are you perhaps the spirit of the Heaven's Pride ranking? You old fool have quite the insight. Indeed, I am a Heaven's Pride. May I ask, senior, since we cannot forcefully open it, is there another way to obtain opportunities? Zhang Fan inquired. The opportunities in the Heaven's Pride ranking belong to the Heaven's Pride. Only they can enter to seek fortuitous encounters. As for whether they can take anything away, it depends. The foundation establishment stage is ultimately too weak in luck. Next time we can hold a Golden Core and Nascent Soul conference for this Heaven's Pride to enjoy. Although you are all old fools, today's Heaven's Pride ranking is not at its peak. Certain age restrictions can be raised. The Golden Core stage can be raised to 300 years, and the Nascent Soul stage to 500 years. This is already a great mercy from this Heaven's Pride, so do not take advantage of it. The little child pretended to be angry, pouting in a rather adorable manner. However, these Nascent Soul cultivators did not dare to slack off, each cupping their hands and saying, we will obey the senior's orders. By the way, to open the Golden Core Heaven's Pride battle platform, we need to gather at least half of the ancient Heaven's Pride orders. As for the Nascent Soul stage, at least 81 are required. Otherwise, even if you hold it, you will not be able to obtain the opportunities inside. Furthermore, if there are any attempts to forcibly break the prohibition and disturb this Heaven's Pride, you will die. The little child transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon and rushed into the Heaven's Pride ranking. The crowd looked at each other. The Heaven's Pride ranking was taken into Qingjun's hands. A great cultivator from the Feather Transformation sect said, Qingjun, the Heaven's Pride event has concluded. This time, it was not your Qingyun sect that won. But it was also my Southern Heaven's Pride that won, so it should be temporarily held by my Qingyun sect, don't you think, friend Yen Longzi? What you said makes sense, Senior Qingjun. Yen Longzi smirked slightly. You big shots can decide it yourselves, oh why ask me? This does not comply with our previous agreement. A great cultivator from the Qing Su sect also spoke up. Why not let the first Heaven's Pride decide this time? After Su Deling and the others returned, the Heaven's Pride battle platform began to dissolve into light spots in midair. All the Heaven's Pride landed on the square. Several great cultivators turned their gazes to Su Deling. Su Deling felt the same pressure as his second master, Yan Longzi. After a brief pause, he cupped his hands and said, "You seniors may add one more related agreement. If anyone obtains the first Heaven's Pride position but their own or their backing forces cannot safeguard the Heaven's Pride ranking, they may hand it over to the top sect in their area for safekeeping and to undertake the next Heaven's Pride conference." The little girl makes a valid point, Zhang Fan said. If there is no agreement, then let's add one. Oh, why be so rigid? The great cultivators from the 5 top sects exchanged glances, all nodding in agreement. Then Zhang Fan looked at Ba Dao. Next we should deal with this friend from the Blackwater domain. What are you all turning against me now? Ba Dao said, the awakening of the spirit of the Heaven's Pride ranking this time was still largely due to the 9 ancient Heaven's Pride orders sent from our black. Moreover, don't forget to open the Golden Core level Heaven's Pride event. We still need 18 ancient Heaven's Pride orders. Are you sure your Tian Nan can gather them within 2 cycles? Why not cooperate for mutual benefit? Now that things have come to this, in the future Heaven's Pride events our Blackwater domain must also have a role. Otherwise, if our great cultivators from the Blackwater domain get into a ruckus, it would not be easy for anyone. Qing Jun's eyes glinted with a sharp intent as if they were about to shine. He said lightly, "Are you threatening us? Our 2 domains are already antagonistic. Any peace talks are a threat." Previously during the Heaven's Pride event, it was just a bit of noise. Our Blackwater domain did not interfere, but in the future when it involves the ancient opportunities in the heavens, even if my main self does not participate, others will not remain indifferent. Do you expect our great cultivators to guard the borders of both domains during the event? Hearing this, several people frowned. Zhang Fan said, "Let each side's Heaven's Pride compete fairly. It's only fair, but this matter needs to be discussed in detail. Perhaps the Blackwater domain should send over a more qualified elder to negotiate." "Xianyue, you are younger than me. So for the 2 domains talks, I am merely a supporting role." Zhang Fan smiled faintly. "I understand now," Ba Dao replied after a moment of silence. Qing Feng said, "What did your disciple obtain inside? Please show us." "Qing Feng, you are being unreasonable. Do you intend to snatch a junior's opportunity? Since the 2 domains have not reached an agreement, this opportunity originally belongs to our Tian Nan. If a junior from Tian Nan obtains it, that is fine, but now you cannot take any opportunities away." All right, Ba Dao sneered and said lightly, "Wu Feng, did you hear what you could obtain this time?" In such a scenario, Wu Feng naturally did not dare to hide anything and couldn't either. He patted his storage bag, and a stream of black light flew out, floating in the air. The black light swirled for a few moments, slowly revealing the true form of a broken. The blade was entirely jet black, crafted from an unknown material. The blade exuded a cold, dull light, yet faint dark red patterns flowed across the blade's surface, radiating a chilling, killing intent. The tip of the blade had a unique design resembling a tiger head relief. The tiger's eyes appeared to have once been embedded with gems or spirit crystals, but now they were. The blade was slender with a very neat break at the edge, giving off a faint blood light. As soon as it appeared, it emitted an extremely domineering, killing aura. Good blade. Too bad it's broken. Ba Dao's eyes lit up, but then he sighed slightly, feeling regretful. Qing Feng said lightly, "It must have once been an extremely powerful top-tier magical treasure. It's a pity it broke and lost the most crucial embedded item. Now it merely retains the hardness of a top-tier magical treasure, and its killing aura is quite unusual. A skilled swordsman can use it to exhibit the power of a mid-tier magical treasure. My disciple's opportunity is here. If any of you want it, feel free to take it," Ba Dao said. The 5 top sects certainly wouldn't lack for mid-tier magical treasures. Moreover, Tian Nan already has a great sect of forging. There are those who can refine top-tier magical treasures. In their eyes, this is not really a useful opportunity. Furthermore, for those like Lu Qingxue and Luo Yu who are advancing to Golden Core, the sect would surely find suitable materials to forge their life magical treasure. Since they have great potential for advancing to nascent soul in the future, it is naturally more appropriate to forge their life magical treasures. Since it is not an important item, take it if you wish. "You are indeed generous, my friend," Ba Dao sarcastically remarked. Wu Feng put it away. "Yes, master. Everyone, I will take my leave. First, we are off." He released the cave's magical treasure again, gathering all the people from the Blackwater domain into it, and with a flick of his sleeve, he transformed into a black light and vanished in an instant. "Qing Shui, how did you all fare?" Qing Feng asked again. Yan Longzi protectively said, "Senior Qing Feng, this is their personal opportunity. It's fine to see, but if you want to seize it, our Tianzhu sect will not agree." "Friend Yan Longzi, you worry too much. Each sect has agreements. For the 7 years before and 3 years after the Heaven's Pride event, they will not target the participating heaven." Haha, Zhang Fan chuckled. "If violated, the cost will be significant, and such a trivial foundation establishment opportunity wouldn't entice great cultivators." Returning to the Grand Elder, the disciple obtained a piece of Tintha Sandier thunderstruck wood. Qing Feng nodded slightly, Very good. It can serve as one of your candidate materials for your life magical treasure after advancing to golden core. What about you two little ones? 9 drops of golden body liquid, and a technique, called War 8 Directions, Yifan said. The others found it reasonable as Yifan's level was still low, though recognized it couldn't be too significant a fortuitous encounter. Then the others looked at Su Deling, a spirit bird feather that feels somewhat similar to the flame phoenix's aura. Yin Longzi stroked his beard and smiled. Not bad, it should be the feather of an ancient great demon containing the flame phoenix bloodline. It is excellent refining material, and can exert great effects in your hands. The several nascent soul great cultivators did not force the others to display their items. After all, they were all Heaven's Pride from Tiannan, and would not treat them as they did with the Blackwater domain. Moreover, they believed that the others would not dare to lie in front of them. At this moment Qing Jun suddenly spoke. Dear friends, it is rare for you to gather in my Qingyan city, why not have a small sit in my cave for a while? The few of them appeared contemplative, and did not refuse. 6 rainbow lights shot toward the Qingyun sect's mountain gate. Without the great cultivators present, everyone felt much more relaxed, each exhaling a sigh of relief. Xianjun scanned the various forces and said, this Heaven's Pride event has concluded satisfactorily, next comes the rewards. Although there were some unexpected events, the Heaven's Pride from Tiannan on the ranking can still obtain the items prepared by the 5 great forces. After a stick of incense, Xianjun said, friends, if any are interested, you may stay a few more days in my Qingyan city. We will be returning to our sect first. Xianjun led a group of Qingyun sect disciples back to their sect. The Qingsu sect, Feather Transformation sect, Thundersound Temple, and Xianyu sect naturally waited for their own great cultivators to return together. The others either stayed temporarily or headed to the teleportation square to return to their respective places. True Monarch Qing Mu smiled and congratulated Su Chuan, head of the Su family. Your family is about to make a name for itself. Seated beside him, Shi Tianqing glanced at Su Mingxian and the other 3, feeling emotional. With just a short span of less than 2 years, all 3 of them had surpassed himself. Su Chuan said, Senior Qing Mu, please do not jest. I am getting a headache over this. My Su family has accidentally produced a few talents, and others might think my Su family has considerable fortuitous encounters. This Su family head is indeed a wise man, but a bit too humble, Shi Tianqing thought to himself. If they were disciples of my Tiansong sect, or even from a Golden Core family, it would not be a big problem. But they are a Foundation Establishment family. True Monarch Qing Mu said, rest assured within 3 years no one will dare to covet them, and with their foundation someone should achieve Golden Core within 3 years. Even if not, the Su family has won glory for my Tiansong mansion, and my Tiansong sect will also protect the Su family. Shi Tianqing was slightly taken aback. Reaching Golden Core is not that easy, but it seems that your sect's pride will first attain it. Su Chuan smiled lightly. This is reasonable. I admit my combat power is slightly inferior to the 3 of them, but my comprehension of mystical abilities is greater. Even if the path of mystical abilities to Golden Core does not succeed, my Shi family also has other opportunities to achieve it. Shi Tianqing silently thought again. True Monarch Qing Mu said no more. By the way, when will you return, head Su? This True Monarch can wait for you to go together. Su Chuan was taken aback. I still have some personal matters here. It will probably take a day or 2. Just right. This True Monarch also needs to stay here for 3 more days. Then our Tiansong mansion will return to Xianyu City 3 days later. Does anyone have any? No objections. The others all cupped their fists. Su Chuan cupped his hands to True Monarch Qing Mu, saying, thank you, senior. We have matters to attend to, so we will be at ease. After Su Chuan and the others left, Shi Tianqing asked in confusion, Elder Qing Mu, why are you so polite to the Su family? Why wait for them to leave together? Because they are a variable. True Monarch Qing Mu sighed slightly. Qinsheng the greedy wolf sect has been eyeing our Tiansong mansion, and their intent to swallow us is all. Disciple understands, but why is the Su family a variable? True Monarch Qing Mu glanced at him. You really should explore the outside world more. Go ask Yan Kuangtu who is Su Deling. Shi Tianqing, somewhat confused indeed, ran to ask. Yan Kuangtu's eyes widened in disbelief. Friend Shi, you don't know. Indeed, the Su family is just a Foundation Establishment family, so it naturally wouldn't attract too much of your attention. Yan, just tell me directly. Stop dragging it out. Su Deling, a core member of the Su family, is a disciple of the Fire Cloud True Man, a renowned top-tier refining master in the entire Tiansong mansion, known as Master Ling. The magical treasures she refines are hard to come by. She is very low-key. I only briefly met her at the Cloud Lake gathering hosted by Songyu Ferry. A top-tier refining master is not such a rare identity. The title Master Ling is indeed not rare, but now she has another identity. After a pause, Yan Kuangtu exhaled. The Tianzhu sect's Phoenix Heavenly Maiden, a disciple of Nascent Soul, now the first Heaven's Pride of the Southern Heaven Fairy Phone Ling. How can that be? Impossible. What does the Su family have to produce such a person? Shi Tianqing bombarded with 3 questions, revealing his astonishment. In this world there are no certainties. Some nascent soul great cultivators may emerge from the bottom rather than being the carefully cultivated disciples of sects. However, the fairy Phone Ling I saw back then, though stunning, had not yet reached this level. It seems that after entering the Tianzhu sect, she gained significant opportunities and it was as if she had undergone a rebirth. Just a single glance would bring overwhelming pressure. No wonder. Shi Tianxin walked away in a daze, suddenly realizing everything. Given the current situation of Tiansong sect, only by introducing a new nascent soul force can we make the greedy wolf sect wary, and Su Deling obtaining the title of the first heaven's pride of the southern heaven shows how much she is valued by the Tianzhu sect. However, will the Tianzhu sect be willing? At this time in Qingyun City at the residence of the Tianzhu sect, Su Chuan and the others were meeting with Su Deling, the true monarch of the Blazing Sun, and Yin Longzi. Second master, this time you lost if our Su family has made it onto the Heaven's Pride ranking, all as Heaven's Pride of the Celestial Gangs. You girl. Yin Longzi tapped her forehead and laughed. Fine, since you performed well this time, I will be generous and grant your Su family 2 second-tier spirit veins. Whatever attributes you want, just say it outright. 2 second-order spiritual veins. This is truly an unexpected joy. Yunshi Town itself has a wood-type second-order spiritual vein, while Tiansong sect granted a wood-type third-order spiritual vein and a soil-type second-order spiritual vein. Su Mingxian had mentioned to him before that if there are 5 elemental spiritual veins as the arrays, setting up a third-order mid-tier great formation would yield a defensive level close to that of a third-order top-tier. The spiritual veins are extremely important for the development of the Su family, Su Chuan said with a smile, clasping his fists. If that's the case, I won't be polite. I want the water-type and fire-type second-order spiritual veins. That's fine. Yin Longzi stroked his beard and said, Sister Deling, what is the prize for first place in the talent competition? Yifan asked. A high-grade innate spiritual object, a medium-grade magical treasure, and a bottle of golden core cultivation pills. What kind of spiritual object? Su Deling smiled and took out the high-grade innate spiritual object, which was a piece of innate gung gold stone containing an exceptionally rich innate gung gold aura. This innate spiritual energy is suitable for those who primarily cultivate gold-type techniques, and it is not suitable for me. Previously, Qingyun sect promised to let me ascend the talent battle platform, but seems to have overlooked the promise of another opportunity. Yin Longzi looked at Yi Fan and said, You have already obtained the opportunity of the talent cave, which many people envy. Given the numerous changes this time, it is already quite good to be in this situation. This time in the Blackwater region was merely a test. The real intensity will certainly be in the next session. If we can gather the ancient talent tokens for the Golden Core level conference, perhaps the Foundation establishment and Golden Core conferences will be held simultaneously. Taking a pause, Yin Longzi waved his hand and said, Let's not talk about this anymore. When will you return to Tiansong Mansion? 3 days later, I have already arranged to meet with true monarch Qingmu. Since Deling is returning to Tiansong Mansion, we cannot stop her, but it shouldn't be so soon, considering establishing a branch sect in Tiansong Mansion is not a simple matter. If it provokes strong resistance from the local nascent soul forces, this matter might still fail. I understand. Su Chuan nodded, thinking to himself, Tiansong sect must be eager for you to intervene in the affairs of Tiansong Mansion. Liang, you should go back to the sect now and fetch 2 second-order water and fire spiritual veins. Yes, Master Uncle. Not long after Liang left, Su Deling's spirit beast bag suddenly emitted a red light. A small sparrow with 4 wings and a crimson golden hue flew out, landing on Su Deling's shoulder, chirping softly, as if communicating with her. What is this? This is my spirit beast, which obtained an opportunity with me back, then undergoing a rebirth with immense potential. It was born at the late stage of the first order and reached the early stage of the second order within just a month. It is about to step into the mid-stage of the second order now. That's remarkable. Reaching the mid-stage of the second order in just a few months, it should be comparable to the Jiaolong. Little Hong carries the bloodline of the ancient phoenix bird and has integrated a trace of the flame phoenix's blood. After its rebirth, the bloodline of the phoenix bird was activated and merged with the flame phoenix bloodline. Within a few years, it will reach the peak of the second order, after which its growth rate will slow down. A powerful bloodline beast has a foundation that humans cannot compare to, Su Chuan remarked. This little Hong is greedy and lazy, making it hard to manage. This time it must have sensed something good, which is why it woke up. Good things, eh? Yifan asked. It's the opportunity obtained from the talent cave. Actually, I haven't disclosed everything. Oh. Yin Longzi showed a look of surprise. The main object is indeed a feather, but it is contained within a 4th-order Yang treasure, and that feather is a true spiritual feather carrying a trace of the flame phoenix's blood. What? Such a precious treasure. Yin Longzi's calm demeanor was shaken. Even those in the transformation stage would covet it. How could the talent cave bestow upon you such an opportunity? At that time a voice entered the disciples' ears, saying, It was fated with me. It must have been that artifact spirit senior. It is said that the flame phoenix is a true spirit avian, even more powerful than the flame phoenix. Deling, you must not speak of this to others. Su Chuan, you also need to swear an oath not to leak it. After you return to the sect, immediately enter seclusion to refine it. Perhaps in a year, you will fully comprehend the 10% entry-level divine ability and achieve the divine ability golden core. Su Chuan and the others immediately swore an oath. They naturally would not leak the information, but this act was to put Yin Long's mind at ease. Not long after Su Chuan and the others took their leave. The fact that even the artifact spirit of the talent ranking values Deling so much means her future may not be limited to becoming a great cultivator, she might even. Su Deling's worth has once again increased. Returning to the Tiansong Mansion's residence, Yi Fan also revealed the opportunity he had obtained, stating that his golden body liquid was not ordinary, it was high-grade gold. A drop of high-grade golden body liquid is equivalent to 10,000 drops of low-grade golden body liquid. Even the Leiyin Temple does not currently possess such a level of item. Just refining the low-grade golden body liquid is incredibly difficult. In today's era, it is nearly impossible to refine high-grade liquid, as most comes from ancient times. This item can help break through the limits of the physical body and nourish the Bodhi's bones. Thus, Yi Fan has hope for breaking through to the third order with his physical body. As for War of Eight Directions, it is a precious ancient divine ability for cultivating combat intent. Combat intent is elusive and not as widespread as elemental divine abilities, making the cultivation methods for combat intent extremely scarce. Yi Fan achieved a breakthrough on the talent battle platform, gaining a glimpse of combat intent, which is how he received this reward. Although he possesses a fire-type spirit body and is also suitable for comprehending fire-type divine abilities, Yi Fan still decided to cultivate both. Upon returning this time, he would strive to enhance his cultivation and comprehend divine abilities. Su Diyue is the same. She is also on the path of achieving divine abilities and has already received suitable divine ability methods prepared by Morong Yun. The next day, true monarch Lai Yang brought the water and fire second-order spiritual veins to Su Chuan. Just as he left, true monarch Qingmu arrived, asking Su Chuan to introduce him to the senior Yin Longzi. Su Chuan guessed that true monarch Qingmu would definitely come to find him. After some hesitation, and upon offering a promise of a second-order spiritual vein, moreover what he wanted was precisely the remaining gold-type spiritual vein. True monarch Qingmu was also eager to win over the Su family, which is why he offered the second-order spiritual vein, allowing them to develop safely in Tiansong Mansion. Otherwise, if a great battle breaks out, the Su family can simply leave Tiansong Mansion. If they leave, Tianzhu sect naturally cannot interfere with Tiansong Mansion, and you can't catch wolves without letting go of the children. As long as Tiansong sect can survive, offering a few second-order spiritual veins is not a problem. Besides, during the last bet with the greedy wolf sect, they also obtained an additional third-order spiritual vein. Even if it is only a lower-grade third-order vein, it is still more precious than 5 or 6 upper-grade second-order veins, not to mention that what they would give out is surely a lower-grade second-order vein. Yin Longzi had a peculiar expression upon seeing Su Chuan and true monarch Qingmu. This kid Su Chuan is afraid that Tianzhu sect won't do anything substantial and is rushing to bring true monarch Qingmu from Tiansong sect here so quickly. Su Chuan did not stay to let the two discuss. Soon after, Yin Longzi learned about the current situation of Tiansong Mansion from them. Upon hearing this news, he furrowed his brows, and his first reaction was to advise his beloved disciple to stay away from that place of chaos. With her talent, it shouldn't be a problem for her to grow steadily to golden core perfection. But the key is Su Chuan. If Su Chuan wants to develop in Tiansong Mansion, Su Deling must return, as this was the condition when she became his disciple. Senior, I have senior disciple Fairy Fengling. Back then, when the Tiansong secret realm opened, she entered alongside the Su family head. Although she has now joined your sect, she is ultimately a person from Tiansong Mansion. As long as you are willing to intervene. What do you want us to do, Tianzhu sect? Either you intimidate the greedy wolf sect, or you establish a branch of Tianzhu sect. Yin Longzi's eyes flickered with a peculiar expression. Isn't this just asking for trouble? A ready-made scapegoat. If I take action, it would mean a formal conflict between the two major forces, instantly triggering a great war, which wouldn't benefit me at all. Then Tiansong sect can assist Tianzhu sect in establishing a branch in Tiansong Mansion. This move would also deter the greedy wolf sect, at least delaying their actions long enough for Tiansong sect to prepare more adequately. If there is real danger, we can simply leave Tiansong Mansion. What do you think, senior? The Su family is, after all, in Tiansong Mansion. I believe that if Fairy Fengling learns about the family's troubles, she will certainly come. Yin Longzi was silent for a moment and said flatly, building a golden core sect is not a simple matter. Both the spiritual veins and location are extremely important. The location could be chosen in the Fire Cloud Valley 80 miles south of Yunxi Town, which is also where Fairy Fengling's previous master Taoist Hui Yun resided. This place itself has a mid-grade fire-type spiritual vein, and the underground is a lava area, which is very suitable for your sect's refining practices. Ordinary golden core families naturally do not have the capability to modify it. However, Tiansong sect can provide a third-order fire-type spiritual vein along with 3 additional spiritual veins working together with your sect to transform it into a place suitable for the noble branch sect's development. Would you be satisfied with such conditions, senior? In that case, wouldn't Tiansong sect be at a loss? To Tiansong sect, a mere spiritual vein is far less. I need to return and discuss this matter with my master. If there is any news, I will send a golden core cultivator to your Tiansong sect to discuss. Thank you, senior. I will be waiting in Tiansong sect for your sect's friends to come. True monarch Qingmu saluted and said, then I will take my leave now. After he departed, Yin Longzi shook his head and laughed at himself, muttering, I initially thought that Tiansong sect would be the most challenging hurdle. Who would have thought they were eager for a nascent soul force to intervene? However, the battle between the two mansions is no small matter. It is still necessary to discuss it thoroughly with my master, and also to advise De Ling again. The next day, the people from Tiansong Mansion also set off to return to Xianyu City in the northwest region. As for the people from Xianyu sect, they had already returned a few days earlier. Upon arriving at Xianyu City, they did not stop, and took the magical boat back to Tiansong Mansion. The news of the talent conference had gradually spread across the various mansions. Since the people from Tiansong Mansion had not returned, yet there hadn't been any news from their side. But it would only take a few more months. The affairs of the Su family would soon become a hot topic. People from elsewhere in Tiannan might not know the Su family. However, the talent pre-selection held by the Su family in Xianyu City had already caused quite a stir, attracting the attention of numerous forces. Moreover, they had now broken through to the point of being renowned. The 3 members of the Su family ranked among the top talents, shining even brighter than those from Xianyu sect. After all, Xianyu sect only had Zhang Xian ranked as the 9th talent, while only 1 or 2 others were earthly fiend talents. Other forces like Songshan sect fared worse, with some not having even a single person make it through. In Yunxi town, true monarch Qingmu said, Su family head, I will leave you here. The items mentioned earlier will be sent over in a few days. Thank you, true monarch Qingmu, Su Chuan said with a fist salute. True monarch Qingmu nodded, slightly waved his sleeve, and said, let's go back to Tiansong sect. The magical boat carried the people from Tiansong sect and the 3 sects towards the Tiansong mountain range. Yen Kuangtu also bid farewell to Su Chuan and flew towards Xiansu city. Su family residence. Su Chuan and Su Mingxian flew directly into the family grounds from the air. Upon being discovered, the news spread throughout the entire residence, and everyone came to pay their respects. Welcome back safely, family head and esteemed elders. Welcome back safely, family head and esteemed elders. Su Chuan scanned them, smiling faintly. Thank you all for your concern. Then he looked at Wu Zhuqi and asked, is everything well at home, including all the industries? Everything is fine, but there are some unfamiliar cultivators in Yunxi town, all inquiring about the origins of the Su family. Su Chuan nodded. Everyone can get back to their work. Yes, family head. The news of Su Chuan and the others returning did not spread, and Yunxi town remained as calm as usual. 5 or 6 days later, the disciples of true monarch Qingmu delivered the gold-type spiritual veins. Su Mingxian began to set up the formation, using the second-order 5-element spiritual veins, while the third-order spiritual veins were temporarily kept for future use. This time, Su Mingxian spent nearly a month arranging this protective clan formation. A month later, a disciple from one of the 3 sects came to Yunxi town to procure supplies, and inadvertently leaked the news that the talent conference had concluded and that participants were returning. Then it was announced that the Su family had 3 talents in their ranks listed among the top talents. Yunxi town erupted. The Su family is so impressive. 3 talents in one family, how exceptional. I heard that even Tiansong sect's top foundation establishment disciple, Shi Tianqing, ranked on the talent list. It's hard to predict whether this is a blessing or a curse. Being so prominent is bound to attract countless greedy eyes. In the Hua family, the talent conference has concluded, and the Su family surprisingly has 3 members on the talent list, even outperforming Tiansong sect. Hua Qingxue was shocked to hear the news, her beautiful eyes losing their luster instantly. How is that possible? That was the talent conference where all the elite foundation establishment disciples from every nascent soul force in Tiannan participated. How could the Su family, a mere foundation establishment family, have such capabilities? This matter has already spread, and it is said that those who participated returned over a month ago, Hua Yunfei said. And why not send a message to inquire with the sect master of Qingmu's sect? He would certainly know the details. Alright. At the Su family residence, Su Chuan practiced with the power of decay and regeneration to refine the decay and regeneration tree. He planted it near the ancient Huai tree, the heavenly god tree, and the Qingling tree. Now the decay and regeneration tree had grown to a height of more than a person. He pondered its mysteries daily, especially observing the moments of decay and regeneration, which greatly inspired him. His understanding of the essence of decay and regeneration became increasingly profound. He was getting closer to achieving minor mastery of the essence. Only with minor mastery of the essence could the divine abilities he cultivated reach minor success. The cultivation of divine abilities mainly involves comprehending various truths. 2 months later, Su Chuan finally achieved minor mastery of the essence of decay and regeneration and created the Decay and Regeneration Seal. However, for now it was only one type of divine ability named 4 Seasons Seal, signifying 1 year of decay and regeneration, the cycle of the 4 seasons. Spring brings life, summer brings vigor, autumn brings slaughter, and winter brings solitude. Su Chuan, you finally created a divine ability on your own. Imo, you appeared out of nowhere, taking on a form several feet long, staring at Su Chuan. Su Chuan glanced at him. Did you go wandering around Tiansong mountain range again? You should pay more attention to the mansion. Last time you came back you were not here. Are you interested in a certain female Jialong? Are you planning to come late? Spring. Why must it be a female dragon? Chuan was momentarily stunned then burst into laughter. I underestimated you, Mou. Don't forget that your dragon can mate with most creatures, giving birth to beings infused with dragon blood. Damn, you tricked me into talking. Mou immediately reacted and added, well, it's not a big deal. If I have offspring, Chuan, you must raise them well. Lord Mou is considering descendants. You have a chance to break into the 4th stage after all. Just say whether you will cultivate them or not. Naturally, as a dragon bloodline beast, the potential is immense. Not to mention that they would be your offspring. Indeed, after consuming the dragon essence pill, my bloodline has become even purer. Don't talk about me. When do you plan to form your golden core? Mou asked curiously. This time the formation of my golden core must have a deterrent effect. Only then can it bring a period of stable development. Chuan smiled lightly. According to my calculations, the Ling should be arriving soon, and by then 1 or 2 golden core alchemists from the Tianzhu sect, and some disciples. I will also see if I can invite someone from the Xinyu sect. Mou's dark golden pupils slightly constricted. You want to use the 2 major forces to intimidate the other families, especially the Xinyu sect. Even if the visitors have no ties to the Su family, as long as they come, they will be regarded as your contacts, Chuan. They are far more intimidating than the Tiansong sect. It can also intimidate the Tanlang sect, making them understand that even if they go to war with the Tiansong sect, the Su family is not one to be trifled with. Is it possible that your surplus energy has been vented, and you've become smarter? Get lost. Mou's face darkened as he turned and vanished into a nearby pool. 3 to 4 days later, Chuan first swallowed a high-grade pure lotus pill to eliminate the hidden dangers within his body and expel some pill toxins, making his body and mana nearly pure. Then he entered closed-door training to refine his mana into crystallization. This step is extremely difficult for most cultivators who have reached foundation establishment, and many cannot completely crystallize their mana. This is related to the purity of one's mana. Some ordinary foundation establishment techniques have difficulties during mana crystallization due to the quality of their mana. The purer the mana and the higher its quality, the easier this step becomes. This is also why disciples from large powers have a higher chance of forming golden cores than rogue cultivators. Chuan practiced the Mu Huang Jing, so the quality of his mana is naturally top-notch, and with the assistance of the Tianling pill, while some geniuses take months or even longer to complete mana crystallization, he only needs a little over half a month. During this time, people from the Tianzhu sect arrived at Xinyu City through the teleportation array of Tianzhu City. The visitors included the true monarch of Fierce Sun, true monarch Yinjun, and 3 golden core cultivators. The true monarch of Fierce Sun represents the foundation of the subsect, while true monarch Yinjun oversees the matter of refining weapons. The Tianzhu sect's visit is not solely for Su Deling. If the subsect grows stronger, it will also enhance the Tianzhu sect's foundation and influence. As for Rong Tianyang, he is responsible for handling sect affairs. In addition to the 3 golden core cultivators, there are 36 foundation establishment disciples and 144 chi refining disciples. Among them there are those skilled in combat, those adept at refining weapons, and others handling miscellaneous tasks. Zhu Rong initially considered coming, but unfortunately Su Deling is not present, and the Tianzhu sect still needs him to uphold their face. After all, he is also a genius ranked 18th on the genius list. Firecloud, my friends, we do not know the location of Tiansong Mansion. We still need you to guide us, said the true monarch of Fierce Sun. The true master of Firecloud smiled slightly. Of course. True brother Fierce Sun, may I accompany you to visit the Xinyu sect? What for? The Xinyu sect is ultimately the #1 sect in the northwest. Our Tianzhu sect wishes to establish a subsect in the northwest, so we should inform them. Additionally, I have a personal matter to ask for help from someone from the Xinyu sect. True monarch of Fierce Sun pondered for a moment, then nodded, saying, all right, I will accompany you, Sister Feng Ling, on this trip. The rest will wait here. There are members of the Xinyu sect in Xinyu City. After delivering the visit card, they will naturally notify the Xinyu sect. The #1 genius on the genius list, Fairy Feng Ling, is actually coming to visit our sect's genius. The disciples of the Xinyu sect found this quite incredible, glancing at Su Deling and felt a bit dizzy. So frightening, truly worthy of being the #1 genius. He immediately cupped his fists and said, Fairy Feng Ling and true monarch Fierce Sun, please wait a moment. I will send a message right away. Su Deling slightly nodded. Many disciples speculated whether Fairy Feng Ling had taken a liking to their Xinyu sect's genius. In the Xinyu sect, in a cave dwelling on a mountain peak. Has a disciple sent a message to me? Zhang Xuanji was currently comprehending divine powers when he felt the messaging token vibrate, which made him open his eyes to check. He brushed his hand over the messaging token, and the crystal-clear jade orb at the center emitted a faint white light, forming several lines of text in the air. He brushed his hand over the messaging token, and the crystal-clear jade orb at the center emitted a faint white light, forming several lines of... Zhang Xuanji was somewhat surprised. Haven't we even said a word to each other? Where are they? At the sect's residence in Xinyu City. Let them wait a moment. I will go to meet them with true monarch Qing Xin shortly. Yes, senior brother Zhang. Zhang Xuanji notified True Monarch Qing Xian and then went to the sect's residence in Xianyu City. True Monarch Fierce Son, why did you suddenly come to my Xianyu City? True Monarch Qing Xian smiled and cupped his fists. Su Ling and Zhang Xuanji greeted True Monarch Qing Xian and True Monarch Fierce Son. True Monarch Fierce Son smiled faintly. I accompanied my junior sister here. Fairy Feng Ling, it has been over 3 months since we last met. You are even more impressive than during the Genius Tournament. You flatter me, Senior. Su Ling said. I have 2 matters for this visit, one for business, and one for personal reasons. Please speak, Fairy. The business matter is that my 2 masters intend to establish a subsect in Tiansong Mansion. I came to inform your sect, and hope for your approval. True Monarch Qing Xian's expression slightly changed, and Zhang Xuanji also showed a look of surprise. Why so sudden? And why Tiansong Mansion? Is the Xianyu sect unwilling? Not at all. My Xianyu sect has always been indifferent to matters in the Northwest, only intervening when it concerns the safety of the Northwest. If the Tianju sect wishes to establish a subsect in the Northwest, that is a good thing. At least for many Golden Core cultivators, it is excellent news. However, I am genuinely curious about the reason behind this matter. Su Ling sighed slightly. It seems Senior is still unaware of my identity, but then again the Northwest is vast, and news does not spread quickly. After a pause she continued, I actually come from Tiansong Mansion. Under the guidance of my master, the true master of Fire Cloud, I went to the Tianju sect, and by chance joined the Tianju sect. Is that so? True Monarch Qing Xian and Zhang Xuanji were once again astonished. Zhang Xuanji asked, which family or sect does the fairy come from in Tiansong Mansion? Yunqi Town's Su family. Su family. Zhang Xuanji was taken aback, asking, what is your relationship with Su De Yue Fan and Su Ming Xian? Su Ling smiled brightly. Su Ming Xian is my 5th uncle to you, is my younger sister, and my original name is Su Ling. This matter is known to some families in Tiansong Mansion. I thought having 3 geniuses in the Su family was already astonishing. True Monarch Qing Xian glanced at Su Ling and sighed slightly. I did not expect there to be another number 1 genius. If other top powers knew, they would surely be shocked. After a moment, True Monarch Qing Xian said, since you know the reason, our Xianyu sect will naturally not intervene. If you need anything, you can inform our sect. Building a good relationship with the number 1 weapon refining sect, even if it is a subsect, is beneficial for the Xianyu sect. And what about the personal matter? Zhang Xuanji asked curiously. I would like to invite true friend Zhang and Elder Qing Xian to visit my Su family in Yunqi Town for a while, and also watch my grandfather form his golden core. My grandfather told me he should be able to form his golden core within half a year, and a few months ago, when the Genius Tournament ended, he asked me to invite the Xianyu sect to attend when I returned to Tiansong Mansion. The 2 places are too far apart, and there is no teleportation array in Tiansong Mansion. My junior would like to see if I could invite both of you to go with us for a while. The 2 looked at each other. For a moment the room was quiet except for the sound of True Monarch Fierce Son calmly sipping tea. After a while, Zhang Xuanji said, forming a golden core is no small matter. Fairy, I naturally cannot refuse your invitation, but my master Qing Xian. I would also like to visit the Su family head. True Monarch Qing Xian said with a faint smile, I would also like to gain some knowledge, and see how the Su family head raises 4 geniuses. Su Ling smiled lightly, and cupped her fists saying, thank you both, when shall we go together? In half a day I will return to the sect to handle some matters, said True Monarch Qing Xian. Zhang, you can accompany Fairy Feng Ling to stroll around Xianyu City. Yes, Master Qing Xian. After saying this, True Monarch Qing Xian left the residence and returned to the Xianyu sect, informing his master, the sect leader of Xianyu sect. I did not expect that the number 1 genius Fairy Feng Ling actually hails from a small family in my northwest. The sect leader of Xianyu sect was also surprised upon hearing this, saying, then let's investigate the Su family's background, and see how that Su family head plans to publicly form his golden core. Yes, master. At that moment a voice echoed in the great hall. There is no need to probe the Su family's background. Oh, just bring a generous gift as a congratulatory present for the golden core formation and return after the formation is complete. Master, what do you mean? The sect leader of Xianyu sect said. Seeing there was no reply, he sighed and looked at True Monarch Qing Xian. Just do as your ancestor says. Yes. True Monarch Qing Xian thought about the generous gift and prepared 6 3rd-grade medicinal pills for restoring and nurturing essence, as well as a bottle of purple essence pill for enhancing golden core mana. Of course, all of them were of inferior grade. Pills above the 3rd grade are precious, especially high-grade ones. As for magical treasures, let's skip that. With Su Ling's relationship with the Tianju sect, they might have prepared medium or even high-grade magical treasures for her. Then let's choose the top-tier spiritual wood and spiritual herbs of the 3rd grade. It is heard that he seems to specialize in wood-type techniques, so I will select 1 Xiong Long wood, 1 Tian In bamboo, 1 Zilei wood, and 6 spiritual herbs that are 3,000 years old. Then 10 portions of 3rd grade spiritual iron. The ancestor said to prepare a generous gift. This should suffice. Little Qing Xian is indeed generous, much better than my stingy disciple. Zhang Fan used his divine sense to peek and saw that after selecting the congratulatory gift for the golden core formation, he left the sect's treasury. It's been nearly 2 decades since forming a golden core, and compared to that number 1 genius granddaughter it falls short, but it is rare to be so confident about forming a golden core. Even if one uses divine powers to form a golden core, the chance is only 50%. It is not guaranteed to succeed in one go. If you invite people and do not form a golden core, how will you face this? Last time you caused me to lose so many treasures. If you fail this time, I will definitely ridicule. Zhang Fan immediately prepared to secretly go and watch. Half a day later, true monarch Qing Xian and Zhang Fan boarded the Tianzhu sect's magical boat and headed towards Tiansong Mansion. 6 to 7 days later, Chuan emerged from closed-door training. His mana was completely crystallized, only needing to break through the final bottleneck. He understood the method of forming a golden core with divine powers. However, that was the usual beginner's method of forming a golden core, whereas Chuan was using the small achievement of the withering and flourishing true intent as a foundation to break through the mystical barrier, successfully condensing his golden core to 70%. Moreover, the effect of the pure spirit pill made his body and mana nearly pure, further enhancing it by 10%. Additionally, having remained at foundation establishment completion for so many years under the effects of heavenly Tao rewards diligence, the bottleneck for forming a golden core would be slightly weaker, allowing for another 10% increase. The remaining 0.5% came from the second-grade spiritual veins of the 5 elements. Ordinary second-grade spiritual veins do not help with breaking through to gold. However, the second-grade spiritual veins of the 5 elements combined with Su Mingxian's third-grade inferior 5-element condensation formation could enhance the chances of forming a golden core by 0.5%. It might even exceed 0.5%, bringing it close to a full percent. This is the effect of luck enhancement. The forces of heaven and earth work together. Not only did he comprehend the small achievement of the withering and flourishing true intent, but he also obtained the second-grade spiritual veins of the 5 elements. Su Deling received the title of the number 1 genius in the south, and the immense luck she garnered naturally merged into the Su family's fortune. Furthermore, Su Mingxian participated in the genius tournament this time, and the 3 of them also received considerable luck feedback. In the future, their cultivation and comprehension would go smoothly for a while. The effects of the genealogy and the Su family's fortune are closely related to the cultivation limits of the Su family members. This time the family's fortune has skyrocketed, which is bound to bring about significant changes. He deduced for a moment, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Will we be there in 7 or 8 days? In half a day, Chuan transmitted. Master, what are your orders? Send invitations to the 3 sects, Tiansong sect, Chun family, Tsong family, and the 7 city golden core families. In half a month, on the 8th day of the 6th month, I will be forming my golden core. Please invite each family to come and witness, and then participate in my Su family's golden core grand ceremony. Master this. Wu Zhusan's pupils shrank. Just carry it out. The golden core grand ceremony will be held in the square in front of the training tower. Make sure everything is ready. Many important figures will be coming. Yes, master. Although he found it hard to believe, Wu Zhusan chose to comply. No matter the outcome, both the Wu family and the Yin family are subordinates of the Su family. Even if they later lift the Qinghua slave seal, nothing will change. Chen family. Chen Tianfang received the invitation from the Su family, and immediately felt a sense of foreboding, promptly sending someone to deliver this invitation to the hands of Chen Changgu of the Qingmu sect. In the hall of the law enforcement hall, Elder Chen, a disciple from the Chen family, has come to deliver an invitation from the Su family. Let him in. The Chen family disciple presented the invitation to Chen Changgu, who opened it, and was shocked, standing up on the spot. They are actually going to form a golden core. And it's a public formation. Su Xiong's ambition truly makes me feel inadequate. Chen Changgu held the invitation, knowing that Su Chuan was not one to act recklessly. Since he was doing this, he must have some confidence. Regardless of how he managed it, this gift is sure to be presented when the time comes. But, Su Xiong, I didn't expect you to form a golden core so quickly. My Chen family has only been a golden core family for a few short years, and we don't have any valuable congratulatory gifts to present. As Chen Changgu fretted over the appropriate gift for the core formation ceremony, Feng Juechen also received an invitation from the Su clan. His pupils contracted slightly upon reading its contents. What extraordinary audacity. Su Chuan has remained low-key for so long. Has he finally chosen to make a grand entrance? Recalling the performances of the other Su clan members at the Young Prodigies Assembly, their latent potential required no further validation. So long as Su Mingxian and the others survive, each possesses the capacity to reach golden core perfection and attempt nascent soul formation. Of course, provided they do not perish. This gift must be substantial, Feng Juechen murmured softly. Yet the invitation was addressed to Qingmu's sect, not to him personally, revealing that in the Su clan's estimation his relationship with them remained distant and formal. Soon after, Qingsong's sect and Jiaotsong's sect likewise received invitations. Then came the golden core clans of the 7 cities. Tiansong's sect, being the most remote, did not receive its invitation until several days later. One invitation was addressed to True Lord Qingmu, another bearing identical intent was delivered to Tsong Yuyang, representing the Tsong clan. True Lord Qingmu felt a flicker of surprise, yet it swiftly settled into quiet inevitability. To have cultivated 4 peerless prodigies, Su Chuan could never be ordinary. Achieving core formation after nearly 2 centuries is unremarkable by itself, but his unwavering confidence defies comprehension. He paused in silent contemplation before summoning Shi Tianqing. On the 8th day of the 6th lunar month, accompany me to Yunxi town. Why? To pay respects to the Su clan. To attend the core formation grand ceremony of Master Su. What? Su Chuan is forming his golden core. Here is the invitation, peruse it yourself. Shi Tianqing glanced at the scroll, incredulity rippling across his features. Had this been the Phoenix Feather Immortal Maiden, I might not have been so astonished. Her foundations run unfathomably deep. But Su Chuan, we shall see for ourselves. You are the preeminent genius of our Shi clan's generation. Should Su Chuan succeed, the Su clan's ascent will accelerate dramatically. Our Shi clan can no longer afford to overlook the Su clan itself. Regardless of what unfolds in the future, we must avoid antagonizing them now. Do you understand? Disciple understands. Cultivating goodwill with the Su clan brings only benefit. Alliance through marriage would be ideal. Yet the Su clan's lineage is exceedingly slender. As for Su Delying, no major sect or noble clan would ever sacrifice such a peerless talent in matrimony. Disciple understands. Cultivating goodwill with the Su clan brings only benefit. Alliance through marriage would be ideal. Yet the Su clan's lineage is exceedingly slender. As for Su Delying, no major sect or noble clan would ever sacrifice such a peerless talent in matrimony. Even Foundation establishment clans who had received no invitation planned emissaries to attend the ceremony. I've heard. The Su clan patriarch of Yunxi town is publicly forming his golden core. Who hasn't heard? Must you be the one to tell me? The 8th day of the 6th lunar month will transform Yunxi town into a spectacle. Many have already reserved their Why aren't you going, Taoist friend? My great-aunt's uncle's nephew's son-in-law resides in Yunxi town and owns both property and shops there. Taoist friend, you truly outshine us. I merely own an Immortal herb shop and a materials emporium in Yunxi Market, Xinxiu City, Yin Clan. Upon receiving the invitation, the Yin Clan's elder ancestor resolved to journey alongside Yin Kuangtu, bearing lavish gifts. In Fengri City, the Yin Clan dispatched its elder ancestor and the siblings Yin Yu and Yin Yu. Other noble clans likewise sent their elder ancestors accompanied by their most promising youths. Young talents attended not only as delegates, but to foster peer-to-peer rapport. The Su clan's 3 prodigies were already the subject of widespread fervent discourse. As for Su Delying's identity, only a select few knew, and all without exception chose silence. Most within Tiansong Prefecture knew only that the Phoenix Feather Immortal Maiden ranked first among this year's young prodigies assembly, and that she was a disciple of Tianju sect, the Southern Heaven's premier artifact forging sect. Since returning to Yunxi town, the Su clan had largely withdrawn from public life. Core family members rarely ventured beyond their ancestral grounds, and outsiders hesitated to intrude uninvited. After all, no prior ties existed between them. Now, however, the Su clan's bold proclamation offered precisely the opportunity they sought, to escort their own young talents and engage in meaningful exchange. The news even reached neighboring Tanling Prefecture. Lately, numerous Tanlang sect disciples had infiltrated Tiansong Prefecture under assumed identities to gather. Tanling Prefecture, Tanling sect. The Su clan patriarch is forming his golden core. True Lord Songlong reacted with genuine astonishment. I assumed one of the Su clan's prodigies would be first to achieve core formation. Who would have imagined it would be Master Su himself? It appears he has concealed his true depth. Though I cannot trouble those ranked on the prodigies list, this patriarch falls outside that protection. A cruel smile curled True Lord Songlong's lips. Should this patriarch perish, might it not sow profound inner demons within those prodigies? Though formal inner demon tribulations occur only during nascent soul formation, disruptive inner demons may manifest at any moment, triggered by pivotal events or emotional ruptures. The deeper the inner demon, the more severely it impedes cultivation, even core formation itself. A Tao heart clouded by demonic obstructions, thoughts obstructed and unresolved. How then can one bear the title of prodigy? True Lord Songlong's maniacal laughter echoed through the hall. Half a day later, he summoned 2 golden core-level elders and prepared to deliver a grand gift to the 4 days later. Tianju sect's spirit ship descended above Yunxi town, its formation dissolving. A dense throng of cultivators filled the sky, drawing crowds of local cultivators below. So many cultivators. Who are they? Could they be here for the Su clan? Likely, though whether they come in hostility or goodwill remains unclear. Goodwill? So many. An onlooker stared in disbelief, deeming such a notion implausible. Yet moments later, 5 figures soared from the Su clan's ancestral estate. Su Chuan, leading Su Mingxian, and 2 others accompanied by Wu Zhu, who halted before the assembly and bowed. Well, I suppose they really are here to pay respects. The skeptic who had earlier voiced doubt felt his face burn with swift, stinging irony. Another figure present. If the Su clan ascends to golden core status, should I remain in Yunxi town? Once established, they'll surely recruit externally. Perhaps I might join. It feels like a path to effortless success. Mei Yun stroked his chin, pondering deeply. In midair, Senior True Lord Liang, Senior True Lord Qingxian, your esteemed presence honors our humble estate. And Daoist Zhang, you've graced us. True Lords Liang and Qingxian gave slight, dignified nods. Zhang Xuani clasped his fists before Su Chuan. Master Su, we meet again. Senior Firecloud and esteemed elders, you are all welcome to join me at our ancestral residence. As for the rest, Su Chuan swept his gaze over the 180 disciples from Tianju sect, then instructed Wu Zhu, escort them to Huanghe Tower. True Lord Liang declared, you may all proceed. Most likely we shall reside at your Master Su's ancestral estate for some time. Yes, Senior Uncle True Lord. Tianju sect disciples followed Wu Zhu toward Huanghe Tower, near the plaza. Is Huanghe Tower an inn? Zhang Xuani asked curiously. Yi Fan smiled. Indeed, it is a tavern our clan founded several years ago. See that tallest tower? Its name was inscribed by my master himself. It does exude magnificence, Zhang Xuani remarked coolly. The ground floor serves as a communal hall. The second floor houses private banquet chambers. Floors 3 and above offer lodging. 18 levels in total, each containing 18 rooms. More than sufficient to accommodate all Tianju sect disciples. Every afternoon from the hour of Wei to the hour of Shun, storytellers perform in the main hall. From the hour of Su until the hour of high theatrical troops take the stage. If Brother Zhang wishes, you may descend and savor both performances. I understand. Many thanks for your kind guidance, Brother Yi. Zhang Xuani clasped his fists and smiled warmly, utterly devoid of arrogance. Yi Fan cultivated both body and spirit, a path whose ultimate reach remained uncertain. Yet his latent potential was extraordinary, rivaling Zhang Xuani's own. After all, he stood alone as the sole foundation establishment, 8th rank, cultivator ranked 36th among the celestial vigor prodigies. And if he continued challenging himself, he might yet rise higher. Huanghe Tower drew crowds daily, offering 3 tiers of spiritress, beast meat, spirit fish, spirit wine, spiritia, and spirit fruits. It was Yunxi Town's most renowned tavern, thriving at dawn, noon, and dusk, offering storytelling in the afternoon and theater at night. From this single enterprise, the Su clan amassed vast spirit stone revenues daily. Beyond Huanghe Tower, the Su clan operated numerous enterprises across Yunxi Town, including a cultivation pagoda, alchemy hall, artifact forging hall, and other institutions dedicated to the 4 arts of cultivation. Their pills and artifacts supplied both internal needs and external markets, or were commissioned on demand. Additionally, they ran spirit wine distilleries, spirit rice mills, spirit fruit orchards, garment workshops, cave residence leasing services, and spirit ship sales. Wherever clothing, food, shelter, or travel presented opportunities to earn spirit stones, the Su clan seized them. Naturally, they left room for others, never monopolizing completely. Entering the Su residence, Zhang Xuani sensed an immediate shift. External divine sense scanning yielded different impressions than standing inside. The scenery remained unchanged, yet the people within did not. Outside, his divine sense clearly detected figures moving about, yet upon entering those same individuals vanished, as though conjured from illusion. Master Su, has your residence been arrayed with some extraordinary formation? Merely trivial artifice, hardly worthy of your notice, Daoist Zhang. Let us proceed to the main hall. Seeing Su Chuan's reluctance to elaborate, Zhang Xuani refrained from pressing further. In the main hall, Su Chuan sat upon the central dais, while the others took seats below in order of seniority. True Lord Qingxian had previously scanned Su Chuan with divine sense. Now freed from public constraint, he asked plainly, Master Su's physical vessel is flawless, his Dantian's spiritual energy fully crystallized. Core formation is indeed imminent. Were this anyone else, they'd already sealed themselves in retreat, devoting every breath to core formation. True Lord Liang offered a faint smile. Master Su's courage transcends the mundane. You flatter me, senior elders. I've simply undertaken thorough preparations. Su Chuan replied calmly. Do you truly intend to attempt core formation on the 8th day of the 6th lunar month? The invitations have been dispatched. I must form my golden core even if I tread barefoot over broken glass. Otherwise my face would lie scattered across the earth. Su Chuan feigned helplessness, adding, before core formation begins I require further preparations. Thus I regret I cannot entertain you properly. Please forgive me. Of course, we would never disturb such a sacred undertaking. On the 8th day of the 6th lunar month, we shall witness your glorious core formation. True Lord Qingxian stroked his beard, smiling faintly. Daoist Su, do not disappoint me. I have brought my congratulatory gift for your successful core formation. With Senior Elder Qingxian speaking thus, I must succeed, for the sake of those very gifts. Zhang Xuani's lips twitched. Was that hint of avarice in his tone? Our sect has likewise brought generous offerings, True Lord Liang announced. Grandfather, that gift was prepared by Master Xinyangzi himself. You'll surely love it. Su Delying feigned mystery. Ah, you clever girl. I suspect you insisted on coming yourself. Su Delying flashed a playful grin. Thereafter True Lord Liang and companions, including True Lord Huayun, were escorted by Yi Fan to Huanghe Tower for lodging. Su Chuan would undergo core formation within the Su clan's ancestral estate. No outsiders permitted to reside there. Next day, True Lord Liang and Rong Tianyang departed for Tiansong sect. True Lord Yinzhen Su Delying and true Lord Huiyun traveled to Huiyun Valley to survey its terrain. Huiyun Valley lay merely 80 li from Yunxi town. Within moments they arrived. True Lord Yinzhun swept his divine sense across the land, stroking his beard. Truly an exceptional sight for artifact forging. True Lord Huiyun selected an excellent abode. Pity it cannot presently serve as a sect's foundation. Cultivators at the Qi condensation stage cannot sustain life here without extensive modification. Su Deliang replied, fortunately Tiansong's sect offers assistance. We need expend little effort ourselves. Indeed. He fixed his gaze upon Su Deliang. Phoenix Feather, junior sister, senior brother, Yin Longzi instructed me to monitor your progress. You stand but a hair's breadth from mastering your foundational technique at full tenfold proficiency. Indeed. He fixed his gaze upon Su Deliang. Phoenix Feather, junior sister, senior brother, Yin Longzi instructed me to monitor your progress. You stand but a hair's breadth from mastering your foundational technique at full tenfold proficiency. Understood, senior brother Yin Zhun. Your casual demeanor belies urgency. True Lord Huiyun, as Phoenix Feather junior sister's master, you must diligently oversee her training. True Lord Huiyun stroked his beard, smiling gently. Senior True Lord Yin Zhun. Deliang requires no prodding. Her diligence remains etched vividly in my memory. I hope so. Tiansong sect. True Lord Liang and Rong Tianyang arrived as honored guests. True Lord Qingmu welcomed them warmly. After prolonged discussion, both sides reached consensus. Tiansong sect pledged 1/3 tier fire affinity spirit vein and 3 second-tier spirit veins, earth, wood, and metal, and committed full support to establishing Tianling sect. In return, True Lord Liang granted permission to use Tianju sect's name, and even offered protective intervention when necessary. Naturally, securing True Lord Liang's direct aid against Tianling sect would entail separate substantial compensation. After all, Tianling sect lacked a nascent soul-level cultivator, and Tianju sect resided far in southern heaven. Distant waters cannot quench nearby fires. Should Tianling sect grow desperate enough to unleash a nascent soul pursuer, True Lord Liang and his entourage would face mortal peril. Thus, unless absolutely imperative, they would refrain from substantive involvement in interprefectural conflicts. True Lord Liang's primary purpose in visiting Tiansong Prefecture was to safeguard Su Deliang's path. The existence or collapse of Tiansong sect held negligible consequence for them. Even if Tianling sect ultimately unified both prefectures, they would dare not provoke Tianju sect lightly. Though Tianju sect counted only 2 nascent soul cultivators, its network of alliances dwarfed Tiansong sect's. Summoning 4 or 5 nascent soul allies would pose no difficulty. After more than half an hour, True Lord Liang and his disciple departed Tiansong sect under True Lord Qingmu's watchful gaze, a golden streak vanishing into the horizon. White Yin materialized beside True Lord Qingmu. Senior brother Qingmu, how did negotiations fare? They seek only advantage, offering no tangible commitment. To compel Tianju sect to oppose Tianling sect outright, the threat must directly imperil Tianju sect itself. This matter demands careful, patient strategy. For now, their willingness to lend symbolic deterrence to Tiansong sect suffices to buy us precious time. Alas, we acted too rashly last time. Otherwise, senior brothers Qi Yang and Huang Yuan would not have perished within the ancient Mount Tai sect's secret realm. Otherwise, Tiansong sect's circumstances would not have deteriorated so grievously. True Lord Qingmu glanced at White Yin. Let the past rest. Self-reproach serves no purpose. Regret serves no purpose. Moreover, the Greedy Wolf sect has had its eyes on our Heaven Azure sect for far longer than just a day or two. Yet they must have recently acquired profound new foundations. Perhaps 1 or 2 of their Golden Core elders have attained peak mastery of their arts, or even a nascent soul elder has emerged. Otherwise, they would know that even if they won a war against us, victory would be Pyrrhic, leaving them vulnerable to opportunistic rivals. Speaking of which, Brother Bai, during your last expedition into the secret realm, were you truly unaware of who slew senior brothers Huang Yuan and Qi Yang? We explored the secret realm separately. The Azure Wolf Sovereign pursued me. Thus it is likely the Heaven Wolf Sovereign who struck down senior brothers Qi Yang and the others, as he stands foremost among the Greedy Wolf sect's Golden Core elders, second only to their nascent soul masters. He is a sovereign-level expert at the pinnacle of Golden Core cultivation. If he acted, he indeed possessed a high probability of slaying them. A flicker of apprehension crossed Qingmu's sovereign's eyes. He stood at the latest stage 9th rank of Golden Core cultivation, nearing the apex of Golden Core perfection. Yet should he truly face the Heaven Wolf Sovereign of the Greedy Wolf sect, his only recourse would be ignominious retreat. Brother Bingxian will emerge from seclusion in another decade. His innate talent surpasses mine. Had his cultivation of ice elemental arts not been so arduous, he would long since have ascended to sovereign rank. Still, this time upon emerging, he shall almost certainly achieve it. Even if he falls short of Golden Core perfection, the ancient ice art he cultivates, the Qianlan Ice Flame, carries such overwhelming power that it could rival, even suppress, the Heaven Wolf Sovereign outright. So Master Yu invited the Heaven Forging sect to complicate matters and deter the Greedy Wolf sect, buying Brother Bingxian precious time. Precisely, but Qingmu's sovereign sighed faintly. Enough. We must first secure the present. Having spoken, he drifted away, soaring gracefully toward his own mountain peak. Yunshi Town. The final 7 or 8 days. Su Chuan, following Murong Yun's instructions, began forging his divine art seed, centered upon the true essence of his cultivation art. He sat cross-legged beside the life and death tree. Its resonance with his life and death essence created mutual exchange of vitality and decay, reducing the time required to forge the life and death seed from 5 or 6 days to merely 2. In turn, the life and death tree gained immense benefit. Nourished by this exchange, it grew to a height of 2.5 meters. For the remaining days, Su Chuan continued deepening his comprehension of the life and death essence, and pondered the next seal formation of the life and death seal. Before long, the 8th day of the 6th lunar month arrived. Every Golden Core family across the Heaven Azure Prefecture gathered in Yunshi Town, alongside numerous foundation establishment families and countless roaming cultivators eager to witness the spectacle of Golden Core formation. Cultivators filled Yunshi market streets and surrounded its central plaza. Within the plaza itself, banquet tables were arranged beneath a grand array. Admittance permitted only to those bearing formal invitations. Brother Yin, you've come as well. Brother Shangwan, it's been too long. The Su family has spared no expense this time. I suspect every Golden Core family in the Heaven Azure Prefecture received an invitation. Old Ghost Yin, you've finally emerged from your forge after all that weapon refining. Where I go is my own affair. What business is it of yours? Fellow Taoist Lei, your Baiyun Mountain clan, a top-tier Golden Core lineage, takes such keen interest in a foundation establishment cultivator's Golden Core formation. The 3 sects, the San family and the Mo family of Yuzhu Si, have all arrived. How could the Lei family possibly absent itself? Fellow Taoist Lei, look, Qingmu Sovereign and Shi Tianjiao have arrived as well. 2 figures descended from afar, gliding through the sky. Yi Fan stepped forward to greet them and escorted them to their designated seats. By the way, fellow Taoist Lei, your Lei Chaojian nearly qualified for the Celestial Prodigy Assembly. A pity he fell short. Pity. A hair's breadth separates triumph from failure. Such prospects were impossible before, and now even more so. I hear the Blackwater region will participate in the next Celestial Prodigy Assembly. To stand a chance at the Celestial Prodigy rankings, one must cultivate a prodigy, rivaling the chief disciples of nascent soul sects. Ah, indeed. Yet the Su family remains a true anomaly. Across the Heaven Azure Prefecture, Golden Core elders rarely meet. Even among the 7 cities, Golden Core lineages gatherings occur only when close friends visit or when invited to grand ceremonies like this Golden Core Ascension Rite, or to major prefectural affairs. Otherwise, Golden Core elders remain secluded in perpetual cultivation. Ordinary newly ascended Golden Core rites seldom draw such attendance. Some who receive invitations decline to attend. At Chun Changa's Golden Core Ascension Rite, attendance was already substantial, held under the banner of Qingmu's sect, but only about 1/3 of Golden Core lineages sent representatives. This time, however, nearly every Golden Core level force across the Heaven Azure Prefecture has assembled. There is no choice. A single foundation establishment family producing 3 prodigies cannot help but command universal attention. Curiosity abounds. Naturally, all who received invitations hastened here to observe the Su family firsthand. Fellow Taoist Chun, you and fellow Taoist Feng have both come. Does Qingmu's sect send anyone else? A Golden Core patriarch chuckled playfully. Chun Changa bowed respectfully. Fellow Taoist Wenren, you delight in jest. I attend today as representative of the Qin family. Fellow Taoist Feng is Qingmu's sect's official delegate. Indeed, mused the patriarch of the Dongfang family, stroking his beard as he observed Chun Changa. It seems the Chun and Su families share uncommon rapport. Else why would the Su family specially extend a second invitation to you, fellow Taoist Qin? Simply that fellow Taoist Su and I share temperament and affinity. Thus our friendship deepened naturally. I see. This gathering was not merely for Golden Core elders. It brought together the entire younger generation of the Heaven Azure Prefecture. Nearly every lineage's prodigy. While the Golden Core elders exchanged idle banter, their young heirs likewise greeted one another. Young Master Yi, why is the Frost Moon Immortal Maiden absent? Indeed, few female cultivators attended this gathering. She is now the paragon of all young women cultivators in the Heaven Azure Prefecture. Yin Fengwu laughed softly. Is Lady Deling also absent? Has she yet returned from her travels? Yin Yu asked, concern lacing his voice. Yin Fengwu shook her head with weary resignation. Oh, foolish elder brother. When will you awaken from your dream? Yi Fan smiled gently. Yue remains with her master. Once her master completes all preparations, she will notify us. I see. Lu Yu added. Yet I am puzzled. Why did Patriarch Su not wait until after successful Golden Core formation to invite guests? Would that not have been safer? Should the formation fail, the prestige painstakingly built by you and brother Yi would vanish utterly. Prestige. What use is it to our Su family? Yi Fan replied calmly. With or without such prestige, the Su family remains the Su family. The others fell thoughtful. The upper floors of Huanghe Tower. Su Delying Liang Sovereign Yin, Sovereign Qingxian Sovereign, and Zhang Xuanji remained absent from the plaza. They intended to appear only after Su Chuan's successful Golden Core formation. On Yunshi Market Street, an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard walked slowly, stroking his beard as he glanced left and right, nodding subtly now and then. This market may be small, yet it thrums with genuine vitality, a vibrancy rarely found in ordinary markets. The old man murmured softly, "No wonder that youth could so easily produce such a vast sum of spirit stones. As Lord of Yunshi, he commands all enterprises here, leasing portions to town families, managing others directly through his own clan. The most lucrative shops in town all bear the Su family's imprint. Their ventures span alchemy, artifact forging, formation, erased talismans, clothing, food, lodging, and transport. Even excluding resources dedicated to clan cultivation, their spirit stone profits are staggering. Ordinary golden core families likely earn less than 1/4 of the Su family's annual revenue. And this is merely their current scale, confined to this single town. Should their enterprises expand across the entire Heaven Azure Prefecture, and even into the northwest, they might well become another Shutian trading conglomerate. Tisk tisk tsk. I should have charged 3,000 spirit stones per wooden case last time. Age softens the heart. A deceptive illusion proves far more elegant than imposing divine sense restrictions to ward off prying eyes. He mused, his gaze drifting toward the Su residence, a faint smile playing on his lips. Su Mingxian. This youth possesses remarkable formation mastery. My treatise notes on formation arts must have fallen into his hands. Fortunately, it was not wasted. Still, it remains merely a Tier 3 grand formation, powerless to resist forced scrutiny by nascent soul-level divine sense. Very well. I shall not pry into the Su family secrets. The elder then strolled leisurely, adopting the carefree demeanor of one who treats the mortal world as his playground. Su residence. Beneath the life and death tree, Su Chuan sat cross-legged in pristine white Taoist robes, eyes gently closed, his aura astonishingly serene. Su Dus stood a full zhang away. Grandfather, the two premier golden core lineages of the Heaven Azure Prefecture, the Lei and Mo families, as well as Heaven Azure Sect, the 3 sects, and the 7 cities golden core clans, have all arrived, or nearly so. Go and inform them. Yes, grandfather. Su Dueb bowed deeply, then soared into the air, flying toward the plaza. Esteemed guests, the Su family patriarch is prepared. Golden core formation begins immediately. Though the formation occurred publicly, it was never without safeguards. To attempt such a delicate process openly, without protection, would be akin to lighting a lamp inside a latrine. At last, it begins. A golden core elder stroked his beard with a faint smile. Breaking through to golden core is no simple feat. Even with perfect preparation, shattering the bottleneck may take 1 or 2 days at minimum. Another gazed toward the sky above the Su residence. Perhaps, but I myself labored over half a month before barely breaking through. Who says otherwise? Meanwhile, within Su Chuan's dantian, his half-green, half-gray divine art seed shimmered brilliantly. Under his direction, the life and death essence surged forth, striking against the invisible barrier of the realm threshold. He executed each step of golden core formation with flawless precision, rendering the once unfathomable bottleneck no thicker than rice paper. Compared to his earlier foundation establishment, this breakthrough was effortless, many times easier. Without hesitation, without peril, in precisely 1/4, a faint crisp pop echoed, and the barrier yielded. The golden core ascension omen manifested instantly. 5-element spiritual energy across heaven and earth converged, as if drawn by an unseen force, streaming in brilliant multicolored rivers toward the sky above the Su residence. They coalesced into a colossal vortex 100 meters in diameter. Moments later, it cascaded downward like a celestial waterfall. Golden core ascension omen. Countless voices cried out in astonishment. How can it be so swift? Every golden core elder and foundation establishment prodigy present stared in stunned disbelief, for only 15 minutes had elapsed since Su Due's announcement. To breach the golden core bottleneck in 15 minutes defies even the rarest heaven-endowed root constitution. To what staggering degree must Patriarch Su have refined his foundation, making this breakthrough appear so effortless? Without doubt, it is divine art golden core formation. After centuries, will the Heaven Azure Prefecture finally birth another sovereign-level divine art golden core cultivator? Qingmu Sovereign, Liang Sovereign, and Qingxian Sovereign all gazed with quiet intensity, their eyes subtly shimmering. Though none had witnessed divine art golden core formation firsthand, they had studied its records within their sect's annals. This speed of breakthrough was astonishingly fast. Divine art golden core formation typically takes 3 to 4 hours at best, or up to a full day at worst. This is extraordinarily swift. Qingxian Sovereign murmured softly, but he could not penetrate the Su family's formation nor discern the inner details. Zhang Xuanji, destined to pursue divine art golden core formation himself, had studied these same records, and found the phenomenon equally incomprehensible. Across Yunshi town, discussion erupted everywhere. Patriarch Su truly formed his golden core today. Indeed, he declared it, and it happened. Truly miraculous. Feels like piercing a membrane. Just one thrust, and it's done. Fellow Taoist, you describe it rather vividly. Vast torrents of 5-element spiritual energy poured into the Su residence like a reversed heavenly river, then passed through the 5-element condensation array crafted by Su Mingxian, refining into higher-grade qi before flowing into Su Chuan's dantian. His divine art seed spun ceaselessly, drawing in this torrential energy, while Su Chuan compressed it relentlessly, with formidable golden core divine sense, again and again. An hour later, a fist-sized golden core formed within Su Chuan's dantian, radiating 5-colored crystalline luster, its surface pulsing with life and death energy. Within its core, the faint silhouette of the divine art seed shimmered, emanating pressure far exceeding that of ordinary golden core cultivators. Yet true completion remained elusive. To finalize formation, he must merge his essence, spirit, and vital energy into the golden core, binding life and fate. Only then would golden core formation be complete, and only then would the path to nascent soul formation open. Su Chuan did not proceed to this final step. Instead, he formed intricate hand seals and exhaled. His golden core shot forth as a streak of light hovering the moment the golden core left his body, it resonated with heaven and earth. The purified 5-element energy above washed over it, ceaselessly refining its essence, while that same power flowed back into Su Chuan's meridians and dantian. This was the ancient golden core formation method taught by Murong Yuan, leveraging the celestial bounty granted at breakthrough to transform all his cultivation energy into golden core-level energy within moments. It bypassed the prolonged refinement period typical for newly ascended golden core cultivators. Xinchanga, for instance, spent months, or even half a year, merely completing this step. After foundation establishment, energy refinement alone took nearly a month. For golden core, the process was naturally far longer. With this secret art, however, Su Chuan achieved immediate stabilization, possessing full golden core strength the moment formation concluded. Of course, Su Chuan pursued divine art golden core formation, using the divine art seed as its core. Not only did his golden core radiate pressure surpassing ordinary early-stage golden core cultivators, but his cultivated energy inherently bore the characteristics of his divine art, of superior quality, dubbed the life and death energy. This trait belongs exclusively to divine art golden cores. It cannot be replicated by cultivating divine arts only after attaining golden core. Such an opportunity arises but once, upon successful golden core formation. Today, this secret art is nearly lost. Top-tier nascent soul sects may not even retain its records. Its practice amounts to stealing celestial opportunities. Thus, the extraction of celestial essence is strictly time-limited, no more than 1 hour. Within that hour, energy transformation and accumulation proceeds at hundreds, or even thousands, of times the normal rate. The precise outcome depends entirely upon individual foundation. When Su Chuan sensed his limit, he drew the golden core back into his dantian, completing the final binding of life and fate. Only then was golden core formation truly accomplished. Heaven responded. The omens began to dissipate. Su Chuan's aura now resonated at the peak of golden core first rank. His divine sense extended 80 li, approaching the range of latest-stage golden core. Feeling the surging energy within him, the strength of his soul, Su Chuan's lips curved into a subtle smile. This was. Medicines find kinship in kind to form manifestations. Tao harmonizes with the ineffable, thus nature unfolds. Swallow 1 golden core pill, and know my fate is no longer dictated by heaven. In the square of Yunshi workshop, the river of 5 elements spiritual energy that had gathered above the Su residence gradually dissipated. The manifestation of the golden core is beginning to fade. Could it be that the head of the Su family has successfully broken through? Countless people expressed their confusion. It was too quick. The entire golden core process had not even lasted 2 hours. Saying it was a failure of the breakthrough seemed more convincing. Everyone in the square was waiting for Su Chuan's appearance. It seems that the quality of spiritual energy was too poor. According to Murong Yuan, in ancient times, disciples of great sects performing this method could break through to the 3rd layer of golden core if their foundation was deep enough. Su Chuan smiled self-deprecatingly, glancing at the medicinal garden he cultivated, murmuring, "You all have indeed gained a tremendous advantage." The breakthrough of the golden core allowed the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to return, and the dissipated essence was absorbed by these spiritual herbs and plants. All the spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden, including the divine tree, had increased in potency by several times. The withering and flourishing tree had also grown again, due to the withering flourishing magic now reaching nearly 2 meters in height. It is rumored that in ancient times there were great beings whose breakthroughs in major realms or successful enlightenment would turn the surrounding 100 miles into a blessed land. Su Chuan had only broken through to the golden core, but it had also blessed his medicinal garden. This is indeed a perfect opportunity. Su Chuan brushed over his storage ring, took out the moonlight spiritual liquid, and dripped it onto the ancient Sephora tree. A surge of spiritual energy began to grow wildly. Once it fully digested and absorbed, Su Chuan felt that it should be able to awaken intelligence. Suddenly the family tree appeared automatically in his sea of consciousness, vibrating vigorously and radiating a burst of colorful light. After a cup of tea's time, this phenomenon finally disappeared. Then 2 beams of colorful light shot from the family tree into Su Chuan's soul. It is the follow-up techniques of the 5 elements spiritual art. And there's more. Chuan was overjoyed, silently accepting the gift from the family tree. After a stick of incense, he opened his eyes, his heart stirred. This time not only have I received the follow-up of the 5 elements spiritual art, but I can also cultivate to the perfection of the golden core. Is it due to the luck of the clan? However, it is indeed a gift from the family tree. The 5 elements spiritual art was renamed as the 5 elements creation scripture. It also involves simultaneous cultivation of all 5 elements, but it can also be split into individual elemental techniques. The chi refining section has methods to enhance foundation establishment, and the foundation establishment section also has methods that can increase the success rate of golden core by 30%. However, it seems that to achieve a 30% chance, one must cultivate all 5 elements together. If using a single element, the increase is only 10%. The secret methods for breaking through from golden core to nascent soul are similar, but the success rate for aiding the birth of a nascent soul is only 50%. Apart from the cultivation methods, the 5 elements creation scripture also contains miscellaneous chapters, such as the chapter on divine abilities, formations, talismans, refining, and alchemy. The chapter on divine abilities records various 5 elements divine abilities covering escape techniques, spell techniques, attacks, and defenses, including 5 elements. There are also multi-element combinations of divine abilities and even supreme divine abilities of the 5 elements. However, most of the divine abilities are not fully recorded. For example, the thunder techniques only detail the cultivation methods for the jade, wood divine thunder, and the E, wood divine thunder at the golden core level. The same is true for the chapters on formations, talismans, refining, and alchemy. It seems I need to continue to strengthen the Su family to fully manifest all of these. However, the complete divine abilities are mostly of the wood element. Is it because I broke through primarily with wood element techniques? Other techniques mostly only reach the introductory level of divine abilities, but that is sufficient for foundation establishment period clan members to comprehend. The alchemy chapter records several types of pills that Chuan had never heard of before, but their effects are remarkable. For instance, the single element 5 elements spiritual pill significantly enhances the mana of those practicing the corresponding elemental techniques, more so than ordinary pills. There are also top-tier spirit pills like the spirit nourishing pill, which purifies mana and increases mana limits, as well as pills that assist in forming the golden core. Some ingredients are difficult to collect, but Chuan has heard of many materials for certain pills, and even the Su family has quite a few. Truly, the predecessors plant the trees and the descendants enjoy the shade. The Su family kids are fortunate. The 5 elements creation scripture sounds quite remarkable. Could it be the celestial scripture that countless sacred lands in ancient times fought over and ultimately split? What exactly is the origin of the family tree? Forget it, thinking about it now is futile. I will explore it when I truly become a great being in the world. This scripture must not be passed down, even its name cannot be made public. Only I should know it. The techniques, secret arts, divine ability chapters, and alchemy chapters must all be split into finer details. Even among my own Su family, I will try to prevent them from knowing that all of these come from a single technique. Chuan immediately made a decision in his heart. And then there's this Xuantiangong. The Xuantiangong is a cultivation method for spiritual sense, specializing in spiritual sense, and has 7 levels. Possessing spiritual sense allows for cultivation. According to the records, when the 7 levels are perfected, the spiritual sense can rival that of true immortals. Currently, only the first 2 levels are recorded up to the perfection of the golden core. But it is enough to drive countless cultivators mad. There are no boundaries. Even foundation establishment can cultivate a golden core spiritual sense, and it can even continue to improve. Of course, Chuan also believes that after breaking through to a major realm, the improvement of spiritual sense will be very slow and cannot be limitless. Otherwise, having a nascent soul spiritual sense at foundation establishment would be too unrealistic. Breaking through the spiritual sense in ancient times could only be achieved by top talents, as the opportunities to push the spiritual sense beyond limits were exceedingly rare. With the Xuantiangong, perhaps at the early stage of golden core, I could possess a spiritual sense comparable to that of a perfected golden core cultivator. And when I reach the perfection of golden core, my spiritual sense will surely reach its limit, and with the aid of spiritual sense crystals, I can attain a nascent soul level of spiritual sense. However, perhaps by then the family tree will have provided follow-up techniques for the Xuantiangong. The Xuantiangong is not just a method for cultivating spiritual sense, it also contains various secret techniques for spiritual sense, such as the 1,000 spirits technique, similar to the 9 flames technique, but obviously 100 times more terrifying. When fully cultivated, it can produce 1,000 strands of spiritual sense, making each strand unified. There are also attack techniques for spiritual sense and defense techniques for the soul, and Su Delling's spiritual sense transformation is also recorded. However, the secret techniques are also not fully recorded, only 1 or 2 levels of cultivation methods. Of course, although these secret techniques are rare and powerful, it is estimated that very few descendants of the Su family will be able to practice them. To succeed in even one would be a tremendous opportunity. Having obtained these, Chuan was already quite satisfied, but it seemed that the changes in the family tree were not over. Chuan could sense that something within the family tree was establishing a connection with his soul. He extended a thread of spiritual sense into it. He discovered that he had entered a peculiar space. After dispersing his spiritual sense, he realized this space was only about 100 meters in radius. Yet it gave a mysterious feeling of containing a mustard seed while forming its own world. He looked around, and although the boundaries of the space appeared clear, they were actually hidden in the void, seemingly capable of expanding continuously with the changes in the family tree. Looking up, he saw a golden sun and a silver moon suspended at both ends of the sky. The blazing sun was not glaring, instead it emitted a soft warm light illuminating the space as bright as daytime. The bright moon was not cold either, enveloped in a faint halo intertwining with the sun's radiance. The two seemed close enough to touch with a hand. But in reality, they were incredibly distant, more like they were not in the same space. The heavens surrounding the sun and moon were densely filled with twinkling stars, each star emitting a faint yet pure spiritual energy. Lowering his gaze to the ground, he found that the entire space was covered by a pure black soil, the earth shiny and dark. Is this some sort of innate spiritual soil? As soon as Chuan's spiritual sense touched it, an extremely pure innate energy surged into his spiritual sense. It carried a vitality of all things, as if just planting a seed would allow it to take root and sprout, rapidly growing into a towering tree. In the center of the black soil there was a small pond. The water in the pond was crystal clear, but it was not ordinary water. It contained innate spiritual energy, known as innate spiritual spring. In the entire space, there were no flowers, trees, or flying birds, and apart from this black soil and the small pond, the rest was utterly empty. It seems that not only can my spiritual sense enter, but my body can also come in. Chuan concentrated his thoughts, and indeed his body arrived in this space. Taking a deep breath, he felt refreshed, and even his spiritual sense became more refined. This is incredibly similar to the reputed innate secret realms, as if it were from the time of the world's creation. This should be the innate secret realm opened by the family tree, a cave paradise exclusive to my Su family. Chuan's face was filled with joy, but he felt that currently only he could enter. It is said that innate energy will gradually dissipate over time, merging into every grass, tree, and stone around. After pondering for a moment, he murmured, "Let them wait a bit. After all, the golden core breakthrough theoretically requires stabilizing the realm." With that in mind, he began the work of transplanting in the medicinal garden, planting all the spiritual herbs into the innate secret realm to absorb the fortune from the initial opening of the realm. Chuan also sat cross-legged, meditating to absorb the energy. An hour later, he broke through to the second layer of golden core. He began to feel that the innate spiritual energy in the air was gradually losing its unique innate aura. Of course, the degrading spiritual energy was also extremely pure, likely comparable to the energy emitted by a high-grade third-tier spirit vein. It truly is fleeting, but it was enough to assist me in breaking through to the second layer of golden core. However, this level of realm might be a bit shocking if I go out. After some thought, Chuan formed hand seals and performed the Withering Wood secret technique to conceal his realm's aura, disguising himself as an ordinary golden core cultivator who had just broken through. This should not pose any significant issues. Ordinary nascent souls won't be able to see through it. However, I wonder if great cultivators can see through it. It must be said the essence of the withering and flourishing is indeed extraordinarily profound. Chuan took a piece of blue stone from the outside world and crafted it into a stone tablet, inscribing the words Su Clan Cave Heaven on it. One day, all members of the Su clan will also be able to enter this place. This will be the root base for my Su clan in the future. Moreover, he believed that this cave heaven would soon grow to be as vast as those ancient secret realms, giving birth to lakes, forests, mountains, and even living beings. Looking at the brand new medicinal garden, Chuan nodded in satisfaction, preparing to further transform this small piece of land. Just as he was about to leave, a faint consciousness transmitted. "Master, who?" Chuan was startled, looking around before his gaze finally landed on the Sephora tree. "You have gained consciousness." "Yes, master." "Little Sephora, why do you call me master?" "I feel that you are my master." Chuan sensed carefully, indeed his soul had formed a weak connection with the little Sephora. However, because it had only just awakened intelligence, its consciousness was very weak, making it hard to notice any anomalies without close inspection. Is it because the Su clan cave heaven can currently only be entered by me that it has gained innate fortune and awakened intelligence ahead of time, thus establishing a connection with me, the master of this cave heaven? Oi. Chuan felt that this was likely the case. "You stay here for now. Oh, I will come to see you again in some time." "Yes, master, I really like this place." "Let's give you a name. You can share my surname and be called Su Huai." "Thank you for naming me master." Chuan nodded slightly, and then left the Su clan cave heaven. Upon returning to the outside world, he found Mou waiting there. Mou had originally been resting elsewhere, but rushed over to check after sensing that his connection with Chuan had nearly been severed. Then he discovered that the entire medicinal garden was gone. However, not long after, Chuan suddenly appeared, startling Mou, who hurriedly asked, "How did you appear? Where did you go?" Our soul connection suddenly weakened so much that it was hard to maintain. Chuan smiled lightly to soothe him. "I will explain this matter later. I should go meet those fellow Taoists who have come and conveniently hold the golden core ceremony." Mou stared at Chuan for a while, then turned his head away, snorting, I am not worried about you. Hurry up and go participate in that so-called Golden Core ceremony. Rest assured, with my Su family's current status, we will certainly attract the attention of Golden Core families, so there will definitely be a moment for your glory. At that time you will no longer need to hide, and can officially appear as my Su family's guardian spirit beast. Really? Mo asked skeptically. Su Chuan shook his head and chuckled, his spiritual light flowing, and the stains and dirt disappeared. He appeared in a plain white robe, looking refined and approachable. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stepped through the air. His robe fluttered and his long hair danced. In just a few steps he arrived above the protective array of the clan, and a pressure from the Golden Core spread around, followed by a gentle voice that echoed throughout Yunshi town. Fellow Taoists, welcome to witness Zus Golden Core formation. Now Su has indeed succeeded, and I thank you all for your patience. The entire Yunshi town erupted in excitement. Did he really succeed? In the next moment the people from the east side of Yunshi town all bowed to Su Chuan, saying, "We congratulate the head of Su for successfully forming the Golden Core. Longevity is in sight." Then those from the west side also echoed, "Congratulations to the head of Su for successfully forming the Golden Core. Longevity is in sight." Next came the north and south sides. "Congratulations to the head of Su for successfully forming the Golden Core. Longevity is in sight." Finally, the people of Yunshi Workshop and the Golden Core and Foundation establishment geniuses in the square shouted, "Congratulations to the head of Su Taoist for successfully forming the Golden Core. Longevity is in sight." Thank you, everyone. Then let us begin Zus Golden Core ceremony. Just then several figures shot in from afar, flying above the Su residence, confronting Su Chuan. The speed at which the head of Su formed the Golden Core is astonishing. Might you share the secret? The voice was filled with malice and mockery. The speaker was none other than the dark-robed Songlong Jinjuan of the Tanshi sect, accompanied by two elders in golden and silver robes, both at the early stage of Golden Core. The Golden Core and Foundation establishment geniuses in the Yunshi Square slightly changed their expressions. Qingmu Xinjian's pupils contracted slightly, but he made no move, seemingly wishing to observe the situation. "So it is Songlong Jinjuan, and these two are the Golden Core elders of your sect. I didn't expect you to be aware of our Tiansong sect's matters, even from afar at the Tanshi. A few people. Is it not to celebrate Zus Golden Core? If so, please take your seats in the square. My Su family will certainly entertain you with utmost sincerity." Songlong Jinjuan sneered. The Su family head has yet to answer my question. Since Songlong Jinjuan has not revealed his intentions, I Su am unsure how to respond. If it is a noble guest, we shall treat him with courtesy. If it is a villain, then we can only drive him away with sticks. A fine way to drive away. Songlong Jinjuan shouted sternly, his voice filled with anger and arrogance. Do you truly think your Su family is something significant? What if 3 talents emerge? They still need to grow. Songlong Jinjuan took a step forward, his aura suddenly surging disdainfully, gazing at Su Chuan. How dare a mere junior who has just established his Golden Core act so recklessly before me? As his words fell, the terrifying pressure of Songlong Jinjuan, a latest-stage Golden Core expert, erupted without reservation, like an invisible mountain mercilessly crushing down towards Su Chuan. The pressure from a latest-stage Golden Core expert would significantly impact even those in the early stages. However, facing this chilling pressure, Su Chuan remained calm, treating it as a gentle breeze. After a moment, Su Chuan slowly spoke, a hint of coldness in his voice. "It seems the guest is no noble guest." Songlong Jinjuan was taken aback by Su Chuan. "I wonder if Songlong Jinjuan has come at the behest of the Tanlang sect, or if it is of your own volition." Su Chuan continued. "What difference does it make?" asked the gold-robed elder of the Tanlang sect. "If it is the Tanlang sect that takes action, it would violate the agreements among the major powers, and I Su can only request an elder from the Xianyu sect to mediate. After all, it is well known that my Su family has by chance produced several geniuses on the talent list. Moreover, I have received the assurance of Jinju and Qingmu that the Tiansong sect will protect my family for a century." You are truly forcing him to slap himself in the face. Songlong Jinjuan was naturally wary of the Xianyu sect, and knowing Jinju and Qingmu was present, dared not insult the Tiansong sect openly. After all, he is not a match for Jinju and Qingmu. Therefore he said, "Naturally, I have heard that the Su family head is about to break through, and I specifically came to see what is special about one who dares to openly establish their Golden Core. So you came to test my abilities. Is it that Songlong Jinjuan intends to personally contend with a mere junior who has just established his Golden Core?" Su Chuan replied with a hint of a smile. How could this Jinjuan bully the weak? The Golden Core cultivators in the square all scoffed at this remark, and someone said, "Songlong Jinjuan, did I not hear that you prefer to hunt Golden Core cultivators in secluded places?" Pure slander. Songlong Jinjuan retorted angrily. This Jinjuan merely accompanied 2 elders from the sect. They heard about the Su family head and are eager to spar with you. Rest assured they are both early-stage Golden Core experts, so the gap between you will not be too great. If the occasion were right, Songlong Jinjuan would not mind stepping in, but given the current situation, he could only use his trump cards and let the 2 early-stage Golden Core elders take action. It would be best if they could kill or cripple him, if not they must heavily injure him. After all, he has just established his Golden Core, and his realm is unstable. He might even fall back to the Foundation establishment stage. This had happened before. The Su family head has only established his golden core for a few hours. He must also be a genius. I trust he will not mind facing two opponents. Shameless. Chen Chang'e immediately rebuked. A person who has just established their golden core has yet to fully transform their spiritual energy and does not possess a suitable life treasure. Their strength is several times weaker than other golden core cultivators. Songlong Jinjuan, are you attempting to take the opportunity to kill the Su family head? Songlong Jinjuan cast a cold glance at Chen Chang'e. What is your status to question this, Jinjuan? The Su family head is a genius. How could a genius be treated with ordinary standards? Su Chuan smiled faintly. Thank you, Brother Chen, for speaking up for me. It's no trouble. After all, Songlong Jinjuan is correct. A genius like me is indeed not someone insignificant can challenge. Two early-stage golden core experts are enough to make me take action. Many golden core cultivators frowned at this. Such bravado from the Su family head. Songlong Jinjuan laughed coldly, thinking he would pay for his arrogance. Elder Jean and Elder Yin, you may test the Su family head's strength. Do not hold back. The Su family head is a genius incomparable to you, ordinary golden core. Yes, Songlong Jinjuan, the gold-robed elder, and the silver-robed elder replied, cupping their fists. Wait, Songlong Jinjuan. What is it now? During this golden core sparring, injuries are inevitable. If your two elders are harmed, my small Su family cannot bear the retaliation from your Tanling sect. Elder Jean revealed a ridiculously amused smile. He said, don't say being injured. Even if you Su family head kill us, it counts as your capability. Exactly. The silver-robed elder echoed, not placing Su Chuan, a newly established golden core cultivator, in their eyes at all. Su Mingxian and the others looked at Su Chuan's demeanor and revealed faint smiles, silently thinking father always acts like this before tricking others. Now it seems he intends to establish his authority by taking the lives of the two early-stage golden core elders from the Tanling sect. They say we are high-profile. How can we compare to your father's ultimate move? Songlong Jinjuan frowned slightly and thought for a moment. Su family head is quite confident. Oh, do you dare to make a life-and-death bet? I dare not, Su Chuan said with a grin. Today is a great day for me. Making a life-and-death vow would be unlucky. Let's just end when one side admits defeat. Good. After some thought, Songlong Jinjuan nodded in agreement. Su Chuan then cupped his hands toward Huang He Tower. I request the two friends to witness. Haha, well said. At last, heavyweight figures made their entrance. Luyang Jinjuan and his disciples Qingxian Jinjuan and Zhang Xian came flying out from Huang He Tower. Songlong Zinjin's pupils constricted sharply upon seeing them, secretly thinking, why are they here? Qingxian Jinjuan stroked his beard and smiled gently. I, Qingxian Jinjuan of the Xian, you sect, witness in the name of my sect the spar between the Su family head and the two elders of the Tanling sect. The contest will end once one side admits defeat, regardless of win or loss. Neither side may trouble the other afterward. Otherwise, my Xian Yu sect will impose severe punishment. As he spoke, he looked at Songlong Jinjuan. Songlong, my friend, do you understand? With Qingxian Jinjuan invoking the name of the Xian Yu sect, Songlong Jinjuan could only smile apologetically. On the Su family head's day of joy, it should indeed be kept moderate. He truly did not expect someone from the Xian Yu sect to appear here. After all, news could not have spread so quickly from Tiansong Mansion to Xian Yu Mansion. Even his Tiansong sect had only managed to arrive promptly because of spies placed in various locations within Tiansong Mansion. With Qingxian Jinjuan and others appearing, Songlong Zinjin's arrogance was instantly suppressed. There was no other choice. When it came to power, he could not compete. When it came to background and backing, he could not compare. The golden core cultivators present at Yunxi Square all saluted the newcomers with fist salutes. Greetings, Qingxian Jinjuan. Qingxian Jinjuan introduced, this is Luyang Jinjuan from the Tianju sect in the southern part of Tiannan. Greetings, Luyang Jinjuan. You are all too polite. Next were a number of Foundation Establishment juniors bowing and greeting. Greetings, Qingxian Jinjuan. Greetings, Luyang Jinjuan. Songlong, my friend, you should come down to watch the battle. Being up there will affect their spar. You would not want to interfere in their contest, would you? Naturally not. I only instructed my two elders to follow. Songlong Jinjuan transmitted a message to the gold and silver elders. This Su family has deep thoughts. Be careful. If there is a chance, do not give him an opportunity to admit defeat. If you can kill him, then kill him. Having such a person remain is too terrifying. If he grows, he might pose a significant obstacle to our Tanling sect's plan to unify the two mansions. Rest assured, he is merely a junior who has just established his golden core. Even if he is a genius who has mastered golden core techniques at this stage without a magic treasure and with insufficient spiritual power, he cannot possibly be our match. Do not be careless. Songlong Jinjuan felt that something was amiss, but he could not figure it out. After all, it is well known that newly established golden core cultivators indeed have no magic treasure and insufficient golden core spiritual power. Therefore, they all need to seclude themselves to consolidate their realms and become true golden core cultivators. Subsequently, Songlong Jinjuan also descended onto the square, forcing a smile. This feeling of being unable to act freely and being manipulated filled him with irritation and resentment. He had originally come to cause trouble, but now found himself in the position of a celebrant. Unless Su Chuan perished at the very least, he must be heavily injured, otherwise this resentment in his heart would be difficult to alleviate. In the sky, only three. May I ask the two friends from the Tanlang sect what are your names? You may call us the Gold and Silver Elders. Chuan cupped his fists and smiled faintly. So it's Elder Jean and Elder Ian. I invite you both to your deaths, may I? If you wish to kill us, then let us see if you have the capability. The Silver Elder shouted angrily, flipping his hand to reveal a black battle knife. His body swelled, gripping the battle knife, and he struck directly at Chuan's head, the dazzling blade radiating an astonishing aura of killing intent. Meanwhile, the Gold Elder drifted to Chuan's side, suddenly producing a magical treasure, a black chain connected to a heavy weight, and a double-curved hook glimmering. He lightly threw it. The chain extended in the air, and the hook aimed directly at Chuan's shoulder blades. If caught, Chuan's spiritual energy would stagnate, and he would undoubtedly lose. Seeing the two attacks, Chuan's clothes billowed as he rushed towards the azure sky. His spiritual energy flowed, surrounding him with a faint azure glow. Where do you think you're running? The Silver Elder pursued closely while the Gold Elder twisted his wrist, causing the hook to suddenly rise vertically, following after. Chuan remained unhurried, sweeping his hand over his storage bag. Two beams of light burst forth. One manifested as a Dan furnace several feet high. As the lid opened, a fierce flame erupted, crackling through the air, transforming into a fire phoenix under Chuan's hand, its sharp claws reaching for the hook. The other was a square small seal, Fan Tian. The moment Fan Tian appeared, it expanded to a size of about 10 feet. An imposing force like a mountain erupted, crashing down towards the Silver Elder. The Gold Elder's chain was burnt red by the flames of the fire phoenix and could not approach Chuan. When the flames of the fire phoenix surged toward him, he quickly swung the weight and smashed it. Boom! The flames were scattered by the weight. Waves of energy swept in all directions, and the clouds collapsed. On the other side, Fan Tian collided with the Silver Elder's battle knife, immediately producing a piercing sound of metal clashing, resonating across 10 miles. Many residents in Yunshi town felt pain in their ears from the noise. 2 items of one-stripe magical treasures. Many golden core cultivators at Yunshi Square exclaimed in surprise. Firecloud, could it be that you refined these and gave them to the Su family head? Not me. Firecloud smiled slightly, not revealing that it was Su Delying who refined them. The Su family has always been wealthy, but it's not surprising. Su Mingxian and the others brought 2-stripe magic tools when they participated in the talent conference. Songlong Jinjuan showed a look of surprise, but quickly thought to himself, what if there is a 1-stripe magical treasure? Without sufficient golden core spiritual power to activate it, it is difficult to unleash great power. Chuan, once your spiritual power is exhausted, you cannot escape death. In the sky, Chuan effortlessly manipulated the 2 magical treasures, and the Gold and Silver Elders from the Tanlang sect could not find any flaws. Especially on the Silver Elder's side, the oppressive might of Fan Tian was too formidable, severely limiting his power, suppressing him to only exert 70 to 80% of his strength. He himself had also been injured slightly due to multiple collisions, causing him to bleed from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, the Gold Elder formed seals with his hands, causing the chain to swiftly extend like a slender snake, gliding through the air, sealing off the fire phoenix. In the meantime, he appeared behind Chuan, his palms glowing with scarlet-black flames fiercely striking toward his back. This was an entry-level divine ability. Unfortunately, the sneak attack was discovered, and Chuan manipulated the Dan furnace, swelling it to several feet high. Crash. The Gold Elder's palm struck fiercely against the Dan furnace, creating a thunderous roar. Chuan, however, used the concept of a withered tree to conceal all his auras, quietly appearing behind the Gold Elder. Summer Bloom Seal. Among the 4 seasons seals, the Summer Seal was the most vigorous, carrying a scorching and violent intent. Only when Chuan executed the seal did the Gold Elder suddenly realize, but it was already impossible to evade. He could only activate his spiritual shield. However, the Summer Bloom Seal shattered his spiritual shield with overwhelming force. The Gold Elder was heavily injured, spitting blood, and crashed heavily against the Elder Jean. The Silver Elder shouted loudly, wanting to rush to support the Gold Elder, but the Fan Tian stood like an insurmountable mountain in his way. In an instant, Elder Yin's sea of consciousness erupted with searing pain, his concession instantly devolving into a shriek of agony. Chuan, wielding multifaceted focus, launched a divine sense assault, and simultaneously sealed the Winter Silent Seal, hurling it forward. Yet divine sense attacks outpace physical seals. A heartbeat later, the Winter Silent Seal struck Elder Yin. Had Chuan mastered the formidable divine sense techniques inscribed in the Mystic Heaven Spirit Cultivation Manual, this strike might well have extinguished Elder Yin. Ultimately, like Elder Jean before him, Elder Yin had his vitality drained and his soul obliterated. At that moment, true Lord Songlong erupted from his seat in fury. Chuan, swift-eyed and decisive, ensnared him within his Bagua alchemy cauldron, then quietly translocated him into the Su clan's celestial realm. Golden core corpses held immense value. Chuan deliberately preserved their bodies intact by employing the Winter Silent Seal to slay them. Otherwise, with his capabilities, Elders Yin and Jean would have fallen long before. After all, his cultivation energy rivaled that of a mid-stage golden core cultivator in both quality and abundance. and his arcane arts had already matured to the minor accomplishment stage. Owing to his self-forged origin, their explosive power far surpassed those wielded by ordinary cultivators at the same level. His divine sense approached latest-stage golden core refinement, enabling him to concurrently command multiple artifacts and cast seal formulas, an ability that rendered even mid-stage golden core cultivators no cause for concern. Witnessing two of his sect's golden core elders slain in rapid succession, True Lord Songlong could no longer contain his rage and launched a furious assault, only to be effortlessly intercepted by True Lord Chuan, whose voice cut through the air cold and detached True Lord Songlong. Do you harbor grievances against the Xianyu sect? A chill flooded True Lord Songlong's heart like icy water. He jolted awake, retracted his technique, and ceased all aggression towards Chuan. True Lord Qingmu, observing how effortlessly two golden core elders perished beneath Chuan's hand, felt profound astonishment, and yet an unmistakable surge of vindictive satisfaction. He mocked aloud. True Lord Songlong, did not your own sect's elders Yin and Jin declare earlier that if Master Su possessed the skill to slay them, he was welcome to do so? Neither uttered surrender. Had Master Su held back, death might well have claimed him instead. Not a single soul present remained unmoved by shock. These were two golden core cultivators, each having solidified their cores for over a century, reaching the second layer of golden core cultivation. Though their arcane arts appeared modest, merely at the foundational level, they had each forged and nurtured their life-bound artifacts for decades, imbuing them with formidable power. And yet they fell with disarming ease to a newly ascended golden core cultivator, one who had just completed his core formation. To anyone, such a feat would evoke sheer. True Lord Songlong turned his gaze toward True Lord Qingmu, standing on the plaza with a faint knowing smile, his eyes blazing with suppressed fury, but uttered. After a fierce glare, he pivoted toward Chuan and said, "This True Lord acted rashly. Master Su's artistry is peerless. I offer my sincere admiration. Since the duel has concluded and my sect's elders have paid the price, may I request the return of their remains?" "Of course. Master Su will inspect the matter shortly." "Very well." Chuan opened his Bagua alchemy cauldron, shook his head, and declared, "Alas, it is already reduced to ash." As he spoke, he tilted the cauldron's mouth toward True Lord Songlong, inviting inspection. "You." True Lord Songlong drew a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the murderous impulse surging within him. "Master Su, you are truly extraordinary. It seems this place holds no welcome for this true lord. Then I shall take my leave." Cultivators of demonic arts often succumb to impulsive wrath dominated by slaughter and fury. Chuan smiled warmly and clasped his fists in salute. "True Lord, will you not stay for a cup of wine before departing?" True Lord Songlong flicked his sleeve, transforming into a streak of black light that vanished into the distance in an instant. Observing this, True Lord Qingxian sighed with wry amusement. "Master Su, you have grievously offended True Lord Songlong." "True Lord, who among us hasn't?" Chuan replied coolly. "He came here intending to kill me. Still, if the Tanling sect seeks pretext over this matter, the Xianyu sect will not stand idly by, will it? I have witnessed this in the name of the Xianyu sect. Neither the Tanling sect nor True Lord Songlong dare act." "Then Master Su rests easy. The malevolent guest has departed. Let us resume Master Su's golden core ascension ceremony." The two descended onto the plaza. Master Su's prowess is truly. Master Su truly embodies the adage, "A true master conceals his brilliance." Master Su's arcane arts are unparalleled. One accolade followed another flowing from the assembled golden core cultivators. True Lord Liang's gaze sharpened, yet confusion lingered. Such strength was utterly beyond the norm for any newly formed golden core cultivator. No wonder he is the grandfather of senior sister Fengling. "Master Su, you once proclaimed yourself a prodigy. I confess I doubted you. Yet now it is clear you must have forged your golden core through the path of arcane arts." The moment True Lord Qingxian spoke, all clamor ceased. The entire assembly held its breath, awaiting Chuan's reply. So many mysteries had unfolded this. Chuan nodded gently with a serene smile. "True Lord Qingxian sees with clarity. I indeed forged my golden core through the path of arcane arts." "True Lord Qingxian, does forging one's core through arcane arts truly grant such overwhelming power?" An elder golden core cultivator murmured in awe. "Master Su's successive slayings of elders Yin and Jin of the Tanlang sect left me stunned, as though dreaming. Even now I have yet to fully awaken from that reverie." Chuan nodded gently with a serene smile. "True Lord Qingxian sees with clarity. I indeed forged my golden core through the path of arcane arts." "True Lord Qingxian, does forging one's core..." True Lord Qingxian surveyed the gathering and said, "Very well, I shall explain. Forging one's golden core through arcane arts centers upon the arcane seed. Beyond its higher success rate, it confers two supreme advantages post-formation. First, the quality and abundance of one's cultivation energy surpass those of ordinary golden core cultivators. Second, comprehension of that very arcane art accelerates dramatically. Even the slowest cultivator attains major accomplishment by the time they reach latest-stage golden core cultivation. Moreover, there exists genuine potential to achieve perfect mastery of that art. You all know how extraordinarily difficult perfect mastery is. Major accomplishment is considered the ultimate ceiling. Only those who forge their golden core through arcane arts possess the rare chance to attain perfect mastery, barring extraordinary karmic fortune. Thus they may wield their art with potency rivaling that of its original creator. Elder Patriarch Yen observed, I watched Master Su manipulate 2 artifacts with effortless grace while unleashing astonishing power. Surely this reflects the copious cultivation energy characteristic of those who forge their golden core through arcane arts. True Lord Qingxian shook his head. Even after successful core formation, one must gradually transform their foundation establishment energy into golden core energy, a process taking anywhere from 1 to several months. At this he, like all others, turned expectantly towards Su Chuan awaiting his answer. All of you are so curious. Master Su, perhaps you might share briefly. If unwilling, we shall not press. In truth, this involves an ancient secret art. Su Chuan smiled faintly. What art is it? True Lord Qingxian asked. If True Lord Qingxian truly wishes to know, Master Su may sell it to you for 30,000 spirit stones. Master Su is magnanimous. I shall take you seriously. True Lord Qingxian assuming jest replied in kind. The Su clan conducts business with integrity, no exceptions. Naturally certain conditions apply. I knew it, speak them plainly. Whoever purchases this art from me may transmit it only to clan members or sect disciples. Should it ever be sold to external factions, the Su clan claims 10% of the resale value. This condition must be sworn under solemn oath, binding every practitioner. Upon hearing this, the assembly stared in utter disbelief. None anticipated such terms. If this art spreads widely, won't the Su clan grow unimaginably wealthy? Exclaimed a golden core cultivator astonished. Seeing Su Chuan's seriousness, True Lord Qingxian glanced at Zhang Xuanji and pondered deeply. The condition is not unreasonable. Clans and sects routinely bind disciples with oaths forbidding transmission of techniques or arts beyond their walls. Transactions with outsiders naturally incur cost. The Su clan's 10% levy is hardly excessive, though the art's efficacy and worth remain to be verified. Su Chuan smiled faintly. This is an ancient art employed by peerless prodigies during breakthroughs to prevent post-ascension depletion of cultivation energy. It enables rapid conversion into golden core energy while simultaneously elevating one's cultivation realm. Legends tell of top-tier ancient prodigies possessing profound ancestral foundations, who upon core formation employed this art to ascend directly to the 3rd layer of golden core cultivation. Though modern conditions fall short of antiquity's splendor, a contemporary prodigy might still leap to mid or later stage 1st layer of golden core cultivation. The precise outcome depends on one's pre-formation foundation and environmental conditions during breakthrough, potentially sparing decades, or even centuries, of art. 30,000 spirit stones is no overpayment. Moreover, once acquired, the art may benefit every clan member or sect disciple undergoing core formation, far surpassing most solitary non-transferable cultivation methods. Every foundation establishment prodigy present felt their hearts stir. Golden core cultivation proceeds slowly. Many clan patriarchs cultivating for over a century remain only at the 2nd layer. Thus, Su Chuan's claim of saving decades of toil was no exaggeration, though mastery remains reserved for the exceptional few. This art functions solely at the moment of golden core formation, useless to established golden core cultivators, yet invaluable to clans and sects as an inheritable generational legacy. Agreed, I shall purchase it, though I lack the full sum in spirit stones. Spirit herbs, forging materials, formation arrays, talismanic ingredients, arcane arts, cultivation manuals, secret techniques, or talismanic lineages. All are acceptable provided the Su clan verifies their authenticity and equivalence in value. Finished artifacts, such as pills, artifacts, or formation arrays, are unnecessary. Many golden core cultivators fell into thoughtful silence. Su Chuan added, there is no urgency. Those interested may visit the Dengxian Pavilion in Yunxi Town to conduct transactions. For now, let us resume the ceremony. Master Su is most eager to see what gifts you have prepared. This remark drew laughter and teasing Master Su. You are rather fond of wealth, aren't you? Nonetheless, every faction had brought gifts in advance. Even had Su Chuan's core formation failed and the ceremony been cancelled, they could simply retrieve them. By the way, Master Su, since you forged your golden core through arcane arts, you merit the title of True Lord. Have you chosen your honorific? True Lord Liang asked. I too am curious. What title will Master Su adopt? Given his fondness for wealth, why not Dobeo, the treasure accumulator? Unsuitable. Pichio better embodies avarice. As voices multiplied, Su Chuan smiled faintly. Gentlemen need not tease Master Su further. My True Lord title has long been decided. What is it? Kurong. True Lord Kurong. Sounds quite fitting. Thereafter the ceremony resumed its formal course. Most golden core cultivators presented modest gifts. True Lord Kurong, this is the Tiansong sect's gift. Pray examine whether it meets your approval. True Lord Qingmu, you mock Master Su. The Tiansong sect offered 10 units of 3rd-rank spirit materials, 1 bottle of Qingyun pills, a spirit-forged flying sword, and 10 millennium-grade spirit herbs. Next came the Xian Yu sects offering 6 third-rank Peiyuan pills, 1 bottle of Ziyun pills, to enhance cultivation energy, 3 elite third-rank spirit woods, Qinglong wood, Tianyin bamboo, and Zilei wood, as well as 10 units of third-rank spirit iron, and 6 rare, 3,000-year spirit herbs. This gift was undeniably lavish. True Lord Qingmu was genuinely surprised. He had intended to secure and stabilize the Su clan's allegiance, hence his generous, yet the Xian Yu sect's offering exceeded even Tiansong's, especially the elite third-rank spirit woods, each priceless and irreplaceable as the ideal core material for wood affinity golden core cultivators' lifebound artifacts. A single piece equaled 5 or 6 ordinary third-rank spirit materials. Hearing this, other golden core cultivators exchanged subtle glances. True Lord Liang, your Tianju sect traveled all the way from the distant southern reaches of Tiannan. Surely you did not come merely to congratulate Master Su on his core formation. Why not? True Lord Liang's lips curved faintly. Our gift resides in the hands of a most exceptional individual. She has arrived. As a resounding phoenix cry echoed from afar, Su Delying descended. Clad in crimson gold soft armor, her wings formed of pale gold. With a gentle beat of her gilded wings, she traversed over 100 meters, within the blink of an eye, soaring from the rooftop of Huanghe Tower to the plaza skies. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Tianju sect's prodigy, the undisputed champion of this year's prodigy assembly, the Immortal Fengling. And also, before True Lord Liang could finish, Su Delying alighted upon the ground and knelt on one knee before Su Chuan. Granddaughter Su Delying offers deepest congratulations on grandfather's successful golden core formation, and on your path to eternal longevity. Su Delying, that female artifact forger of the Su clan, the famed Ling master of Tiansong Prefecture, now a disciple of the Tianju sect, and crowned the supreme prodigy of all Tiannu. A collective gasp froze the assembly. Golden core cultivators and foundation establishment prodigies alike stood dumbstruck. This revelation dwarfed even the astonishment of 3 prodigies in one family, by several magnitudes. No, now it was 4 prodigies in one family. Su Delying's voice carried far-reaching residents of Yunxi Town and wandering cultivators alike. Countless citizens gaped in disbelief, then erupted into exclamations and fervent discussion, transforming Yunxi Town into a roaring sea of noise. Yan Yue, gazing upon that peerless figure, whispered, Senior Sister Delying, she is truly the Fengling Immortal. Brother, abandon hope. The gulf between you is immeasurable. Why abandon? My affection for Senior Sister Delying, the Fengling Immortal, is mine alone. What does it matter to others? As for continuing the lineage, it need not fall to me alone. Father has more than one son. Yin Fengwu sighed wordlessly. But you are this generation's Yang fire spirit body of the Yin clan. Your descendants' innate talents would be exceptional. Even for the sake of our clan, father and grandfather will select a suitable Dao companion for you. Yin Yu frowned. We shall discuss this later. Senior Sister Delying, on behalf of the Tianju sect, presents the Azure Dragon Umbrella, an artifact of great power. May grandfather accept it with favor. Su Chuan's pupils contracted slightly as he smiled. My thanks to Elder Xinyangzi for this generous gift. I find it profoundly to my liking. The Azure Dragon Umbrella, a terrifying artifact described in the Wood Sovereign Sutra. When unfurled, it resembles a celestial canopy, excelling in the magical artifact with its 28 umbrella ribs is a treasure sword that can form the Canglong sword formation, possessing immense power. As Su Chuan's lifebound treasure, it is extremely suitable. However, Su Chuan needs to refine it into his lifebound treasure and maximize its power, which will undoubtedly take quite some time. From the public invitation to all Golden Core forces of Tiansong Mansion to witness the formation of his Golden Core, followed by the arrival of the Greedy Wolf sect, and then the appearance of the people from Xian Yu sect and Tianju sect to intimidate, Su Chuan ruthlessly eliminated 2 Golden Core elders to establish his reputation. Finally, the top genius Feng Ling publicly acknowledged Zu's family lineage and presented congratulatory gifts. To those with discerning eyes, these events seemed too coincidental. It appeared more like a meticulously arranged grand play aimed solely at intimidating the various forces of Tiansong Mansion. It was evident that Su Chuan had succeeded. At least no force present dared to underestimate the Su family intending to establish friendly relations. After all, whether it was Su Chuan, the powerful, withering, and flourishing true monarch, or Su Delying, the top genius, the identities of the nascent soul disciples, or the impressive potential of several other core disciples, including the connections of Xian Yu sect, the largest sect in the Northwest. Securing even one of these would ensure they were taken seriously. Now that they were gathered in one place, it further illustrated the Su family's immeasurable potential for the future. Unless they became sworn enemies, no one would want to offend the Su family. Of course, if they did become enemies, the Su family would undoubtedly face the most brutal and swift retaliation. Because now everyone knows that as the Su family continues to grow, the only ones who will ultimately perish are their enemies. Su Chuan had anticipated the consequences ever since Su Deyu and the others decided to participate in the Genius Conference. Yet things turned out to be even more unpredictable than he imagined. Su Deling underwent a nirvana transformation into a top genius, and Su Mingxian Su Deyue, and Yi Fan rapidly grew to claim their places among the top talents. Although few people knew about Su Deling's situation, it was not a complete secret. Since it was only a matter of time before it could not be hidden, it would be better to openly declare it at an appropriate moment to intimidate the remaining Golden Core forces. A grand event ultimately has its moments of loneliness. However, the Su family resembled a newly rising star in Tiansong Mansion. As various forces departed, Qin Xian True Monarch also returned to Xian Yu sect with Zhang Xian, Ji, leaving only the people from Tianzhu sect still at Huanghe Tower. Yet Su Chuan knew that it wouldn't be long before Qin Xian True Monarch would return to conduct the transaction for the ancient secret technique. This secret technique held greater value for stronger forces. For ordinary Golden Core families, it was optional. After all, no one knew whether they could cultivate another Golden Core before their Golden Core ancestor fell. If they could, they would continue the glory and prosperity of their Golden Core family. Time flew by. Several days had passed since Su Chuan's Golden Core formation, but the events of that day spread throughout the entire Tiansong Mansion, known to all forces large and small, including loose cultivators. The most discussed topic was the 5 geniuses of the Su family. The family head Su Chuan achieved Golden Core success, earning the title of Withering and Flourishing True Monarch, and on the day of his Golden Core formation, he killed 2 veteran Golden Core experts from the Greedy Wolf sect. Su Deling, the Fengling Fairy, a top master of artifact refinement, is currently the first genius of Tiannan. She is also a model for all the younger generation in Tiansong Mansion, a goddess-like existence in their dreams. Everyone firmly believes she will be the next person in Tiansong Mansion to achieve Golden Core success. Su Mingxian and the others, while slightly less prominent than the two, are still top talents also considered highly likely to form Golden Cores with extraordinary potential. Su Chuan replanted a batch of ordinary spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden. He then continued to comprehend the essence of withering and flourishing, study the changes in the family lineage, and occasionally deduce and enhance his Dao path, as well as refine that Songlong treasure umbrella. This umbrella is of high-quality treasure grade. Su Chuan diligently dedicates time to refine it daily, hoping to transform it into his life-bound treasure within a few. Su Deyu practices the Guanghan sword technique, taught by Mu Rong Yun, a powerful and extreme cold sword technique, while also comprehending the Han Tian seal, aiming to cultivate it to the perfect state of 9 seals in 1. Yi Fan sits in meditation, accumulating his spiritual power, improving his realm, and then comprehending and practicing battling the 8 directions. Su Mingxian naturally focuses on understanding the true meaning of formations, improving combat formations, and studying the parts regarding teleportation arrays in the formation records. Compared to others, the teleportation array is currently the most useful for the Su family, the one that can most help expand their influence. Su Deling also spends her days delving into the family grounds, eager to achieve Golden Core success, even temporarily putting aside her artifact refinement. As for the disciples of Tianzhu sect, they practice stroll around Yunxi town and go together to the Tiansong mountain range for training. They will not focus their energy on transforming the Fire Cloud Valley and establishing the Tianling sect until that project formally begins. Although Tiansong sect will assist, they mainly work on modifying the environment, i.e. as for how to construct it and what it will look like, that is definitely up to Tianzhu sect. If even the restrictions are left to Tiansong sect, it would be indistinguishable whether this is a branch of Tiansong sect or Tianzhu sect. If the core defenses of a sect are known to other forces, how could they not be susceptible to future assaults? Half a month later, the Fire Cloud True Person officially became a guest elder of the Su family, overseeing the Artifact Refinement Hall at Yunxi Square. The Su family did not hide this matter, and the news quickly spread. Numerous Golden Core forces learned of this, and were not surprised. After all, Su Deling and the Fire Cloud True Person have a master-disciple relationship, and given the Su family's current display of depth and potential, it is enough to attract loose cultivator Golden Cores. This time, as the Su family ascends to a Golden Core family, they naturally expand their recruitment. However, the scrutiny will only become stricter. Mei Yun ultimately joined the Su family, becoming a member of the patrol team. He is now at the late stage of Qi refining 9th layer, and is not far from reaching Qi refinement. Every day he patrols a fixed route, which is quite leisurely. Because the Su family has several teams rotating, even the guards have plenty of time daily for their own cultivation. The rest has not changed much. At least the Su family status as a Golden Core family has not led to an increase in store tax rates, nor have the proportions of mineral and spiritual field industries been raised. In fact, due to the Su family, the number of loose cultivators coming to Yunxi town has increased significantly. There are signs that Yunxi town will expand outward. Sun Qing Mu True Monarch personally visited the Su family to trade for the ancient Golden Core devouring technique, offering a considerable amount of Qi refining and foundation establishment, spiritual herbs, artifact materials, and some spirit stones in exchange. He did not stay long. After establishing the oath and completing the transaction, he returned to Tiansong sect. Shortly after, Qin Xian True Monarch from Xian Yu sect came to trade, offering some array materials, talisman-making materials, and spirit stones. He also did not linger long and left after the transaction ended. As for the Golden Core families, none had come to trade at the ascending Immortal Pavilion yet. After returning to the greedy wolf sect, Song Wolf True Monarch was heavily punished for losing 2 Golden Core elders, and he has been staying quietly within the greedy wolf sect during. And the Su family naturally transformed from a small foundation establishment family that could be easily suppressed into an entity that the greedy wolf sect must take seriously. Recently there seemed to be no moves from the greedy wolf sect targeting Tian Song sect, as if they are waiting for something. A few days later, Su Chuan suddenly discovered another special change in the family lineage. He could draw upon the spiritual sense of the Su clan members through the Su Chuan thought for a moment and chose Su Ming Xian as the test subject. At that time Su Ming Xian was comprehending the teleportation array and suddenly felt a force from the void drawing on his spiritual sense attempting to pull him into the void. Who is this expert? Su Ming Xian immediately unleashed his spiritual sense, and that pulling sensation instantly dissipated as if it were a communication where the other party had hung up. Su Ming Xian investigated the silent meditation room inch by inch with his spiritual sense, yet he could find no clue. That force came and went without a trace, truly mysterious, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. In the next moment, that force appeared again. Su Ming Xian resolutely refused. Su Chuan tried again. Su Ming Xian refused once more. Su Chuan gritted his teeth in frustration, but upon reflection, anyone encountering such a strange occurrence would be on high alert. Su Chuan sighed softly and immediately sent a message to Su Ming Xian. The members of the Su family have various restrictions during their meditation. If they are in a closed-off state, they will activate all defenses that block sound and spiritual sense. Normally, only the restrictions blocking spiritual sense are activated. Ming Xian, it was your father just now. Father, what do you mean by that? In the next instant, he realized something and exclaimed, was it my father who pulled on my spiritual sense through the void just now? That's right. How is this possible? It's simply incredible. Even a nascent soul wouldn't possess such abilities, right? This should only be useful for members of the Su clan. Your father is currently conducting an experiment. Do not reject this force. Let me see where I can pull your spiritual sense. There won't be any danger, right? It should be fine if it's just a strand of spiritual sense. Even if it gets destroyed, it would only incur a minor injury, and you can take a jade sprout pill to. Su Ming Xian twitched the corner of his mouth, but did not refuse, saying yes, father. He sat cross-legged on his mat. After a while, that mysterious force once again seeped from the void, connecting with his spiritual sense. This time Su Ming Xian did not refuse. His single strand of spiritual sense was enveloped by that force and pulled into the void. Su Chuan's meditation room. Strange, where is this going? Just as he was puzzled, Su Ming Xian's spiritual sense had already arrived at the Su clan's cave heaven. Where is this? Su Ming Xian's spiritual sense dispersed, and he suddenly discovered what seemed to be a secret, appearing somewhat astonished. Isn't that the medicinal garden my father opened previously? Not long ago he said it was moved to a more suitable place. It turns out it is here. But where is this? Then he discovered a stone tablet inscribed with the 4 characters, Su clan's cave heaven. My Su clan's cave heaven. Just as Su Ming Xian was astonished, a whistling sound came from the air and a green shadow lashed out. Bang! Su Ming Xian's spiritual sense was instantly. Before dissipating, he heard 2 voices. Who dares intrude into my master's cave heaven? Xiaohuai, stop. Was the latter voice his father's? Flashing through this thought, Su Ming Xian's strand of spiritual sense completely dissipated. In the meditation room, Su Ming Xian let out a muffled groan, his face paling with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Su clan's cave heaven. Su Chuan sensed the changes in the cave heaven and sent a strand of spiritual sense inside, only to see the scene of Su Ming Xian's spiritual sense being shattered. Oh, master. Su Huai retracted his branches, the lush leaves gently swaying as he greeted Su Chuan, then boasted, just now Xiao Huai eliminated an intruder's spiritual sense. Xiao Huai, that was my son Su Ming Xian's spiritual sense. Ah, the master's son. Su Huai immediately felt ashamed, saying Master Xiao Huai knows he was wrong. Forget it, ignorance is no crime. Fortunately, it was only a strand of spiritual sense. Yet Su Chuan couldn't help but wonder if he had inadvertently opened his mouth. Xiao Huai, this is my Su clan's cave heaven. Anyone who enters must be a member of the Su clan. Henceforth, do not act rashly. Others cannot possibly enter. This cave heaven was opened by the family lineage. To detect and enter it, one must be able to sense the family tree to locate the Su clan's cave heaven. Yes, Master Xiao Huai understands. Subsequently, Su Chuan withdrew his spiritual sense from the cave heaven to check on Su Ming Xian. Su Ming Xian had taken a jade sprout pill and had already recovered, then asked, Father, where is this? My Su clan's cave heaven. Su Chuan nodded, saying that's right, but there's no need to ask unnecessary questions. This cave heaven has just been opened, and in the future it will grow. It will undoubtedly become the foundation for my Su clan. Su Ming Xian's eyes could not help but show excitement upon hearing this. What a wondrous creation. Suddenly he thought of something, and excitedly said, Father, since you have this mysterious power to connect with my spiritual sense and pull me into the cave heaven, can you also bring my elder brothers and the others? Su Chuan smiled faintly. You and I are thinking along the same lines. After being out for so many years, I don't know what the cave she looks like, but successfully connecting will not be easy. Su Chuan continued, don't forget your previous experience. Su Ming Xian scratched his head awkwardly. Father, anyone would be alarmed if they were pulled by such a strange force. That's right, so establishing contact with the cave, she won't be easy. However, if we try several times, they should be able to sense something unusual too. I truly look forward to meeting my elder brothers again in this manner, Su Ming Xian said with a faint smile. I will try to pull your spiritual sense into the cave heaven again, and then you can see if you can exit on your own, or if I need to kick you out. Okay, but father, who is that being in the cave heaven? That is Su Huai, the little Huai tree. It has finally gained consciousness because it was transplanted into the cave heaven, and for some special reason, it has become my spiritual pet. So that's it, but isn't it a descendant of the ancient Huai tree king from the Qinghai forest? Father, how can you? Let's take it step by step. Then Su Chuan pulled Su Ming Xian into the Su clan's cave heaven again. From Su Chuan's perspective, the family tree serves as a power link using the Su clan's bloodline, allowing the connection of their spiritual senses. Su clan's cave heaven serves as a gathering point. After all, it is also a cave heaven opened by the family tree containing the unique power of the lineage. Thus, the spiritual sense drawn by the power of the family tree naturally enters the Su clan's cave heaven. This time, Su Ming Xian entered the Su clan's cave heaven without being attacked. He conversed with Su Huai for a while. Afterwards, Su Ming Xian attempted to exit. A thought flashed, and his strand of spiritual sense was sent back into his body. It was akin to exiting a group chat. As the master of the cave heaven, Su Chuan naturally possessed the ability to forcibly kick someone out. This function is similar to opening a room and inviting friends to join. Su Chuan felt an inexplicable urge to complain. Isn't this a bit too advanced? He wondered if the family tree was peeking into his thoughts. Nevertheless, well done. The family tree has been updated to include the group chat feature. Once the connection between the two places is successfully established, Su Chuan's control over the family will be even stronger. Of course, it is still not perfect. If the Su family members could enter the Su family cave heaven and communicate with each other at any time through some method, it would be ideal. That would undoubtedly usher in the Su family network information age. In the future, even if the Su family members develop new branches outside, they will have no worries and can communicate information at any time. They could even establish an extensive intelligence network to obtain first-hand information. Furthermore, if the body could also enter the Su family cave heaven at any time, it could evolve to transmit items and living beings. That would be truly terrifying. With a certain Su family member acting as a bloodline base station, all Su family personnel could be instantly transported to their side. One person equals one clan. In the following days, Su Chuan would invite his children Su Mingwei, Su Mingyuan, Su Mingshuan, Su Mingshu, and Su Mingqing into the Su family love chat group every day at the hour of Su. Unfortunately, they were all rejected. Furious, Su Chuan scolded a bunch of unfilial children. They treat their father like a nuisance call. In Su Mingwei's bedroom, he has now reached the peak of foundation establishment, unable to advance further. The bottleneck of the golden core is like an insurmountable chasm for him, given his true spiritual root aptitude. Thus, he spends most of his time contemplating the essence of archery. Indeed, Su Mingwei has grasped the true meaning of the archery path without any reference to other magical powers, and subsequently, he is focused entirely on archery. Since he no longer needs to practice diligently, he often accompanies Yang Ronghua at night. Tonight, he also plans to embrace her in sleep. However, at the hour of Su, he once again felt that strange and mysterious force pulling at his divine sense through the void. Here it comes again, just as Su Mingwei was about to refuse. The pulling force suddenly changed. 2 light and 1 heavy. What is this? Although Su Mingwei ultimately refused, this frequency, strangely, felt somewhat familiar, yet he dared not believe it. Su Chuan had sent such signals to his other children. However, only Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan noticed. The next day, Su Mingwei sought out Su Mingyuan to discuss, what's the matter? Did Big Brother suffer another inexplicable divine sense pull? Su Mingyuan pondered, let's ask the others, perhaps it's not just us brothers. They inquired about Su Mingshuan's whereabouts and learned that both Su Mingxian and Su Mingshu were in the Qinghai forest. They then sent someone to find Su Mingqing. As the top alchemist in Dongxi, Su Mingqing rarely goes out and spends most of his time stationed within the clan. Big brother, second brother, what do you need from your younger brother? Have you recently experienced any inexplicable disturbances from any force? Su Mingwei asked Su Mingqing. Oh, how did Big Brother know? I'm surprised, but this force is easy to shake off, and it only appears at the hour of Su. Therefore, I didn't pay much attention to it. If it comes again, I'll just refuse it once more. Was yesterday's frequency 2 light and 1 heavy? Was it? I rejected it as soon as it appeared. Su Mingwei and Su Mingyuan exchanged glances, suddenly at a loss for words. Big brother, second brother, is there something wrong? Su Mingqing asked in surprise. I recall that when I was young, father urged me to read and write, and he often tapped his fingers on the table, producing this 2 light and 1 heavy frequency. It was father. No way. Such a force is too strange. Su Mingqing said somewhat incredulously. Perhaps it is. I also believe that it's not just the 3 of us. Mingxian and Mingshu are also being pulled by this force. If it were only one person, it might not be father's doing, but since several of us have experienced the same thing, judging by my familiarity with father, this seems like something he would do. Through this commonality, we have made this discovery. But what if it's not? That force penetrates the void and is difficult to detect. If one's divine sense is pulled in, it could lead to great danger. Setting up restrictions on one's true body through divine sense is quite easy. Moreover, when the levels of both parties differ too greatly, even if you destroy that strand of divine sense, it won't be possible. Su Mingyuan stroked his chin and pondered what Mingxing said also makes sense. I believe this is a signal from Father. Tonight, I will try it out. You two must guard me, and if anything happens, kill me. Big brother. Su Mingyuan and Su Mingqing's faces changed. Su Mingwei raised his hand and said, no more persuasion. If we are to try, let me do it. You are currently the most important alchemist in Dongxi. If anything happens to you, it would result in a significant oversight in our family's pill resources. Mingyuan is the elder of our Su family and also an elder of the Xinwu Alliance. He cannot have any issues either. Pausing, he smiled slightly. Moreover, I am your big brother. I should take the lead in danger. Understood, big brother. Su Mingyuan finally agreed. That night at the hour of Su in Su Mingwei's cultivation room, Su Mingyuan and Su Mingxing gathered here. Suddenly, all three of them sensed that strange and mysterious force at the same time. Su Mingxing did not immediately refuse this time, but instead sensed it for a while. Indeed, it was the two light and one heavy frequency. They both refused, but Su Mingwei accepted the invitation, and a strand of his divine sense was instantly pulled into the void, disappearing without a trace. No matter how they searched, there were no traces left. Second brother, this is truly too strange. What force can achieve such a level? Su Mingyuan shook his head upon hearing this, lightly, sighing, I do not know. His eyes were fixed on Su Mingwei, filled with worry, silently thinking, big brother, please do not. In the Su family cave heaven, Su Mingwei appeared in this realm. Just as he intended to observe carefully, he heard a voice say, are you also a descendant of the master? Who are you? Where is this? My name is Su Hui, a name given by the master, and this is the Su family cave heaven. Su family cave heaven. Seeing that he was communicating with a tall locust tree, Su Mingwei exclaimed, you are the small locust tree that father kept by his side back then. It is me. Just as the words fell, Su Mingxian's divine sense and Su Chuan's body also entered the cave heaven. Currently, Su Mingwei has no physical form, only a strand of formless divine sense. Even Su Chuan would need to emit divine sense to observe him. Mingwei, long time no see, Su Chuan's calm voice rang out. Upon seeing Su Chuan's familiar appearance, Su Mingwei's divine sense instantly became excited, his voice even choking. Father. Father has always been everything to me since I was young. Now that remains true. You've grown so much, yet you're still like this. Big brother, it's truly difficult to pull you all into the cave heaven. Father is so angry that he wants to send his divine sense over and beat you all up, Su Mingxian joked. Su Mingwei immediately noticed his strand of divine sense and said, Mingxian. Big brother, this is our exclusive cave heaven space. I do not know much else, I just know that Father has a way to pull your divine senses from tens of thousands of miles away. Now that you've come in, the hardest step is finally over, and second brother and third brother should also be able to accept the invitation to come in. Mingyuan and Mingxing are guarding my physical body, but Mingxian and Mingshu may not be able to come. They are still in the Qinghai forest. Still in the Qinghai forest. Su Chuan pondered, send someone to call them back. The Great Tribulation is approaching, and it's best to avoid any unnecessary risks in the Qinghai forest and focus on developing and cultivating peacefully. Understood, Father. By the way, big brother, do you notice anything different about Father? Anything different? Father, your ability to conceal your realm's aura is something ordinary nascent souls cannot detect, but it's unnecessary in front of big brother. I'm used to it. Su Chuan smiled faintly as he released his aura. A faint golden core pressure enveloped the entire Su family cave heaven. Golden core? Su Mingwei exclaimed excitedly. Father, you have formed a golden core. Su Chuan nodded slightly. Just a few months ago, Father formed his golden core and invited all forces above the golden core from Tianshan Prefecture to attend. In front of everyone, he killed 2 early-stage golden core elders from the nascent soul-level forces that came to stir trouble, making quite a display. Nascent soul-level forces. Isn't Father afraid of offending them? They have long been a thorn in my side. This time they sent not only 2 early-stage golden core elders, but also a latest-stage true monarch-level powerhouse. They came to kill Father. Then that was well done. Su Mingwei said forcefully, I only regret not being by Father's side, otherwise I would have shot those 2 in the head with an arrow. Golden core is not so easily killed. Su Chuan chuckled. You should exit first, tell Mingyuan and Mingxing that I will pull you back in shortly. Then we can have a good discussion about the current situation in Dongxi Guangling, the Xinwu Alliance, as well as the situation in the Great Wei, Great Liang, and Great Jin. Yes, with a thought, Su Mingwei exited the Su family cave heaven. In the cultivation room, he slowly opened his eyes. Su Mingyuan immediately asked, was it really Father? Su Mingwei smiled slightly, yes, it was Father. After my divine sense was pulled, I entered the Su family cave heaven that Father opened up. He will pull you 2 in shortly, so do not resist. To pull someone's divine sense into the cave heaven from tens of thousands of miles away. Has Father become immortal? Su Mingxing murmured. Soon Su Chuan's invitation. This time, all 3 entered. Father Su Mingxing and Su Mingyuan called out excitedly. Although they believed Su Mingwei seeing Su Chuan, whom they hadn't seen in over a decade, was inevitably overwhelming. After a round of pleasantries, they began the first remote divine sense meeting within the Su family cave heaven. The current situation in Dongxi is stable, but Minking's alchemy is still not on par with father's. Several years ago, apart from a few individuals, the pill resources of the rest of the Su family members have already started to be strictly controlled. That's normal. Our Su family has stabilized. For long-term considerations, we just need to focus on nurturing a few individuals while others progress gradually. Su Chuan nodded. Su Mingyuan continued. In addition, the system of vassal families has also undergone reforms. Now vassal families are divided into subclans, and some families that cannot keep up with our Su family are gradually on the brink of elimination. The earliest batch of families that followed us, such as the Zhao Qian Sun Li and Zhou families, have surpassed 80 years. It is indeed difficult for ordinary families to escape the cycle of rise and fall. That's true, Su Mingxian said. The main issue lies in internal conflicts. As our Su family's vassals, they have no natural enemies, and the new generations are born in a honeypot, coupled with many who lack proper disposition. Some family members act tyrannically in their own territories. Only the Li family can barely keep up and is gradually evolving into a cultivation family. If they can't even manage their own family, then they should be eliminated. Let them fend for themselves without any need for sentiment. Understood, Father, Su Mingyuan replied. Su Mingxian added, by the way, second brother, what about the Bai and Qin families? There are both talented and inferior descendants, but none stand out enough to support the Liang family. I estimate that at most within a generation they will follow the path of the Zhao Qian Sun and Zhou families. By the way, Master Gu also passed away a few years ago. The Gu family has also developed similarly. Su Chuan sighed lightly. The trajectory of history is always similar. Only outstanding individuals can escape this cycle. However, in my opinion, it is merely jumping into another cycle. Only by continually escaping can one hope to last for 1,000 years and remain undying. Currently, only the Gu and Zhou families are developing well. The Zhou family goes without saying. They are the first major family under my Su family. A few years ago, the head of the Gu family, Gu Yuqin, entered foundation establishment, and the Gu family has also been promoted to a major family. Their momentum is better than the Wu family. Although the Wu family has elder Wu Ming supporting them, they have yet to produce any outstanding talents. Once he passes away, they will likely fall from a major family to a minor one. In recent years, the Gu family has produced 2 or 3 talented descendants. The same goes for the foundation establishment families in other counties. Perhaps, as father said, with the great tribulation approaching, fortunes converging, talents are popping up like a geyser, and each family is rejoicing. Su Chuan nodded slightly, and then asked, what about the development of the Xianwu alliance and the Chao Lu Zhao and Sima families? The Xianwu alliance has genuinely grown stronger now. Setting aside the absence of a true golden core presence, it has already become the #1 power. The Chao family has already recovered from the pressure under father and reportedly produced a new talent with heavenly spiritual roots 7 or 8 years ago, but they have kept it very secret and never made any public appearances. In the territory of the Xianwu alliance, many aristocratic families have also married their daughters into our Su family. According to Elder Zhao Qingyan, the Emperor of Daliang seems to have entered the mid-golden core stage ahead of the Sima family's ancestor and the Chao family. The Zhao family has been quite close to our Su family, coming to Dongxi every year to watch our Su family clan competition, and both families have formed a good relationship. In the territory of the Xianwu alliance, many aristocratic families have also married their daughters into our Su family. According to Elder Zhao Qingyan, the Emperor of Daliang seems to have entered the mid-golden core stage ahead of the Sima family's ancestor and the Chao family's ancestor. With the imperial dynasty growing stronger, its own strength is also rapidly increasing. This method of cultivation based on the fortune of the dynasty, with the imperial dynasty growing stronger, its own strength is also rapidly increasing. This method of cultivation based on the fortune of the dynasty is truly peculiar. I haven't heard of it in Tiannan. Father, should our Xianwu alliance intervene to stop them? No need. The Emperor of Daliang is aware of our Su family's strength. The power displayed by Mou back then, coupled with the Su family's blood corpse and the cultivated soul banner Ghost King, is enough to make him wary. Stop, you're suffering a backlash. Su Mingwei also spoke. That's right, Father, my Su family needs to have a golden core stage cultivator in place as soon as possible. Is someone trying to form a core? Su Chuan detected the implication. Who is it? Su Mingyuan cited Xiaoyao. He has found it difficult to comprehend the divine abilities and feels unable to walk the path of forming a core. He has asked me several times to apply for the golden core formation. As a core member of the Su family, Ren Xiaoyao knows that Su Chuan left a few golden core formation pills in Dongxi, including some top quality ones. However, all of them were rejected by me. There are only 5 of these pills, and my child does not dare to make decisions on his own. You truly wish to agree in your heart, right? You can't hide it from father. Xiaoyao has contributed significantly to the Su family, and is both my disciple and son-in-law in my eyes. He is no different from other clan. Su Chuan smiled faintly. You are the grand elder of the family. Your authority exceeds that of the family head. If you and the family head agree, you can do anything, even exhausting these resources if necessary. If we run out, we can collect and refine more. The golden core formation pill is indeed precious and considered a rare resource even in Tiannan, but my Su family values people, so you need not worry. As for me, I have also gained many opportunities in Tian and obtaining a type of pill called the Heavenly Spirit Pill to assist in breaking through to the Golden Core stage, which can aid in crystallizing one's mana. It's a pity I can't send it over. But given Zaiweo's talents with the cleansing of the body and mana through the Pure Spirit Pill along with the Golden Core Formation Pill, he could have a chance of 2 to 4%. Later I will transmit a secret method to you which could increase the chance of forming a core by an additional 10%. The rest is up to you to manage. Thank you, Father. In addition, I will also organize the alchemical artifact talisman and formation teachings that have been collected in Yunshi along with various techniques and divine abilities, including my insights on forming a core, the training of divine abilities and methods for core formation, which will also assist you greatly in your cultivation of divine abilities. You all have been working hard these days. Make sure to take notes, compile them into a volume, and include the Taoist scriptures from Dongxi. Yes, Father, the 3 replied in unison. By the way, Father, the Yang family and the Chang family have already transitioned into cultivating immortality. I plan to abolish the follower family system. If the 2 families are willing, they can become subordinate families. If not, they will have no ties with my Su family. Why? Currently, the core members of my Su family have gradually developed, and we no longer require external support. In fact, these so-called followers and subordinates could become a burden after more than 100 years. Unless they possess great potential like the Zhou family, they can be accepted, and in the future, they may work for my Su family. I have high hopes for the Li family from Taiyuan, the Wang family from Lengjia, and the Qin family from Tangshan. The Zhou family focuses on alchemy, the Qin family on artifacts, the Li family on formations, and the Wang family on talismans. This is my plan, or what do you think, Father? You are already plotting. They have little hope of surviving a great calamity, so I have some confidence in this. Feasible. In the future, when my Su family's business alliance spreads across Tian, then we will need these 4 paths as our main force. Father, I have one more thing. The Lei family wishes to ask me to refine pills. According to reliable sources from my Su family, the Lei Lin and Jiang families seem to have gathered materials for a golden core formation pill. Su Mingqing suddenly spoke. Oh, do you have confidence? It's a bit difficult, but it can be tried. The materials for the golden core formation pill are rare, and it's quite difficult to gather a complete set. You should accept the materials and send 1 golden core formation pill to the Lei family. Whether they can form a core depends on their luck. Su Mingqing curiously asked, if Father refines it, how many can be produced from 1 set? 9 pills guaranteed to yield 5 or 6 top-quality ones. Then it's better to keep them and let Father refine them. It's truly a waste for me to practice on such pill. Su Mingqing decisively gave up. Mingwei Mingyuan, the number of Su family disciples has increased. Those who need to go out for training should go. In the past, the Su family was few in number and most had innate talents. Losing even one was an unbearable cost. Now we lack those with true spiritual root qualifications and need those who have experienced life and death trials to become true prodigies. Su Chuan instructed. He held the family tree and naturally knew that besides the last deaths of Diqian and a few younger members from the Chong family, there had been no deaths in the Su family for years. As for Su Mingwei and the others, although they had not experienced any life and death trials, their fated talents were sufficient for them to be considered prodigies in certain aspects. I will remember that. Let's call it a day for now. In the next 7 days, come and once every day at the hour of the dog, and after that we will gather once a month. For now it is provisionally set for you few heirs to know. You are now in charge over at Dongxi, so there is no need to worry about me. Just do what you wish. If you encounter difficulties or have doubts, feel free to ask me again. Yes, Father. Just as they were about to disperse, Su Chuan suddenly said, Wait, how is your mother doing now? Mother. Su Mingyuan was taken aback. I feel ashamed. It's been a long time since I have paid my respects to Mother. Me too, Su Mingqing said. Mother as well, please rest assured, Father, Su Mingwei said. Ronghua mentioned that Mother has been carefree and her mindset seems to have returned to her younger days. Speaking of you, Father, you once said the world is so vast, do I want to go out and explore? Recently it seems that she has developed this idea. Su Chuan's body slightly trembled upon hearing this, recalling the scene when he first spoke those words. At that time, Bai Jing joked, I don't know what the world is like, but I do know that there are other counties outside Qinjiang County and also prefectural cities. However, I have never left Qinjiang County in my life. When our children grow up, start families, and establish careers, I will take you to explore these beautiful mountains. Bai Jing covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Husband, by then we might be too old to walk. How could you say that so shamelessly in broad daylight with stones listening to you? Ha ha. Bai Jing never had grand dreams. She simply wished to bear children for Su Chuan, support him, and lead a fulfilling life. But most people's destinies cannot be controlled by themselves. One can only follow the current, and tranquility is the best. Su Chuan sighed softly in his heart and said to Su Mingwei, Mingwei, I have a request for you. Father, please speak. I promised your mother that once you grow up, start families, and establish careers, I would take her to explore these beautiful mountains and rivers. That was shortly after you were born. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 years have passed. Since your mother wishes to go, you should take her to traverse the rivers and mountains on my behalf. As an ordinary person, see the various county towns, the prefectural city outside of Yuhu district, observe the great rivers and lakes, and if possible, visit Wu'er as well. I understand, Father. Even when you are busy in the future, you should visit your mother more often. She is ultimately different from us. Father, why not let mother also embark on the immortal path? Su Mingxing asked. How one should live their life is a choice for each individual. While many believe the immortal path is good, your mother has never thought about it. She believes that living a life with family by one side with children and grandchildren around is enough. She supports me in walking the immortal path, and I respect her choice. A forcibly twisted melon may be sweet, but the person who is forced will only have bitterness in their remaining days. Cultivators emphasize clarity of thought. Your mother made her decision long ago. She possesses great wisdom and determination. If it were someone else, how many could give up the opportunity to cultivate immortality? I seem to understand, Su Mingxing said. You too should let go. Yi Fan has already married to you and has a son. I understand. If I meet the right person, I will consider it. Su Chuan nodded slightly, and then waved his sleeve, sending the few of them out of the cave dwelling. In the following days, Su Chuan, Su Mingxian, Su Dang, and Su Mingwei were equally busy. After all, they needed to synchronize everything accumulated in Yunxi to Dongxi. Su Mingxian needed to organize his insights on formations, Su Dang on artifacts. And while there were no third-tier talisman inheritances for now, what could be gathered in Tiannan was indeed richer than what Dongxi had. The father and daughter talked a lot. This conversation helped Su Dang let go of the tension in her heart, making her thoughts purer. She felt as if she was about to break through the final barrier. A few days later, she entered seclusion to cultivate the Fire Emperor's true eye. Su Mingzhu and Su Mingxian only learned about Su family cave after half a month. Following Su Chuan's advice, they withdrew the disciples from Qinghai Forest and 10,000 Snake Valley, only traveling and training in the regions of Dowei de Liang. Half a month later, Su Dang's divine abilities reached a complete entry level. The Fire Emperor was overjoyed and found Su Chuan to inform him of this news. Su family head junior sister Fengling has lived up to expectations, fully mastering her divine abilities in less than half a year, likely the first among this generation of the top prodigies at the prodigy gathering usually break through within 3 years after the event, hence the rule of not taking action against prodigies for 3 years. This is to give them enough time to break through. Of course, not every generation of prodigy gatherings sees prodigies mastering divine abilities at such rates. After all, not every gathering sees 9 out of 10 prodigies mastering them. Next, it's time to focus on breaking through to the Golden Core stage, the Fire Emperor said. I plan to take junior sister Fengling back to Tianzhu sect, where we have a mid-grade 4th-tier spiritual vein that can increase her breakthrough chances. That should be the case. Thank you. Su Dang soon came to pay her respects to Su Chuan before quietly leaving with the Fire Emperor. She had the top-grade pure spirit pills and heavenly spirit pills prepared by Su Chuan, along with the ancient golden core devouring method and a mid-grade 4th-tier spiritual vein. This meant her chances of forming a core were nearly 10%. Moreover, due to her innate talent and the assistance of the mid-grade 4th-tier spiritual vein, if she utilized the ancient golden core devouring method, she might even break through to the second layer of the golden core stage in one go. Meanwhile, in Dongxi, Su Mingyuan called Rin Xiaoyao over from Guangling. Master, what do you need me for? Su Mingyuan wore a faint smile. It's good news. Regarding your application for the golden core formation, the clan has fully approved it, and there are also 2 secret methods granted to you. One can increase your chances of forming a core by 10%, and the other can be used during the golden core formation to rapidly convert mana and avoid weakness after transcending the tribulation. Additionally, I have gathered notes on the precautions for core formation and the crafting of your lifebound treasures. I have sought these for you. For these days, you should remain in Dongxi. The matter of forming a core is of great significance, and sufficient preparation is essential. After mastering the secret methods, take the pure spirit pills to complete the crystallization of your mana, and finally enter seclusion to impact the bottleneck of the golden core stage. Master, Rin Xiaoyao felt a mix of shock and deep gratitude in his heart. By the way, what grade of golden core formation do you desire? Currently, there are 2 low-grade pills, 2 mid-grade pills, and 1 top-grade pill. Let's go with the top grade, as you are the first in our Dongxi Guangling lineage to form a core. A higher success rate is better. Master, the top-grade golden core formation pill is too precious. The mid-grade is sufficient, or even the low grade will do. Listen to me, we will use the top. Previously, Su Mingyuan had many concerns and needed to consider other clan members, which is why he hesitated to agree. But now that he had connected with Su Chuan and received his approval, there was no longer any hesitation. Will there be objections from the clan? As the grand elder of the Su family, how could I dare have objections? As for the family head, my elder brother has no objections, and even if the family head has objections, he wouldn't dare to voice them. I have discussed with your master and uncles, and they all agree. Thank you, master. Rin Xiaoyao deeply bowed in gratitude. Rin Xiaoyao entered seclusion in Dongxi. Whether it is the secret method that aids in core formation or the ancient golden core devouring method, both are profoundly mysterious. When did my Su family acquire such an exquisite secret method? It must be an ancient inheritance, but I've never heard of any ancient cave dwelling appearing in the world. Never mind, there's no harm in further investigation. In addition to practicing the secret methods daily, Rin Xiaoyao also watched the steps and precautions for forming cores and crafting lifebound treasures. Such detailed insights on forming cores must be the first-hand experience of some core-forming cultivator. However, the details are overly meticulous, as if deliberately left for posterity. Existence must have its reasons. It will definitely increase the chances of forming a core by a bit. Rin Xiaoyao prepared for core formation. The handling of the Yang and Chang families was also in progress. Ultimately, the two families chose to become subordinates of the Su family. Even though they have become subordinates now, their treatment is far from what it was at the beginning. But given the current status of the Su family, immortal cultivating families would be eager to become their subordinates. Unfortunately, the Su family has basically stopped accepting them. Yang Yueheng Chang Mingxing, have you both understood what the family head has said? We are fully aware and would not dare forget. Su Chonghui looked at the two, nodding slightly. To develop an immortal cultivating family, one must rely on themselves. My Su family will provide some care for subordinate families, but it is very limited. If you cannot manage your clan's disciples well and face decline and extinction, my Su family will not interfere. That is all I have to say. You may leave. Yes, family head. Yang Yueheng suddenly said, family head, it is rare for me to come to Dongxi. I would like to pay a visit to ancestor Ronghua. Su Chonghui glanced at him and said lightly, you came at an inopportune time. Both grandmother and grandfather went out a few days ago, and I don't know where they went. Then we will take our leave. Yang Yueheng and Chang Mingxing immediately left Dongxi. Although our ancestor is still here, several close ties between the Yang family and the Su family have already passed away. In the future the Yang family will have to rely on themselves. Yang brother, our Chang family is not as good as your Yang family. After all, your Yang family ancestor is the wife of arrow demon Su Mingwei, and the position of family head in Dongxi is currently held by this branch. So what? The ancestor doesn't manage much unless the Yang family faces life or death, and moreover the ancestor has never cultivated immortality. I fear her time is limited. With your son Yang roaming around, he is a genius with the potential for foundation establishment. If you can obtain a jade mushroom pill to assist him in foundation establishment, your Yang family will not weaken for a century or two. Your Chang family is no different. It is just that foundation establishment is difficult. No more talking, let's go back to the prefectural city. A few days later, Lei Hekong arrived at the Su family's cave. This was due to the Su family's message agreeing to the Lei family's request for alchemy. Now Lei Hekong had reached the 7th level of foundation establishment, but his lifespan was already considerable, approaching 200 years. The maximum lifespan at foundation establishment is 240 years. With his talent, it was estimated that he would find it difficult to achieve complete foundation establishment in this lifetime. As for the head of the Lei family, Lei Yunxiao, he had already stepped down from his position over 10 years ago and had reached complete foundation establishment. He was currently the 2nd complete foundation establishment powerhouse of the Lei family, and he was also the candidate put forth by the 3 families to challenge for the Golden Core. Shortly after Lei Hekong stated his purpose, he was taken by the guards to the alchemy hall to Su Mingqing's quiet room. Friend Lei, please have a seat and enjoy some tea. Master Qing, you are too polite. Lei Hekong clasped his fists and said, I have come this time upon receiving a message from the Su family stating that Master Qing has accepted our Lei family's request. The Jiajin Dan is considered one of the more difficult alchemical pills to refine among the 3rd-tier pills, and its preciousness is even more pronounced. Are you truly? Su Mingqing lifted his gaze to look at Lei Hekong. If the Lei family could find an alchemist capable of refining the Jiajin Dan, why would they need to seek our Su family? If you are unwilling, you may return. Master Qing, do not take offense. It's just that the materials for this pill are precious. Our Lei family has expended the efforts of several generations to finally gather them, so we are being cautious. To be frank, friend Lei, my confidence in refining the Jiajin Dan is not great. I can only say it's worth a try. If by chance I manage to produce one, then. My father is currently in seclusion, and I dare say that throughout the entire Dawei, even including De Liang and De Jin, I am the one with the highest alchemical skills. I believe your Lei family has thoroughly considered this before coming to find me. Lei Hekong nodded slightly, as he had also sought out Yunding and Wei Dao and Guangling. The two of them were the most outstanding alchemists in all of Dawei, yet they both claimed to have less than a 10% chance of success. Apart from Su Chuan, only Su Mingqing might be worth a try. I wonder how Su Chuan is doing now, or would it be possible to ask him to give it a try? My father is in deep seclusion, and even we cannot see him, let alone you, friend Lei. If you agree to let me try, then I will attempt it. If you are unwilling, I wish you a safe journey. Of course, if you miss this opportunity, I certainly will not help your Lei family refine pills again. This time I agreed because of the friendship between my elder brother, my father, and your Lei family. Very well, Master Qing's alchemical skills were taught to him personally by Su Chuan. It could be said that he received his true teachings. I am willing to trust Master Qing. Then hand over the materials for the Jiajin Dan to me, and stay in the town at the foot of the mountain for 10 days to half a month. Regardless of success or failure, there will— Understood, I will comply, Lei Hekong said, clasping his fists before handing over the materials and heading to the town at the foot of the mountain under the escort's guidance. Decades later, this place had clearly developed into a small city. After all, mortals have a much higher frequency of childbirth compared to cultivators. Given the Su family's status, the Lei family naturally did not dare to make any vows. If he dared, he would probably be thrown out on the spot. Su Mingxing opened his storage pouch to check, and indeed the materials for the Jiejin Dan were complete. It is quite a feat for them to gather this. My Su family has yet to collect another set. Previously they were all brought back by Su Chuan from the Xianyue secret realm. He sent these to the treasury, and then took out a lower-grade Jiejin Dan. In fact, according to Su Mingxing's intention, he could have greedily pocketed it, claiming that the refining had failed. Surely the Lei family would not dare to say anything. However, Su Chuan naturally had his own thoughts. If Su family assists in refining it, and someone among the three families truly succeeds in forming a golden core, they would certainly become allies of the Su family. This great catastrophe is not to be taken lightly. Having one more golden core in the way would alleviate some pressure. I'll wait until half a month later to hand this Jiejin Dan over to the Lei family. That would be truly advantageous for them. Su Mingxing murmured, closing his eyes to comprehend the wood system divine powers. In the southern part of Tiannan, at the Tianzhu sect, the true sun monarch brought Su Delying back to the back mountain of the main peak. Ling girl, why are you back? Did you miss your second master? Yin Longzi saw Su Delying and was quite surprised, laughing heartily. True Yangzi seemed to guess something and said in surprise, have you entered the threshold of divine powers so quickly? Master understands me well. Su Delying smiled. Then prepare to refine your golden core. You should first focus on crystallizing your mana, and I will seek out the remaining auxiliary pills for you. No need, master. Su Delying clasped her fists and said, the pills have already been prepared, and I can enter seclusion to break through at any time. True Yangzi said no more. In that case, Yin Long, take Feng Ling with you. Yes, Master True Yang. The Tianzhu sect had opened a place for seclusion at the core of the fourth-tier's spiritual vein on the main peak, specifically for those aiming to break through to golden core and nascent soul. After True Yangzi returned, he informed about Su Chuan's breakthrough to the golden core, but upon hearing that he had just broken through and had defeated 2 veteran golden core cultivators, everyone was quite surprised. True Yangzi said, I heard that he is very confident in forming his golden core, and I vaguely guessed that he is using the divine powers to do so. Such talent is rare. I wonder what kind of fortune the Su family has received. Brother, even if it is fortune, it can only benefit one person. How could it possibly benefit 5 people, especially since each of their paths is completely different? Moreover, before Ling girl undergoes her nirvana, her mastery in weaponry is remarkable, but she still lacks in other aspects. Yi Fan practices the dual cultivation of law and body. Su Due walks the path of extreme cold. Su Mingxian should be studying formations, while Su Chuan seems to excel in alchemy. Perhaps it is just a coincidence, True Yangzi said. Yin Longzi then asked, by the way, do you have any secret methods to help those who have just formed their golden core quickly convert their mana and break through? In response to Master, I do not have it, but I believe he has passed it on to junior sister Feng Ling. Are you suggesting that I ask Ling girl for it? I cannot afford to lose face over such a trivial matter. 30,000 spirit stones are of immense value to the nascent soul sect, can't you see that? Yin Long understands. I will definitely secure a deal next time. Junior brother, calm down. Perhaps after Feng Ling forms her golden core, she will voluntarily hand it over. After all, she is now part of our Tianzhu sect. I hope so. By the way, brother, why not wait until after the golden core ceremony for Feng Ling before letting her return to Tiansong Mansion? True Yangzi pondered for a moment and shook his head, saying currently Feng Ling ranks as the top genius. If she forms her golden core in less than half a year, it would draw to. We Tianzhu sect should let her settle down rather than fan the flames, as this will only put her in danger. Moreover, we need to help conceal the signs of her golden core formation. At that time, we will activate the cloud mist formation to obscure the main peak and claim externally that we are breaking through to the later stage of nascent soul. Brother, you have considered everything thoroughly. I was too simplistic, Yin Longzi said. Let's do as brother suggests. By the way, Yin Long, how is the situation in Tiansong Mansion? Given Su Chuan's situation with the Xianyue sect, the Tanlang sect dares not act against him for killing their golden core elder. However, it is hard to say in the long run. As for the other golden core forces in Tiansong Mansion, Yin Longzi smiled faintly and said, since he revealed his strength, ordinary golden core cultivators do not dare to set their sights on the Su family. To challenge Su Chuan, one must at least have mid-golden core strength. This is only the current situation. In several years, or even over a decade, the Su family's position should be even more solid. Unless many golden core forces unite to attack the Su family or nascent soul forces intervene. Let's take it one step at a time. The Su family has their own path. Unless it truly comes to a life-and-death crisis, our Tianzhu sect should not interfere too much. Without our protection, the Su family has also made it step by step to where they are now. The Tiansong sect and the Tanlang sect should not be able to determine the outcome in a short time, which should give the Su family ample time to develop. True Yangzi said. Hearing this, Yin Longzi nodded slightly, and then reminded, but no matter what, Ling girl must definitely be protected. Yin Long understands. Su Delying first used the purifying spirit pill to eliminate the pill poison in her body, allowing her mana to purify, and then took the heavenly spirit pill, completing the mana crystallization in more than half a month. Then she condensed the seed of divine powers and directly broke through to the golden core. She did not need to consider many things like Su Chuan using the momentum of forming the golden core to intimidate others. Su Delying only needed to charge forward without distractions. Half a month later, the main peak suddenly gathered spiritual energy, and countless disciples of the Tianzhu sect witnessed this scene. Such a magnificent spiritual energy, it has formed a river of spiritual energy. It's from the main peak. Could it be that someone is forming a golden core? Is it junior sister Feng Ling? But didn't she go out? Could it be senior brother Zhu Rong? The main peak was shrouded in mist, and the golden core was difficult to discern. After a while, Yin Long's voice spread throughout the entire Tianzhu sect. Elder Tru Yang is currently in seclusion to break through to the great cultivator. All disciples must not discuss this to avoid distraction. All disciples were stunned. Are we about to have a great cultivator in Tianzhu sect? Many were excited. Half a day later, the anomaly disappeared, and Su Delying successfully broke through to the golden core, utilizing the ancient golden core swallowing heaven technique to borrow the spiritual essence of heaven and earth along with the spiritual energy from the fourth-tier, middle-grade spiritual vein. She broke through to the second layer of the golden core stage. A few days later, Su Delying bid farewell to her two masters and returned to Tiansong Mansion with True Sun Monarch. Meanwhile, the Tianzhu sect spread the news of Elder Tru Yang's failed breakthrough. This news spread to many forces in the south in no time. Is it that easy to break through to a great cultivator? Otherwise, how could there be so few great cultivators in all of Tiannan? Many nascent soul cultivators sighed. There were also those who mocked Tru Yangzi for overestimating himself. However, hardly anyone mentioned the possibility of Su Delying successfully forming her golden core. After all, compared to Tru Yangzi's challenge for the great cultivator, forming a golden core was not even worth mentioning. At the Dongxi cave, Su Mingqing sent a message to Lei Hekong informing him that he had refined a Jiejin Dan, and Lei Hekong was overjoyed. However, Su Mingqing also made it clear that the person from the Lei family who would attempt to form the golden core must come personally to collect it. Lei Hekong hesitated for a long time, returned to the Lei family, and then brought Lei Yunxiao along. The news he conveyed to Su Mingyuan was no different. The person from the Lei family attempting to form the golden core was most likely Lei Yunxiao, the former head of the Lei family. Old head Lei, it really is you, Su Mingqing said. Rumors say you are the hidden genius of the Lei family with a ground spiritual root, and it seems to be true. Why does Master Qing say that? Having a true spiritual root to challenge for the golden core relies on the Jiejin Dan. The success rate is terribly low. However, if it is a ground spiritual root talent combined with the Jiejin Dan and the elixirs or secret methods discovered from the ancient cave, then perhaps there might be a 20 to 30% chance. If the odds weren't great, why would the Jiang family and Lin family assist your Lei family? If I do not answer, will Master Qing not give me the Jiejin Dan? Of course not. My Su family is known for fairness in transactions and integrity. This is what the Jiejin Dan represents. Su Mingqing smiled as he handed over the pill and continued, what I mentioned earlier was merely out of curiosity. Confirming that it was indeed as rumored, Lei Yunxiao put away the pill and smiled faintly. I indeed possess the talent of a ground spiritual root. Right, old head Lei, you will also need to make an oath that if you succeed in forming the golden core in the future, you will not become an enemy of my Su family. Otherwise, you should not expect to Su Mingqing smiled faintly. Lei Yunxiao's expression changed slightly, and then he helplessly said, I understand if I were in the Lei family. Su Mingqing smiled faintly. Lei Yunxiao's expression changed slightly, and then he helplessly said, I understand if I were in the Lei family, I would also take some. Then in front of Su Mingqing he made a pledge, today having received this pill, if by chance I succeed in forming the golden core in the future, as long as the Su family does not provoke me, I Lei Yunxiao will not become an enemy of the Su family. If I violate this oath, I will be plagued by inner demons and my path will be destroyed. I hope old head Lei does not take offense. You know my Su family is always cautious. Understood. This has been passed down from Su Chuan to us as an old tradition. Having said that, he clasped his fists and said, then Master Qing, we shall take our leave. Mingqing wishes you success in forming your golden core. Thank you for your well wishes. After that, Lei Yunxiao and Lei Hekong left the Su family. As soon as they left, Su Mingyuan appeared beside Su Mingqing and asked lightly, has the matter with the Lei family concluded? Yes, now it depends on Lei Yunxiao's own luck, Su Mingqing said. However, second brother Lei Yunxiao indeed possesses the talent of a ground spiritual root. This is not surprising, but his patience truly makes one take notice. Father has dealt with him a few times before, but he probably did not discover this at all. After a pause, he added with a slight smile, Xiao Yao is also preparing quite well. His probability of successfully forming the golden core is much higher than Lei Yunxiao. Xiao Yao will definitely break through and become the first among us to form the golden core, Su Mingqing said. I have no doubt about that. A few days later, Ren Xiaoyao mentioned to Su Mingyuan that he was going to the Qinghai forest where Su Bai was currently in seclusion at the Yunjin mountain range. Master, there is a second-tier metal spiritual vein there, and the spiritual energy is crucial for breaking through to the golden core. The spiritual energy nodes simply do not contain enough spiritual energy. The spiritual energy here at Dongxi has already far surpassed that of the spiritual energy nodes. It's better to form the golden core at home. The Qinghai forest might become quite unsafe. Why is that? Did not Aunt Ming Shu and the others just go to the Qinghai forest recently? You know of the great calamity it may be approaching now, and we might encounter danger at any time. I doubt it. That is Su Bei's territory, and he has now reached the mid-stage of the third tier. Ren Xiaoyao smiled lightly. Don't worry, master, I will be careful. If danger arises, Su Bai will also be able to protect me. I do not wish to waste the only top-grade golden core pill from the clan, and I must succeed in forming my core. I ask you, master, not to persuade me any further. Only a second-tier spiritual vein can guarantee the spiritual energy I need for core formation to the greatest extent. If it is insufficient, I may fail and waste this opportunity. After pondering for a moment, Su Mingyuan agreed. Very well, go ahead, but remember to be cautious. Return as soon as you succeed in forming your core. Yes, master. The next day, he said to Su Durong Renjir, I will go out to the Qinghai forest for at least 2 or 3 months, or as long as half a year. Yesterday, after a long-awaited intimacy with Su Durong, Ren Xiaoyao calmly spoke to her after getting out of bed. You are going to the Qinghai forest. Su Durong was slightly startled. My father and the others have recalled all the clan members from the Qinghai forest saying there will be dangers. Do you still not believe in my strength? I have reached the peak of foundation establishment, and am not afraid of second-tier peak demon beasts. As for third-tier ones, after the three-tailed white fox left, only Su Bai and the ancient Huai Tree King remain. Su Bai is one of our own. The ancient Huai Tree King has an agreement with my grandfather and will not harm members of the Su family, so there shouldn't be any danger. Even if there is, I can seek help from Su Bai, who is a mid-stage third-tier demon beast. However, my father and the others wouldn't recall the clan members without reason. If you can avoid going, please do so. Ren Xiaoyao sighed softly. Alright, I will speak frankly with you. I am going to utilize the second-tier metal spiritual vein of the Yunjin mountain range to break through to the clan has granted me a top-grade golden core pill. I must not let them down and must succeed in forming my core. A top-grade golden core pill. Su Durong was slightly taken aback. So that's the case here. I have heard the clan only has one. Indeed, I cannot let down the expectations of the clan. Su Durong raised her gaze to Ren Zaiweo's face. Then you must be extremely careful. Rest assured, I will be in seclusion within the Yunjin mountain range and will not encounter any danger. Su Durong nodded. Half an hour later, Ren Xiaoyao left the cave and headed to the Qinghai forest. Yunjin mountain range. Xiaoyao, why have you come here? Su Bai looked at Ren Xiaoyao in surprise. Didn't they say that the Su family members would not be coming to the Qinghai forest? I need to break through to the golden core and require the spiritual veins. Once I succeed, I will leave. Ren Xiaoyao stated. You are finally going to break through to the golden core. Are you confident? Of course. That's good. Go ahead. Su Bai did not think much about it, yawning lazily. In my territory, no one will disturb you. Nodding, Ren Xiaoyao flew towards the core area of the Yunjin mountain range where the Su family had established a cultivation chamber. He first consumed a purifying spirit pill to cleanse his body and mana, then began to crystallize his mana. However, without the heavenly spirit pill, his progress was slow. It took him more than 2 months to complete this step. No wonder core formation is so difficult. Just the crystallization of mana can stall many people. Ren Xiaoyao muttered to himself, with my earth spiritual root quality, it took nearly 2 months. If it were a true spiritual root, it might take years to succeed. Without destiny, the hope of forming a core with a true spiritual root quality is slim. However, once I form my core, I can seek core formation opportunities for my master uncles and aunts. After adjusting for half a day, Ren Xiaoyao consumed the top-grade golden core pill and began to challenge the bottleneck of golden core formation. The top-grade golden core pill increases the success rate by 30%. This is a great opportunity for any foundation establishment cultivator, and even those with true spiritual roots have a considerable chance to break through the bottleneck. Days passed, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Before long, over a month had passed. Under Ren Zaiweo's relentless attempts, cracks appeared in the golden core barrier. Now is the time. Without hesitation, Ren Xiaoyao used the secret method of core formation, fiercely slamming against the golden core barrier. Crack, 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 the crisp sound of the barrier shattering echoed continually. The golden core barrier broke. In an instant, the spiritual energy from the surrounding 100 miles was drawn in, forming a river of spiritual energy that surged inward. Meanwhile, a crimson-black shadow streaked across the sky 1,000 miles away, heading towards the Qinghai forest. Upon sensing this anomaly in spiritual energy, the shadow suddenly halted, revealing its true form. It was a massive demon bird with a wingspan of over 20 feet. Its wings spread like dark clouds, obscuring the sun, with flames of crimson and black swirling around its wings, exuding a scorching aura that could incinerate everything. Each feather on its body was tipped with sparks that seemed capable of igniting anything upon contact. Just hovering in the air caused the surrounding air to distort, and this demon bird had 2 heads. The left side was crimson with eyes like red copper flickering with restless flames, while the right side was black with eyes resembling jade, exuding a sinister and fierce glare. Its sharp claws, forged like cold iron, were nearly half a person in length, glinting with a chilling light. Under the sunlight, they appeared capable of slicing through the air, instilling fear in anyone. The demon bird's four eyes gazed towards the Qinghai forest, its gaze flickering with murderous intent, its entire being radiating an overwhelming sense of dread. Is that the manifestation of a human cultivator's core formation? What audacity! But how delightful! It has been a long time since I tasted a human golden core. That flavor is truly exquisite. As soon as the words fell, the demon bird's wings violently flapped. Crimson-black flames intertwined with a violent wind, creating a sky-high wave of scorching heat as its massive body shot towards the Qinghai forest, moving 6 or 7 times faster than before. Yunjin Mountain Range. Ren Xiaoyao drew upon the immense spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine his golden core, then expelled the golden core outside his body, using secret methods to continuously connect with the essence of heaven and earth, rapidly transforming his mana. Countless demon beasts in the Qinghai forest looked towards the direction of the Yunjin Mountain Range. However, an overwhelming and tyrannical aura emanated, preventing them from daring to advance an inch. After an hour or two, the manifestation of core formation dissipated. Feeling the abundant mana within his body, Ren Xiaoyao smiled with satisfaction. This secret method is indeed remarkable. Unfortunately, my cultivation did not reach the breakthroughs as described. Ultimately, my foundation is still too weak. I should return. My master uncle's aunts and my wife Kair should all be very pleased, right? My Su family finally has its own golden core cultivator. As Ren Xiaoyao flew out of the cultivation chamber, a deep-aged voice suddenly echoed in his consciousness. A great calamity is approaching. Flee. What is happening? Is that the voice of the ancient Huai Tree King? Why is he warning me to flee? But if even the ancient Huai Tree King thinks it is a great calamity, where can I cannot return to the Su family. Go outside the Qinghai forest. Ren Xiaoyao had no time to think further. He did not go to see Su Bai, and soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of golden light, flying southward. Whom has he been discovered? But where do you think you're running to? The demon bird had already arrived nearby, waiting for Ren Xiaoyao to successfully form his core, ready to savor. Seeing him flee, it immediately radiated an overwhelming and terrifying aura enveloping the Yunjin Mountain Range. The pressure of a peak, third-tier demon beast. Ren Xiaoyao's expression changed instantly. Su Bai suddenly woke up. Danger! 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 Ren Xiaoyao's spiritual power surged, and he pushed his speed to the limit, not daring to pause for even a moment. However, the terrifying aura, like a collapsing mountain, bore down on him instantly, slowing his speed by several folds. Shortly after, the malevolent aura, filled with a destructive rage, rapidly approached. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed him and blocked his path at the end of the Yunjin Mountain Range. Ren Xiaoyao looked up and saw a massive demon bird over 20 feet long, its body blocking out the sun, its fierce presence instilling terror. The crimson-black flames on its body brought a deadly crisis. You dare to run before me? Human cultivator, you have some nerve. You think you can escape from this place? Such a dream. As it flapped its wings, a violent wind surged, conjuring several black flame blades that sliced toward Ren Xiaoyao. The trees and rocks along the way were instantly reduced to ashes, leaving behind deep black ravines on the ground. Ren Xiaoyao immediately took out his top-grade magical artifact, set the 5-spirit box. 5 flying swords shot out from the box, wrapped in 5-colored spiritual light, fiercely slashing toward the incoming black flame blades. Because his mana had transformed to the golden core level, the power of the 5-spirit box was far greater than before. But this was ultimately just a magical artifact, and it was merely an ordinary top-grade magical artifact. As soon as the 5-colored flying swords clashed, a series of cracking sounds echoed from their surfaces, and the spiritual light was dispersed, sending them all flying back. Ren Xiaoyao raised the 5-spirit box in front of him, and a 5-colored light barrier rose up, trying to withstand the residual force of the black flame blades, but sadly, it could not hold. The barrier shattered, and the surface of the 5-spirit box was left with deep scratches, the spiritual light dimming. He was knocked back, flying several dozen feet away. Interesting, a newly formed golden core cultivator can actually withstand one of my strikes. The demon bird's eyes revealed a mocking expression. Both heads let out a roar simultaneously. The left head exhaled a condensed wind dragon, while the right spewed forth raging black flames. The wind fueled the fire, instantly transforming into a black flame wind dragon over several dozen feet long, clawing its way toward Ren Xiaoyao. Wherever the dragon's claws passed, the space rippled with subtle cracks, and the scorching heat threatened to melt his protective spiritual shield. Ren Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed, and he quickly formed hand seals, his golden core operating wildly. Golden rainbow piercing the sun. A beam of golden light condensed to the utmost degree shot out from him, colliding violently with the black flame wind dragon. A thunderous sound shook the heavens. Golden spiritual power and crimson-black flames splattered everywhere, and Ren Xiaoyao was sent flying several miles by the shockwave, crashing heavily into a mountain peak, causing the mountain to collapse and dust to rise. As for the black flame demon bird, it remained completely unharmed. Interesting. The black flame demon bird looked surprised. It had not held back either of its attacks, yet both had been blocked. This is the first time I have heard of someone having such abundant mana just after forming their core. But with this strike, you should be dead. The demon bird's 4 icy eyes locked onto him, its sharp claws glinting with cold light, as it dove down seemingly intent on clawing out his golden core. At this critical moment, a thunderous tiger roar suddenly resonated, the sound waves causing the black flames on the demon bird to tremble slightly. In the distance, the clouds exploded and a platinum figure raced like lightning. It was Subai. His sharp claws sent forth a tearing scream as he condensed 3 beams of golden light several feet in size, shooting towards the black flame demon bird. The golden beams were extremely sharp, and even the black flame demon bird did not dare to take them lightly. It immediately flapped its wings, quickly ascending, and then glared at Subai, roaring, "You are one of the guardians here, the Tiger King, right? You are blocking me. Is it to protect this human? So what if he is? He once saved me, so I must protect him. Alright, since that is the case, then you can die too." Roar! The black flame demon bird's heads roared in unison as it dove towards Subai. The white tiger showed no fear, raising its claws to meet the attack, and transmitting to Ren Xiaoyao, "Run. I can't hold him off for long." Ren Xiaoyao climbed up from the mountain peak, severely injured. He glanced at the battle between the two and realized that even if he joined, he would not be a match for the peak 3rd-tier demon bird. Thus, gritting his teeth, he soared into the sky, flying southward. The black flame bird, in a fit of rage, let out a simultaneous roar from its 2 heads, and a whirlwind of black flames turned into barriers, knocking Subai back several feet, scraping the tiger's body across the ground, and leaving deep trenches. "Damn beast, get out of the way." The left side unleashed wind blades like waterfalls, while the right side unleashed a sea of black flames pouring down simultaneously. Subai roared as his spiritual power surged violently, the king's pattern lighting up, bracing against this astonishing onslaught. He tore through the wind blades with his sharp claws, enduring the scorching of the black flames, charging through the sea of flames and biting fiercely toward the demon bird's right wing. However, the demon bird was extremely fast, its reactions as swift as lightning, and it immediately dodged. Then it counterattacked, its claws ruthlessly digging into Subai's back, tearing away a large chunk of flesh and exposing bone, blood soaking his fur. The black flame demon bird then tossed him towards the rocky mountain. With a rumble, the boulder shattered and dust soared into the sky. The black flame demon bird then opened its mouth and spewed forth a stream of black flames, burning Subai's fur to a charred black, flesh mangled, a faint smell of burning wafting. Subai was instantly on the verge of death. Yet the demon bird, letting out a ferocious cry, showed no intention of sparing him, diving down with its wings spread wide, its claws aimed directly at his head. If this attack landed, Subai would undoubtedly die. At that moment, a blue light barrier suddenly rose, blocking the demon bird's claws. However, the next moment, the light barrier shattered into pieces. A green figure flashed by. Oh, it was the avatar of the ancient Huai Tree King. Tree King. The black flame bird's pupils constricted. "Are you also going to oppose me?" Black Flame Sparrow. The ancient Huai Tree King's avatar spoke indifferently. "Spare the Tiger King. He is after all a guardian here. He intervened to prevent me from killing a human. He deserves to die. The Holy Mountain only requires us to prevent humans from leaving, but it does not say we cannot befriend." The ancient Huai Tree King's avatar continued, "All living beings have emotions. That human helped the untransformed Tiger King, and it is only right for the Tiger King to repay his kindness. Now just teach him a lesson. There is no need to kill him. Otherwise we would have to find another guardian, which would indeed be troublesome." The ancient Huai Tree King's avatar looked at the black flame bird. "Do you wish to remain here for several hundred years?" The black flame bird's eyes flickered, filled with apprehension. Its father, the Nine Nether Sparrow, had warned it not to provoke this old Huai tree. Being able to easily block its full strength attack, the Tree King was indeed terrifying. Perhaps the rumors were true. It was a transformed great demon. It looked down at the severely weakened Subai. "Fine, I will give the Tree King face today. However, Tree King, you must keep him in check and not allow him to befriend human cultivators. They are merely our demon clan's food." Black Flame Sparrow, what brings you here? To activate the heaven sealing formation, utterly isolating this prison realm and preparing for the blood banquet. Henceforth none shall enter, and none shall leave. So the ancient Wisteria sovereign shares some bond with that human, seeking to delay me. Alas, he cannot escape. Before the words had fully faded, its wings unfurled in a flash, transforming it into a streak of crimson black light that vanished into the distance. "Ah, the time's the fate," sighed the ancient Wisteria sovereign softly. "Save him, sovereign. I beg you, save him." Subai struggled feebly, unable even to rise, tears streaming from his eyes. The sovereign's avatar flicked a tendril of emerald light toward him. It sank into his body, slowly mending his wounds. "Tiger sovereign, this is his destiny. Just as all mortals upon this land are fated to become blood offerings." Strengthened by the sovereign's healing, Subai found breath enough to speak, but dared only whisper, "No. Ren Xiaoyao is the first golden core cultivator of the Su clan. He must not die. I will save him, for your sake and for Uncle Su Chuan's sake. I have already stretched my limits saving you," replied the ancient Wisteria sovereign, shaking his head. "Roar." Subai unleashed a sky-shaking roar, filled with sorrow, defiance, and unbearable anguish. Only one incensestic's time had passed. At the edge of Qinghai Forest, Ren Xiaoyao was overtaken by the black flame sparrow. He gazed westward at the setting sun, its golden radiance blazing across the horizon, illuminating his features with stark clarity, yet offering no warmth. A shadow vast enough to blot out heaven and earth descended upon him. The acrid stench of scorched air filled his nostrils as crimson-black flames roared forth. Suspended midair, the black flame sparrow loomed. Two heads for savage eyes locked unblinkingly upon him. Ren Xiaoyao knew flight was futile. I wonder how grandfather and the others fare beyond the veil. Surely they thrive. Would they rejoice learning I've forged my golden core? Yet in the end I've squandered the clan's devotion, wasted their precious resources. Forgive me, master. And Rong or your husband will never return. This is my first broken vow, and my last. Will you forgive me? A softness flickered in his eyes, tenderness, sorrow, then resolve sharp and absolute. Then he lifted his gaze to the monstrous bird overhead, watched its black flame-wreathed talons descend toward him. Sorrow dissolved, resolve surged white-hot, and golden core energy erupted violently through Ren Xiaoyao's meridians, veins swelling, as if ready to burst. Beast, you dare seek to devour my golden core? Then let us perish together. A thunderous bellow tore from his throat. Golden light blazed forth like a dying star. His body detonated with cataclysmic force. The shattering of his golden core unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, a tsunami of raw power surging outward, its golden crimson shockwave slamming into the black flame sparrow. The explosion shook heaven and earth. Grass and trees at Qinghai Forest's edge were flattened instantly. The black flame sparrow shrieked, a sound of agony. As its wings were torn apart by the blast, its black flames scattering in tatters, feathers charred and falling like ash. Its ferocity waned, shattered. It staggered, dazed, both heads reeling. Then fury burned anew. Damn it! It self-destructed. Memory flashed, of the white tiger. Wings flared, it turned intent on returning, to vent its wrath upon Su Bai. By now Su Bai had been carried deep into the ancient Wisteria sovereign's domain for recovery. The detonation could not be hidden. Tears spilled anew from Su Bai's eyes as he raised his head, and roared a tiger's cry that split the heavens, eyes blazing with pure hatred and savage grief. Do not forget why Uncle Su Chuan entrusted you to guard this land. Ren Xiaoyao fled precisely to spare you further entanglement, to protect the Su clan's grand design. Meanwhile in Dongxi, Su Durong gently cradled her abdomen and murmured, "Little one, you're over 3 months old now. Your father should be returning soon. He has never broken a promise to me. He will witness your birth." Su Chongkai, rarely at her side, asked quietly, "Mother, does father truly stand a chance of forging his golden core?" "Absolutely." Su Durong lifted her gaze to him. "Every word your father speaks comes to pass. Tell me, Kair, do you wish for a younger brother or sister?" "Mother, I'm no longer a child. I already have 2 children of my own. Brothers and sisters are not the same as offspring. Either would be fine." "Anything is fine," said Su Mingyuan approaching from afar. "Father, what brings you here?" "Mama," Su Durong said. "Grandfather," Su Chongkai saluted. Su Mingyuan gave a slight nod. "I came to see you. If Xiaoyao returns and learns you're expecting again, he'll rejoice more than if he'd forged his golden core himself." Su Durong opened her mouth, then froze, heart clenching as if something vital had just slipped away. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Just a sudden sharp pain in my chest." At that moment, in Dongxi and Guangling's life lamp pavilion, Ren Xiaoyao's life lamp flickered and died. As one of the Su clan's most seasoned elite warriors, he was undeniably central to their strength. Its extinction struck the pavilion's attendants like thunder erupting from still earth. "Elder Ren Xiaoyao has fallen." "Impossible." The disciple paled, then snatched several spirit message talismans and dispatched urgent transmissions to the clan lord and senior elders. One talisman shot forth, hurtling straight to Su Mingyuan. He tapped it with a finger. A voice echoed around him. "Senior Elder, Elder Ren Xiaoyao's life lamp has gone dark." That news struck the three like lightning cleaving a cloudless sky. This cannot be true. Su Mingyuan's first instinct was disbelief. Su Durong stood frozen, her expression slack time itself seeming to halt. Su Chongkai whispered, stunned, "Grandfather, this can't be real. Forging a golden core carries peril, but at worst injury, not death." Without another word, Su Mingyuan shot skyward toward the life lamp pavilion. Su Durong snapped back to awareness, and she and Su Chongkai followed without hesitation. Midair they saw other streaks of light converging. Su Chonghui, Su Mingxuan, Su Mingshu, and Su Mingqing. "Second brother," Su Mingxian said gravely, eyes fixed on Su Mingyuan. Su Mingyuan remained silent, his aura deep and impenetrable as an abyss. They arrived at the pavilion in an instant, and beheld Ren Xiaoyao's extinguished lamp. All faces felt disbelief etched deep. Su Durong collapsed inward, dizziness overwhelming her, saved only by Su Chongkai's swift grasp. Su Mingxian turned to Su Mingshu. "Can you sense Su Bai's condition?" "Third brother, the distance is too great. Our spiritual link is faint. We cannot discern his state clearly." "Senior Elder, should we dispatch envoys to Qinghai Forest?" Su Chonghui asked. Su Mingyuan drew a slow, heavy breath. "None shall go. Whoever slew Xiaoyao did not come from Qinghai Forest. He cultivated in Yunjin Mountain Range. None could reach him unless they first breached Su Bai's defense. Xiaoyao's fall implies Su Bai is gravely wounded, but since Mingshu still senses his spiritual thread, he lives. We wait. We must wait. Wait until all passes. Su Bai will return, and tell us everything. Until then, Chongwei, issue orders no Su clan disciple may enter Qinghai Forest. The Guangling branch is likewise forbidden. Yes, senior elder. Su Chonghui saluted and departed. Father, I must find my husband. Su Durong wept, openly grief rending her soul. Shongkai, take your mother home. Guard her closely. If even Su Bai, rank 3-tier mid-level, could not stop it, throwing our entire clan at it would accomplish nothing. Understood, grandfather. Su Chongkai grasped the gravity, and though his heart broke, he clenched his jaw and said to his mother, Mother, let us return and wait for. The others dispersed swiftly, leaving only Su Mingyuan and the second-generation elders. Su Mingyuan closed his eyes. Silence thickened, oppressed. When he opened them again, his irises burned crimson. Xiaoyao. His affection for Ren Xiaoyao surpassed even that for his own children. Su Mingshu and the others bowed their heads in sorrow. Second brother, grieve wisely. With elder brother gone, the Su clan rests upon your shoulders. I know, Su Mingyuan's voice trembled. But I hate myself for failing to hold firm, for letting him go to Qinghai Forest. Father warned it might be dangerous. Danger does not guarantee disaster, just as choking on food or drowning in water does not forbid eating or drinking. Xiaoyao journeyed to Yunjin mountain range to maximize his chances of golden core success. Second brother, you could not have stopped him. Had it been I, or Mingshu, facing golden core formation, we might well have made the same choice. In Qinghai Forest, the Black Flame Sparrow, severely wounded by Ren Xiaoyao's self-destruction, flew furiously towards Su Bai, but the ancient Wisteria sovereign intercepted him. The sparrow attacked outright, only to be swatted aside by a single branch spitting black blood anew. Only then did it regain composure, daring not stir further within the sovereign's domain. Fuming, it departed, to fulfill its mission, activating the heaven-sealing formation. At the very moment Ren Xiaoyao forged his golden core, Su Chuan, far away in Tiannan's Yunxi town, felt the ancestral scroll quiver. Upon inspection, he learned of the breakthrough. Su Chuan smiled faintly. Xiaoyao has indeed lived up to expectation. Henceforth he shall remain the Su clan's foremost martial standard. Years ago, when only 3 Su cultivators had established foundations, Ren Xiaoyao was the first to publicly ascend, becoming the clan's face bearing its weight. Yet less than half an hour later, the ancestral scroll trembled again. A mournful wail resonated from its depths. How could this be? Su Chuan's face went ashy. Ren Xiaoyao's entry on the scroll had turned gray. Beneath it 3 characters glowed ominously: deceased. Each new golden core boosted the clan's fortune, but each loss inflicted catastrophic damage. Hence the scroll's lament. Ordinary Chirefining or Foundation establishment disciples' deaths would not trigger such resonance. In lesser golden core clans, the fall of a golden core elder often heralded decline or total annihilation. Grief darkened Su Chuan's face. He immediately summoned Ren Xiaoyao's life record, accessible only for the deceased. A sliver of his divine sense entered the scroll, into a surreal self-contained space, Ren Xiaoyao's life. From birth to death, every moment unfolded before him. It was as if the scroll had severed time itself and anchored it here. Su Chuan moved through this world as a ghost, unable to touch, alter, or intervene. He leapt directly to the end. He witnessed Xiaoyao's elation at golden core formation, felt his burning desire to repay the clan, then watched disaster descend. He saw Xiaoyao grievously wounded, Su Bai fighting desperately to buy him escape. Then his final pursuit at Qinghai Forest border. He heard Xiaoyao's final farewell, felt his helplessness, sorrow, longing, defiance, and ultimate unwavering resolve. A killing chill rose in Su Chuan's heart as he stared at the Black Flame Sparrow, 10,000 Mountains, 2-headed Black Flame Demon Sparrow. This debt is inscribed upon the Su clan's soul. One day we shall extract your soul and refine your essence. Then he withdrew from that sacred solitary space of Xiaoyao's life. Moments later, Su Chuan used the ancestral scroll to summon Su Mingyuan, Su Mingwei, Su Mingxian, and Su Deliang into the Su clan's celestial realm. Su Mingwei had been abroad and learned of it only now. Alongside Su Mingxian and Su Deliang, he absorbed the news, his heart sinking under its weight. Father, you know, Su Mingyuan said, I know more than you do. Xiaoyao succeeded in forming his golden core, then was ambushed and gravely wounded by a 3rd-tier peak 2-headed Black Flame Demon Sparrow from the 10,000 Mountains. Su Bai is likely crippled as well. Xiaoyao's final act was self-immolation, his golden core's detonation exacting terrible retribution. These were his last words. Su Chuan replayed Xiaoyao's final moments, and every elder present felt their hearts wrench. Father, Xiaoyao has always been our clan's finest son. This vengeance must be taken. Su Mingshu's voice crackled with fury and grief. Of course, when the great calamity arrives, if it dares appear, we shall strike it down. If not the day our clan purges the 10,000 mountains, it shall perish. Mingyuan, you acted with admirable restraint. Your father is proud. To rush there blindly, even wounded, would have doomed our clan. Leave that matter to you. Yes, father. With those words, Su Mingyuan and the others withdrew from the celestial realm. Guangling Prefecture, home to the Immortal Martial Alliance's central seat, its splendor rivaled imperial capitals. Inside a carriage, Yang Ronghua noticed Su Mingwei's sudden solemnity and asked tenderly, Husband, what troubles you? Bai Jing likewise turned to him. Su Mingwei forced to speak plainly. Bai Jing insisted. Your mind lacks Ming Yuan's intricate twists. You cannot hide this. Tell us, has the clan suffered misfortune? Mother, if you won't speak, we turn back now. I understand. Su Mingwei sighed softly. Xiaoyao has fallen. Bai Jing and Yang Ronghua both recoiled in shock. Bai Jing had assumed enemies assailed the clan, not this. She closed her eyes, then reopened them, grief raw upon her face. When I first met young Xiaoyao, I knew he was a dutiful, upright boy. Never imagined he'd depart. Why? He possessed foundation establishment perfection. Among cultivators he stood among the elite. Mother, this matter is complex. Please ask no more. Enough. Bai Jing waved a hand, no longer pressing, then said quietly, life and death are paramount. Let us return, to bid farewell to young Su Mingwei dared not reveal Xiaoyao had perished in self-immolation, no remains left behind. They alighted from the carriage. Su Mingwei summoned his spirit boat, carrying them both back to Dongxi. The coachman jumped in fright, a true immortal. Why ride a mundane cart? Is he indulging in mortal life? Truly immortals know how to play. One day later the Black Flame Sparrow departed Qinghai Forest. Hai Ji's son departed to other lands to activate the heaven-sealing array. Half a moon later the prison grounds had become a true cage. Even if the Tree King wished to free someone, no one below the nascent soul could break through the heaven-sealing array. After Su Bai recovered, he returned to Dongxi to inform the Su clan of the Black Flame Sparrow's identity and strength, and to report everything about the prison grounds. All of this had been told to him by the ancient Huai Tree King. He also brought back Rin Xiaoyao's fractured wooling box, now his last remaining relic. Afterwards Su Bai returned to the Yunjin mountain range. Now publicly the Tiger King of Qinghai, Ji's son, he could not stay away for long. Su Ying, however, was summoned back from Wanshigu. Though not as formidable as Su Bai, he was now approaching the early apex of the third tier, equivalent to a golden core cultivator of the third layer. His bloodline had mutated, granting him thunder and fire dual aptitude. His speed and attack were terrifying, making him scarcely weaker than Su Bai. The Su family erected a funerary tomb for Rin Xiaoyao in the spirit garden for people to pay respects. Several days later news arrived from the imperial city that Lei Yunxiao had successfully formed his golden core, becoming the second golden core cultivator of the Great Way. Soon an invitation was delivered to the Dongxi Su household summoning Su Mingyuan to attend the Lei family's golden core ceremony. Su Mingyuan had little heart for celebration, yet the Su clan could not appear absent. In the end Su Mingxian went in his place. Rin Xiaoyao's death had not remained secret, not leaked by the Su family, but because the Immortal Martial Alliance also maintained a candle of fate to record such matters. Elders of the Immortal Martial Alliance asked repeatedly why he had fallen. The Su family explained he had perished attempting to form a golden core. At the Lei family ceremony, many discussed the matter and compared the Su and Lei clans. With the former alliance Grand Elder Su Chuan still closed in seclusion and Elder Rin Xiaoyao of the Guangling branch lost, it seems the once dazzling Su clan is on the decline. Indeed, without a timely emergence of golden core practitioners, relying only on spirit beasts will one day be insufficient to contain the ever-growing Immortal Martial Alliance. Perhaps some great house will one day supplant them and seize the alliance's authority. Su Mingxian heard such idle talk and paid it no mind. Only those who survive the demonic and tribulation ordeals are the true victors. Lei Hekong approached and cupped his fist. Comrade Mingxuan, I heard of your clan's calamity. Please accept my condolences. Su Mingxian returned the salute with a faint smile. We were prepared in our hearts. Failing to pass the golden core threshold, after a century, one becomes dust. True enough. I myself have only some 40 years of life left, never even reached foundation establishment completion. No hope for me. But you Mingxuan are still under 100 years old. You have a chance to break into the golden core. Su Mingxian smiled. By the way, congratulations on Lei family producing a golden core cultivator. You no longer need to bow to the Chao family's favor. Foundations still lag behind though. They can be accumulated over time. At the golden core ceremony, the Chao Sima and Lu families arrived to offer congratulations. 4 golden core cultivators debated and shared insights. The ceremony lasted a full day and night before concluding. On his way home, Su Mingxian was ambushed by 3 late foundation establishment assailants, and 2 who had completed foundation establishment. Fortunately, Su Mingxuan's strength was impressive, with top-tier offensive and defensive artifacts, and his 9 flame art cultivated to the 7 flame level, he barely held them at bay. At last he detonated a fine artifact and used the blast's aftermath to escape on a top-grade artifact boat. Someone witnessed the battle and spread the news. The incident immediately sparked uproar across the Great Way and the Immortal Martial Alliance. Many claimed the Chao family had been probing the Su clan to see whether Su Chuan would leave seclusion after his kin's death. Once Su Chuan had terrified the Chao Palace with a 3rd-tier Flood Dragon spirit pet blood corpse, and the Ghost King Soul banner, shocking the world. 20 years later, with him withdrawing to the shadows, people had gradually forgotten. Rumors even claimed Su Chuan was dead. The Chao clan did not believe it, and thus tested the waters. Others may have forgotten, but the Chao would not forget Su Chuan's former might and the terrible trump cards he once held. Even the current top cultivator of the three territories, Lu Qianquan, at mid-golden core, would not be confident of victory. The Chao family's patriarch would be even worse off. These were mere skirmishes. The Chao family dared not openly attack the Su clan, so they adamantly denied the sneak attack. The Su family held the alliance's highest authority and could marshal its forces. They were far more powerful than a single Chao house. Now the Chao family could not command half the province's houses. The order once set had already fractured, regional houses governed themselves, and the royal title was Han. The Chao paid it no heed. Unlike the orderly Immortal martial alliance, the imperial domains were in disarray. Months later, Ren Xiaoyao's posthumous son was born and named Su Chongjian. Su Chuan noticed, and after consulting the clan records learned Su Chongjian, fourth generation of the Su family. Age 1, spiritual root, earth spirit root, with 4 talent none, O constitution, innate sword bone, O bloodline, top grade, 8th rank, Lingshui blood, realm none. Note: innate sword bone constitution grants a natural affinity for the sword path. Comprehension of sword formulas and techniques is easier than for spells. A born sword bone, Xiaoyao, you have an heir. Su Chuan's mouth lifted in a faint smile as he bestowed the fate talent Jianxin Tongming to aid the child's future on the sword path. That evening, Su Chuan brought Su Mingyuan into the Su clan's inner heaven and said, Chongjian's sword talent is extraordinary. Born with sword bone and a bright sword heart, Xiaoyao's legacy will live on. Su Mingyuan rejoiced at the news. Father, is this true? Must I lie to you? You can probably guess that I have means to divine the clan's descendants' innate roots and talents. Chongjian not only has sword aptitude but an earth spirit root, whose purity surpasses Xiaoyao's, reaching 64%. Since you know everything, how should the child be guided in the future? Train while exposing him to many sword techniques and formulas. Let him comprehend swords, create his own sword methods, and walk the sword Tao. Studying countless sword techniques and formulas, won't that waste time? Su Chuan smiled lightly. Mingyuan, do not treat a sword prodigy as an ordinary person. Those born with sword bone and Jianxin Tongming progress in sword cultivation tens of times faster than ordinary folk. Their sensitivity to sword Tao is beyond common reach. Such geniuses need only guidance. They will find the path best suited to them, just as Jingwu did. I understand, father. Meanwhile, in the south, over the years, Su Chuan made great strides in comprehending the withering Gan prosperity realm. The second form of his divine technique was taking shape. One must admit that those who have formed a divine technique's golden core find it easier to grasp its core. Besides the withering Gan prosperity divine art, Su Chuan studied a wood defensive divine technique from the 5 elements creation scripture called Jia Mu Xianling battle armor. To manifest a Jia Mu divine armor is a rare defensive art. Apart from nascent soul powers, few golden core families possess such techniques. He advanced quickly and had reached 40% of the entry-level mastery. Su Chuan knew this was owed to the heavenly reward for diligence. He was also cultivating the Xiantian refining spirit art currently at its first layer and entered into yet, as a golden core practitioner, he would need to reach the second layer for it to be truly useful. He passed this art to 6 of Su Mingwei's apprentices, family talents like Su Delying, Su Duyi Fan, and important figures Su Dezhao and Su Chongwei. For now, most ordinary clan youths could not receive transmission. Also because Su Delying and Ren Xiaoyao had formed golden core's many metal and fire-type techniques in the 5 elements creation scripture had been completed. He gave the Tianyin battle armor technique to Su Delying. For offensive arts, she lacked nothing. The single-element precepts in the foundation establishment chapter of the 5 elements creation scripture were shared with Dongxi, so Su Mingwei and others could switch their training. After all, each of those manuals were top-tier foundation establishment formulas. From then on, they became the standard curriculum for Su family youths. Cultivation arts are like that. If you do not announce them, no one knows what you practice. Most cultivation houses collected many arts to give their offspring varied choices. Besides these divine techniques and manuals, Su Chuan also refined secret arts of spiritual sense. If mastered, they would become a powerful trump card, enabling him to contend beyond his realm. Yifan, Su Delying, and Su Mingxian all improved steadily. Su Chuan's greatest concern was Su Mingxian's progress on the teleportation formation. By Su Mingxian's own reckoning, it would take several more years. Comprehending teleportation formations is arduous, involving spatial principles whose deductions even top third-tier formation masters may fail to grasp. Otherwise, why would Tian Song sect not have already arranged teleportation arrays? If one could place them across the 7 cities, control over those cities would be strengthened and many affairs simplified. Su Delying also cultivated both refining divine techniques and honing her artifact forging. Her divine arts improved slightly, while her forging skill had already allowed her to create 2 pattern treasures with 2 auxiliary patterns, fine 2 pattern masterpieces. More than a year passed. The renovation of Huiyun Valley and the preliminary construction of Tianling sect were complete. The sect occupied only a dozen li before the mountain gate lay a broad bluestone courtyard where 2 life-sized phoenix statues stood, wings spread in lifelike. The sect buildings followed the mountain's contours, arranged with tasteful order. Elders' residences sat where spiritual veins converged. 3 separate courtyards named Liang Courtyard, Tianyang Studio, and Yinjin Pavilion. Foundation disciples opened grottos near the spiritual veins while Kai-refining disciples lived in a row of 7-story buildings on the western plain. Several such blocks in Foundation disciples opened grottos near the spiritual veins while Kai-refining disciples lived in a row of 7-story buildings on the western plain. Several such blocks in 3 dual platforms in the form of the character for product were set on the valley's southwest. To the southeast stood a 9-story cultivation tower modeled after the Su families in Yunxi, with spiritual energy increasing by floor. There was also the sect's great hall facing south, a grand structure that marked Tianling sect's present magnificence. The protective array was deployed by Su Mingxian, a mid-grade third-tier formation integrating gathering spiritual energy and defense. It had cost him much thought. But the matter was not publicized because Su Chuan instructed Liang True Lord to keep it secret. Liang True Lord, upon witnessing Su Mingxian's formation realm, was stunned. This was a formation genius rivaling Su Deliang, perhaps surpassing her, a peerless. At the sect's founding ceremony, Tianling sect invited all Golden Core forces of Tiansong Prefecture to witness. This was a branch of the great artifact forging sect Tianju sect. With a Golden Core complete, Liang True Lord presiding plus the late Golden Core Yinjin True Lord, who could forge top-tier treasures, and mid-Golden Core Rome, Tianyang the sect, already had formidable backing. Though newly founded Tianling sect could be called a leading Golden Core force stronger than the 3 older sects. Its artifact forging fame alone made every Golden Core cultivator in Tiansong Prefecture seek its favor. When an ordinary Golden Core cultivator forges a life treasure, if it is only a low grade upon completion, by the time the cultivator reaches Golden Core fullness, its power might only reach mid-grade. If kept through a full Golden Core period, it might rise to high grade. Top-tier treasures usually require tempering by a nascent soul at mid-stage or higher. This occurs because initial life treasures are coarse. But if a master forger crafts a mid-grade treasure, even if not made a life treasure, its power in battle is already great. If forged into a life treasure, it can be nurtured and continue to strengthen. The prefecture's strongest forger could at best make mid-grade treasures. The Yinjin family patriarch, a mid-Golden Core cultivator. Even his success rate is not high. Most of his productions remain low-grade. One can imagine that winning Tianling sect's favor and obtaining a high-grade treasure from them would be a tremendous opportunity for any Golden Core cultivator. Take Su Chuan for example. Once he fully integrates the Azure Dragon treasure umbrella as a life treasure, he could stand toe-to-toe with a late Golden Core True Lord. If that True Lord wields a high-grade treasure, Su Chuan might yet choose. The power of divine techniques and treasures are the 2 main factors shaping a cultivator's duel enough to bridge gaps in realm and mana. Talismans, formations, and puppetry arts also exert influence. But because third-tier practitioners are so rare, Golden Core cultivators seldom display those rare arts. Welcome everyone to Tianling sect's founding ceremony. From this day forth, Tianling sect shall be one of Tiansong Prefecture's Golden Core forces. Do visit often. Rong Tianyang hosted the ceremony. He mainly handled sect affairs and external relations. Liang True Lord possessed the deepest foundation. Ordinary Golden Core cultivators would hardly meet him. Yinjin True Lord oversaw forging. For Tianling sect to endure in the prefecture, it needed a craft to sustain it. Many disciples brought from Tiansong Prefecture were forgers intended to earn resources to support the sect's growth and the training of other disciples. Su Deliang served nominally as sect master, her duty to cultivate seriously. In truth, the entire sect had been established for this purpose. Of course we will attend. We shall pay our respects. The Golden Core attendees smiled and cupped hands in warm response. As to recruiting disciples that will come, though not for at least 10 years, the sect is newly founded. We understand. Let idle talk end here. Please take your seats, fellow cultivators. The seating in the grand hall was arranged according to the closeness of relationships and the strength of factions. Su Chuan sat just beneath the true monarch of the blazing sun, opposite the seat of the true monarch of the greenwood. It was evident that the Tianling sect valued Su Chuan highly. However, it was no surprise after all the one seated in the position of the sect master was a member of the Su family. True monarch of the greenwood had secretly probed Su Deliang, but found his divine sense blocked by a mysterious force, unable to investigate further. Yet he could vaguely guess that Su Deliang must have broken through to the Golden Core stage. When and where did he achieve this? Why has there been no manifestation of extraordinary signs during his breakthrough? He harbored doubts. In previous years, the most outstanding individuals had all broken through within 3 years, with some achieving it in just over a year. As the top prodigy, it was reasonable for true monarch of the greenwood to speculate this about Su Deliang. Of course, nothing is absolute. There were also prodigies who surpassed others and managed to break through first. The device Su Deliang wore to block divine sense was undoubtedly crafted by Su Mingxian. This was derived from the restrictions obtained from the purple sandalwood box that Su Chuan had comprehended in Xinhua City. Applying it to the forbidden device, as long as she restrained her own aura, a Golden Core cultivator would be unable to forcibly probe with divine sense, and thus could not see through Su Deliang's realm. Sect Master of the Fengling, it seems you possess a magical tool that blocks divine sense probing, truly marvelous. May I ask where you acquired it? Su Deliang smiled lightly. I stumbled upon it at a small stall in Xianhua City. I see. It seems sect master of the Fengling is indeed favored by fortune. May I ask if you have broken through to the Golden Core stage yet? Many Golden Core cultivators looked over greatly interested in this topic. You all seem so concerned about our sect master's realm. Are you planning to sell this information to some rival faction of my Tianju sect? How could that be? I wouldn't dare. The true monarch of the blazing sun looked at the true monarch of the green wood who smiled lightly. I am simply curious. Even with the speed of our sect's talent Tianxing, it is impossible to complete divine powers and break through to the Golden Core in just a few years. Moreover, even the last few steps could be uncertain whether they could be completed. After all, my Tiansong sect has not produced a prodigy who has achieved divine powers and broken through to the Golden Core in hundreds of years. Friend Kurwa, you are the first among the Tiansong prefecture in recent years. Haha. Su Chuan, seeing him mention himself, clasped his fists and said, Friend Qingmu, your praise is too generous. I believe that your sect's Taoist friend still has hope of achieving divine powers and breaking through. Then I shall take your kind words to heart. This topic was quickly brushed aside. Once the ceremony for establishing the sect concluded, a group of Golden Core factions began to eat and drink, mingling to make acquaintances, indicating that the Tianling sect was also a member of the Tiansong prefecture. After 2 or 3 hours, the banquet was nearing its end. Taking advantage of true monarch of the Greenwood's presence, Su Chuan seized the opportunity to bring up the conditions promised by Elder Qiang on that day, seeking a transmission of Talisman Dao above the 3rd tier. True monarch of the Greenwood directly stated that the highest transmission of Talisman Dao in the Tiansong sect was only of the mid-3rd tier, while the best he could offer the Su family was only a low 3rd tier. Su Chuan naturally did not mind. This transmission was enough for Su Mingyuan to comprehend for several decades. Soon various factions began to leave in succession, and the grand ceremony quickly left only a few Golden Core members of the Tianling sect and Su Chuan. Such banquets are the most boring. Please do not let me attend again in the future. True monarch of the blazing sun with an eccentric temperament waved his hand and left. Su Chuan then discussed future business related to magical tools with Rong Tianyang. The Su family had now become a Golden Core family. It was unsuitable for them to confine all their businesses to Yunxi Town. Any city among the 7 cities of Tiansong was more than 10 times larger than Yunxi Town, and the business opportunities contained within were naturally limitless. The Su family tried their best not to conflict with the Tianling sect. In terms of artifact refining, the Su family's artifact refining hall had the support of the real person Hui Yun and his 5 disciples, so they wouldn't be at too much of a disadvantage against the Tianling sect. Moreover, there was still Su Deliang. The Tianling sect did not require Su Deliang to specifically refine artifacts for them. Artifacts refined from her daily experiments of new ideas would also be sent to the Su family for processing. Among them were some powerful special 1st and 2nd tier artifacts, such as the Demon Spirit artifact. Su Deliang even refined a few 3rd tier artifacts as treasures for the Su family's Ascension Pavilion. Because of the Su family and the Tianling sect's artifacts entering the 7 cities of Tiansong, many shops selling artifacts had closed down. After all, in terms of both quality and quantity, they could not compare, with only a few barely holding on. With the Tianling sect having a fully realized Golden Core true monarch, they had already become a top Golden Core force in the Tiansong prefecture, and these shops behind them, being Golden Core families, naturally did not dare to act recklessly. The Su family itself had a close relationship with the Tianling sect, and Su Chuan was the first Golden Core true monarch in the Tiansong prefecture in hundreds of years, with a fearsome reputation. If it were when the Su family was still a foundation establishment family, they might have resorted to some underhanded tactics or coercion. Now they absolutely did not dare. Because opposing the Su family over this artifact refining business was hardly worth it. 2 months later, 2 Golden Core cultivators from the Lei family came to Yunxi Town to visit Su Chuan. One of them was a white-haired old man at the mid-Golden Core stage with a considerable lifespan, at least over 500 years old. The other was a middle-aged man at the early Golden Core stage, about 200 years old. I am Lei Yongshan, pleased to meet you, true monarch Kurwa. This is my grandson Lei Yunpeng. The old man clasped his fists and smiled. Lei Yunpeng also slightly bowed. Greetings, fellow Taoists. May I ask what brings you to the Su family? Before Lei Yongshan could speak, he took out 2 light yellow wooden boxes from his storage bag and handed them. Fellow Taoist Lei, what is the meaning of this? The left wooden box contains an ancient divine power method named Kurwa Great Handprint that my Lei family accidentally. The Su family head is known as Kurwa, so it is likely that the essence of Kurwa is what you wish to comprehend. None in my Lei family can cultivate this divine power, hence I present it to you so that it does not gather dust. Su Chuan was slightly surprised. It was his first time hearing about the Kurwa divine power. Such a special divine power method might not even be collected by nascent soul forces, as they usually came from ancient secret realms or ancient caves. Su Chuan lightly tapped his fingers on the table, producing a thump 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 sound without accepting the box yet. Lei Yongshan continued. The right wooden box contains a 3rd-tier peak demon beast fire-eating toad's demon core and a portion of its essence blood. The fire-eating toad is a rare demon beast with the bloodline of ancient demon beasts. It can devour all flames, making it an extremely rare creature. Its demon core contains the essence of myriad flames, making it an excellent aid for cultivating fire-related divine powers, but it requires its essence blood to eliminate the fire poison within the demon core. The method to dispel the poison is also included. I hope you Su family head can pass this on to Fairy Phoneling. Fellow Taoist Lei, you present such generous gifts so suddenly it is too much for me, and Delying, let's just speak plainly about your intent. I wish to ask the Su family head for assistance in having Fairy Phoneling introduce True Monarch Yin to me. I want to request True Monarch Yin to refine a top-grade magical treasure that suits my grandson. As for the compensation for True Monarch Yin's assistance, I will prepare it separately. If True Monarch Yin refuses, then so be it. For merely an introduction, fellow Taoist Lei is so generous. You truly deserve to be one of the 2 top golden core families in the Tianshan Prefecture. In that case, I shall agree. These 2 gifts are of great use to both Su Chuan and Su Delying. If the Lei family can negotiate successfully for a top-grade magical treasure, they would gain a lot. However, if they fail, the loss would be considerable. Thank you, fellow Taoist Su. This is my jade token. Once you have news, just infuse your spiritual energy to activate it, and I will be alerted to come. Su Chuan nodded. Then we won't disturb you further, farewell. The 2 quickly left. The next day, Su Chuan deduced Lei Yunpeng's situation and found he was a rare Thunder Tribute spiritual body. Thunder-based personal magical treasures are difficult to refine and other treasures are hard to resonate with him. It seems Lei Yunpeng has been without a suitable personal magical treasure. Now that the Tianling sect has been established, Lei Yongshan plans to ask True Monarch Yin to refine a magical treasure. However, ordinary golden core cultivators cannot even see True Monarch Yin. Even the true monarch of the Blazing Sun and Su Delying can only meet Rong Tianyang at most. Helpless Lei Yongshan sought out Su Chuan, offering generous gifts to facilitate the introduction. It seems the Lei family has some entanglement with my Su family, but I have already used the deduction once a day. This matter seems to be somewhat complicated. I feel that relying on the little star astrology for deduction may present issues, so I decided to wait until the next day to deduce again. To think it would be like this. The Lei family from the Great Wei is actually a branch of the Baiyun Mountain Lei family. So it appears that over 1,000 years ago a Lei family disciple fell into a confinement area, survived, and knowing there was no hope of leaving, developed a branch instead. Many family legacies from the confinement area should be related to various powers in the southern regions or the Blackwater domain. Perhaps Lei Yunpeng is refining this personal magical treasure in preparation for the war in 20 years. Enough, I shall lend a hand. Su Chuan then called Su Delying and spoke of the Lei family's matter. You want Brother Yin to help refine a top-grade magical treasure. Since grandfather wishes for me to help, I shall agree. However, Brother Yin has an eccentric temperament, whether he agrees or not is hard to say. After pausing, Su Delying added, I am somewhat curious as to why grandfather would help a Lei family with whom we have no ties merely because of the Korwa divine power method and the demon core essence. These 2 items are already quite precious. There is another reason the Baiyun Mountain Lei family is the main lineage of the Great Wei Lei family. What? Su Delying's heart suddenly trembled. Does that mean the confinement area is? That place is far too complicated, involving conflicts in the southern regions and the Blackwater domain, and it also touches upon the demon race's powers. We do not know how many plots are behind it. I had originally thought that once we survived this calamity, I would open a new era for my Su family there. But now it seems that after this calamity, we should escape as soon as we should focus on the southern regions. With the Tianshan sect weakening and the Greedy Wolf sect coveting my Su family, we'll surely find opportunities. Perhaps we can take advantage of the situation to rise and take over a territory. Let's see how things go. Perhaps every 10 or several decades we can select the most talented among them to secretly leave for training, which could serve as assistance for my Su family's future plans to overturn this place. Su Delying nodded. Perhaps this is the safest and most prudent approach. Then grandfather, I will accept this item. Su Chuan smiled and nodded. Su Delying returned to the Tianling sect to visit True Monarch Yin and inform her of the Lei family's situation. The Baiyun Mountain Lei family. A top gold. After a brief pause, True Monarch Yin said, show me the items they sent you. Su Delying took out the light yellow wooden box. True Monarch Yin swept his divine sense over it. A 3rd-tier peak demon core and a rare fire-eating toad's demon core. This item will indeed greatly benefit you, junior sister Phoneling. Alright, junior brother, seeing this is on your behalf, I will meet with the Lei family. However, junior sister, do not do this next time. Since our Tianling sect has settled here, we must not neglect the duty of refining magical treasures for golden core cultivators of the Tianshan Prefecture, but how to proceed is up to me to decide. If they think that I, True Monarch Yin, am easy to talk to, they may come to bother me every few days. Thank you, senior brother. Su Delying clasped her fists and smiled. True Monarch Yin said, now that you are here, don't be in a hurry to leave. Let the Lei family wait a bit, and as the sect master you should spend more time in the sect. The environment here for cultivation is definitely better than that of your Su family. By the way, let's discuss artifact crafting again. Yes, senior brother. True Monarch Yin valued Su Delying not only because she was a favored disciple of the 2 grand elders of the Tianju sect, but also due to her exceptional talent, and often she could even inspire him, aiding in his own progress in artifact crafting. With Su Deling's advancement, he estimated that in a few decades she might catch up to his level in artifact crafting, reaching the potential to refine top-grade magical treasures. Half a month later, Su Deling returned to the Su family. Following that, Su Chuan used the Jade token to notify Lei Yongshan. Su Deling had not returned for half a month, and Su Chuan naturally guessed some of true Monarch Yan's intentions. As a top artifact master, he naturally had his own pride, and regardless of strength background or artifact crafting level, he had the right to keep the Lei family at bay. Lei Yongshan and Lei Yunpeng came to the Su family again, then followed Su Deling to the Tianling sect for a visit. Su Deling was also curious to see how the Lei family would impress true Monarch Yan. In the end, the Lei family presented a top-tier 4th-grade spiritual material containing spiritual essence. To forge a spiritual treasure, such rare spiritual material, if successfully forged, if the spiritual essence transforms into a spiritual restriction, then the spiritual treasure is complete, possessing immense power. Top-grade magical treasures require long-term nurturing by cultivators before they can give birth to spiritual essence, and thus transform into spiritual treasures. However, even a great cultivator would need to nurture it for hundreds of years for a mere 1 or 2% chance. This compensation from the Lei family indeed caused true Monarch Yan to take a second glance. It is truly rare for a golden core family to produce such materials. The Tianju sect has also been collecting materials with spiritual essence for the sake of Elder Zenyang's need to refine a spiritual treasure. However, spiritual treasures cannot be forged immediately, and constant refining attempts are required. Thus, the more materials of this kind, the better. Once a spiritual treasure is formed, some heavenly phenomena will occur. The stronger the spiritual treasure, the more terrifying the phenomena. Ultimately, true Monarch Yan agreed to the request. This matter came to a close. Su Chuan gained significant insights from the Kurwa Great Handprint that he learned from the Lei family. Especially the last stroke life and death great handprint, which transforms the essence of Kurwa into life and death, provided Su Chuan with a general direction for achieving perfection in his own divine powers. With the talent of fate Kurwa life and death, Su Chuan had already comprehended Kurwa, but the concepts of life and death were even more profound, encompassing the meanings of existence and non-existence, which required gradual understanding. Time flies, and a year and a half passed in the blink of an eye. Within the Wu family, 2 foundation establishment cultivators appeared, named Wu Zhu-san and Wu Zhu-ch. There were indications that, given the cultivation base of a grade 3 spirit vein, his innate talent was also commendable, coupled with the assistance of Su Chuan's Jade Orchid Pill breakthrough, was an inevitable outcome. Henceforth, the Su clan would produce an ever-increasing number of foundation establishment cultivators. Within the Yin clan, several masters reached the peak of their cultivation realm. Shinsu City, Dengxian Pavilion. The Su clan's Dengxian Pavilion stood as the most beloved establishment in Shinsu City. Its treasured artifact, the 3-stripe magical weapon Heaven King Spear, drew countless visitors eager to behold it. The Yin Tang and Luo clans had all attempted to purchase this artifact, yet the Su clan declined to sell, for now. With such a weapon at hand, even a foundation establishment cultivator who had yet to comprehend divine techniques could storm the Celestial Prodigy Assembly, and even claim a rank. Following Su Deling's return, Fire Cloud, True Immortal, and his disciples joined the Artificer Hall. Moreover, the Su clan's ascension to a Golden Core clan led to a steady increase in top-tier magical weapons, as well as 1-stripe and 2-stripe artifacts. In alchemy, rare pills such as the Jade Orchid Pill and the Divine Sense Pill also appeared in considerable quantity, unlike before when years might pass before a single. As operations expanded, revenues from Yunshi town alone proved insufficient to sustain the clan. Thus, the Su clan forged commercial routes and established stable partnerships with numerous spirit herb shops and material suppliers. Presently, their presence is confined to Shinsu City, but expansion is inevitable. They chose not to enter Jiaosu City, the nearest metropolis, because Tianling sect had already claimed it. The Su clan saw no need to clash with them. That day, 2 Qi refinement cultivators clad in gray robes arrived. We've heard you stock pills that enhance the divine sense of Qi refinement cultivators. A burly youth spoke. You refer to the divine sense pill. It is exclusive to our Dengxian Pavilion. 150 spirit stones per pill, 3 pills per person. Only the first 3 doses yield enhancement. Let's try one. If it proves effective, my brother and I will purchase several more. Very well. Attendee, fetch a divine sense pill. The burly youth paid the spirit stones and handed the pill to the gaunt, sinister-looking youth beside him. The two exchanged a glance. The sinister youth swallowed the pill. Moments later, his face paled, he clutched his abdomen and collapsed to his knees, white blotches spreading across his skin. The sinister youth's skin rapidly ulcerated, life fled his body in seconds. The burly youth spat blood violently. His eyes widened in horror upon seeing. He then slapped his storage pouch, revealing a battle saber, and lunged forward. Suddenly, Huang Tianba appeared. With a flick of his sleeve, a torrent of overwhelming arcane energy hurled the burly youth sideways, sending both men crashing outside Dengxian Pavilion. The sinister youth's skin rapidly ulcerated, life fled his body in seconds. The burly youth spat blood violently. His eyes widened in horror upon seeing his companion's condition, then recoiled as searing pain lanced through his spiritual sea. He fell silent, instantly collapsing to the ground. They're both dead. Bystanders cried out in shock. Huang Tianba frowned deeply. Though his cultivation vastly surpassed the burly youth's, he'd employed only 1 or 2/10 of his strength. No spell, no artifact. Merely raw arcane force channeled as a gale. Such power should never have slain a chi refinement cultivator at peak refinement, let alone so swiftly. As for the sinister youth, his demise was even more baffling, unmistakably poisoned by a lethal pill. Someone seeks to provoke Dengxian Pavilion. Huang Tianba immediately produced a token and activated the pavilion's strongest defensive formation. Normally only a grade 2 supreme tier defense was active, but this sudden crisis stirred deep unease, compelling him to unleash the grade 3 inferior tier grant, while onlookers still absorbed the scene. A terrifying golden core pressure descended like a 10th Sanshang floodwave, engulfing Dengxian Pavilion, and the entire Dengxian Pavilion's formation activated just in time. Though the pressure was immense, those within remained unharmed. Outside, however, cultivators suffered grievously. Those of weaker cultivation crumpled instantly. Thud after thud echoed, as dozens knelt, foreheads pressed to the bluestone pavement, too weak even to lift. Their spiritual energy churned chaotically like kites severed from their strings, teeth chattered uncontrollably. Foundation establishment cultivators gritted their teeth, knees bent slightly, faces drained of color, sweat beading thickly along their brows. Brother Huang, what is this? Huang Tianba's expression hardened like frozen water. Quickly send word to the Patriarch. A golden core cultivator has come to Dengxian Pavilion in Shinsu City to cause trouble. Yet the moment the message left his hand, a deafening thunderous boom erupted above Dengxian Pavilion. A gray palmprint over a zhang wide materialized, its center writhing with the visage of a monstrous beast radiating savage, oppressive aura. Crossed 10,000 li. Yet the moment the message left his hand, a deafening thunderous boom erupted above Dengxian Pavilion. A gray palmprint over a zhang wide materialized, its center writhing with the visage of a monstrous beast radiating savage, oppressive aura. The formation's barrier shimmered like water under impact. A grade 3 formation, remarkable. The dark gold-robed man hovering high above wore a look of genuine. The terrifying golden core pressure spread outward, inevitably alerting the 4 golden core elders of Shinsu City's 3 great clans, Tang, Yin, and Luo. The Tang and Yin clans each possessed a single golden core elder, while the Luo clan held 2, and currently served as Shinsu City's ruling authority. All 4 elders surged from their estates, streaking across the sky as arcs of light toward the disturbance. Boom, boom, boom. The dark gold-robed man struck thrice more, each blow causing violent ripples across the formation's luminous dome, revealing the staggering depth of his power. Moments later, the 3 clans' golden core elders arrived. Upon seeing the dark gold-robed man, the Luo elder's expression shifted sharply. He clasped his fists and smiled warmly. Ah, it is Lord Sunglong, true immortal of the Greedy Wolf sect, gracing our humble Shinsu City. His gaze swept the street where cultivators knelt crushed beneath the golden core pressure, and added, "True immortal, what grievance stirs your wrath, prompting such extraordinary measures?" What grievance? Songlong True Immortal sneered contemptuously at the 4 golden core elders, 2 mid-stage, 2 early stage, and roared, "Because your city's Dengxian Pavilion poisoned one of my disciples, and murdered another." Dengxian Pavilion. The Luo elder's heart lurched. Has Lord Songlong come seeking retribution for that affair over 2 years past? So, you intend to confront me? Songlong True Immortal's voice lowered heavy with menace. No, we dare not, came the reply. But combat is forbidden within the city. Might True Immortal for my sake withdraw this oppressive aura? Your sake? Songlong True Immortal laughed coldly twice. What worth holds your sake before me? Do not overstep, True Immortal. This is not your greedy wolf manner. A mocking glint flashed in Songlong True Immortal's eyes. Gray-black arcane energy surged once more in his palm, denser, fiercer than before, as swirling currents coalesced there. In less than a breath, a gray-black palm print, nearly half again larger than the last, formed. His wrist dropped sharply, the colossal imprint hurtled straight toward the Luo elder. The Luo elder's expression tightened. He hadn't anticipated such brazen aggression. Brothers, assist me. No hesitation followed his cry. He gathered arcane energy sealed hand seals, and unleashed a technique to intercept. The other 3 elders did likewise. Boom. The gray-black palm print shattered beneath 4 brilliantly hued spells. To withstand this strike, you are no mere incompetence. Then witness my true divine technique. All 4 elders paled instantly. Already disadvantaged by cultivation disparity, now facing Songlong True Immortal's perfected divine art, panic seized them. They hurriedly summoned their life-bound artifacts and braced themselves. At that critical instant, a voice resonated. I wondered who dared assault my Dengxian Pavilion. Thought perhaps some envious peer sought minor sabotage against the Su clan's prosperity. Ah, it is Lord Songlong after all. An ethereal ripple spread outward. The kneeling cultivators felt the crushing pressure lift, rising to their feet in relief. Foundation establishment cultivators exhaled long, deep breaths. Then they bowed deeply towards Su Chuan. Our thanks, Lord Kuruong. You arrived Patriarch. Huang Tianba stepped forth from Dengxian Pavilion and saluted Su Chuan. Lord Songlong accuses our pavilion of poisoning one of his disciples and slaying another. Lord Songlong, those two Qi refinement cultivators lying on the ground, are they your cherished disciples? Indeed, what of it? If they are truly cherished, why leave them sprawled here for public spectacle? Su Chuan smiled faintly. Moreover, I am astonished by your standards in disciple selection. Any passerby on this street seems more qualified than they. Why not simply adopt two at random as compensation? You, Songlong True Immortal, glared fiercely. My criteria for discipleship are none of your concern. That youth below killed my disciple. Today his life shall repay the debt. Before the words fully left his lips, Songlong True Immortal clenched his right fist. Gray-black spiritual energy erupting from his palm, instantly coalescing into a wolf claw over a zhong in size. Its talons gleamed wickedly, black qi swirled around it, air shrieked and tore as it slashed straight for Huang Tianba's face. Lord Songlong, must haste govern you so. Su Chuan seemed to anticipate it. Unmoving, he merely flicked his sleeve, whereupon a jet-black seal soared forth, the legendary artifact Fan Tianyin, the heaven-overturning seal. It descended with crushing weight and collided head-on with the gray-black wolf claw. Boom! A deafening detonation shook heaven and earth. The wolf claw disintegrated instantly, black qi scattering wildly, while Huang Tianba was flung backwards several zhong by the shockwave. The jet-black seal trembled faintly before returning to Su Chuan's sleeve. You would bar me. Shall my disciple's death go unavenged? Life for life. That is the natural law. Yet what if I prove both men bore no connection to Dengxian Pavilion? Su Chuan smiled softly, then pointed gently. The sinister youth's pill floated upward. Lord Songlong claims your disciple died from poison in our pill, but why does our divine sense pill remain intact? He purchased only one, correct? Yes, Patriarch. Huang Tianba replied, bowing after rising. As for the other, Su Chuan continued calm and serene. I examined his body moments ago. He bears minor physical wounds, but his death stemmed from complete soul. Master, I merely swept him aside with arcane force. Witnesses abound. Though my divine sense surpasses as I possess no soul attack technique. Only incidental soul trauma resulted. Mere rhetoric. Su Chuan countered. Yet Lord Songlong, hovering nearby, why did you watch your disciples perish without intervening? Could it be their deaths were but a pretext to justify your assault upon Dengxian Pavilion? Preposterous. By the time I arrived it was already too late. Your divine sense spans dozens of li. If your body lagged, a single pressure wave would have deterred any assailant. Yet you struck Dengxian Pavilion without utter. Had our grade 3 defensive formation not been active, this entire pavilion would lie in ruins. Many lives lost, devastation unimaginable. Lord Songlong, you owe me an explanation. Explain myself to you. Never. Songlong True Immortal, cornered by Su Chuan's relentless inquiry, choked on fury, molten rage boiling within his chest. He had not foreseen that the Su clan's modest pavilion housed a grade 3 formation, dooming his entire scheme and leaving him speechless, humiliated. Enraged, he sealed hand signs with blinding speed, gray mist surging violently around him, condensing into countless wolf phantoms. Each stood several qi tall, fangs bared, eyes burning crimson, howling with deafening ferocity. Divine technique, 1,000 wolves rampant devour. With a thunderous roar, 10,000 wolf phantoms surged forward, flooding towards Su Chuan like a tidal wave, claws and fangs rending the air, exuding an aura of absolute devouring savagery. The surrounding space dimmed, cloaked in that malevolent aura. Lord Kuruong, beware. The Luo Elder and others warned urgently. Moments earlier they believed themselves doomed to face Songlong True Immortal's perfected divine art. Now suddenly they stood beside the Su clan patriarch. Su Chuan's expression sharpened. Hands weaving seals, he intoned low, divine technique, glory seal. This was the second perfected form of his recently comprehended Kuruong true intent, the wheel seal, born from his mastery of the profound truth of flourishing and decay. It comprised two complementary forms, the glory seal embodying boundless vitality, surging like ocean waves, each strike stronger than the last, amplifying life force to its zenith, unleashing several-fold greater power. And the wither seal, which dissolved all things, spells, artifacts, even flesh. Should it strike the body, flesh withered like rotten wood, the soul too weakened progressively. Truly a bizarre and unfathomable divine art. The azure hand seal clashed with the wolf phantoms. Earth-shaking thunder reverberated, gray mist and emerald light entwined violently. Wave after wave of phantoms eroded the glory seal. Su Chuan drew upon his own vitality, unleashing two more glory seals in rapid succession. So long as his life force endured, he could sustain this cascade, each seal surpassing the last. By the third seal, every phantom conjured by Songlong True Immortal's technique lay obliterated, a sight that stunned every witness present. Who did not know Su Chuan had only formed his golden core a few years prior, while Songlong True Immortal, a legendary latest-stage golden core elder of the greedy wolf sect, had reigned for over a century. Lord Kuruong. He single-handedly repelled the perfected divine technique of a latest-stage golden core elder. Yin clan's elder murmured bewildered, Brother Luo, have my eyes truly failed me? Brother Yin, one may grow old, but not all grow blind. Tang clan's elder quipped. True immortal denotes recognition of one's potential, not just attainment. Yet from this moment onward, Lord Kurong is truly worthy of the title. Impossible. Song Lang Jinjuan cried out, his voice breaking with astonishment, his eyes wide with horror and disbelief, trembling slightly from the shock. You are only at the early stage of the golden core. How could you possibly withstand the full force of my divine art? Then as a thought struck him, he pointed at Su Chuan and added, No, your divine art has reached fruition. Su Chuan floated in the void, hands clasped behind his back, the corner of his mouth lifting in a faint smile, uttering not a single word. Murmurs rose from every corner below. Ku Rong Xinjian's divine art has matured. Then he truly is a genuine Xinjian-level powerhouse. Our Tiansong prefecture has gained another Xinjuan. Not only that, though both are perfected divine arts, Ku Rong Xinjuan is only at the early golden core stage, yet his art could repel Song Lang Xinjian's own. It shows that Ku Rong Xinjian's divine art is even superior in potency. As far as I know, the Ku Rong art was created by ancient cultivators and is notoriously difficult to comprehend. At this moment, Song Lang Xinjuan finally regarded Su Chuan as a genuine opponent. The dark green pupils of his eyes contracted, and he stared at him like a wolf locking onto its prey. He forced down the frenzy in his heart. He knew that when facing ordinary golden core cultivators weaker than himself, he could afford arrogance and disregard. But Su Chuan now gave him the feeling of confronting an equal. If he were careless, the consequences would be far worse than mere danger. Master Su of the Su family, your name, Ku Rong, truly suits you. Take another strike from me. This move was meant to test the suspicion in his heart. He formed hand seals in rapid succession. Gray mists roiled about him with increasing ferocity, and from the fog 3 enormous wolf apparitions, 5 or 6 zhang tall, solidified, their bodies wrapped in black lightning. Their might was terrifying. Go! The 3 giant wolves tore forward. Su Chuan smiled faintly, and turned, calling out, Fellow Taoists, stop watching. I have spent too much cultivation. Lend me a hand quickly. This is after all the territory of your 3 families. The 4 exchanged looks and immediately activated their bound artifacts to attack. Su Chuan once more flung out the Fantian seal. The seal swelled in the wind to 4 or 5 zhang across, its suppressive might pushed to the utmost, surging forth with the grandeur of a mountain and striking with brutal force. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 joined forces and successfully intercepted Song Lang Xinjuan's strike. Song Lang Xinjuan laughed. I see. Ku Rong Daoist, your divine art is strong, but it consumes tremendous cultivation. With only early golden core reserves, you cannot sustain it for long. He allowed himself a small easing of tension, as if reassured. So what if you saw through me? Su Chuan said calmly. Even joined with the Taoists of Xi and Xiu City, you will gain nothing. Your divine art is powerful, but it also drains your cultivation. Even a late golden core practitioner cannot trigger it recklessly. What if I use a treasure? Song Lang Xinjuan flipped his palm, and a dark green conical artifact materialized in his hand, its oppressive aura far surpassing the treasures held by Su Chuan, a mid-grade artifact. The Tang family's elder's face shifted again. The difference in potency between mid-grade and low-grade artifacts is immense. A golden core early with a low-grade artifact can challenge a golden core mid-stage. If Song Lang Xinjuan combined his divine art with a mid-grade artifact, they would not stand a chance. This farce should end. A figure in golden robes appeared abruptly. If a late golden core Xinjuan bullies an early golden core, and you truly seek battle, I will accompany you in a match, he declared. The newcomer was Liang Xinjuan. A golden will circled in his palm, emitting a clear ringing tone. His oppressive aura exceeded even Song Lang Xinjuan's dark green artifact. Liang Xinjuan. Song Lang Xinjuan's expression soured, full of caution. And that Taoist over there. You are from Tanlang sect as well. No need to hide to show yourself. A teal-gray beam of light descended beside Song Lang Xinjuan. It was an imposing, energetic elder with hair graying at the temples. Senior brother, Song Lang Xinjuan greeted. The elder of the Luo family's face changed. I heard Tanlang sect has more than one Xinjuan. Above Song Lang Xinjuan, there is a Tian Lang Xinjuan. Good eye Luo Taoist. That is indeed me. The Tian Lang Xinjuan radiated an imposing aura then and there. The presence of a golden core perfected cult. Liang Xinjuan's pupils contracted, he too radiated his aura, outward meeting it hidden. In an instant both men retracted their energies. Tian Lang Xinjuan turned to Su Chuan and smiled faintly. Ku Rong Taoist, your talent is enviable, so soon to bring your divine art to fruition. You may well reach perfection in time. He continued, today's incident was my junior's fault. These 3 mid-grade spirit stones shall serve as compensation for the disturbance. I will take my junior and leave. A cultivator who studies darker arts yet keeps such equanimity of spirit, unmoved by praise or insult, is true. A cultivator who studies darker arts yet keeps such equanimity of spirit, unmoved by praise or insult, is truly remarkable. He may well have the potential to ascend to the nascent soul stage. With that said, Tian Lang Xinjuan departed with Song Lang Xinjuan. Lai Yang Jinjuan watched their retreating figures and murmured by transmission, "Do not underestimate him. Qingmu Jinjuan of Tiansong sect is no match, you should be mindful." What realm is Qingmu Jinjuan at? Around the late 9th layer of golden core. Close to perfection, but to truly complete, it will still take decades. Thank you, Lai Yang Taoist. This matter is settled, oh I shall take my leave. Lai Yang Jinjuan then departed as well. Su Chuan looked to the golden core cultivators of the Yen Tang and Luo families and smiled faintly. I appreciate your aid earlier. Without it, I might not have held against Song Lang Xinjian's second formation. Ku Rong Jinjuan, you are modest. Your strength is already close to Song Lang Xinjian's. Once you reach mid-golden core you will truly be a match for him, the Luo elders. Indeed, the potency of your Ku Rong divine art surpasses Song Lang Xinjian's. The only shortfall is cultivation reserves, the Tang family's elder agreed. Since there is no further trouble, we shall take our leave so as not to hinder Ku Rong Xinjian's affairs. Agreed. Farewell, Ku Rong Jinjuan. With that they returned to their mansions. Su Chuan looked down and said, Tian Ba, take care of the two bodies. Yes, family head. Huang Tianba saluted, collected the two storage pouches and their artifacts, then snapped his fingers to conjure a spirit flame. The spirit flame split neatly in two and burned the two corpses cleanly to ashes. Today, due to my pavilion appearance, you were all beset by misfortune. I declare that purchases at my Dengxian pavilion today shall enjoy a 10% discount. Thank you, Ku Rong Jinjuan. Faces lit with joy as the crowd bowed in salute. Su Chuan inclined his head slightly, transformed into a streak of azure light, and flew toward Yunxi town. Now that's the bearing of a true Jinjuan. Indeed, Song Lang Jinjuan was tyrannical. He didn't even regard us. He would kill us without a second thought, and not spare us a frown. In the cultivation world, strength rules. Mellow and amiable golden core cultivators like Ku Rong Jinjuan are rare. What you say makes sense. We should buy more resources from Dengxian Pavilion and cultivate diligently. Daoist, are you perhaps an agent of Dengxian Pavilion? Senior brother, what do you think of Su Chuan? I provoked him as you suggested and drew him out. Tian Lang Jinjuan glanced at Song Lang Jinjuan. Are you sure it was by my plan and not personal vendetta? Had Dengxian Pavilion been ruined today, things could not be so easily settled. Wasn't senior brother there? Wouldn't Lai Yang Jinjuan have dared act, if not wary of you? Song Lang Jinjuan chuckled lightly. Do you truly think Lai Yang Jinjuan feared to act? Tian Lang Jinjuan said coolly. He was simply unwilling to bother. Though the Su family has deep ties with Tian Ling's sect, the real connection is with the immortal Feng Ling. That Su Chuan could summon him to intimidate others is exceptional. Let him spar with equals. Unless I insist on moving against Su Chuan, he will avoid unnecessary engagements. Senior brother, can you not best him? Without fighting, none can say who is stronger. But he is among Tianju's sects most promising to reach nascent soul. With that mid-grade bonded artifact he carries, he will likely be granted a top-tier artifact for protection. A single rank difference between artifacts yields enormous disparity in potency. Yet true life-or-death combat is not merely the blunt clash of treasures. Countless factors influence victory or defeat. If Tian Ling's sect ever sided with Tian Song's sect in the future, Song Lang Xinjian's face grew extremely grave. I do not believe that will be the case, Tian Lang Jinjuan said. I do not know why Tianju's sect established a branch in Tiansong Prefecture, perhaps because of Feng Ling or for other reasons. He continued, whatever their motives, they have their own plans. Unless forced, they would never entangle themselves in a war between our two sects. That's a relief. Tian Lang Jinjuan paused for a moment. As for the Su family, they are indeed not simple. After sparring with him today, I found his divine art matured, and his comprehension terrifyingly high. Yet his realm is ultimately lower than my junior's. Are you certain? What do you mean by that, senior brother? My intuition tells me Su Chuan hides much. It's hard to conclude whether today revealed his full strength. Impossible. Song Lang Jinjuan swallowed, disbelief flashing across his eyes. Whether it is the Su family or Tian Ling's sect matters less. Once he breaks in a nascent soul, taking Tian Song's sect will be no great feat. Even Tianju's sect would not be a concern. Then as Lord of Tiansong Prefecture, these clans would be at their mercy. True enough. Third-rank pills are precious. Su Chuan could not afford to swallow them lavishly. Half a day later his cultivation had fully recovered. His previous showing had of course been third-rank pills are precious. Su Chuan could not afford to swallow them lavishly. Half a day later his cultivation had fully recovered. His previous showing had of course been a performance for Song Lang and Tian Lang's engines. Though Tian Lang Jinjuan, observed from afar with spiritual sense, his surveillance was not beyond Su Chuan's notice. Given his strength, a prolonged exchange with Song Lang Jinjuan would have been manageable. He would not have exhausted over half his cultivation in a single move. In another half year, once I fully refine that Songlong treasure umbrella into my true name artifact, I will have the confidence to face Xinjians like Song Lang Heaton. I still need to craft another artifact tailored to my Ku Rong divine art. He'll have Linger consider the design. With that thought, Su Chuan went to find Su Delying. He explained the core of his divine art to her. Su Delying was astonished to learn that Su Chuan's divine art had reached fruition. Among Golden Core cultivators who had formed a divine art core, Su Chuan had perfected his in barely over 3 years, while she had not even reached a minor success yet. Su Delying felt a pang of defeat. Why so downcast? Su Chuan teased lightly. Do you think the title prodigy is undeserved? Our paths differ. There is no need for comparison. You may feel inferior in divine art when compared to grandfather, but grandfather's overall progress lags behind you. Su Diyue and Yi Fan each have their own strengths and weaknesses. Grandfather likely believes you Su family are most likely to be the first to reach a perfected goal. Su Delying reflected and then brightened. Grandfather, I understand. Play to my strengths and avoid my weaknesses. If I push my talents to the extreme, I too can be revered in this world. Su Chuan nodded with a smile. Grandfather, entrust your divine arts artifact to Linger. I will design the most suitable treasure for you. But as you said, your divine art contains the 4 truths of Ku Rong's life and death. At minimum, a mid-grade artifact will be needed. For Linger to reach the level to refine, it will take decades. Do not worry, grandfather. There is no hurry. That Songlong treasure umbrella is sufficient for you to repel foes for now. Afterwards, Su Chuan left. In the herb garden, the Ku Rong tree had been replanted. The concentrated spiritual energy within the Su clan's Dantian had little effect on the Ku Rong tree, while innate spiritual energy helped at first, it soon waned. It was better out in the open growing with Su Chuan. After more than 2 years, it had reached 5 or 6 zhang in height, flourishing with branches and leaves, approaching the period of nearly 200 years of age. In another decade or two, it might fully mature and blossom and bear fruit. Perhaps even sooner, for the deeper Su Chuan's Ku Rong intent became, the more it aided the tree's growth. News that Su Chuan had stood his ground against Song Lang Jinjuan at the early Golden Core stage, and that his divine art had reached fruition, spread across Tiansong Prefecture within days. Powers both great and small learned of it. Feng Juechen of Qingmu sect heard the news with shock and some regret, that he had chances to befriend Su Chuan, but failed to seize them. Chen Chang'e, am I lacking in discernment? No use regretting. Regret changes nothing. In cultivation, the true yardstick is one's strength. In this retreat, I must reach the 3rd layer of Golden Core. Feng Juechen had broken into the Golden Core more than 6 decades ago, and now had only just reached the pinnacle of the 2nd layer. His speed was neither swift nor slow. Among the Golden Core clans of the 7 cities of Tiansong, there are those who after 2 centuries remain stuck at the 2nd layer. Most are trapped by the mid-Golden Core bottleneck. Across the 7 cities, there are over 20 Golden Core cultivators. Only 5 have reached mid-Golden Core, and merely 1 has reached the late stage. That person is the Western Gate family's elder of Kangsu City, Shimin Shui. The Shimin family is known as the foremost noble house of the 7 cities. Counting Shimin Shui, the clan has 3 such eminent figures. During the Golden Core stage, the other 2 were both in the early stages of Golden Core. The Shimin family holds the entirety of Kangsu City, and is also the lord of Kangsu City. There are no other Golden Core families in the city. As expected of Brother Su, this level of insight is truly extraordinary. Chen Chang'e thought for a moment. In a few days, I will pay a visit to strengthen the relationship between our families. Oh, what a pity that the Su family is too sparse in terms of population, with no suitable candidates available. The Fengling fairy is unattainable, while Su Mingxian gives me the impression of a cold personality, likely focused solely on cultivation. Let's just mention it. If we can arrange a marriage, a childhood engagement would suffice. 3 days later, Chen Chang'e went to the Su family to offer his congratulations. Brother Chen, sometimes I really don't want this reputation. That Songlong true monarch has caused me trouble numerous times, and my Su family may face significant issues. Brother Su, why worry about future matters now? I believe with your wisdom and strategy, as well as the talents of other members of the Su family, any trouble can surely be resolved successfully. Thank you for your kind words. By the way, Chen Chang'e suddenly said, Brother Su, it's been quite some time since your younger sibling passed away. Have you considered finding another partner to bear, and perhaps to add some siblings for Mingxian? Huh, my wife passed away. How come I didn't know? Mingxian already has 5 siblings, isn't that enough? My Su family has already developed into the 6th generation, so it's certainly not the time for this old ancestor to serve as the breeding force. Su Chuan couldn't help but roll his eyes internally upon hearing this. After all, the setup of my Su family is that the clan faced a calamity, and I brought the talented members of the family to escape here. A large Golden Core family with such a deep foundation, yet only 6 core members, seems overly sparse to outsiders. Brother Chen, are you trying to introduce me to a partner? Haha, if Brother Su is willing, the women of the Chen family are at your disposal. The Chen family is lucky to have you as their— Su Chuan sighed lightly. No need, I'm already quite old, and have long passed the youthful age. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'e was momentarily taken aback. Is it appropriate for you to say such a thing with your appearance? Chen Tianlei also slightly opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Neither of them expected to hear such a response. Cultivators possess vitality, and as long as it's not the final years before one's demise when their essence begins to decline, they are usually capable of procreation at almost— Given Su Chuan's lifespan, even if he is still in the foundation establishment stage, he can be considered a young man. Not to mention, reaching the Golden Core at this age makes him a definite— Moreover, Su Chuan presents himself with the appearance of someone in their early 20s. Brother Su, you truly always surprise people. Shun Chang'e couldn't help but laugh. Other Golden Core ancestors, even at 400 or 500 years of age, still marry young fairies as partners. I do not compare myself to others, I wish to follow my own heart, so I shall not trouble Brother Chin to be a matchmaker. If I truly encounter a suitable fairy in the future, I will naturally take her as my partner. As for procreation, it can be taken slowly. After all, I am a Golden Core cultivator, and I have a long lifespan. That is true. Shin Chang'e had already guessed this outcome, but his main purpose was the subsequent matter. Since Brother Su is unwilling, why not arrange a marriage for the young girl Chongfei? Surely you can't refuse that, right? Ask Yi Fan and his wife, after all it's their child. That works. Su Chuan immediately sent a voice transmission. Not long after the two arrived, and Su Chuan brought up the matter. Yi Fan and Su Diyue exchanged glances, both remaining silent, not speaking immediately. Shin Chang'e said, "You two can rest assured the Qin family will offer the most outstanding young lady to Chongfei. She is the youngest daughter of Tianlei named Qin Yulian. She is 12 years old this year, possesses a soil spiritual root with a purity of 45%, and has already matured. Although still a bit green, she is undoubtedly a beauty and absolutely worthy of your Chongfei. She specializes in the gold sword techniques, and greatly admires your Su family's Fengling fairy and Hanyue fairy, vowing to take them as her role models." Listening to this introduction, Yi Fan and his wife couldn't help but laugh. "How do you both feel about this? If that's the case, let's establish a marriage pact." Su Diyue spoke. "A girl with a soil spiritual root marrying into the Su family is naturally a good thing. As a daughter of the Su family, she should also consider this. Since you say so, then it shall be so. However, regarding the marriage, let it be discussed after the two have established their foundations." "Agreed." Shin Chang's lips curled slightly. "Since we have reached an agreement, let's exchange tokens. This flying sword is perfectly suitable for the young girl, as she practices gold sword techniques." Su Chuan had a faint smile on his lips as he spoke, gently patting his storage bag. The storage bag emitted a flash of spiritual light, and then with a sound of zhong, a clear ringing broke through the air. The sound was crisp, like jade striking against jade, with a hint of metallic clang. Upon hearing it, several people felt their spirits lift, as if a sharp energy pierced through their hearts. Immediately after, a brilliant golden rainbow shot out from the storage bag, spiraling in the air, before slowly landing in front of Su Chuan. Shun Chang'e focused his gaze. This flying sword was entirely a reddish-golden color, measuring 3 feet and 6 inches in length, with a spine as upright as a solitary peak. The blade was thin and sharp, and the sunlight fell upon the sword's surface, leaving no reflection at all. There were patterns resembling feathers upon it. The sword hilt was about 6 inches long, made of the rarest reddish-gold sandalwood, and the grip featured engraved grooves for anti-slip, feeling smooth yet substantial. At the end of the hilt was embedded a crystal pearl the size of a dove's egg, amber in color with flowing light inside. Upon closer inspection, one could see an image of a reddish-golden eagle the size of a palm swirling within the pearl. This sword is called Jinghong, and is a special 2-pattern gold spiritual weapon flying sword. Su Chuan lightly brushed his fingertip across the sword body, causing it to emit a joyful light clang. It contains a spirit, and this spirit was refined using special techniques, being a latest-stage second-tier reddish-golden eagle. It can unleash the innate spells of this beast, and can also summon the spirit to fight. Upon seeing the feather patterns, Chen Tianlei asked, "Was this made by the Fengling fairy herself?" Su Chuan smiled faintly. After injecting some spiritual energy, the feather patterns transformed into the ancient character Ling, and after withdrawing the energy, they turned back into feathers. This weapon will suffice for the young girl until she reaches the golden core stage. Its strongest power is close to that of a 3-pattern weapon. In a few days you should bring her over, and I will set a restriction using her blood. Only when she reaches the corresponding cultivation level will she be able to unlock part of its powers. I plan to set about 5 layers of restrictions, 1 for the late stage of Qi refining, 1 for the 9th level of Qi refining, and 1 for the middle stage of foundation establishment. By the time she reaches the late stage of foundation establishment, she will barely be able to utilize the complete weapon. Comparable to a 3-pattern weapon, this is too precious. I cannot accept it. Shin Chang'e said. Shin Tianlei felt that this was several times more precious than his own gluttonous shield. Brother Qin, your Qin family is willing to marry a daughter with a soil spiritual root. Though this weapon is precious compared to that, it is nothing, and in the end, she will still marry into my Su family, will she not? Shin Chang'e was momentarily stunned, then burst out laughing. That's true. The good water should not flow to others' fields. Brother Qin, rest assured, when the 2 young ones marry, my Su family's betrothal gifts will not be lacking. After all, her grandfather is Su Mingxian, her aunt is the Fengling fairy, and her great-grandfather is me, the Kurigane, true monarch. The marriage for Su Chongfei was directly settled. A few days later, Qin Yulian came over under the guidance of Qin Tianlei. Besides, Yi Fan and his wife Su Diyue and Su Mingxian also emerged from their seclusion to meet their future niece and granddaughter. Qin Yulian felt a bit shy since she was meeting the fairies she had admired since childhood. Su Chuan and the others nodded in satisfaction. She was indeed a beauty. Su Chongfei looked at Qin Yulian, his eyes lighting up. Dad, Mom, is this young lady the future partner you mentioned to me? That's right, Yi Fan said. Su Chongfei stepped forward to examine her closely, muttering softly. She lacks the ethereal quality of my mother and the regal demeanor of my aunt. Then he turned to Yifan and asked, Dad, can you find me another partner? You little rascal, what nonsense are you talking about? Yifan scolded with a laugh. Are you hoping for me to find you a true immortal as your partner? His mumbling was naturally overheard by everyone, causing them to stifle their laugh. Isn't that the case? Su Chongfei frowned. What a hassle. I don't want a partner anymore. Looks like you need a beating. Yifan raised his hand as if to smack his head. Su Chongfei skillfully dodged behind Su Diyue. Upon seeing Su Diyue's expression, Yifan grinned and lowered it. This is how the strong overcome the weak. You look down on me, yet I don't look down on you either. Chen Yulian said with pride. What abilities do you have to be my partner? The Hanyue fairy and your father are both renowned geniuses, but what about you? I, Chen Yulian, will only marry a genius. Yulian, don't speak carelessly. Chen Tianlei was quite fond of her due to her talent and aptitude. In the Chun family, she was treated like a little princess, and upon hearing this, he scolded her with a stern face. If this marriage were to fall through, Chen Chang'e would surely have to deal with a few pounds of his flesh. Su Chongfei made a face at Chen Yulian. The 7 to 80-year-old boy is at the most mischievous age. Meanwhile, Su Diyue, Yifan, and Su Mingxian often immerse themselves in cultivation, thus Su Chongfei has become somewhat of a little tyrant in the Su family. After all, he is the only visible heir. He puffed out his chest and declared, My dad and mom are geniuses, my aunt is the #1 genius, my grandfather is a genius, and my great-grandfather is also a genius, so naturally, I am a genius too. Genius isn't inherited, it requires one to rely on their own strength to break through, gaining the recognition of others. I will break through, I will definitely be a genius in the future. Su Chongfei stated. I am a genius, Chen Yulian said defiantly. The two immediately began to bicker back and forth. Su Chuan shook his head, took out Jinghong, pointed his finger to draw a drop of Chen Yulian's blood, and then set a seal restriction on the Jinghong sword. In the hall, the sound of the sword ringing resonated continuously. The two were immediately captivated by this scene. After a short while, Su Chuan pushed the sword in front of Chen Tianlei said, Yulian, don't forget to thank the Kurigane, true monarch. Thank you, true monarch. Chen Yulian bowed in gratitude. Great-grandfather, don't be foolish, to focus on your cultivation. Oh, the token given by the Chen family is a family heirloom jade, a 3rd-tier Qingling jade, which can help one calm their mind and concentrate further. Not long after Chen Tianlei took his leave, Su Chongfei followed Yifan and his wife back to their courtyard. Only Su Chuan, Su Mingxian, and Su Diyue remained. Grandfather, I find that the girl named Yulian is quite interesting. Both are proud individuals, there will be much to refine in their relationship. Su Diyue smiled slightly. It's either the east wind suppressing the west wind, or the west wind suppressing the east wind. Father, you are indeed succinct. Descendants have their own fortune, even if they do not end up together, it is still their fate. Su Chuan smiled faintly. However, while genius cannot be inherited, our family's Chongfei is destined to be a genius. Upon hearing this, Su Diyue and Su Mingxian both smiled slightly. The events triggered by Su Chuan's mastery did not end there. The Mo family of Yuzhu sent an invitation to Su Chuan, inviting him to participate in the Yuzhu Secret Realm expedition on the 3rd day of the 3rd month of the following year. Su Chuan learned after some inquiry that the Mo family of Yuzhu actually owns an ancient secret realm. This secret realm is rich in spiritual wood resources, and there are even 3rd-tier, 4th-tier, and even 5th-tier spiritual woods. However, none of these resources are free. One must pass assessments to take away spiritual wood of corresponding grades. Additionally, there is also an ancient sect inheritance within the secret realm, but according to the agreement with the Mo family, entrants cannot disclose information about this inheritance. Therefore, Su Chuan couldn't learn more about it. When it comes to ancient sects, even if he wanted to predict, it would be quite difficult. This secret realm opens once every 100. The Mo family will invite many forces from Tiansong Prefecture, 1 place for Foundation Establishment forces, 3 places for Golden Core forces, and 7 places for Nascent Soul forces. Almost all forces above the Golden Core will be invited, but for Foundation Establishment forces, only families that the Mo family values will be invited. Most Foundation Establishment families will find it impossible to gain entry. Years ago, the Yuzhu secret realm was quite attractive, and the Tiansong sect had its eyes on it. However, upon learning about the internal situation and having truly entered, the Tiansong sect gave up. This secret realm only allows those at the early stage of Golden Core and below to enter. It contains a vast amount of spiritual wood resources, but all must be obtained through assessments, which are overseen by a 4th-tier living being that no one can act recklessly around. Most Foundation Establishment entrants can only obtain 2nd-tier spiritual wood. 3rd-tier spiritual wood has only been acquired by the Foundation Establishment geniuses of the Tiansong sect. It is speculated that one must at least comprehend 4 to 50% of the divine abilities to have a chance at obtaining spiritual wood above the 3rd tier. The difficulty for the Golden Core stage seems to be considerable as well. They almost all obtain only 3rd-tier spiritual wood, and no one has ever acquired 4th-tier spiritual wood. Moreover, the assessment area for the ancient inheritance is also quite apparent, offering clear guidance. As long as one has strength, they can obtain part of the inheritance by passing. However, regrettably, since the Mo family discovered it, no one has ever obtained the inheritance. Inviting me. Is it customary, or do they think my combat power is remarkable? Chuan had his doubts in his heart, but he was indeed interested in this secret realm and wanted to see it for himself. The ancient secret realm not only holds inheritances and opportunities, but may also conceal ancient secrets. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it was the third day of the third month of the next year. Those who received invitations from the Mo family arrived one after another. Jinjuan, you have arrived as well. The Yin family patriarch greeted Chuan as he stepped forward. I knew the Mo family would invite you to this Yuzhu secret realm. Fellow Taoist Yin. Jinjuan. Many golden core cultivators gathered to offer their salutations. Chuan replied to each with measured courtesy. Besides the golden core cultivators, there were many foundation establishment prodigies who had perfected their foundation. Most of the foundation establishment geniuses who attended the Tianzhao gathering could be seen here: Yin Quangtu, Yin Han Lu Yuetsong Daoling, Shi Tianqing Lei Chaojin, and others. Foundation establishment prodigies typically accompanied the golden core cultivators. Jinjuan have the noble Yi Fan and the fairy Han Yue of the aristocracy not yet arrived. Luo Yinshan of the Luo family from Xian Su City asked. He was a younger golden core cultivator Chuan had seen before. With their strength, obtaining some rare third-rank spirit, which should not be difficult. After learning of the situation in the Yuzhu secret realm, Chuan hesitated and decided it would be better not to bring them. Their renown was already sufficient. What he needed now was quiet cultivation, gradually fading from the public eye. Chuan himself was curious about the ancient inheritance within the secret realm, which was why he had come to take a look. They are secluded in cultivation and presently cannot be disturbed. Indeed, compared with forming the golden core, the opportunities in the Yuzhu secret realm are optional for them. The Su family is not short of third-rank resources. How could we lack third-rank resources? That is precisely why I came, Chuan said with a light laugh. At that moment, a foundation establishment cultivator wearing pale cyan, his chest emblazoned with an emerald jade bamboo, approached and bowed to Chuan. Jinjuan elder, our Mo family patriarch, invites you to come and speak with him. Chuan's eyes flickered. He addressed those around him. Fellow Taoists, the Mo family patriarch requests my presence. I shall pay a visit. You are free to go about your affair, as is proper. Chuan followed the Mo family disciple away. Luo Wanshan asked fellow Taoist, Yin, why would the Mo patriarch invite Jinjuan? For what other reason but to seek his help? A golden core cultivator who in the early golden core stage has brought his divine art to consummation. What fearsome power that implies. He is likely the most promising candidate in 1,000 years of Tiansong Prefecture to pass the trial and enter the inheritance site. Rumors said the Mo family's ancestor rose to prominence because he obtained a portion of that inheritance, though what he gained was probably only a fragment, a small part. At first, the Mo family kept the existence of the Yuzhu secret realm secret. It was only 500 years ago that they invited Tiansong's forces to join them in attempting to conquer it. Alas, the inheritance's prerequisites were too demanding. After 2 or 3 attempts, not a single person met the requirements. Not one could pass, even the first gate. The Yin family patriarch sighed softly. With Jinjuan hear this, might well be Mo family's closest chance yet. It would seem so. Chuan stepped out through the Mo residence's side gate and was immediately immersed in a refreshing expanse of verdant green. Beneath their feet wound a path of bluish stone steps flanked by dense bamboo. Dappled sunlight filtered through the leaf gaps, weaving mottled shadows upon the A gentle breeze stirred the bamboo leaves, producing a soft rustle that carried a faint calming bamboo scent. Even the breath felt cleansed, the heart soothed. As they ascended the steps, the bamboo sea grew ever deeper. Everywhere the hills were covered in jade bamboo, each tall and slender. The tallest rose more than 10 zhang, its nodes distinct, the culm smooth as jade, emitting a warm sheen beneath the light. The Mo disciple explained, Jinjuan, please look, those jade bamboos of brilliant green like sculpted jade are several decades old and qualify as first-rank spirit bamboo. Chuan swept his spiritual sense and found some bamboo of a grayish green. Those gray-green bamboos must be second-rank spirit bamboo. Jinjuan has a keen eye. Why are there no third-rank spirit bamboo? I scanned for miles and could not find any. Third-rank spirit bamboo appear a deep ink color like carved ink jade. They are exceedingly rare and have all been transplanted by the Mo family to a single place for easier protection. Of course, third-rank spirit bamboo are precious and will certainly be guarded by a grand formation. The Mo disciple smiled faintly and said no more. To possess such a stretch of spirit bamboo confirmed the Mo family's formidable strength. Their foundation must be deeper than even the 3 clans, Chuan thought privately. After the burning of an incense stick, the 2 of them passed through a veil of mist and arrived at a grove of ink jade bamboo. Though not plentiful, the ink jade bamboo here numbered in the hundreds. A single ink jade bamboo, if used in refinement, and if each attempt succeeded, could supply enough material to forge more than 10 2-pattern magic devices. Paired with other third-rank ingredients, it might even yield a true magical treasure. This foundation alone surpassed the Su family. No wonder they are a top golden core lineage of 1,000 years. Chuan had learned that the Mo family had risen some 1500 years ago, 3 centuries earlier than the Lei family of Baiyun Mountain. Families with such depth were likely candidates to become nascent soul lineages. At the last Tianjiao gathering, the Lei family produced Lei Chaojian. The Mo family sent no disciple. Do they truly lack geniuses? Or were they simply low profile? If the latter were true, the Mo family might be close to becoming a nascent soul lineage, and therefore wished to avoid attention. The Su family had been similarly restrained. Before Chuan formed his golden core, they maintained the utmost discretion. Only after formation did they begin to expand. Although the Tsang family has existed longer, it may be in decline, and perhaps overall weaker than the Mo family. Ahead stood a bamboo house crafted entirely of jade bamboo, the bamboo walls smoothed and polished to a muted sheen, the roof tiled with bamboo shingles, eaves slightly upturned, imparting quiet elegance. Under the rock eave before the house hung 3 purple gold wind chimes, each carved with entwined lotus patterns. When the wind moved them, they emitted a clear, gentle tinkle, not harsh but adding to the sense of peace, as if wiping away worldly vexations. To the left of the bamboo house lay a pool of water, so clear its bottom was visible, and the ink jade bamboo's reflection stood in the depths. Fine bluish stones paved the pond floor, occasional spirit fish drifted by stirring concentric ripples. By the bank grew several unknown spirit herbs with verdant leaves. In front of the house an open space held a square bluestone table, its surface worn smooth by time. 3 or 4 stone stools stood nearby, their surfaces warm with age. This area is covered for miles by mist that blocks spiritual sense, and is further protected by an array shield. It must be the Mo family's core domain. Jinjuan the patriarch is inside, while I will wait outside beyond the array. Chuan inclined his head slightly, and followed the pebble path toward the bamboo house. As he reached the doorway, the bamboo door swung open on its own. Kurong Daoist's arrival truly brightens this humble bamboo cottage, a voice said, words that struck a faint familiarity. Chuan entered and saw a white-haired youth seated in the east corner on a gray meditation cushion. A tea table stood before him with 2 ink jade teacups upon it. The cup opposite was clearly prepared for Chuan. Greetings, Mo Daoist. Chuan cupped his fist in salute, then discreetly sent out his spiritual sense, yet could not pierce the other's cultivation veil to discern his level. Kurong Daoist, please sit. I have been awaiting you a long time. Thank you. Chuan accepted and sat on the cushion opposite. Kurong Daoist, you possess tremendous fortune. Even among golden core cultivators who have attained consummation of their divine art, few match your foundation. If one were to draw comparisons, perhaps only the ancient prodigies could stand alongside you. Mo Daoist, you flatter me. How could I compare to ancient prodigies? I simply happened to comprehend a path that came easily to me, and thus by fortune reached consummation. Chuan demurred. The white-haired youth's eyes bore the wear of years. He smiled faintly. This tea is fine. Kurong Daoist should taste it. Chuan raised the cup and sipped. His eyes brightened. A good tea with a subtle bamboo fragrance. It is brewed from morning dew gathered from this ink jade bamboo grove, and the tender top leaves of the ink jade bamboo. Each drop of dew contains a sliver of morning purple chi. 10 years are required to gather a teacup's worth. Those topmost young leaves appear at 30-year intervals per stalk, and contain especially pure spiritual energy. Mo Daoist uses such precious tea to receive me. Your request must be considerable. Chuan set the cup down and spoke evenly. For your divine art it is but a small courtesy, the white-haired youth replied. Speak plainly, Mo Daoist. Praise is pleasant, but whether a thing can be done is another matter. Within the Yuzhu secret realm, there stands a 10th sandier Xingshan tree. I wish to borrow its heartwood for a time, and hope Kurong Daoist might assist me in that. A Xingshan tree. Such a rare spirit tree exists in the realm. Chuan was taken aback. Even in ancient times such a tree was exceedingly precious, let alone a 10th sandier specimen. And its very heartwood. He paused to consider, then added, such a spirit tree must make the trials extraordinarily difficult to pass. Indeed it is difficult, but I sense Kurong Daoist's desire is great. You know well the function of this wood, if you obtain it the ownership will remain yours. I merely wish to borrow it. Should you agree, I will tell you everything I know about the secret realm. Compare with information about the realm, I would rather know, Mo Daoist, what your own cultivation level is. Upon hearing that Mo wished to borrow the tree heart, Chuan formed his suspicions. Kurong Daoist is hardly slow to perceive, the white-haired youth replied calmly, an inscrutable aura about him. People say Tiansong Prefecture is weakened. Only one Jinjuan of consummated divine arts remains in Tiansong sect. Yet I did not expect the Mo family so low profile to hide a Zenjin-level powerhouse at the Golden Core perfected tier, one capable of challenging nascent soul. If the patriarch were willing to reveal himself, the Mo family's strength could easily double. Kurong Daoist, do you think now is the time for such boldness? The white-haired youth looked at Chuan with steady eyes. High profile indeed brings great gains, but the attendant risks may be beyond what you or your family can bear. Let me tell you a story. There once was a youth who chanced upon cultivation, joined a sect, and later left to walk the path of a solitary cultivator. He obtained an inheritance, and his aptitude was not poor. After a century of bitter cultivation, he achieved the road to golden core consummation. He created a formidable reputation, married, and built a family. Within 2 or 3 centuries the family flourished, and 2 golden core cultivators were born, and then another 100 years passed. He reached consummation of his divine art and rounded golden core, myriad cultivators came to pay respects, and he was hailed as the most likely to ascend to nascent soul in that region. Soon he learned from a friend that a certain secret realm harbored a device to assist in forming a nascent soul, and he set out with that friend at once. Kurong Daoist, do you know what became of him afterward? Chuan pondered briefly, and said Daoist suggests he met his end. Exactly. In the realm the friend bared his fangs, and by treachery dealt a grievous blow, and in concert with others slew him. That betrayer was our family ancestor. The other conspirator was the Shi family's progenitor, who is now the senior elder of Tiansong sect. The white-haired youth continued, Chuan, your family's present situation may differ in detail, but the resemblance is striking. With you as Kurong Jinjuan, with Fairy Fengling, and with the backing of Tianzhu sect, the Su family, if it cultivates steadily, could surpass Tiansong sect. Although your current line is thin, in a century or 2 talent will surely emerge, making the Su family one of the foremost golden core powers in Tiansong prefecture. Do you truly believe Tiansong sect would tolerate your rise unopposed? Chuan fell silent. The white-haired youth paused, then added, today the situation in Tiansong is different. The Tanling sect lurks like a tiger watching its prey. Tiansong sect will not recklessly destroy its own foundations by pushing away future potential power. But if one day that threat is gone, you Su family must be cautious. Thank you for the warning, Daoist. I understand. Whether Tiansong sect remains dominant or Tanling sect rises, these great houses will always press down upon us lesser lineages. It is well that Kurong Daoist understands. The white-haired youth smiled faintly. But why such candor, Daoist? A mere request to borrow and assist. Would that alone send me to face a trial that might be perilous? If Kurong Daoist obtains the heartwood of the 10th Sandier Xingshan tree and lends it to me for my tribulation transcendence, then when I succeed in crossing my tribulation, I will shelter the Su family within my capacity 3 times. If in the future the Su family faces extermination, I will ensure its seed remains. What is the inheritance within the Yuzhu secret realm? Chuan asked. It is called Wanxiang Kimen, an ancient top-tier sect second only to the Sanctum. It specializes in the way of puppetry, the golems, and constructs it forges number in myriad forms, and hold boundless mysteries. The difficulty is extreme. There are 3 gates. With your early golden core consummation of divine art, you might clear 2 gates and obtain a portion of the inheritance. Daoist knows such detail. Have you yourself passed a gate? To be frank, yes. The trial cave is not hard to find. If you wish to try, ask around lightly, and you will learn the way. I will say no more. If you have other questions, I can answer them. No matter how affable the patriarch appeared, one could not be certain of the human heart. He now stood in need of something from Chuan. Even the humblest entreaty could become lethal if it promised a path to nascent soul. The 10th Sandier Xingshan tree's heartwood should confer resistance to inner demons comparable to a mid-grade calamity transcending pill. Its significance to the Su family's future was evident upon hearing of it. Chuan could not let the opportunity slip. Materials for the calamity transcending pill were nearly extinct. Even top nascent soul powers found it hard to assemble them. But a complete Xingshan tree would yield a continual supply of heartwood. In another's hands the heartwood could be used only once. But Chuan, master of the Kurong Dao, could ensure the tree's life as long as he refrained from removing the heartwood entirely. By that means he could preserve it indefinitely. Then by slowly nurturing in the Su clan's heavenly cave, one can surely recover to their original state. With the secret art of the 5 Elements Transformation Sutra combined with the heart of the 10,000-year awakening tree, the future offspring of the Su family will have at least a 1.5 times higher chance of birthing a golden core. This is already a probability of birthing a golden core that many top sect disciples dream of. Even among the top talents attending the Talented One's grand assembly, their chances of birthing a golden core are only between half to 1 times, so an additional half is indeed a significant opportunity. As for the complete secret art within the 5 Elements Transformation Sutra, only those with an innate 5 Elements spiritual body can cultivate it, ensuring a 3 times chance of birthing a golden core. According to the family tree's hints, as long as the Su family continues to develop, it is possible that in a future generation a genius with such qualifications will be born, maximizing the potential of the 5 Elements Transformation Sutra. If such a physique were to be born in ancient times, they would undoubtedly be a candidate for the saint son of a holy land. After pondering for a moment, Chuan looked up at the ancestor of the Mo family and said, the conditions proposed by you Daoist Mo are insufficient. If I were to truly acquire the heart of the 10,000-year awakening tree, you must vow that after birthing a golden core, you will not take the initiative to strike against my Su family. Furthermore, you will not disclose any information regarding the heart of the awakening tree. As for protection, I will convert it into 3 favors, and as long as it does not endanger the Mo family or threaten my own life, I will undertake 3 tasks for the Su family without charge. Of course, if you find it unreasonable, you may refuse, but you cannot refuse intentionally. Otherwise, in the future, your inner demons will entangle you, making it difficult to advance in your cultivation. As for protecting the roots of my Sioux family, that is unnecessary. If one day the Sioux family truly faces a crisis of extermination, I will have my own measures. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the Mo family fell into thought, and after a moment nodded. All right, I can vow now, but unless you hand over the heart of the 10,000-year awakening tree to me, the vow will not hold. That is natural. Following this, both of them took the oath together. If Chuan's conditions were too harsh, it would be very difficult for the ancestor of the Mo family to agree. Even if they reluctantly agreed, there would still be lingering resentment in their hearts, which would not be beneficial in the future. Then this time I will trouble you, Taoist Su. Chuan nodded and asked, is there anyone else aware of the matter regarding the 10,000-year awakening tree? The ancestor of the Mo family smiled lightly and said, Taoist Kuro, rest assured, only I know, and even within the clan no one else is aware. Unless someone has the opportunity to obtain this tree, I would not inform them. Then I can rest easy. If there were others who knew beforehand, I would require them all to take an oath before I could feel somewhat at ease, otherwise I would certainly have trouble sleeping. After all, once the news leaks, my Sioux family will immediately attract a calamity. I understand your concerns, Taoist Kuro. I share the same worries, which is why I did not disclose it to anyone in the clan. In today's era, it is not like ancient times where birthing a golden core was simple. To gain this opportunity, all the golden core experts in the entire Northwest region would. Taoist Mo, your actions are prudent. It seems we will have quite a few common topics to discuss in the future. Haha, I feel the same way. The ancestor of the Mo family said I had heard of your reputation before and thought you were a person of arrogance. Now that I see you, it is indeed my own prejudice. Your earlier reminder was clearly unnecessary. The ancestor of the Mo family glanced out the window and continued, Taoist Kuro, it is getting late. In half an hour it will be time to open the secret realm. This is the inner disciple token of the Wanxiang puppet manor. Presenting this token will allow the guardian puppets to take you to the location of the 10,000-year awakening tree. Otherwise it would be nearly impossible to find it on your own. Thank you, then I will take my leave. Chuan finished the spiritual tea in one gulp and said with a faint smile, this tea is quite good. Is that so? Then next time we meet, I will send you away with 10 pounds. You are too kind, Taoist Mo. Chuan turned and left the bamboo house, departing with the disciples of the Mo family. What a wonderful person. If there are no significant changes, the Su family under his leadership is likely to reach the pinnacle of the Tiansong manor. I hope to gain something this time, as I cannot wait another 100 years. Regardless of success or failure in the next 10 years, the ancestor of the Mo family will definitely strive for the nascent soul. This is not just about lifespan, but also due to the current situation in the Tiansong manor. The ancestor of the Mo family withdrew his gaze, closed his eyes, and silently meditated. Back at the manor, the ancestors of the Yin family and Luo Yunshan both inquired about Chuan's situation. The ancestor of the Mo family has not met outsiders for 200 years. Taoist Kuro truly deserves to be a prodigy who achieved great powers in the early stages of the Golden Core. Even the ancestor of the Mo family could not help but want to meet him. Taoist Yin, you flatter me, it was just a casual meeting over tea. Chuan said this, and the ancestors of the Yin family and Luo Yunshan naturally could not. After all, they could only be considered acquaintances. As for a casual meeting over tea, any Golden Core cultivator would not think so. If it were an ordinary Golden Core, they might think so at other times. Those at the Golden Core stage in the Yuzhu secret realm would certainly know better, except for new Golden Core cultivators like Chuan. The stronger the combat power, the more precious the spiritual wood obtained. Half an hour later, a latest-stage Golden Core cultivator from the Mo family led everyone to the location of the secret realm and then took out a token to open the secret realm. This token is undoubtedly related to the Wanxiang puppet manor, otherwise it would be impossible to sense the location of the secret realm. If the authority were higher, one might not even need to wait 100 years to enter. Looking at the entrance of the secret realm opening, the latest-stage Golden Core cultivator from the Mo family surveyed the crowd and said, although most of the friends present have entered before, I still want to remind you again. This secret realm will only be open for 7 days. If you obtain satisfactory items, it is best to leave early. If you exceed the time, the entrance to the secret realm will close, and you may not have another opportunity to exit. At least that has been the case in the past. Alright, I have said all I needed to say. Please enter the secret realm, everyone. One by one, the Golden Core cultivators rushed into the dark entrance that reached several zhang high in the air, followed by the Foundation Establishment cultivators. For them, entering the secret realm this time was purely to harvest spiritual wood. The Foundation Establishment geniuses were there to test their own combat power, and perhaps in a swirl of motion, Chuan appeared in an open space, surrounded by many people. Unlike the random teleportation rules of the Songlong secret realm, Taoist Kuro, the challenge for the Inheritance Cave is to the east, while the acquisition of spiritual wood is to the west. The ancestor of the Yin family reminded, which direction does Taoist intend to go first? Let's go check the spiritual wood first, Chuan said. Then why not go together? On the way I will explain the rules for obtaining spiritual wood to you. I will trouble you, Taoist Yin. The two soared into the air, transforming into two streaks of light, and heading west, while the others scattered, some heading east, and some in the blink of an eye, everyone scattered like flowing light. By the way, Taoist Yin, I am curious. You mentioned that the east and west are where the secret realm's opportunities lie. What about the south and north? To the north there is a black mountain with heavy restrictions. To this day, no one has been able to pass through. To the south, however, is a vast forest with many spiritual herbs present, but there are also many third-tier mid-level demon beasts. If encountered, do not mention Foundation establishment, even we might not be able to ensure our lives. However, those demon beasts will not leave the forest, so as long as one does not provoke them it will be fine. I see Chuan nodded. Taoist, Yin, may I ask how to obtain spiritual wood in the west? The west is also a vast forest, but unlike the south the entire forest is shrouded in mist that blocks divine sense, making large-scale exploration impossible. Within there are many rare spiritual woods, most of which are protected by restrictions. Simply touching them will teleport you to a certain space. Passing the challenges there will allow you to return and take the spiritual wood. If it is a spiritual wood without restrictions it can be taken freely. Of course their value is not high, mostly first-tier spiritual woods, or very ordinary second-tier spiritual, so that's how it is, Chuan murmured. As for the inheritance cave, you just need to fly straight east from where we were teleported in. At our speed we can see a mountain several thousand zhang high in about a jaw stick of time. The foot of the mountain is where the inheritance cave is located, built into the mountain, and there are guards at the entrance. Once you step into a certain range the guards will awaken and pull you into a similar combat space. Only after passing can you enter the cave. The assessment at the cave entrance is not particularly dangerous, one can concede, but the challenges inside should be life and death tests. It is said that those who enter have never returned alive. Taoist Kuro, you must carefully weigh this matter. Chuan nodded slightly. By the way, speaking of the guards, there are also powerful beings in the west comparable to the nascent soul. Taoist, do remember not to provoke them. I understand, Chuan replied. The two continued flying, and after a jaw stick of time, they finally saw the mist-shrouded forest. There stood a guard about a zhang tall, clad in thick battle armor with a sword in each hand at the edge of the forest. Taoist, Yin, thank you for your guidance on this trip. We shall part ways now, I have personal matters, and it's inconvenient to travel with others. Understood. The ancestor of the Yin family stroked his white beard, smiled slightly, and then entered the misty forest alone. Chuan waited for a moment, seeing that there was no one within a radius of several dozen miles, and approached the armored guard presenting the inner disciple token of the Wanxiang. I wish to seek the 10,000-year awakening tree. The armored guard, like a statue, turned to look at Chuan. In the next moment, with a flip of his hand, a lifelike spotted dog, over 2 feet tall, appeared in his palm. I wish to seek the 10,000-year awakening tree. The armored guard, like a statue, turned to look at Chuan. In the next moment, with a flip of his hand, a lifelike Thank you. Chuan cupped his hands to the armored guard, and then followed the spotted dog deeper into the forest. The puppet path of the Wanxiang puppet manor is indeed wondrous, almost like a living being. If I can obtain the inheritance of puppet making, it can help me share some of the tasks of cultivating spiritual herbs, or even more. After obtaining the awakening tree, I will also check out the inheritance cave. If the ancestor of the Mo family can pass the first test, I should be able to as well. It will depend on the difficulty of the first test. Chuan followed the spotted dog deeper into the forest. After more than 2 hours, the spotted dog suddenly let out a howl. Chuan focused his gaze and saw not far away the faint mist dispersing to reveal a tree over 5 or 6 zhang tall, which would require several people to embrace. Arriving beneath the tree, the aura it emitted made Chuan feel a refreshing sensation. His mind gradually cleared as if all the gloom had been swept away. The 10,000-year awakening tree. A glimmer of fervor flashed in Chuan's eyes. He raised his palm, hesitating slightly before finally touching the restrictions surrounding the awakening tree. A white light flashed, and he disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was in a closed square space with a radius of several miles and a height of 100 meters. At the edges, a semi-transparent pale yellow light curtain flickered. Moments later, a mechanical voice echoed in the air. The challenger holds the inner disciple token of the Wanxiang puppet manor, thus following the challenge standards for inner disciples. Upon hearing this, Chuan felt a sense of foreboding. Shouldn't there be disciple benefits? Why does it sound like the standards have been raised? The challenge level is 5th tier. After 10 breaths, a puppet comparable to a 7th layer golden core will be dispatched. This puppet is formidable, with physical defenses comparable to low-grade magical treasures, and can instantly unleash top-tier fire spells of the 1st tier. Please prepare, challenger. 987. What the hell? Chuan's heart raced like 10,000 horses galloping, unsure of how to respond. Without the inner disciple token, it would be nearly impossible to find the 10,000-year awakening tree within 7 days by chance, while having the disciple token would only increase the challenge's difficulty. Chuan took a deep breath, a flash of blue light appearing in his hand, as a short staff-like treasure adorned with dark golden dragon patterns appeared. It was the high-grade treasure, that Songlong umbrella, which he had refined just months ago. As he raised his hand, that Songlong umbrella opened, resembling a regal canopy, exuding an imposing aura. The umbrella surface was woven from celestial silkworm threads, mixed with dragon scales, dark blue in color, with 36 black jade beads hanging from the edges. When attacked, the black jade beads would emit a blue glow, forming a phantom of the Songlong. The 28 ribs of the umbrella were entirely silver, each one a flying sword crafted in a single pattern style, about 3 feet long, capable of being activated with a hand gesture, causing silver rainbows to dance and form the Songlong sword array. Once the sword array was formed, the dragon's might spread, and the sword energy surged, possessing immense power. However, it consumed a great deal of mana. It was difficult to activate unless one reached the perfected golden core stage, and only those with strong divine senses, adept at controlling multiple divine senses, could use it freely. Chuan felt that with his current mana quality, he would need to reach the late golden core stage to support the Songlong sword array for an attack. His divine sense would need to break through to the nascent soul level to be easily controlled, allowing for effortless sending and receiving. According to the records in the Wood Emperor Sutra, if the power of this treasure were fully unleashed, it could rival an attack from an early-stage nascent soul. Of course, it could only withstand for a while. Once the mana was exhausted, it would be no match for a nascent soul cultivator. 3, 2, 1. The countdown ceased. A flash of white light erupted, and a human-shaped puppet about a zhang tall suddenly materialized 100 meters away. Its body was crafted from an unknown pale silver spiritual wood, appearing as though clad in silver armor, exuding a chilling sheen. Its surface was covered in fine patterns, and one could faintly feel the flow of spiritual energy. As soon as the puppet appeared, it seemed to lock onto Chuan, its fists clenched tightly, with a crisp clicking sound coming from its joints. In the next second, it transformed into a silver arrow piercing through the air, with a sharp whistle heading straight for Chuan's face. Such speed not a bit inferior to a latest-stage golden core cultivator. Chuan's eyes narrowed, and he gently spun the Songlong umbrella in his hand. The dark blue umbrella surface emitted a blue glow, the 36 black jade beads lighting up together, forming a thick protective shield, with a phantom of the Songlong appearing and emitting a fierce sonic wave. Bang! The silver glow puppet's fist struck the protective shield, producing a deep, thundering sound. Its formidable strength caused the azure protective barrier to tremble violently. Indeed, the attack was comparable to that of a golden core cultivator at the 7th layer. However, the Songlong treasure umbrella's defense was akin to that of a top-grade magical artifact, and it could not be easily breached by mere assaults from a latest-stage golden core practitioner. Of course, Chuan would not allow the silver glow puppet to attack freely. After all, the puppet's attacks did not consume any spiritual power. Chuan raised his right hand, and the magical artifact, the Fan Tian seal, flew out from his storage bag, expanding to a size of several meters in the wind, like a small mountain crashing down towards the puppet. Seeing this, the puppet slightly raised its left arm, and the patterns on its body suddenly lit up instantly, unleashing 9 top-tier, first-level fire spells, Crimson Flame bullets. 9 fist-sized Crimson Flame bullets shot out with scorching heat, colliding directly with the Fan Tian seal. With a loud bang, the Crimson Flame bullets exploded, sending a wave of heat sweeping around. Although the Fan Tian seal was momentarily hindered, it still smashed towards the puppet. The puppet dodged to the side to avoid the Fan Tian seal, sweeping its right leg towards Chuan, unleashing a fierce gust of wind. Chuan pointed his toes, retreating, while holding the umbrella, his white robes fluttering in the wind. At the same time, he formed a hand seal with his right hand, causing the Fan Tian seal to return and fly above the puppet. Suppress! Chuan shouted sharply. A terrifying pressure as heavy as a mountain suddenly descended, carrying a sealing force that made the puppet's body sink heavily, its legs bending slightly. In that fleeting moment, Chuan's figure flickered like an afterimage, swiftly arriving in front of the puppet. At that moment, the Songlong treasure umbrella had already been restored to its short staff form, gripped in his hand. He let his wrist drop, wielding this top-grade magical artifact like an ordinary wooden stick, and with immense spiritual power, he struck fiercely at the silver glow puppets. With a muffled thud, the staffs and struck the puppet's head accurately, causing the puppet's entire body to flicker intensely with silver light, its head slightly askew, making its massive body stagger back 2 steps. The puppet's body is indeed remarkable. If it were a cultivator's flesh body, it would have been smashed into a blood mist long ago. After successfully landing a hit, Chuan did not dare to linger in battle, and quickly retreated, creating a distance of several dozen meters. Though the silver glow puppet was staggered by the hit, it showed no signs of hesitation. Surrounded by flickering silver light, it gradually adapted to the immense pressure and sealing force of the Fan Tian seal above. Although its speed was still reduced by 2 to 3 times compared to before, each step it took produced a heavy thud, yet it managed to stabilize itself and charged fiercely toward. Fortunately, this puppet only possesses combat instincts. If it had intelligence, it would first break the binding of the Fan Tian seal above and restore its previous speed, I would then be at a disadvantage. Seeing this scene, Chuan thought silently, while once again opening the Songlong treasure umbrella. The dark blue umbrella brim glowed with azure light, and 36 black jade beads lit up, forming a thick light shield once more. Bang! 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 The puppet landed 3 consecutive punches on the light shield, the force of its fists incredibly fierce, causing the shield to tremble. Chuan used the momentum to fly backward, his figure darting out several dozen meters like a kite with its string cut, but the puppet continued to closely pursue him, relentlessly pressing forward without giving him a moment's respite. Ow! Su Chuan whispered, forming a hand seal with his right hand. The 9 ribs of the Canglong treasure umbrella emitted a ringing sound, transforming into 9 silver rainbows that shot out, severing towards the vital points of the puppet. However, the sword tips struck the puppet's pale silver body, producing a series of crisp sounds, leaving only shallow scratches, failing to even breach its defense. Such scraping attacks posed no threat to the puppet. Su Chuan frowned slightly, contemplating. This puppet's defense is surprisingly resilient. Even a fully realized golden core cultivator would probably have a headache facing this. They could only think of ways to gradually breach the puppet's defensive body. They needed to find the puppet's core and strike to destroy it. If they couldn't break through, even a fully realized golden core would exhaust their spiritual power and ultimately be killed. The inner door disciple assessment: is this difficult? If it were a true heir, wouldn't they have to face puppets with power comparable to that of latest-stage golden core true monarchs? The way of puppets is truly terrifying. Just imagining such a puppet made Su Chuan's scalp tingle. But similarly, crafting it must be incredibly arduous. How to break this creature's defense? While dodging the attacks of the silver glow puppet, Su Chuan pondered carefully, occasionally taking a few punches to create distance. Its body is made from some top-tier 3rd level or even 4th level spirit wood. Right, since it is spirit wood, the withering seal I created should be quite effective against it. This seal is different from the glorious seal that represents the ultimate sublimation and unleashes a tremendous force. Rather, it disintegrates all things, even causing the flesh body to decay. Its effect on spirit wood be more than 10 times better. All spirit wood cannot escape the heavenly principle of withering and flourishing. Su Chuan's eyes sparkled with light. He then activated the storage ring in his hand, causing 6 array flags to fly out. Forming hand seals with both hands, spiritual power surged into the flags. Cloud Sky Illusion Array activate. Mist filled the air, obscuring Su Chuan's figure. Under his control, countless clouds gathered into the shape of the Fantian seal and crashed down towards the silver glow puppet. The silver glow puppet's iron fists transformed into countless afterimages, filling the sky. Bang, 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 clang. Occasionally the sound of metal clashing could be heard. One after another, Su Chuan's figures attracted the attention of the silver glow puppet. He seemed like an unwearied machine, pummeling one Su Chuan after another into a... Meanwhile, the real Su Chuan awaited the right opportunity. Amidst the mist, he wielded the Canglong treasure umbrella towards the silver glow puppet, while the Fantian seal descended from above. Both were real. Previously, the attacks were merely illusions created by the mist, but now both were genuine. The silver glow puppet raised its arms, its left arm blocking the descending Fantian seal, while its right arm defended against the sweeping Canglong treasure umbrella. Clang, clang. The moment the sounds erupted, Su Chuan appeared behind it, forming the withering seal and striking its back, then quickly retreating, disappearing within. Just as he retreated, the silver glow puppet used its arms to shake off both the Fantian seal and the Canglong treasure umbrella, sweeping its arm back. A fierce gust of wind swept across Su Chuan's face, stinging painfully. If struck, his spiritual shield would be shattered in an instant. This continued in cycles. Half an hour later, the puppet's arms, chest, back, and head gradually turned a grayish-black color. It was the color of decayed spirit wood. Almost there, Su Chuan began a frontal assault, controlling the Fantian seal to strike continuously. Bang, 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 crack, crack. In a moment, the powerful silver glow puppet, comparable to a 7th-layer golden core, finally decayed and shattered, leaving behind a crystal orb the size of a pigeon egg covered in countless facets. If I learn to create this puppet, this core should still be useful. Su Chuan immediately stored it away. Challenge completed. You will be teleported away in 3 breaths. As 3 breaths passed, Su Chuan's figure vanished from this space, returning to the side of the eternal awakening tree, whose powerful barriers had already collapsed. He immediately surged his spiritual power, enveloping the awakening tree. Rumble, the ground cracked continuously. Under Su Chuan's overwhelming power, the entire awakening tree was uprooted. At that moment, a familiar voice came from not far away. Withering glory, true monarch. Su Chuan turned sharply to see Shi Tianqing from the Tiansong sect. He looked up at the awakening tree, his eyes filled with curiosity. Congratulations, Withering glory, true monarch, on obtaining this spirit wood. This tree appears quite extraordinary. May I ask what kind of spirit wood it is? Shi Tianqing asked respectfully. Su Chuan waved his sleeve, collecting the tree into the Su clan's cave heaven. Then he turned to Shi Tianqing. So it's you, Shi Tianqing. How did you end up here? In front of the true monarch, how can I dare to call myself a genius? Shi Tianqing humbly replied. In the history of the Tiansong sect, there had never been a talent like Su Chuan. I was just wandering around and I ended up here. Wasn't it said that it was difficult to reach the depths? Yet a troublesome person appeared, but fortunately, it was only a Foundation establishment cultivator. Watch out behind you. Su Chuan suddenly shouted. Unprepared, Shi Tianqing, whose divine sense was restricted in this place, thought there was indeed an enemy attacking. In the next moment, a sharp pain shot through his head, and he screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground with a thud. You should blame yourself for seeing what you shouldn't have seen. Even if Shi Tianqing did not recognize him, if he returned to the sect and inquired, someone would surely know. Just by describing the tree's growth size, they could likely assess the age of the awakening tree. A millennium-old awakening tree would be enough to prompt a nascent soul from the Tian-Song sect to seize it, even leading to the destruction of the Su clan. After all, the ancestral nascent soul from the Shi clan was already quite old. If they could cultivate a nascent soul cultivator from this, the Shi clan could prosper for another 1,000 years, alleviating the crisis of the greedy wolf sect. Compared to that, a mere newly established Golden Core family was insignificant. However, Su Chuan did not kill Shi Tianqing immediately. Instead, he heavily injured his soul with a secret technique, putting him into a deep slumber. Su Chuan used a secret method from afar to seal his Dantian's spiritual power and even his soul, ensuring he remained in a state of sleep. It's a pity that the Su clan's cave heaven currently cannot accommodate living beings, otherwise it would be much more convenient to just shove him in there and carry him away. Su Chuan set up the cloud sky illusion array again. He entered the Su clan's cave heaven and planted the millennium-old awakening tree. Little Huai, take good care of this tree and water it daily with spiritual spring water. Yes, master. After that, Su Chuan exited, looking at Shi Tianqing on the ground, stroking his chin, contemplating the best way to handle the situation. If he killed him now, it was likely that several hours later latest Golden Core practitioners from the Tian-Song sect would arrive at the Mo clan, and no one would escape the rigorous investigation. Thus it was best to kill him when the secret realm closed, ensuring he had an alibi. Merely trapping him in the secret realm, if Shi Tianqing survived, would mean trouble for. After a cup of tea, Su Chuan thought of a plan and began to execute it. He quietly left this place, concealing his aura with the cloud sky illusion array, heading towards the forest to the south. He caught a peak second-level beast, sealing it and confining it alongside Shi Tianqing in a certain cave, using a first-level illusion array to conceal the caves. As long as he lifted the restrictions before leaving, the beast would undoubtedly tear apart the defenseless Shi Tianqing. The storage bag on Shi Tianqing's body, along with his life-saving artifacts, were also placed in a corner of the cave. Even if someone truly found his corpse in the future, they would assume it was killed by the beast here. The principle of guilty by association was something the Su clan had experienced several times in Dawei and would not repeat that mistake. No matter who it was, if they saw Su Chuan with the millennium-old awakening tree, they would have to die. Fortunately, this person was only the foundation establishment Shi Tianqing. If it had been a Golden Core cultivator, he would not have been able to kill him with a single strike, and might even leak information before dying at the hands of his opponent. After taking care of these matters, Su Chuan returned to the western misty forest to continue gathering resources. After all, there were at most 3 spirit woods to be obtained. It was also to ensure that if he were to encounter a rigorous investigation of storage bags by the Tian-Song sect later, he would have some backup. In the next 2 instances, Su Chuan obtained 2 pieces of 4th-level spirit wood, each about 3,000 years old, which were considered rare, precious to a Golden Core family, but not to the Tian-Song sect. The storage ring contained numerous items that could not be shown, which Su Chuan stored in the Su clan's cave heaven, replacing them with identical ordinary decorative rings. Then he intentionally concealed his figure, waiting at the edge of the forest for 2 to 3 days, until a latest Golden Core practitioner from the Tian-Song sect emerged, pretending to bump into him. Withering Glory, True Monarch. Upon seeing Su Chuan fly out from the misty forest, the other party greeted him. Su Chuan turned around. Who are you? I am Lu Yin from the Tian-Song sect, also a member of the Lu family. Greetings, Taoist Lu. Su Chuan replied. True Monarch, just emerged from the forest. Are you heading to the Inheritance Cave next? Indeed, this is my first time here, so I am naturally curious about that Inheritance Cave. If it's convenient for the True Monarch, why not go together? That works. More than an hour later, the two arrived at the entrance of the Inheritance Cave. This place was restricted from flying, so both approached on foot. Several cultivators were already present, seemingly bored, waiting to see who could pass the guards at the entrance. As for inside the cave, very few had the courage to enter. After all, those who had gone in previously had all perished. Withering Glory, True Monarch, has arrived. Everyone clasped their hands in salute. Once someone became famous, they became the center of attention everywhere, with people greeting them at all times. Have you all challenged it? Su Chuan asked curiously. The elder from the Yin family was also present, smiling as he responded, the older generation has long given up. They are just here to watch the excitement. Those who challenge are naturally first-time entrants. Foundation establishment and Golden Core cultivators can challenge at different strengths, encounter different opponents. Right now, a girl from the Lu family is challenging. If the True Monarch wishes to challenge, you might want to wait a moment. Only one person can challenge at a time here. Su Chuan turned to look. Indeed, there was a semi-transparent light curtain shimmering at the entrance of the cave about 100 feet away. Thank you for the information, Taoist Yin. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Yu appeared, her complexion slightly pale with blood at the corner of her mouth. Where, how did it go? Were you able to succeed in your challenge? Second uncle. Lu Yu bowed to Lu Yin, then shook her head. Still not enough. Lu Yin stroked his gray-white beard, nodding. Just practice well when you return. Yes, second uncle. She then walked to Lu Yan's side and bowed to Su Chuan. Su Chuan nodded, leaped across the 100 feet, and vanished. Since he had arrived, others naturally would not compete with Su Chuan. Do you think Withering Glory, True Monarch will choose to enter the cave later? Perhaps. It is rumored that passing through one challenge will yield rich rewards. What? Daoist, do you want to see something from Withering Glory, True Monarch? I certainly don't dare. Without latest stage Golden Core strength, who would be a match for Withering Glory, True Monarch? Even we Golden Core initial stage cultivators would find it difficult to withstand the full power of a major technique. After a brief chat among several people, Su Chuan's figure appeared, and then the door to the inheritance cave slowly opened. Su Chuan turned to the crowd and cupped his fists, saying, "Everyone, I will go in to take a look now." With that, he strode into the cave. As soon as his toes crossed the threshold, a rumbling sound came from behind. The door of the cave closed once more. Looking up, he was confronted by a grand hall towering 100 feet high. The ceiling arched like a dome embedded with countless luminous pearls, casting a bright light across the hall, illuminating even the shadows in the corners. The pillars of the hall were made of an unknown pitch-black material, requiring several people to encircle them. The pillar bodies were intricately carved with complex patterns. On both sides of the hall stood 4 colossal sculptures, each 6 to 7 feet tall, arranged in a line exuding an imposing aura. The first sculpture on the left was humanoid, clad in silver armor, wielding a long sword with a face as cold as ice and eyes embedded with red gemstones. The second sculpture resembled a monkey, its fur embedded with black strands, with arms as robust as pillars, fists clenched, and muscles bulging with a barbaric might. The first sculpture on the right was a snake woman with a human upper body and a serpentine lower body, her scales shimmering with a ghostly green sheen, each hand holding a short dagger, her gaze alluring yet harboring ferocity. The last sculpture depicted a malevolent spirit with a green face and sharp fangs, 2 horns atop its head shrouded in black mist, and claws as sharp as blades. Before the hall, a set of white jade steps rose up, leading to a spacious throne at the top. The throne was crafted from purple gold sandalwood with armrests shaped like 2 coiled golden dragons, each dragon holding a pearl that sparkled brilliantly. Yet the throne was empty, having been unoccupied for many years, but not a speck of dust had settled upon it. The only path to walk was the inner side of the colossal sculptures, while the outer side was secured by barriers preventing passage. The outer area of the hall was enveloped in a faint blue barrier with patterns flowing across the surface, emanating a chilling aura. The only walkable path was the wide passage on the inner side of the colossal sculptures. Su Chuan was examining the 4 sculptures when a sudden voice echoed. "This place is the inheritance hall of the Wanxiang puppet sect, and the subsequent 3 trials will be life and death tests. If you do not wish to proceed, you may exit." Su Chuan had already put away the disciple token of the Wanxiang puppet sect, fearing any further disturbances. "I am willing. The inheritance assessment begins now. Defeat your next opponent to pass the first trial, and become an inner disciple of the Wanxiang puppet sect, gaining access to inner sect puppet inheritance." As the voice faded, Su Chuan was transported to a battle arena similar to the previous one. His opponent was the humanoid sculpture he had seen earlier, radiating an astonishing demonic aura. This puppet's body is as sturdy as a peak second-tier demon beast, wielding a battle knife that is a low-grade magic treasure capable of executing minor divine abilities. The assessment starts now. As soon as the words fell, the silver-armored puppet wielded the low-grade battle knife, and suddenly slashed out a sharp blade, like the force aiming straight at Su Chuan. Su Chuan did not dare to slack off, and quickly opened the Azure Dragon treasure umbrella, summoning a blue shield. Bang! The blade light collided with the shield, causing the umbrella to tremble violently. Su Chuan thought to himself, this puppet's power is at least several times stronger than that of the one at the sect gate. However, it was not a big problem. The puppet's movements were nimble, unlike ordinary dead matter, which made him doubt its nature. After all, how could a puppet perform divine ability? Su Chuan could not afford to think further, and prepared to respond with full force. The silver-armored puppet constantly changed its position, swinging the battle knife as blade lights fell like rain. Su Chuan focused on countering the heaven-turning seal, spinning and smashing down, while the Azure Dragon treasure umbrella protected him, occasionally forming hand seals to unleash the glorious seal, intertwining blue lights with blade flashes. Waves of energy surged forth, constantly rippling. The hall echoed with loud booms. The power of the glorious seal strengthened with each strike. By the third seal, it shattered the silver-armored puppet's body alongside the heaven-turning seal. A core crystal exuding demonic energy rolled onto the ground. Just as Su Chuan was about to pick it up, a flash of white light enveloped him, instantly transporting. Looking at the empty palm, Su Chuan cursed, inwardly stingy. "Congratulations, you have become an inner disciple of the Wanxiang puppet sect. Your storage bag contains an inner disciple token, the cultivation method for inner disciples, and the corresponding puppet inheritance." Su Chuan looked at the storage bag that appeared out of thin air and grasped it in his palm, probing inside with his divine sense. The disciple token was the same as the one he had held earlier, while the cultivation method was the first part of the Wanxiang True Classic, which could be cultivated to the perfection. Though it could not compare to the Su family's 5 Elements Creation Classic, it was undoubtedly a top-notch cultivation technique detailing methods for various divine abilities. As for the puppet inheritance, it was a green jade slip detailing the intricate process of puppet crafting. However, it did not include the crafting methods for the Silver Glow puppet or the previously encountered demonic intelligent puppet. Before long, a mechanical voice echoed again. As an inner disciple of the Wanxiang sect, you can obtain a true disciple challenge. By passing the inheritance test, you can become a true disciple and receive corresponding inheritance and rewards. Would you like to challenge? Chuan pondered briefly and raised his head, saying, I wish to challenge, but would like to rest until I reach my optimal state. Alright, you can speak when you feel ready to challenge. Thank you. Chuan believed the next trial should involve a special puppet that matched the prowess of a major divine ability with a physical body comparable to a low-grade magic treasure. There were certain dangers, but he should be able to pass. Half a day later, Chuan began the true disciple inheritance assessment. Before him appeared a 10-foot-tall monkey puppet, its body muscular and gnarled like ancient tree roots, its fur a deep black with a metallic sheen. This puppet's body is as sturdy as a low-grade magic treasure, its strength comparable to a stage 3 early demon beast, the Earth Demon Ape. It can unleash the Earth Demon Ape's innate abilities with power on par with major divine abilities. The assessment starts now. Seeing the monkey leap high like a cannonball, its arms like thick wooden sticks coming down heavily, Chuan did not dare to underestimate it, and used the Azure Dragon Treasure Umbrella to defend. However, the force of the monkey's body and strength combined was equivalent to an attack from a latest-stage golden core. The protective barrier of the Azure Dragon Umbrella trembled violently, and he was sent flying. As he retreated, Chuan set up the Cloud Sky Illusion Array, attempting to handle this monkey puppet like he did with the Silver Glow puppet. Mist filled the air, and one Chuan after another appeared, each holding the Azure Dragon Treasure Umbrella with a number of heaven-turning seals floating above. The monkey puppet swung its fists wildly, smashing all the Chuans made of mist to pieces. Chuan felt it was only a matter of time before he could take it down. But in the next moment, the monkey puppet seemed to realize it was being toyed with, pounding its chest with its fists and letting out a wild roar. The sharp sound transformed into tangible sound waves piercing through the mist like thousands of steel needles. Not only did all the misty illusions vanish, but with a crack the light and shadow of the Cloud Sky Illusion Array shattered instantly, and the mist dissipated without a trace. The sound wave attack had no blind spots, spreading throughout the entire space and forcing out all hidden array flags. The flags were the heart of the array. Once attacked, the Cloud Sky Illusion Array was immediately broken. Chuan was caught off guard, feeling as if his head had been struck by a heavy blow, his eardrum bursting with a pop and blood gushing out. Fortunately, his spirit was comparable to a latest-stage golden core, allowing him to withstand the shock without losing consciousness. The monkey puppet approached Chuan, delivering a punch with immense force. Chuan hurriedly urged the Azure Dragon Treasure Umbrella, summoning the blue shield. Bang! The punch struck the shield, and Chuan was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing hard against the battle space barrier, blood surging in his throat. The Cloud Sky Illusion Array has been broken, making sneak attacks impossible. If I rely solely on brute force, my mana will be exhausted, and the puppet's body will likely only suffer minor damage. Will I die? A thought flashed in Chuan's mind. No, absolutely not. Wait a minute. Chuan suddenly realized this puppet can break formations. It must possess intelligence and awareness. He immediately activated a secret technique of Divine Sense transformation. Unlike Su Deling, Chuan condensed a very simple needle-shaped Divine Sense tool. A faint light appeared between his eyebrows, and 12 silver needles of Divine Sense silently pierced towards the puppet. Roar! The monkey puppet let out a piercing, effective, and its soul defense is far inferior to that of a real stage 3 demon beast, the Earth Demon Ape. If a typical early-stage golden core were to use Divine Sense attacks, it would not be effective, but the Divine Sense secret technique was different and had astonishing lethality. Moreover, Chuan's Divine Sense was also comparable to a latest-stage golden core. It's time to counterattack. Chuan defended with the Azure Dragon Treasure Umbrella, controlling the heaven-turning seal to suppress, while occasionally condensing a Divine Sense silver needle to pierce the monkey puppet. Before he could use the Withering Seal to corrupt its body, the monkey puppet's consciousness completely dissipated. After this trial, Chuan roughly understood how such intelligent puppets were created. It should be similar to the crafting of demon spirits. Using it as the core, it possesses the combat awareness and intelligence from its past life. However, this fragmented soul has much weaker defenses than a complete living being, making Divine Sense its nemesis. However, among cultivators of the Golden Core and nascent soul stages, very few know Divine Sense secret techniques. Early-stage Golden Core cultivators may have some effect using regular Divine Sense attacks on such puppets, but it would not be significant. Only those proficient in Divine Sense secret techniques would have a chance of victory. Chuan was transported back to the hall. Congratulations, you have become a true disciple of the Wanxiang puppet sect. Your storage bracelet contains the corresponding true disciple inheritance and rewards, which you can check at your leisure. Chuan examined the storage bracelet, finding that its space was several times larger than his storage ring. The true disciple token requires blood to refine. After this, you can enter the Wanxiang secret realm with this token, which can be accessed once every 50 years. Chuan did not hesitate and immediately refined the true disciple token. Inside the storage bracelet, there was also the middle part of the Wanxiang True Classic, which could be cultivated to the perfection of the transformation stage. It contained techniques similar to Thousand Spirits Decision that could control dozens or even hundreds of puppets simultaneously with ease. Additionally, the puppet inheritance included details on crafting special puppets, such as the Silver Glow puppet, which is one of 3 elite puppet guards. The other 2 types are the Azure Steel puppet and the Golden Sun puppet, both third-tier puppets. There are also avatar puppets which mimic one's appearance and intelligent puppets made from demon, beast essence, demonic souls, divine souls, etc. With a high difficulty of crafting. The Thousand Machine puppet is exquisitely crafted, capable of possessing dozens or even hundreds of different forms. Indeed, exquisite as expected from an ancient major sect. To gain access to Immortal Art's inheritance, one must seek the corresponding inheritance secret realm. In addition to these, there were True Disciple robes, a high-grade magic treasure, and a section of the Tinthassandier Awakening Tree Heart about a foot long. Chuan stored all of these within the Su clan's cave heaven. True Disciples, do you wish to undergo the final assessment? What rewards are there after the final assessment? By obtaining the core of this ancient secret realm, you will gain control of the secret realm and all the inheritances of the Wanxiang puppet sect, allowing you to transport the secret realm and enter it at any time. The secret realm can be transported. Secret realms opened by great abilities possess cores. Refining the core allows transportation, but one must at least possess latestage nascent soul strength. I would like to ask, besides inheritance, what else is in the Wanxiang secret realm? What is the Black Mountain to the north? As a true disciple, you have the right to know. The Black Mountain is a sealed demon land imprisoning many true demons. Are there still true demons alive? Yes. Are you the spirit of the secret realm? Indeed, if you refine the secret realm's core, you can become my next master. What level of strength do I need to refine you? Latestage nascent soul, or above. The higher your cultivation, the faster the refining. At least 30 years for latestage nascent soul. Is my strength likely to pass the final inheritance assessment? Your mana is comparable to the mid-stage golden core, mastering the major withering divine ability, possessing 1 high-grade magic treasure and 1 low-grade magic treasure, and grasping entry-level divine sense secret techniques. Your chances of passing are 1 in 10. Understood, then I choose to refuse, and will come back to conquer this secret realm next time. If my strength exceeds early-stage golden core next time, can I still enter? After everyone emerged, they gradually departed the Mo household. Chuan, guided by Mo family disciples, went on to meet the Mo patriarch. Shortly thereafter, in the Tiansong sect, the life lamp of Shi Tianqing of the Shi family was extinguished. As the most gifted disciple of the Shi family and the Tiansong sect in a century, his death provoked a great uproar. Qingmu Jinjuan immediately led 2 golden core cultivators to the Mo household. In the Inkjade Bamboo Grove, Chuan sat opposite the Mo patriarch. Fellow Taoist Ku Rong, did you gain anything? The Mo patriarch's voice trembled slightly. Fellow Taoist Mo, you nearly ruined me. Chuan gave a wry smile, tapped his storage pouch, and produced an inner disciple token and a piece of the Wanzai Xingshan tree heart about a foot long. The Mo patriarch's eyes immediately shot 2 beams of brilliant light, almost tangible. Good. Fellow Taoist Ku Rong, you truly accomplished it. Chuan said, Fellow Taoist Mo, you did not tell me that holding a disciple token would subject one to the inner disciple exam's difficulty. I nearly perished. The Mo patriarch smiled faintly. Obtaining spirit would differs from the cave retreat inheritance test. If one meets something undefeatable, one may concede. Otherwise, why would so many fellow Taoists willingly enter his secret realm? His gaze remained fixed on the tree heart. Taoist, it will belong to you for the time being. Return it to me once you achieve your breakthrough. Of course. Whether your breakthrough succeeds or not, I will arrange matters so that you suffer no loss. The Mo patriarch then put away the Wanzai Xingshan tree heart and the inner disciple token and added, from this moment, our oath takes effect. Chuan cupped his fist. Then allow me to wish you success in forming your nascent soul. I accept your kind wish. The Mo patriarch laughed heartily, flicked his sleeve, and a storage pouch appeared on the tea table. Fellow Taoist Ku Rong, this is the spirit tea I promised you. Thank you, fellow Taoist Mo. I will take my leave now, Chuan said. Walk slowly, fellow Taoist Ku Rong. By the way, if you obtained a puppet inheritance, our Mo family would pay a great price to acquire it. I understand. Chuan did not answer directly. After leaving the Inkjade Bamboo Grove, he soon departed the Mo household. 2 hours after he left, Qingmu Jinjuan arrived at the Mo household, and only then did Mo family members learn of Shi Tianqing's death. Qingmu Jinjuan, do you mean to say you suspect one of the golden core cultivators present this time killed him? Mo Wenshang, a latestage golden core of the Mo family, asked, did any of the Su family's prodigies come? They did not. Only Ku Rong Jinjuan came and left not long ago. Then it could not have been a foundation establishment cultivator. Perhaps a monstrous beast. Mo Wenshang said. There were many golden core cultivators present. Qingmu Jinjuan, how do you intend to investigate? If you press too hard, the Shi family may not be able to bear it. Qingmu Jinjuan, you should carefully consider the consequences and not act impulsively. There are years when the Tiansong sect loses disciples. The Shi family is no exception. Of course, if Qingmu Jinjuan insists on investigating, I can summon the Foundation and Golden Core clan members of the Mo family who entered the secret realm for you to question thoroughly. Qingmu Xinjuan furrowed his brow. Under normal circumstances a sterner approach might work, but now the Tanlang sect eyes us like a tiger. This is a moment when those golden core clans are needed. If we offend them, all the situation for the Tiansong sect will only worsen. It was I who was impulsive. After all, he was the Shi family's finest disciple in a century, a golden core prodigy. I could not help but be moved. Understandable, I would be the same. Mo Wenshang said, it is a pity the secret realm has closed. It will not reopen for another 100 years. Otherwise we could have gone in to see where Shi Tianqing met his end, and perhaps find the murderer. Enough, Qingmu sighed. The cultivation world is fraught with danger. Those who cannot endure cannot become true geniuses. Brother Mo, sorry for the disturbance, we must take our leave. Qingmu Xinjuan hurried away. Soon after, the Mo patriarch suddenly appeared. Mo Wenshang turned and cupped his hands. Elder brother, Shi Tianqing is dead. It seems so, otherwise Qingmu would not have come here so frantic. It appears he died within the half hour surrounding the secret realm's closure. Elder brother, who do you think it might be? With war looming between the Tanlang sect and the Tiansong sect and minds in turmoil, anyone is possible. Perhaps someone secretly pledged to the Tanlang sect to save themselves in the coming conflict. Hearing this, a subtle expression flickered across Mo Wenshang's eyes. So Shi Tianqing was their token of allegiance. I only say it is possible, not definite. Mo Wenshang nodded slightly, and then asked, by the way, elder brother, why have you sought out Ku Rongzhenjuan several times? Since you have met him, what do you make of him? Personal matters, nothing of consequence. The oath was sealed. If Mo Wentian ever leaked news of the Wanzai Xingshan tree heart again, the difficulty of his inner demon tribulation would increase manifold. As it concerns his chance to achieve the way, he would naturally not reveal the truth. As for Ku Rong, he is a born prodigy. If he does not perish, he may one day lead the Su family farther than our Mo clan. You value him so highly, elder brother. Enough about him. Next we will recall all core clan members outside and seal the clan lands. I will enter a life and death seclusion to break through. Mo Wenshang's body trembled, and excitement shone in his eyes. Elder brother, are you confident? He was referring, of course, to forming the nascent soul. Whatever the odds, we must try. I have fewer than 100 years of lifespan left. Understood. Elder brother, go into seclusion. I will attend to all clan affairs. Mo Wentian nodded, his figure flickered, and he vanished. Mo Wenshang looked up at the sky and murmured, elder brother, modesty is a virtue, but you are too modest. You are a consummate golden core true lord, yet remain unknown to outsiders. Even within the clan, only a few golden core cultivators knew. Our Mo family has only just developed to this point. I cannot place all our hopes upon you alone. Rest assured, in your seclusion, I will not allow anyone to disturb you. News of Shi Tianqing's death soon spread. Those who had entered the Jade Bamboo secret realm were stunned. Reports soon circulated that apart from someone on the first day who saw Shi Tianqing head into the misty forest, no one saw him afterward. Many said he might have been murdered on the first day, but this was quickly challenged. A Tiansong sect disciple claimed Shi Tianqing's life lamp was extinguished within minutes before the secret realm closed. The matter grew bewildering. Countless versions emerged. Some blamed a monstrous beast, some said a golden core found a great treasure, and others whispered that a golden core intended to present Shi Tianqing's head as a pledge to join the Tanlang sect. Chuan heard the rumors and gave a bitter smile. The truth is always buried in the gossip of netizens. He had once been worried, but now the Tiansong sect had indeed temporarily given up searching for the killer. After all, the external threat of the Tanlang sect loomed. Chuan stayed at the clan estate and did not go out. He naturally would not cultivate the Wanxiang Jinjing, but he did study secret arts related to controlling puppets. Upon returning from the secret realm, Chuan added a puppet advanced course to his studies. For 3 months, he carved out time each day to research it. Among wood-type techniques, he also took up the escape art, Mu Qingguang Dun. He trained defensive arts to withstand blows. If he could not win, he had to be able to flee, so escape arts were indispensable. Yunqi Town continued its steady development. The Dengxian Pavilion in Xinsua City brimmed with life and guests, and the Su family aimed to expand into the other 6 Tiansong cities. Although there were setbacks in Dongxi, overall things were stable. The Chao clan sought to ally with the Lei clan to reclaim lands held by the Xinwu alliance. The Lei clan refused and informed the Su family of the matter. The Su family declined to engage. In Dawei, the Lei clan is an ally. In Daliang, the Zhao clan is allied with the Su. Whether Dawei or Daliang moving against the Su family would not be easy. Within the Xinwu alliance there were murmurs, but to rival the Su family would take another century. Unless the Su family willingly relinquishes control, no one can wrest leadership away. Time flew. 1.5 years past. Chuan's defensive technique reached minor completion, his escape art reached entry level, and by training the Qianshinju, he could divide his spiritual sense into 18 streams. His spiritual sense implements could also condense into 18 silver needles. If all 18 needles struck an early-stage golden core cultivator, they would instantly, grievously wound him, preventing spells and disabling treasure control for a time. Perhaps because he often trained beneath the Wanzai Xingshan tree, the first level of Xiantian Lianshinju was nearing completion. After cultivating the second level, it would begin to affect Su Chuan's current spiritual sense. That would not only aid a realm breakthrough, but also strengthen his spiritual sense. As for puppetry, it was more intricate, and he had invested less time, so Su Chuan had yet to. He sensed battles might come, so he focused on increasing his might. Su Delying fully refined the core of the fire-devouring toad, and his Fire Emperor True I. This represented normal progression for a cultivator. Su Chuan's speed remained abnormal. With Su Deling's talent and technique advancement, he might perfect his art in early golden core and hope for full completion in time. Su Due cultivated the Guanghan sword art, well suited to the Taiyin flying sword. Once she broke golden core and used the Taiyin sword to manifest her technique, even at entry level, she would wield great power. Blessed with a special fey talent and guided personally by Murong Yun, she learned the Guanghan sword art rapidly and had comprehended 80% of the entry-level tech. At that pace, in 3 or 4 years, she might form a technique core. As for Yi Fan, he had advanced past the 9th layer of foundation establishment and was only months from complete. The final bottleneck could be shortened by 2 months with the aid of a Chongshu pill. He had not used the 9 drops of premium golden body liquid. He planned to wait until his foundation establishment was complete and his spiritual sense reached golden core level before refining them. With a golden core spiritual sense, he could make the most of this opportunity. Progress in cultivating Zhan Bafang was not encouraging war intent is a peculiar thing and difficult to comprehend. To quicken comprehension, frequent battles, even hardships, are most effective. For fire techniques, Yi Fan did not practice Tian Song Sec's Finqin Palm, but rather Su Chuan's True Yang art, which matched his 7th rank True Yang bloodline. In just a few years, he surpassed others in grasping war intent to 40%. Su Mingxian, with deep foundational mastery of formations and wholehearted focus, had comprehended the essence of formations to 60%. Most satisfying was the teleportation array. Su Mingxian finally penetrated the workings of this small teleportation array. The Su family had quietly collected array materials so he could experiment. Qinsua City. 100 zhang beneath the Dengxian Pavilion, the Su family opened a small plaza. Complex array patterns were engraved across the square. Even early golden core cultivators would feel dizzy trying to fathom them. Foundation establishment cultivators could not comprehend them at all. Then the intricate patterns suddenly glowed with a faint blue light. After a moment, 2 figures appeared at the center of the plaza. The 2 were Su Chuan and his son Su Mingxian. Phosphorescent stones atop surrounding pillars illuminated the underground space. Father, the small teleportation array is complete. Su Chuan smiled and nodded. Once the array is complete, resource exchange takes but a moment. It's a pity the Su family's strength is not yet enough to expose itself. Moreover, the small teleportation array has limited range. Otherwise, an open teleportation network would generate staggering fees. After a pause, Su Chuan asked, if we wish to teleport to Xianyu City or other major cities in Tian, then how should we proceed? That would be coordinate transmission. I read records in the Jinfa Bailu that one must first obtain the corresponding coordinate talisman. By my guess, that belongs to 4th tier teleportation arrays. 4th tier is still distant, but with steady accumulation, our Dengxian Pavilion will one day span. Father, shall we set up arrays elsewhere as well? Su Mingxian asked Su Chuan. Just in case, establish a teleport point toward the prison lands. If our clan's protective array cannot hold, we can evacuate by teleport. Yet if it comes to that, we must not let them off easy. Mingxian, can you arrange for our many major arrays to be detonated completely? It is somewhat troublesome, but possible. I can place a node within each array and set the final detonating node beside the underground teleport array. Su Mingxian said calmly, the clan lands are riddled with 2nd and 3rd tier arrays. If triggered, they would chain react, ensuring death for those below late golden core. Fully formed golden core cultivators would still face a 50 to 60% chance of dying in such explosions. As for nascent soul cultivators with top-tier defensive treasures, they might escape with light wounds. With only high-grade defenses, the injuries could be severe. Sufficient. Father, have you foreseen something to prompt these arrangements? Recently, Tiansong Prefecture's fortunes churn and shift. Though I cannot calculate specifics, I suspect the Tanling Prefecture will make a move. Only when many families simultaneously rise and fall would fortune fluctuate so wildly. I understand. I will have these matters handled within a month. Su Chuan nodded. The 2 then returned to the Su family in Yunxi. Knowledge of the teleportation array was limited to a few core Su members and those overseeing the Dengxian Pavilion in Qinsua City. They all took a soul-binding oath to reveal nothing under penalty of their souls being torn apart on the spot. In the past 2 years, the Wu clan produced 4 or 5 new foundation establishment cultivators, and the Yin clan reached more than a dozen masters. Their descendants, among the senior cultivators, those over a dozen years of age, had all reached the 7th or 8th layer of qi refinement. 3 of the guards recruited by the Su clan had already achieved foundation establishment. Among them was Mei Yun. Su Chuan sent a transmission talisman to Su Deling instructing her to refine 3 second-grade spirit boats and 1 grand spirit boat. A second-grade spirit boat could outpace even an early-stage golden core cultivator, serving as a last resort escape tool for foundation establishment elders. Such vessels were exceedingly rare. Even prominent golden core clans seldom possessed a single one, yet the Su clan commissioned no fewer than 3. The Grand Spirit Boat, meanwhile, was prepared purely as a contingency. Should the clan ever be forced into full-scale flight, these 2 great families, nurtured at great cost, would naturally accompany them. At worst, they could retreat to the prison realm. Half a month later, the emergency teleportation array node was established halfway up a mountain peak in a remote range 10,000 li from the Su clan's ancestral lands. Another half-month passed. All array nodes were meticulously integrated. Even Su Ming Xian, now nearing the proficiency of a 3rd-rank mid-grade formation master, proceeded with utmost caution. After all, the slightest misstep would shatter the entire formation. Meanwhile, Su Deling delivered the 3 refined 2nd-grade spirit boats, each entrusted to Su Ming Xian, Su De Yue, and Yi Fan. The Grand Spirit Boat, however, would require at least another 6 months. 5 more months slipped by. Su Chuan had fully mastered the Greenwood Azure Light evocation, attaining true evocation arts, capable of traversing over 100 li in a single bound. With both a defensive art and an evocation art now at entry-level mastery, Su Chuan's survivability rose significantly. Moreover, the first layer of the Mystic Heaven Soul Refinement art had finally reached completion, and cultivation of its 2nd layer commenced. Over these months, the Tiansong sect also detected increasingly frequent movements from the Tanling Prefecture, anticipating that their assault would unfold years earlier than previously estimated. Accordingly, formation barriers were erected along several critical border zones adjoining the Tanling Prefecture, and patrols were deployed, comprising disciples from the Tiansong sect itself, as well as from the Qingmu Jiaocong and Qinsong sects. Should large forces be sighted, immediate transmission alerts were mandated. Within the Tanlang sect's inner sanctum, deep inside a 4th-rank spirit vein, a middle-aged man with violet hair sat cross-legged upon a meditation cushion clad in dark gold robes, immersed in silent cultivation. Moments later, break. A soft command escaped his lips. His aura surged outward like a tide breaking through an invisible bottleneck. His spiritual energy resonated with an aura of perfect harmony. Then his eyes snapped open, 2 beams of solid black light erupting forth. As his lips parted with quiet authority, Brother Qi has arrived, please enter. With a flick of his sleeve, the barrier dissolved, and the door swung inward. A towering black-haired middle-aged man strode in, radiating an overwhelming aura of dominance. Brother Tian Luo, congratulations on reaching Golden Core perfection. To achieve this in under a decade is no small feat. Well worth the sacrifice of one of our sect's elders whose body you absorbed. This was Qi Tianxiong, the founding patriarch of the Tanling sect, and a legendary warlord whose name struck fear across the northwest. When do you intend to ascend to nascent soul? Tian Luo lifted his gaze, a sly smile curling his lips. Brother Qi grows impatient. Rest assured, I remember our pact perfectly. I shall elevate your Tanling sect to dominion over the southwest and northwest of Tiannan. As for nascent soul, he paused, then continued, though I am a reincarnated cultivator, my consciousness entered only as a fragmented remnant. Ascension demands enduring the inner demon tribulation, a trial no less perilous for me. Its lethality, you surely haven't forgotten. 9 lives lost for 1 gained. I nearly perished within it, Qi Tianxiong replied coolly. Indeed. Though inner demons are demons, they bear no kinship to true demonkind. Rushing risks annihilation, even for me. So Brother Qi, patience remains essential. How long? At most 3 years. That is acceptable, Qi Tianxiong nodded faintly. By the way, Brother Tian Luo, once you attain nascent soul, can you contend with a nascent soul grandmaster? Against ordinary latest-stage nascent souls, I may hold my own, but enhancements from spiritual power, divine sense, and artifacts weigh heavily in such duels. Even if I project a Dharma image, phantasm endurance will be fleeting. Against a latest-stage nascent soul who has forged his own Dharma image phantasm, I would flee immediately, unless I too attain that rank. What of the Xian Yu sect's elder? Do you know whether he has formed a Dharma image phantasm? Qi Tianxiong shook his head. Since Zhang Fan ascended to nascent soul grandmaster 3 centuries ago, solidifying Xian Yu sect's supremacy, he has not drawn his sword again. No one knows the depth of his strength. Yet given his genius, he may well have forged such a phantasm. After all, he broke through to nascent soul before 300 and became a grandmaster before 600. So we must test him in battle to truly gauge his power. Why? A Dharma image phantasm requires at least 3 perfected arts. Each additional art doubles the difficulty of formation, but also multiplies its destructive potency. Legends speak of phantasms forged from 9 perfected arts, granting a 70% chance of breakthrough to immortal ascension and combat prowess rivaling an early-stage immortal ascendant. Such a claim surprises me, Qi Tianxiong murmured, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Yet it seems implausible. Perfecting an art demands extraordinary effort, not mere willpower. I myself have mastered only 1, the other 2 remain stalled at great completion. That merely reflects your limited exposure. Certain rare physiques, like the art body constitution, allow cultivators to perfect an art within decades, or even centuries. However, not every perfected art qualifies for integration into a Dharma image phantasm. Without inherited lineage techniques, forging one independently is near impossible for a nascent soul cultivator. Attempting forced fusion may even shatter the soul. Seeing Qi Tianxiong fall silent, Tian Luo spoke calmly, let us leave this topic for now. Having just broken through, I require vast quantities of essence, blood, and soul energy from cultivators. Only thus might I stand a chance of ascending within 3 years. Qi Tianxiong's brows lifted slightly, his gaze sharpening. The great clans of Tanling Prefecture still serve our purposes. We cannot touch them yet. Then strike Tiansong Prefecture instead. Choose any of its 7 cities, or even a nearby town. It will be far easier. I shall orchestrate massive assaults at Qianshi Forest, Taihe Lake, and Tianmen Pass. Brother Tian Luo, you will circle around from elsewhere. Should you encounter the Shi family's ancient elder from Tiansong sect, divert toward Qianshi Forest. I shall meet you. You won't accompany me. Now is not the time for total war. A nascent soul crossing borders to slaughter cultivators is no trivial matter. If Elder Shi disregards protocol and invades Tanling Prefecture, complications would arise. Moreover, I trust Elder Shi's arts are insufficient to slay you. Your kind's rules are indeed cumbersome. Tian Luo cast a sidelong glance at Qi Tianxiong. Very well, I shall follow your arrangement. Half a month passed. Demon cultivators from Tanling Prefecture appeared simultaneously at Qianshi Forest, Taihe Lake, and Tianmen Pass. Dark clouds churning overhead, rolling in from the horizon with terrifying grandeur. Tiansong sect patrol disciples recoiled in terror. The Golden Core sentinels stationed at each location burst from their meditation chambers, faces grim, as they urgently transmitted warnings back to the sect headquarters. Yet due to the immense distances involved, messages required relay after relay before reaching Tiansong sect. Though cumbersome, the news arrived within the span of a tea ceremony. Tiansong sect convened an emergency council of Golden Core elders. Ultimately, Zhen Jun Xingmu Elder Bai Yin and Elder Yang, each a latest stage Golden Core, led separate contingents toward Qianshi Forest, Taihe Lake, and Tianmen Pass respectively. These forces comprised Tiansong sect disciples, elders, and disciples from the 3 subordinate sects and scions from allied clans, including the Lutsong and Bai. Meanwhile, the Tiansong sect patriarch summoned the great clans of the 7 cities to deliberate. Were it not for the deaths of elders Qi Yang and Huang Yuan, both latest stage Golden Core, the sect would not face such a critical shortage of senior cultivators. At that moment, Su Chuan sat deep in meditation. Suddenly, a transmission talisman in his storage pouch pulsed. Brother Su, the Tanling sect advances en masse. Chen has already departed with Elder Qingmo. Stay vigilant. Upon reading it, Su Chuan's expression shifted subtly. So swift, their move. Is this mere probing, or full-scale assault? He attempted divination using his near-perfected minor stellar divination art, but gleaned nothing. He redirected his focus, divining the fortunes of Yi Fan and others. Both Yi Fan and Su Diyu bore auspices of peril without catastrophe. The Su clan as a whole showed no significant turbulence. From this, Su Chuan concluded this is likely a reconnaissance operation to gauge Tiansong Prefecture's true strength. Though probing casualties among cultivators are inevitable, and perhaps intimidation is part of the design. If the disparity in power becomes too stark, great clans may harbor dissent. To them, the fall of Tiansong sect means only a change of overlords, not shared fate. What matters is survival, territory, and profit, not loyalty unto death. Yet the Tanling sect is a demon sect, ruthless, predatory, prone to massacre and plunder. Should they seize control of Tiansong, these Golden Core clans would fare no better, either subjugated and oppressed or coerced into embracing demonic cultivation and joining raids. Indeed, Tanling Prefecture already mirrors this reality, where within 15 or 20 years foundation establishment clans rise and fall, new powers. Within 30 or 40 years, even Golden Core clans risk having estates seized and foundations shattered. Such perpetual chaos has forged Tanling Prefecture's formidable strength, second only to Xianyu Prefecture and Songshan Prefecture among the 8 prefectures. Beyond this, whether Tanling sect harbors deeper intent remains obscure. Better a dead fellow cultivator than oneself, so long as the Su clan endures. Within half an hour, Tiansong sect dispatched official communiques. Ever since ascending to Golden Core status, the sect had provided transmission talismans, ensuring rapid coordination with all Golden Core forces across Tiansong Prefecture during crises. Foundation establishment forces meanwhile fell under the jurisdiction of whichever Golden Core clan governed their territory, though only mobilized during wartime. In peacetime, such oversight would be unthinkable. They were allies, not vassals. Soon each Golden Core force dispatched one representative to Tiansong sect for deliberation. Matters were intricate, frontline conditions, troop deployments, resource allocation, none reducible to brief words. Tiansong sect, Grand Assembly Hall. Representatives from numerous Golden Core clans gathered. I am Shifeng, Yue Patriarch of Tiansong sect. Some of you may not yet know me, but urgency permits no formalities. Let us proceed directly to the matter at hand. Currently, vast numbers of Tanling Prefecture cultivators advance in 3 coordinated columns, already converging upon Qianshi Forest, Taihe Lake, and Tianmen. Yet due to the immense distances involved, messages required relay after relay before reaching Tiansong sect. Though cumbersome, the news arrived within the span of a tea ceremony. 2 other potential routes, Haifeng Mountain Range and Mizan Valley. team with third-rank demonic beasts. The former unleashes bone-piercing winds, a cultivators below golden core perish instantly upon exposure. The latter shrouds all in perpetual mist, obscuring divine sense so thoroughly that even golden core cultivators lose direction. Thus these two are currently dismissed. Westgate clan's progenitor, Shi Min Shui, asked Patriarch Shi, "What is the precise situation now?" "We stationed formation barriers and sent disciples, along with a golden core elder, at each site. Combat may already have begun. All barriers are third-rank superior-grade formations, capable of withstanding massed assaults for several days. Furthermore, elders Qingmu by Yin and Yang have each led a contingent forward. We gather you now to coordinate deployment. Each clan must dispatch select science and foundation establishment cultivators from allied clans within your jurisdiction to reinforce these three fronts against Tamling forces." Shi Fengyu swept his solemn gaze across the assembly. "All of you understand. If they breach these three gates and pour into Tiansong Prefecture, you know precisely what devastation awaits. Though Tamling sect's primary target may be Tiansong sect, their subordinate clans covet you." "Patriarch Shi, we comprehend this well, else we would not be here. Please provide clear directives for troop allocation." Lei Yongshan sighed. Shi Fengyu nodded. "Elite Golden Core clans shall contribute 3 Golden Core cultivators, including at least 1 latest, and no fewer than 50 Foundation Establishment Science. All other clans 1 Golden Core and 20 Foundation Establishment cultivators." He turned towards Su Chuan. "The Su clan is exceptional. 3 Foundation Establishment prodigies, each capable of holding 10. At least 2 must go. Elder Ku Rome, your thoughts?" Su Chuan considered briefly. Su Chuan complies. "Excellent." Shi Fengyu was deeply pleased by Su Chuan's immediate assent. Sending 2 prodigies to such peril was no trifling matter. Other clans might prefer dispatching 20 ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivators instead. After all, each such prodigy held over a 50% chance of ascending to Golden Core. None would lightly risk them on a battlefield. Other Golden Core clans exchanged startled glances. As for Foundation Establishment clans, each must contribute 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators, including at least 1 at the peak of Foundation Establishment. Independent cultivators may be deferred for now. However, the 7 cities' protective arrays must be sealed, barring all independent cultivators from exiting during this period. Should frontline pressure escalate, inducements, or even conscription, may be employed. Understood, many Golden Core elders affirmed. Next, deployment assignments: Jiao Su City, Xian Su City, and Kong Su City's contingents shall march under Elder Shi Min Shui, with the Su clan, to Qianshi Forest. Lei clan leads Fang Su City and Di Su City to Taihe Lake. Mo clan leads Wei Su City and Ji Su City to Tianmen Pass. Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any doubts? Upon hearing this, the crowd shook their heads, and then bowed in unison, saying, "We will all abide by the arrangements of the sect." Good. Next is the arrangement for those who have made contributions. For killing a cultivator in the early stage of Golden Core, our Tiansong sect will request the Tianling sect to tailor a low-grade attack or defense magical artifact for them. Killing a mid-stage Golden Core cultivator or 3 early-stage Golden Core cultivators will earn a mid-grade attack magical artifact. Killing a latest-stage Golden Core cultivator or 9 early-stage Golden Core cultivators will result in a high-grade attack magical artifact. There will also be rewards for killing enemies in the Foundation Establishment stage, such as magical techniques, cultivation pills, spiritual herbs, materials, and top-grade magical artifacts, etc. Hearing this, many people's eyes lit up. It is not easy to request the Tianling sect to craft magical artifacts. However, since Shi Fengyu dared to say so, it must mean he has negotiated suitable terms with the Tianling sect. Everyone, I have said my piece. Please take it seriously. Our Tiansong sect will not treat any family unfairly. Next, you may return and make your own arrangements. We will depart in 3 days. As for where each team will converge, you can discuss it amongst yourselves. Understood. The crowd then dispersed. Shi Min Shui approached Su Chuan and said, "Master Qirohong, shall we meet at the eastern city gate of Kongshu City at the hour of Chuan in 3 days?" Although Su Chuan was only at the early stage of Golden Core, his mastery of magical techniques made even this latest stage Golden Core cultivator treat him with caution. "You are too polite, Shimin Daoist. Let us proceed as you suggested." Shi Min Shui nodded slightly. It was his first time meeting Su Chuan, and after a brief conversation, he found this Master Qirohong to be quite amiable. Thereafter, he bid farewell and went to find the Golden Core realists from Jiao Su City and Xian Su City. To them, Shi Min Shui maintained a calm demeanor. Returning to Yunxi town, Su Chuan instructed Wu Zhuqi to gather the Foundation Establishment families in the town. There were only a little more than 10 in total. After informing them of this matter, each of their faces turned pale. In this matter, the Tiansong Prefecture's forces cannot escape. If we let the greedy wolf sect's demon cultivators wreak havoc in the Tiansong Prefecture, the various forces will undoubtedly face plunder for a long time. Weaker families might even face extermination. All of us Golden Core families must send representatives, and so must you. However, if there are military achievements, there will be rewards from the Tiansong sect, which is also an opportunity for your Foundation Establishment families. We will comply with the arrangements of the Su family. Su Chuan nodded slightly. We will gather at the hour of Yin in 3 days, and head to Kangshu City together with the people of the Su family. Understood. After giving instructions to the Foundation establishment families in Yunxi Town, Su Chuan called for Su Mingxian and the others who were in seclusion to discuss this matter with them. Yi Fan and Su Due exchanged glances, and Yi Fan said, "Master, let this battle be fought by me and you heir. Compared to my father-in-law, we are more suited. As for my father-in-law, he can stay behind to defend the Su family. Mingxian, what do you think?" Su Chuan looked at Su Mingxian. Su Mingxian sighed softly. "I understand. I will remain with the clan." His battle formation once set up in advance on the arena could be a sure-kill tactic very effective against a select few. However, in a battle of cultivators with his current mastery of battle formations, doing so would only make him the first target of attack. With dozens or hundreds of Foundation establishment attacks coming at him, his second-tier low-grade formation would be shattered in an instant, leaving him no place to escape. "Alright, I will have Dang return to the clan to defend." Su Chuan nodded with a faint smile. Su Mingxian said, "Father Yi Fan, you must all be careful." Saying this, he handed over the Cloud Sky illusion array he carried along with several other top-tier second-tier formations to Yi Fan and Su Due. As for Su Chuan, he also possessed a set of Cloud Sky illusion arrays and a set of 6 harmonies absolute. The former is convenient for concealment, while the latter isolates battle fluctuations. The rest are of little use to Su Chuan. Upon hearing this news, Su Dang immediately returned to the Su family and insisted on going along, but was persuaded by Su Chuan. "You should first refine the large magical ship, and it is equally important to defend the clan's territory. As for the battle, if my guess is correct, this is just a test from the greedy wolf. The real battle may still be several years away. You should quickly comprehend your own magical techniques to great success, and then refine that ancient Fire Phoenix True Feather. If it becomes your life-bound magical artifact, it will assist you as much as a high-grade magical artifact, and it can grow with you. I estimate that once you reach the late stage of Golden Core, it will be able to unleash the power of a top-grade magical artifact." Su Dang sighed lightly. "I still cannot compare to grandfather. I understand, and I will definitely take good care of the clan's territory and complete the tasks assigned by. In terms of magical techniques, I cannot match grandfather's abnormal cultivation speed, but with 1 or 2 more years, the Fire Phoenix True Feather will completely become my lifebound feather." Su Chuan nodded slightly. 3 days later, Su Chuan, Yi Fan, and Su Due took the Foundation establishment families from Yunxi Town to Kangshu City. They were the last to arrive. Shimin Shui glanced at the Su family's people and the many Foundation establishment cultivators following them, then cupped his fists at Su Chuan and said, "Master Kurohong, since everyone has arrived, let us set off." Naturally, Shimin Shui released a large magical ship, and everyone boarded it, heading towards Qianshi Forest, a journey of nearly 2 to 3 days. Meanwhile, the Lei family and Mo family also led their respective teams towards Taihe Lake and Tianmen Pass. Qianshi Forest is a stretch of wondrous stone forest that extends for dozens of miles. "Master Kurohong, ahead is Qianshi Forest. This should be your first visit, right?" Shimin Shui stroked his beard and said, "I have just recently established my Golden Core and do not dare to wander about recklessly." Su Chuan replied faintly, his gaze directed towards 100 miles ahead. Before him, thousands of stone pillars rose from the ground, the tallest reaching over 100 feet, piercing the sky like swords. The shorter ones were only a few feet tall, resembling ferocious beasts lying low on the ground. The stone pillars were all a grayish-blue color, their surfaces covered in wind-eroded grooves and patterns, some resembling coiling dragons, others like tigers descending from a mountain, each unique and natural. There was not a single blade of grass or tree in the forest, only fallen stones of various sizes. In addition, there was a yellowish, earth-colored sky curtain stretching across the center of Qianshi Forest, continuously expanding to both sides. At this moment, a Golden Core realist rushed forward and instantly arrived above the magical ship. "Master Su Daoist Shimin, you have finally arrived." Shimin Shui and Su Chuan cupped their fists and said, "Daoist Yuyan." This person was indeed Song Yuyan. He then said, "There are a few other Daoist friends with you. Please follow me to meet true monarch Qingmu. As for the territories of each family, I will have someone arrange it." Understood. The Golden Core cultivators followed Song Yuyan to the top of a stone pillar. This stone pillar covered several acres and had a simple tent set up where the Golden Core realists gathered. Upon seeing Shimin Shui, Su Chuan, and the others arrive, the several Golden Core cultivators inside were filled with joy. "You have traveled from afar, please take." True monarch Qingmu said, "I will not engage in idle chatter. I will first discuss the situation on the other side." "Please go ahead, true monarch," Shimin Shui replied. The opposing side is led by Tsang Wolf, true monarch of the Greedy Wolf sect, with a total of 3 latest-stage Golden Core cultivators and 12 Golden Core cultivators. With your arrival, the number of Golden Core cultivators is evenly matched. Moreover, Daoist Kurohong can also be regarded as a latest-stage Golden Core, making this top-tier combat strength quite formidable. It all depends on which side breaks the balance first. Tomorrow they will surely attack the formation again. Daoist Shimin, Daoist Kurohong, on the morrow, I will deal with Tsang Wolf, true monarch. You will each handle 1 latest-stage Golden Core cultivator. Is there any? We will follow true monarch Qingmu's arrangements. Shimin Shui and Su Chuan both cupped their fists and said, Well then it is settled. The next day at the hour of as dawn broke and the sun began to rise, the warning bell rang in the Tiansong Prefecture's camp. The tranquility of Qianshi Forest was completely shattered by the sounds. Inside the camp where the Tiansong Prefecture's cultivators were stationed, almost all the cultivators suddenly opened their eyes wide from their quiet cultivation. The Qi refinement disciples showed surprise in their eyes. The foundation establishment stage cultivators frowned tightly, and the golden core cultivators like Qing Mushiman Shui and Su Chuan moved and rushed out of the camp first. In an instant, figures were moving in the camp area. Numerous cultivators quickly gathered in one place. The crowd looked up, and on the other side of the light curtain above the stone forest, the greedy wolf sex cultivators had already formed a dark formation numbering over 1,000. These cultivators had solidified auras, with the lowest cultivation being at the foundation establishment stage. As their spiritual power circulated, a fierce aura of bloodshed emanated from them. At the front of the formation, 12 figures stood in midair, each exuding the unique pressure of a golden core cultivator. Some were clad in dark armor, while others held magical artifacts, their gazes locking onto the inside of the light curtain like hawks. The central figure was the Tsang Wolf, true monarch of the greedy wolf sect. The vermin of the Tiansong Prefecture, will you continue to cower behind the light curtain today? Among the 12 golden core cultivators, Tsang Wolf, true monarch, stepped forward, his voice booming like a bell echoing throughout the Qianshi forest. However, this formation's light curtain won't hold us back for long. He then addressed the thousands of foundation establishment cultivators behind him, saying, "Remember, once we enter the Tiansong Prefecture, do not hold back. Feel free to plunder at will. Everything you obtain belongs to you. Kill, kill, kill." As soon as he finished speaking, the thousands of foundation establishment cultivators from the greedy wolf sect shouted in unison, their voices shaking the stone pillars of the forest. Their eyes ignited with greed, and their hands gripping magical artifacts tightened. Their gazes towards the light curtain were filled with fervor. In the next moment, Tsang Wolf, true monarch, saw Su Chuan among the Tiansong Prefecture's crowd, and a surge of anger erupted in his eyes. "Master Qirohong, I didn't expect to see you here. We truly are fated." As dawn broke and the sun began to rise, the warning bell rang in the Tiansong Prefecture's camp. The tranquility of Qianshi Forest was completely shattered by the sounds. "Coward! Tsang Wolf Daoist, your opponent is me," Qing Mu, true monarch, declared. "Friends, follow me to slay the enemies. For every achievement in battle, the Tiansong sect will reward you." "Daoist, Shiman Daoist, Qirohong, let us go." Shiman Shui and Su Chuan immediately followed Qing Mu, true monarch, as they rushed out of the formation's light curtain, with thousands of foundation establishment cultivators trailing behind. "Kill." Tsang Wolf, true monarch, also waved his sleeve and charged directly at Su Chuan. However, he was blocked by Qing Mu, true monarch, who said, "I told you your opponent is me." Tsang Wolf, true monarch, did not dare to underestimate him, producing a conical mid-grade magical artifact that unleashed a torrent of power towards Qing Mu, true monarch. Qing Mu, true monarch, produced a flying sword in his hand, also directing it to meet the attack. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, they clashed dozens, or even hundreds of times, countless sparks flying. Both wielded mid-grade magical artifacts, their power formidable. The area around them was off-limits to anyone fearful of being caught in the crossfire. In addition to their life-bound magical artifacts, they also cast spells or magical techniques. Although Qing Mu, true monarch, was one small realm above Tsang Wolf, true monarch, taking him down easily was not a simple task. The key to the battle lay in which side's golden core cultivators faced casualties first. Once a breach was opened, their advantage would rapidly expand. On the other side, the golden core cultivators of the Tiansong Prefecture and the greedy wolf sect also faced off against each other. The foundation establishment cultivators did the same. "You are the legendary Master Qirohong of the Tiansong Prefecture." The blood-robed youth facing Su Chuan narrowed his pupils slightly. "Which person from the greedy wolf sect are you?" "I am the blood-robe ancestor." As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-robed youth shot out 3 streams of bloodlight from his sleeve, transforming into 3 blood snakes that lunged towards Su Chuan's chest in an instant. Su Chuan had long been prepared. He flicked his sleeve, and a black ink large seal flew out, instantly releasing a light yellow barrier that blocked the 3 blood-colored attacks. However, this was different from the blood magic techniques Su Chuan had encountered before. When the blood snakes struck the defense barrier, they did not disappear, but instead morphed into a shade of blood, continuously eroding the barrier. Su Chuan's brow furrowed slightly as he activated the Fan Tianyin. The dark rays surged forth, instantly evaporating all the blood that was eroding the barrier. "Master Qirohong, is that all you can do?" The blood-robe ancestor saw the blood snakes destroyed and let out a cold laugh. With another wave of his sleeve, a streak of bloodlight shot forth, a conical body, surrounded by thick blood mist, shrieking towards Su Chuan's face. Simultaneously, a blood-colored crystal-like blood lotus flew out, its blood petals unfolding layer by layer, hovering above his head. "Go!" Su Chuan formed a seal, and the Fan Tianyin transformed into dark rays, crashing towards the dark red conical attack. Clang! The blood light and dark rays collided, creating a terrifying sound that rippled outwards. Meanwhile, the blood-robe ancestor's figure suddenly vanished from the original spot. Chuan flipped his right hand, and an exquisite alchemy furnace appeared. The lid lifted, as pale golden flames transformed into a fire phoenix protecting the surroundings. Suddenly, a blood shadow appeared behind him, and a pale hand disregarding the pale golden flames reached through directly aiming to strike Chuan in the back. Chuan, who had turned around at some point, met it with the Kuroji-in. The pale golden flames exploded, and the two figures were sent flying back dozens of feet by the blood robe ancestor stabilized himself looking at his palm, and then his pupils suddenly constricted as he directly tore off his own arm and tossed it aside. A blood-colored flame immediately incinerated the severed arm to nothingness. Then his left hand targeted another Foundation establishment cultivator who also practiced the blood magic, directly ripping off that cultivator's right arm. That right arm flew to the severed arm of the blood robe ancestor, and a series of writhing blood-colored threads connected the severed arm's flesh and nerves. In just an instant the blood light flashed, and the severed arm was restored to its original state. As for the Foundation establishment demon cultivator who had suddenly lost his right arm, he was promptly killed by the Tiansong Prefecture's Foundation establishment cultivators. Master Qirohong, your magical techniques are difficult to comprehend. It is said that they have long been extinct. The cycle of decay and rebirth, what you just displayed was the technique of decay, right? Even I cannot stop its erosion. It is even more bizarre than my blood magic techniques and spells. Blood robe Taoist, you are quite decisive. Looking at your skilled actions, this must not be the first time you've done this. Ha! The blood robe ancestor laughed heartily. So what? In a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, their bodies offering themselves to me is their honor. It is said that Master Qirohong's magical techniques. Since you have already reached great success, let this old man witness it now. Blood-colored lotus. The blood-robed ancestor formed hand seals, and a swirling mist of blood enveloped him, taking the shape of a lotus. The blood mist lotus gradually shrank, finally condensing into a blood flame lotus that floated above his palm. From that blood flame lotus, Chuan sensed a significant threat, and immediately unleashed the glorious seal. The blood flame lotus collided with the azure handprint in midair. The sky suddenly transformed into two colors, with blood red staining the azure heavens on the left, while the right glowed with brilliant emerald light. The blood-robed ancestor furrowed his brows slightly. Although his divine power was not fully developed, he was only a hair's breadth away from enlightenment. Moreover, being a peak 7th layer golden core cultivator, the fact that he was not gaining the upper hand in this confrontation added to his wariness. Chuan naturally had his trump cards, but he believed that the blood-robed ancestor, having lived for hundreds of years and survived countless battles, certainly possessed formidable hidden cards as well. That blood lotus treasure must primarily be for defense. The blood demon path is inherently mysterious in its techniques and specializes in escape. It is rare for anyone's life treasure to be refined into a defensive artifact. This is somewhat troublesome. Chuan glanced at the blood-robed ancestor opposite him, his gaze flickering. If it were a life-and-death struggle in a confined space, Chuan would have a 60 to 70% chance of defeating him. However, on this battlefield, should danger arise, the blood-robed ancestor could easily escape, making it difficult to kill him. Forget it, just fish for now. On the other side, Foundation establishment battlefield. Unlike Chuan, Yifan and Su Due were slaughtering their way through. Although they were not solely facing the younger generation, it was still rare for the older generation to understand foundational divine powers to more than 70%. Streams of sword light, like condensed moonlight, crisscrossed the battlefield, and any defense met was sent flying. Even the highest-tier defensive artifacts left. Besides the sword light, Su Due occasionally gathered the cold heaven seal, freezing and annihilating any Foundation establishment demons that came into contact. With the sword light repelling foes and the cold seal annihilating them, in just half an hour the number of demons killed by Su Due reached over 10, including veteran disciples of the Greedy Wolf sect. Yifan was even more impressive. Relying on a physical body comparable to a peak 2nd-tier demon beast, paired with martial arts combat skills, true yang divine powers, and the Brahma Heaven Sacred Fist, he resembled a war god, growing fiercer with each battle. The number of kills exceeded 20. This attracted the focused attention of the Greedy Wolf sect's demons. Naturally, he was not recklessly putting himself in danger. If he were to face a simultaneous attack from over 10 people, he would also unleash 2 pattern defensive artifacts. Considering his fighting style, Su Due had crafted 7 or 8 2-pattern defensive artifacts for him to use to wear down his opponents. Crack! The artifact before Yifan finally could not withstand the repeated attacks from multiple opponents and shattered. Instead of dodging, he transformed into a streak of crimson light, darting towards a Foundation establishment demon and exploded it into blood mist with a single punch. The Brahma Heaven Sacred Fist was undoubtedly Yifan's greatest trump card at this moment. The second form was perfected, its power comparable to that of a cultivator who had comprehended foundational divine powers to 90%, making him nearly invincible at the Foundation establishment stage. However, the comprehension of the third form proved to be exceedingly difficult, and he had not even touched upon it. Everyone kill him. The remaining 8 people once again launched their attacks, activating their artifacts. Yet a streak of black light flew from Yifan's storage bag, revealing the artifact-level Fantian seal. Clang, 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 clang. A series of explosive sounds erupted as the artifact Fan Tian seal was sent flying, yet its surface showed no signs of damage. In terms of defensive power, it surpassed the prior shield. Everyone's faces turned ashen. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the gap, Yi Fan killed another demon. Even while manipulating the artifact Fan Tian seal, his movements did not slow in the slightest. Monster. Freak. The Foundation establishment demons of the Greedy Wolf sect felt a surge of fear. On the other side, the morale of Tian Tsang sect soared. Follow Yi Tianjiao, kill these Greedy Wolf sect demon spawn. More and more people gathered around Su Diyue and Yi Fan. Even Su Diyue and Yi Fan felt the pressure. The two began to coordinate and support each other. Su Diyue flipped her wrist, her figure graceful and agile, wielding sword light, imbued with a chilling aura to fend off the surrounding attacks, while Yi Fan simultaneously charged into the crowd of demons. He punched one back. If they lacked defensive artifacts, they would suffer severe injuries on the spot. Those sent flying became primary targets for the remaining cultivators of Tian Tsang sect, who quickly killed them. As time passed, the scales of advantage in the Foundation establishment battlefield gradually tilted towards Tian Tsang sect. Many Golden Core cultivators of Tian Tsang side in relief. Conversely, the Golden Core members of Greedy Wolf sect had ashen faces, several of them muttering curses, a bunch of useless fools. Some even contemplated attacking Su Diyue and Yi Fan. However, how could the Golden Core members of Tian Tsang sect allow the favorable situation to be reversed? They naturally did everything to block them. Seeing this situation, True Monarch Song Wolf immediately transmitted to the blood-robed ancestor. Blood-robed, I know you must have brought a third-tier blood corpse. Go kill Yi Fan and Su Diyue. If those two die, the situation at the Foundation establishment stage will instantly tilt towards our Greedy Wolf sect. This can also disturb the hearts of the Golden Core cultivators of Tian Tsang sect. True Monarch Song Wolf third-tier blood corpses are extremely precious, totaling no more than 3. They are my greatest trump cards. If one is lost, if there is a loss, I Greedy Wolf sect will compensate you. True Monarch Song Wolf replied through gritted teeth. Figures like the blood-robed ancestor, who was a latest-stage Golden Core monster, were all cunning foxes. They would not risk their lives for nothing. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth as his left hand brushed over a sinister-looking bag at his waist. This was an corpse bag used to nurture corpse puppets, which was not common in the southern cultivation world. A thick stream of blood light shot out from the corpse bag, like an arrow. It was a blood corpse clad in dark black armor. Upon its appearance, it emitted a sharp and terrifying screech, and the smell of blood wafted around. The dark black armor was rusted and pocked with purple-black blood clots hardened between the seams as if soaked in the blood of countless beings. The stench of blood surrounding it was so intense it made one wretch get spread out as soon as it appeared. Roar, roar, roar. The blood corpse howled sharply at the sky, sending shockwaves that caused surrounding stone pillars to crumble. It stood half a head taller than an ordinary cultivator, its muscles bulging like iron with skin exposed on its arms as pale as paper, yet remarkably tough, the veins bulging like black snakes coiling around. Its nails were 6 or 7 inches long, dark and shiny, with the tips reflecting a cold green light, seeming to be dipped in deadly poison, slicing through the air with a light swipe. Its face was ashen and bloodless, eye sockets sunken, and its pupils were blood red, as if ignited by ghostly flames. The corners of its mouth revealed 2-inch-long fangs, yellowed and dark, with dark red blood stains stuck between them. The skin on its cheeks was taut with faintly visible bulging veins underneath, as if a blood evil force surged within, spraying blood mist with each breath, presenting a truly terrifying visage. Many Golden Core cultivators of Tian Tsang sect turned pale upon seeing this. The pressure emitted by the blood corpse was comparable to that of a peak early-stage Golden Core cultivator. The gray-robed demon cultivator locked in battle with Shimin Shui revealed a strange expression, exclaiming softly, "That blood-robed fellow is actually getting serious." However, to everyone's astonishment, this blood corpse did not charge at Su Chuan, but rather rushed towards the crowd on the Foundation establishment battlefield. Not good. The Golden Core cultivators of Tian Tsang sect cried out in alarm. Yet they were also unable to escape the blockade from the Golden Core members of Greedy Wolf sect. Kuroima, True Monarch, if you do not intervene, your family's young prodigy will fall. Facing the blood-robed ancestor's wanton laughter, Su Chuan flipped his palm, and the Azure Dragon treasure umbrella appeared in his hand, the umbrella's surface opening like a magnificent canopy. "Sword out," he said nonchalantly. Before his words fell, 3 ribs of the Azure Dragon treasure umbrella emitted a ringing sound. 3 flying swords transformed into streaks of azure rainbows, piercing towards the blood corpse's back. The blood corpse possessed intelligence, sensing the danger, and turning around, waving its hand. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp black nails erupted with countless sparks. Its entire body was pushed back by the impact of the flying swords. High-grade artifact. The blood-robed ancestor's pupils constricted, and he formed hand seals to conjure a blood-colored dragon over 10 meters long, opening its massive jaws to bite at Su Chuan. From the other hand, countless pale golden flames erupted from the 8 trigrams alchemy furnace, coalescing into a pale golden fire phoenix over 7 or 8. As the two collided, numerous sizzling sounds echoed, accompanied by the pained roars of the blood-colored dragon. At this moment, the blood-robed ancestor's blood demon cone ultimately could not withstand Su Chuan's Fanteon seal, its brilliance dimming considerably. The Fanteon seal arrived above the blood-robed ancestor, and Su Chuan immediately formed hand seals. A suppressive force descended, weighing down on him. Su Chuan then surged forward, unleashing 3 desolation seals towards the blood-robed ancestor. The blood-robed ancestor remained calm as the blood lotus above his head erupted with crimson light, forming a light curtain of pale red that easily blocked the 3 desolation seals. However, he soon realized something was off. The blood lotus light curtain dimmed rapidly where it was struck by the desolation seals. Glorious seal. Taking advantage of the momentum, Su Chuan unleashed his vast and unmatched perfected divine power upon the same spot. Crack, crack, crack. The blood lotus light curtain surprisingly developed several fissures. Seeing this, the blood-robed ancestor immediately transformed into a streak of blood light, retreating dozens of meters. Su Chuan had intended to strike the blood lotus defensive curtain with 2 consecutive divine powers, but the blood-robed ancestor was also quite shrewd and did not dare to take it heeding. What a pity, Su Chuan said lightly. The blood-robed ancestor's expression turned grave, his eyes stained blood red. I thought your divine power merely caused the body to decay. It seems I underestimated you. I almost let you exploit my weakness. While attacking the blood-robed ancestor, Su Chuan also concentrated on controlling 3 flying swords to entangle the third. If it were not for the blood corpse's sturdy physique, had it been an ordinary early-stage golden core being attacked by 3 flying swords, it would have been flustered and at a disadvantage. It's been a long time since I fought with all my might. Kuroyama, true monarch, let me see your full strength. The blood-robed ancestor flicked his sleeve, and 2 more third-tier blood corpses appeared, still flying towards the Foundation establishment battlefield. Su Chuan gently twirled the Azure Dragon treasure umbrella, and 6 more flying swords shot out. Just like before, 3 flying swords surrounded the blood corpses on 3 sides, preventing them from splitting their focus to attack the Foundation establishment cultivators of Tiansong sect. What impressive, means Kuroyama, true monarch. Indeed, he can control 9 flying swords simultaneously, even to the degree of using them as extensions of his own body. If it weren't for Kuroyama, true monarch, we would be in real danger. Such formidable divine senses. The blood-robed ancestor had to admire, but at the same time, he formed hand seals to control the blood lotus, releasing dozens or even hundreds of bloodlines to attack Su Chuan from all directions. The bloodline struck against the pale green light curtain, only creating slight ripples. Su Chuan, having dealt with many practitioners of the blood demon path, understood the strangeness of such techniques, and immediately unleashed third-tier true flames. The fire phoenix soared, sweeping its wings, and all bloodlines were instantly severed. He then swiftly approached the blood-robed ancestor, unleashing spells, while the blood-robed ancestor again released the blood demon cone, colliding with the Fanteon seal above. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 artifacts clashed above, once more the sounds of metal clashing ringing incessantly. The blood-robed ancestor did not dare to let Su Chuan approach freely, and began to dodge and evade. After all, if his blood lotus defense were to be broken, it would be difficult to condense it again in a short time, putting him at a disadvantage in the ensuing battle. Aren't you eager to witness Zust's divine powers, blood-robed friend? Why do you keep dodging? Kuroyama, true monarch, provoking me is useless. Su Chuan turned to fly towards an early-stage golden core member of Greedy Wolf sect, while the blood-robed ancestor silently concentrated on gathering a blood-colored palm print, striking towards the Foundation establishment battlefield. Su Chuan smiled slightly, forming a sword gesture. Another flying sword artifact shot out, instantly piercing through the blood-colored palm print, while he himself formed the glorious seal and flew towards the golden core member of Greedy Wolf sect. Old monster in blood robes, mind your own opponent. This person hurried to evade, but the golden core cultivators of Tiansong sect would not let such a good opportunity slip, immediately using another artifact to block his path. The Greedy Wolf sect golden core had no choice but to exert all his strength to activate his artifact to meet Su Chuan's glorious seal. With just one move, his artifact was knocked away. The glorious seal continued unabated, smashing down fiercely again, shattering his magical shield and sending him flying, causing him to spit out blood. The golden core cultivators of Tiansong sect laughed heartily, closing in to pummel the fallen foe. Suddenly a blood shadow appeared behind Su Chuan. It was the blood lotus of the blood-robed ancestor, which now crashed violently into the Azure Dragon treasure umbrella. Bang! Roar! A massive Azure Dragon illusion manifested, and countless arcs of electric light burst forth from the point of impact. But the next moment the blood lotus was sent flying. It was a foolish dream for a mid-grade artifact to break through the defenses of a high-grade defensive artifact unless 5 or 6 mid-grade artifacts launched a simultaneous assault. The blood lotus flew back into the palm of the blood-robed ancestor. Truly troublesome. The blood-robed ancestor cursed internally. He had used nearly all his cards except for his escape trump card, while Su Chuan appeared to remain at ease. Bloodrobed hold on, Chuan controls so many artifacts his mana consumption is far beyond that of a golden core cultivator. Even if he is a divine power golden core with more abundant mana, he cannot hold. Bloodrobed hold on, Chuan controls so many artifacts his mana consumption is far beyond that of a golden core cultivator. Even if he is a divine power golden core with more abundant mana, he cannot hold out for long. Of course, if you wish to swap opponents with me, this true monarch would be more than willing to do so. The blood-robed ancestor nearly rolled his eyes at this. Fighting against a 9th-layer golden core cultivator who has perfected their divine powers would likely see him running for his life within 4 or 5 moves. No, it seems he wouldn't be far from that. Isn't he in a similar situation now?